Bai Qi traversed into the realm of elves, and fortunately, the system awakened swiftly. At the outset, he acquired the ability to nurture, thereby obtaining the innate talent to cultivate Pokemon, only to discover an array of additional attributes, such as the combatant, healer, and evolutionary specialist, among others. Moreover, various powers emerged, including the force of aura, the power of bonds, and the strength of eternity. Combatant, when faced with adversity in battle, he invariably finds a way to turn the tide. Healer, bestowed with the gifts of the eternal forest, he possesses the strength of eternity to heal Pokemon. The power of bonds, in conjunction with the evolutionary specialist, grants Pokemon with max intimacy the chance to undergo bond evolution. Douji, does Nidoking evolve into Super Nidoking, a dragon and poison type? This resembles a malevolent beast more than anything. Even Super Tyranitar pales in comparison to its ferocity. Cynthia, though I am the youngest champion, his prowess has long surpassed mine. Dan D. From the moment I first encountered Bai Qi, my undefeated record was shattered. Chapter 1. The Nurturer. Where am I? Bai Qi opened his eyes and sat up, only to be met with a piercing pain in his head, followed by a torrent of images flooding his mind. Bai Qi cradled his head for a moment, and upon reopening his eyes, he was met with a visage of astonishment and confusion. Have I traversed dimensions? All because of a bout of heavy drinking? I did not even overindulge. By this time, the pain had fully subsided, and Bai Qi quickly rose from his bed, approaching the aged window, which barely clung to its frame, failing to obstruct the view outside. On the grassy expanse beyond the door, several small Rattatas dashed past in pursuit of one another. Clearly, the lead Rattata had discovered food, with the others following to partake in the bounty. Little Rattata. Bai Qi gazed up at the sky, where two Butterfree fluttered gracefully, clearly a pair. Damn it, inexplicably consumed a mouthful of dog food. Bai Qi stood at the window for an extended period, finally murmuring to himself, I have truly crossed into the world of Pokemon, yet here I am, a mere wretch so insignificant that even Team Rocket would disdain to recruit me. I am utterly lost. Ding! Host confirmed, binding in progress. Is it here? My system. Bai Qi's face lit with joy, for the standard equipment of a traveler includes a system. I wonder what type mine will be. Binding complete, beginner's gift package being distributed. Please explore the system functions at your leisure. Bai Qi felt as though a semi-transparent framework materialized before him, with a red parcel nestled in one corner, and silently willed it to open. A wondrous energy surged into his mind, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. Bai Qi sensed a marked enhancement in his cognitive abilities, and as he observed a Meowth darting past the window, the method of nurturing Meowth materialized before him. Congratulations, host has acquired the attribute Nurturer, which can enhance Pokemon's abilities, making them stronger. A nurturer? Bai Qi furrowed his brow, recalling the source of this nurturer attribute, reminiscent of the strengths held by the Pokédex owner, Green. Excellent. At least for my current circumstances, this seems more fitting than the attribute of combatant, Red. Bai Qi whispered in his heart, System? However, the system offered no response, presenting instead 4 semi-transparent panels, one of which was the inventory space for the gift package, while the other 3 represented Bai Qi's character interface and mission interface. The last panel, which piqued Bai Qi's interest the most, was the system shop, showcasing everything from Master Balls and evolution items to legendary summoning artifacts and Genesis tablets. The Genesis slate boasts a staggering 1 billion battle coins, yet appears merely to be from my observation. Bai Qi cast a glance at his character interface, which presented a rather rudimentary display. Trainer, Bai Qi, Strength, Novice, Entry, Nurturer, Talent, none, Pokemon, none. He shook his head, lamenting the exorbitant cost of talents. Even the most basic fighting talent demand a staggering 100,000 battle coins, prompting him to dismiss the thought entirely. Closing other interfaces, Bai Qi directed his attention to the task board. There, 3 tasks lay before him. To capture an initial Pokemon, with the reward of enhanced potential for the initial Pokemon. To obtain a trainer ID or join Team Rocket, with the reward of a random talent seed. To claim victory at the Quartz Conference or become a member of Team Rocket, with the reward of a random entry titled Pokédex holder. Aside from the first task, the latter 2 clearly formed a connected task chain, offering only 2 options. However, the memories of his predecessor indicated that joining Team Rocket had been eliminated as a possibility, with even the allocated Ekans being reclaimed by the organization. In a state of utter despair, Bai Qi's soul had seized control. The Serpent Instructor, Indeed, he shall regret his decision. Bai Qi recalled how, within merely 3 days of entering the Team Rocket Academy, his Ekans was confiscated, alongside memories that branded him as unsuitable for Pokemon training, rendering him entirely inept in the eyes of the Serpent Instructor. He also remembered his predecessor's absurdity in feeding the Ekans grass. Even in the absence of other food, it was utterly unreasonable to offer the creature hay. After all, it was quite evident that Ekans primarily consumed small Pokemon, such as Pidgey and Spearow, or even Pokemon eggs. Even if they were deprived of Pokemon feed, they could hunt for Rattata, which proliferated throughout the Kanto region. Regardless of all that, I must first capture a Pokemon. The grasslands surrounding Mosera City are teeming with Nidoran. A 3-stage evolution, and its hidden ability is remarkably strong. The most suitable Pokemon for me at this moment is indeed Nidoran. Bai Qi rose and rummaged through the nooks and crannies of his room, uncovering all his hidden possessions, totaling 2,500 yen. After purchasing a few Pokeballs, he planned to acquire some berries to craft Pokemon feed favored by the Nidoran, estimating he would still have around 1,000 yen remaining. 1,000 yen should suffice for my sustenance over the coming week. This implies that regardless of whether my plan to lure Nidoran succeeds, I must devise a means to earn money within a week. Bai Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation, recognizing that Mosera City falls under the jurisdiction of Sakaki. Aside from the formidable Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, no Team Rocket member would dare to cause trouble on the boss's territory. Consequently, there are scarcely any opportunities in Mosera City that require the assistance of trainers. The only demand arises every couple of months to clear the rampant Rattata or to maintain the accessibility of the Mosera Forest roads. Even if I manage to capture Nidoran, I lack the strength to undertake such tasks in the short term. Bai Qi shook his head and stepped out of his dilapidated abode. This was an old house allocated to Bai Qi in Mosera City. The previous occupant had been an orphan who lost ownership after encountering peril in the wild, leading to its reassignment to Bai Qi. This represents one of the few benefits of the Pokemon world. At least he would not become a homeless drifter. Bai Qi glanced back at the crumbling structure, situated on the outskirts of Mosera City, surrounded by relatively abundant Pokemon, such as Rattata and Meowth. Yet, these Pokemon scavenging for food amidst the refuse would require some physical adjustment. Otherwise, their growth would be severely limited. Bai Qi, of course, bore no such burden and strode toward the city. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could perceive the detailed attributes of Pokemon, including their strength, abilities, growth potential, and affection levels. Within the Pokemon Mart of Mosera City, Bai Qi purchased 3 Pokeballs and subsequently procured several hundred yen worth of berries, along with venom from poison-type Pokemon, such as Ekans. Initially, Bai Qi intended to purchase merely berries, but for reasons unknown, he instinctively believed that incorporating a trace of poison from poison-type Pokemon would enhance the allure of the feed for Nidoran. Bai Qi recognized that this inspiration likely stemmed from the Nurturer entry, thus he proceeded accordingly. Upon returning home, he steamed and mashed the berries, blending in a small amount of venom before shaping the mixture into small pieces of feed. Bai Qi then ventured outdoors to test the feed's effectiveness in attracting the Nidoran. If it proves effective, capturing a Nidoran should pose no challenge at all. Chapter 2. The Essence of Vitality. However, the objective cannot be set on capturing a pair of Nidoran and Nidoran, as that would significantly diminish the probability of success. Moreover, maintaining 2 members of the Nido family would be an exhausting task given my current financial constraints. Carefully making my way out of the suburbs of Pewter City, I find myself devoid of a backpack, and neither Rattata nor Meowth seem to pay me any heed. Along the way, I encounter no Pokemon that threaten my progress. After traversing a fair distance, I finally spot a pair of Nidoran and Nidoran in a distant meadow. Judging by their size, they are nearly at the standard dimensions, evidently having outgrown their rapid growth phase and possess the ability of rivalry. I quickly dismiss them and circumvent the meadow to continue my journey. The hidden ability of both Nidoran and Nidoran is Vital Spirit, which, upon evolution into their final forms, transforms into Sheer Force. Although the Sheer Force ability does not trigger additional effects from attacking moves, the power increase of 30 is indeed formidable. In comparison to the 25 damage boost provided by Rivalry, I find myself preferring the Sheer Force ability. Unfortunately, the price for an ability capsule is a staggering 500,000 battle coins, a luxury far beyond my current means. To acquire a Sheer Force Nidoqueen or Nidoking, I must first capture a Nidoran or Nidoran with the hidden ability of Vital Spirit. After taking a detour, I am compelled to halt my progress upon encountering a large tree, which is home to dozens of Spearow. Spearow are renowned throughout the Kanto region for their hostility towards humans. After all, compared to the three-stage evolution of Pidgey, Spearow holds no significant advantages. Whether in base stats or appearance, even Fearow outshines them. As sworn enemies of the Pidgey line, Spearow naturally harbor no fondness for humans, particularly in a region teeming with Pidgey trainers. I cautiously retreat and take a considerable detour to bypass their nesting grounds, eventually discovering a few more Nidoran and Nidoran. Upon closer inspection, I am elated to find that one of the Nidoran possesses the Vital Spirit ability. However, the low accuracy of 0.8 for the Vital Spirit ability renders this Nidoran at a complete disadvantage in battles against other Nidoran. After all, they are merely in their base forms, and without specific training, a 20 reduction in accuracy has a significant impact. Even with a 50 increase in attack power, it cannot compensate for the inability to land hits. In the eyes of Nidoran, that is perceived as weakness. This has led to all other Nidoran pairing off with Nidoran, leaving the Nidoran with the hidden ability to roam alone. This situation provides me with an opportunity, while the other Nidoran and Nidoran are preoccupied with their courtship. I boldly approach without drawing any attention. I kneel before the Nidoran, gazing at it with a calm and gentle demeanor. The Nidoran cautiously bows its body, its small horn pointed at me as if to warn me against any sudden movements. Undeterred, I slowly produce the feed I had prepared, simultaneously speaking. Nidoran, relax. I simply wish to befriend you. Although the Nidoran is skeptical of my intentions, the delightful aroma of the feed proves irresistible, drawing its gaze. Go ahead, eat, I say with a slight smile, placing a handful of feed before it. The Nidoran hesitates, but seeing that I remain still, it cautiously takes a bite. In the next moment, it is utterly astonished. The flavor is exquisite beyond belief. Such delicious food exists in this world. Moreover, consuming it fills its body with warmth. The Nidoran quickly devours the remaining morsels, and when it looks back at me, its eyes are filled with a fervent desire for more. Don't fret, I have plenty more, I reassure, pouring another handful of feed for the Nidoran. It buries its head into the feed, while I carefully reach out to stroke the small horn atop its head. After finishing the feed, the Nidoran regards me with significantly diminished wariness. Seizing the moment, I inquire, Nidoran, what are your dreams? The Nidoran tilts its head, confusion evident in its eyes. Before it can respond, I answer my own question. My goal is to become the strongest trainer in the world, and I believe that you, with your hidden ability, possess the potential to become the mightiest Nidoking. Upon hearing this, the Nidoran's bewilderment swiftly dissipates, replaced by a spark of hope. Nido. I observe the Nidoran and smile gently, extending my hand. Nidoran, do you wish to become my partner and strive together to become the strongest? The Nidoran is momentarily taken aback, pondering whether it should refuse such a question after merely receiving food. What is that? Before it can fully process, I have already produced a Pokeball and placed it against the Nidoran's small horn. In its confusion, the Nidoran is captured within the Pokeball, instinctively struggling. But thoughts of the delicious food diminish its resistance considerably. The Pokeball rattles twice before clicking shut. A smile spreads across my face, barely contained. Nidoran, I have captured you. Congratulations to the host for capturing the initial Pokemon. The initial Pokemon's potential has increased by 2 levels. My body trembles with excitement as I release the Nidoran and address it. From now on, I look forward to our journey together. Nidoran. Nido. The Nidoran, now aware of its situation, nods slightly, its gaze shifting once more to the container of feed in my hand. Let us return home. I must first examine your condition and then devise a training regimen and diet tailored to your needs. Just bear with me for a moment, Nidoran. The Nidoran nods in agreement. Though it is unclear about my intentions, it feels a sense of grandeur. Let us proceed. I smile softly and do not withdraw the Nidoran, instead rising and leading it back. Pokemon, Nidoran, Strength, Beginner. Type, Poison. Ability, Vital Spirit. Gender, Male. Affection, 85. Potential, Red, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Focus Energy, Peck, Fury Attack. Inherited moves, Tackle, Ruckus. The Red potential, only slightly inferior to Gold, is astonishing. The Nidoran's potential has indeed risen by 2 levels. Red potential is likely the limit for non-legendary Pokemon, or perhaps without extraordinary circumstances. It is improbable for ordinary Pokemon to reach Golden potential. Regardless, the current Nidoran as my initial Pokemon is more than sufficient. I lead the Nidoran back into town, not veering away from other Pokemon. However, I still dare not tread near the territory of Spearow. After all, Spearow not only relish attacking humans, but also target captured Pokemon as their preferred victims. Chapter 3. Outing. Upon returning to my home in Pewter City, I gather some hemp rope to craft a target for Nidoran. I utilize stones as stationary targets, as moving targets are unnecessary for now. But I hang some stones to train Nidoran in evasion. After setting up this rudimentary training area, I rise and make my way to the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy, I would like to register for an official trainer ID. Joy looked at Baichi in astonishment, for she recognized him as the boy who first aspired to be the Shorts kid, only to be scorned by Xylotta. He then attempted to become a bug catcher, only to be hypnotized by the Butterfree and pursued by the Beedrill. Even when he joined a group of delinquents, his timidity led to his rejection. Have you captured a Pokemon? Joy's tone was filled with surprise and curiosity, clearly astonished and skeptical about Baichi's sudden declaration of wanting to become a Pokemon trainer. Baichi merely smiled and handed Miss Joy the Pokeball containing Nidoran. Joy accepted the Pokeball and placed it on the device. Gazing at the image of Nidoran on the computer screen, feeling a wave of emotion. She never expected that this seemingly inept boy had truly become a trainer. Trainer's name? Baichi. Very well, registration is complete. Here is your trainer ID card, which also serves as your league bank card. Please keep it safe. Joy input Baichi's information and, after activating his league account, handed him the Pokeball along with the ID card. Congratulations, host, on becoming a formal trainer. You have received the Bond Seed. The power of affinity. Thank you, Miss Joy. Baichi accepted the Pokeball and ID card, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Baichi. Understanding the struggles faced by this orphan, Joy called out to him without hesitation. Baichi turned back to Joy and inquired, is there something else, Miss Joy? I have a task collecting berries. Would you be interested? Joy smiled as she addressed Baichi. His expression shifted slightly, revealing gratitude. Thank you, Miss Joy. I would be glad to help. May I ask which berries you require? Nothing particularly rare. Just ordinary oran berries and pecha berries will suffice, Joy replied softly. Although they had plenty of cultivated berries, the nutritional value of wild ones was superior. Baichi nodded, thinking that he could easily gather common berries like oran and pecha without needing Nidoran, as the most dangerous Pokemon in the Evergreen Forest were merely Spearow and Beedrill. As long as he didn't intrude upon their territory, he would be safe. Thus, the only Pokemon to be wary of near the forest's edge was Spearow. I understand. From now on, any berries I collect will be brought back to you, Miss Joy. Baichi assured her. After I prepare Nidoran's feed, if I have any leftovers. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, Baichi hurried home. The first thing on his agenda being to utilize the Bond Seed. The power of affinity. When the intimacy with a Pokemon reaches its peak, it can awaken the latent power hidden deep within its genes. Latent power within the genes? Is it bond evolution or friendship moves? Partner moves? Can all Pokemon reach maximum intimacy, or is it exclusive to starter Pokemon? Baichi pondered, his curiosity piqued, but he wondered how to use this Bond Seed. He silently attempted to activate it, and to his astonishment, it succeeded. In that fleeting moment as the Bond Seed vanished, Baichi felt the presence of Nidoran within the Pokeball intensify. He swiftly made his way to the backyard, more accurately, the open space behind the house, and tossed the Pokeball. Come forth, Nidoran. Nido. Upon emerging, Nidoran turned its gaze towards Baichi, as if it could now more easily grasp its trainer's thoughts. Let us commence our training, Nidoran. Since the Bond Seed had just been utilized and Nidoran's intimacy with Baichi was still below 100, it was impossible to explore the depths of this bond power at this stage. For now, the priority was to enhance Nidoran's strength, while also quickly locating the distribution of common berries like oran in the vicinity of the Evergreen Forest. The few hundred berries and the poison-based feed would only sustain Nidoran for 2 days. Without any income, they would run out in a maximum of 5 days. Nidoran was quite eager, having genuinely partaken in Baichi's potent Nidoking broth. Aim for the small red dot on that rock, Nidoran, and use Poison Sting. Baichi pointed to a distant rock, which sported a tiny red circle at its center. Hitting the red, that would be quite challenging. But striking the red circle was significantly easier. Nidoran released several poison stings, but its accuracy was lacking, with half of the attacks missing the circle entirely, not to mention the red dot. Nidoran, just use one poison sting at a time. We're focusing on enhancing your accuracy. Baichi advised. If you use too many, it becomes a wide-range attack, making it impossible to discern if you've hit the target. Nidoran nodded, and this time, unleashed a single poison sting, which unfortunately landed outside the circle. Baichi shook his head, noting that vitality had a considerable impact on Nidoran, while its physical attacks had improved. Its aim remained poor. Regardless, this accuracy needed to be elevated swiftly, or Baichi would face severe disadvantages in battles against flying-type Pokemon. Nidoran continued to practice using Poison Sting. On the first day, Baichi did not plan to venture into the Evergreen Forest. With Nidoran's potential, A day of training should significantly enhance its accuracy. As a novice, Nidoran was currently in a rapid growth phase following its infancy. This week, he aimed to elevate Nidoran's strength to an amateur level. Half a day passed quickly, and Nidoran's precision had improved markedly, though this was in relation to fixed targets. After resting for the night, the next morning, Baichi set off towards the evergreen forest with Nidoran. Nidoran, today let us seek out some Pokemon to battle, so you can acclimatize to combat situations, Baichi encouraged. Having trained the previous day, Nidoran felt it had grown significantly and was eager to encounter wild Pokemon sooner rather than later. Baichi simply smiled, not intending to seek out particularly formidable Pokemon at this stage. His priority was to boost Nidoran's confidence. Shortly after leaving Evergreen City, a Caterpie was spotted munching on grass by the roadside. With a blue growth potential, this potential held a strong allure. For a Caterpie could evolve into Butterfree in as little as 7 days. However, he wondered if its potential would remain blue post-evolution. After all, Nidoran had originally been just 1 tier above blue, at purple. So soon? Baichi mused, ultimately deciding to let Nidoran take action against the Caterpie. Even though it hadn't yet reached the novice level. Nidoran, use Poison Sting on the Caterpie. Without hesitation, Nidoran unleashed a single Poison Sting. Baichi instinctively covered his face. With only 15 power for the Poison Sting, was it truly effective to release just one? Did he think this was still training? Caterpie nimbly dodged the Poison Sting and glanced at Baichi and Nidoran. Confirming the identity of its assailant, Caterpie accelerated towards Nidoran. However, it was neither fast nor strong, and Baichi remained calm, waiting until Caterpie was nearly upon them to speak. Nidoran, jump and evade, then use Peck. Nidoran leaped to avoid the attack, and, upon landing, propelled itself towards Caterpie with a powerful thrust of its limbs, its small horn glowing with white light. Peck was a flying-type move, particularly effective against Caterpie, which promptly lost consciousness. Baichi did not capture the Caterpie, although its growth potential was commendable. The ceiling for Butterfree was rather low unless its potential could ascend another 2 levels. Naturally, Baichi did not leave the Caterpie exposed in the grass. Instead, he tossed it back into the underbrush. Otherwise, the passing Spearow and Pidgey would not hesitate to consider the Caterpie their breakfast. With both trainer and Pokemon forging ahead, Nidoran's condition had significantly improved, and the adverse effects from its previous battles with other Nidorans were gradually dissipating. Thus, the Caterpies, Rattatas, and Pidgeys along the way bore the brunt of Nidoran's resurgence, with only the Beedrill and Spearow managing to escape unscathed. After all, within the depths of Viridian Forest, the last Pokemon one should provoke were these two. At long last, an hour later, Baichi strode into Viridian Forest, accompanied by a proud Nidoran. There, he spotted an orange berry tree, but beside it stood a Mankey, which caused Baichi to hesitate. Mankey was a social Pokemon, and the presence of one suggested that a whole group, at least 5 or 6, was nearby. Without a moment's pause, Baichi decided to proceed. Mankey and its evolution, Primeape, were the type of Pokemon that could easily become enraged at the slightest provocation. Seizing the opportunity while Mankey remained unaware of his presence, he began to retreat cautiously. Yet, Nidoran, brimming with newfound confidence, yearned to confront the solitary Mankey and claim the orange berries for itself. Baichi reached out to restrain Nidoran, but was a fraction too slow and missed. It seemed the only course of action was to swiftly defeat Mankey and then flee with the berries. Mankey was merely a novice in strength and possessed a limited repertoire of moves. If Nidoran feigned weakness at the onset, it was unlikely that Mankey would call for reinforcements. Nidoran, use Focus Energy, Baichi commanded, stepping out of the foliage as he contemplated his strategy against Mankey. The optimal approach was to gather energy and wait for Mankey to charge in with its Peck attack, given that Flying-type moves were super effective against Fighting-type Pokemon. If a critical hit were to be triggered, a single Peck could easily incapacitate Mankey. The Mankey let out a sound reminiscent of both a pig and a monkey. Upon spotting Nidoran, it dashed to the front of the orange berry tree, blocking Nidoran's path and brandishing its fists in an attempt to intimidate both Nidoran and Baichi. However, neither Baichi nor Nidoran had any intention of retreating. Having made their decision, they would not waver. Come on, Mankey, Baichi shouted, observing Nidoran successfully channeling its energy. Mankey, with its face suddenly contorted in rage, charged forward with a flurry of scratches. Baichi grinned, as the attack was approaching head-on, just as he had hoped. When Mankey was within striking distance, he shouted, Nidoran, use Peck. Nidoran executed the Peck with newfound precision, launching itself toward Mankey with a powerful thrust. Mankey's wild flailing merely grazed Nidoran before it was toppled by the force of the Peck and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Well done. Baichi exclaimed as he dashed toward the oranberry tree to harvest the berries. However, he refrained from picking all of them, leaving approximately 10 behind. Nevertheless, he successfully gathered 24 oranberries in total before swiftly turning to leave. As he exited Viridian Forest, he noted with relief that no Mankey had pursued him. It appeared that the loss of a few berries had not incited the Mankeys to the point of losing their composure, allowing for another venture into the forest. Yet, I must choose a different entry point and keep my distance from this location. With this thought in mind, Baichi made his way along the eastern edge of Viridian Forest, walking for nearly half an hour before re-entering. This time, however, things did not go as smoothly. Baichi and Nidoran struggled to locate any berries. After several battles, Nidoran was becoming fatigued, prompting Baichi to provide it with an oranberry to recuperate. "How are you feeling now, Nidoran? Better?" Baichi inquired as he fed Nidoran its third oranberry and allowed it a moment of rest. Nidoran sprang to its feet, clearly rejuvenated and eager to fight once more. It had developed a fondness for battle, or rather, for victory. "Nidoran, let us not rush. We must be cautious. If we encounter multiple Pokemon, we may not be able to handle them right now," Baichi advised gently. "If you get injured, we'll need to rest for several days to recover." Nidoran pondered this and, though reluctant, maintained a measured distance ahead of Baichi to scout for any potential threats. After a careful search, they finally spotted a patch of grass where 5 oranberry trees stood tall. Nidoran approached to gather the berries, and surprisingly, no Pokemon emerged to obstruct them. Baichi quickly joined in, and together they harvested from 3 of the trees, collecting a total of 100 oranberries. Content: Baichi exited Viridian Forest and made his way back to Viridian City. Upon his return, he headed straight for the Pokemon Center. With 100 oranberries in hand, he deemed it unnecessary to sell the berries he had previously gathered. Oranberries served as essential ingredients for crafting antidotes, which sold for 200 poke dollars each. Although 100 oranberries would likely not fetch 10,000, 6 to 8,000 was certainly achievable, which would sustain him and Nidoran for a while. The remaining blue oranberries, combined with some other fruits, could be transformed into Nidoran's feed. As Baichi entered the Pokemon Center, he noticed a larger crowd than usual. Most of the patrons were young, as adults often found themselves burdened with responsibilities and lacked the time to train Pokemon. After all, both battling and nurturing Pokemon required considerable investment of energy and finances, and time was a luxury that adults seldom possessed. Before Baichi could utter a word, Nurse Joy exclaimed in surprise, "Baichi, have you already made progress so soon? Come in with me." Chapter 5. Not a single one left. Following Nurse Joy into the inner chambers of the Pokemon Center, Baichi soon encountered several instruments surrounded by various berries and herbs, seemingly intended for concocting potions. Noticing a particular herb beside the apparatus that seemed familiar, Baichi realized that it was the same herb he had seen in the forest. It dawned on him that he needed to find time to visit the library, otherwise he would remain ignorant of herbs and other valuable items in the wild. "Baichi, what berries did you find today?" Nurse Joy inquired, her skepticism evident. Just yesterday, he had captured his first Pokemon, and now he claimed to have ventured into Viridian Forest to gather berries. Baichi retrieved his pouch and emptied its contents, revealing 100 oranberries, all harvested from the wilds of Viridian Forest. Noticing that he still had some blue oranberries left in his pouch, Joy curiously asked, "Aren't there still oranberries in there? Why not take them out?" Baichi smiled gently. "Those are reserved for crafting food for Nidoran. Selling them would only necessitate repurchasing, so it's wiser to keep them for our own use." Joy nodded in agreement. It was indeed sensible. Baichi had truly embarked on a successful outdoor adventure. Regardless of his strength or potential, he had demonstrated sufficient caution, an essential trait for thriving in the wilderness. The market price for a common peach fruit is 80 yuan each, and the buyback price is even lower. For your 100 wild peach fruits, I shall offer you 80 yuan each, totaling 8,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Baichi's eyes. He had not anticipated that Joy would be willing to buy back at retail price. A clear indication of her consideration for him. No wonder the Joy family has managed to establish a firm foothold in various regions. Their adeptness in human relations is remarkable. Even someone like me, an orphan, is afforded such an opportunity. Yet, it is true that this favor does not require much to earn my goodwill, or rather, my gratitude. Is this the reason that the Joy family has so many Alliance inspectors? Inspectors are internal reviewers within the Alliance, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over each gym. Alongside inspectors are search officers, who operate externally, targeting the dark underbelly of society, belonging to the International Police Department. Baichi did not hesitate. He wished to save enough money for his upcoming journey, and this favor was one he must owe. "Thank you, Miss Joy," Bai Qi expressed his gratitude. Then handed over Nidoran's Pokeball. "Nidoran, I would appreciate it if you could check this for me, Miss Joy." "Of course," Joy replied with a nod, producing 8 1,000 yuan bills and handing them to Bai Qi before taking the Pokeball and stepping outside. Meanwhile, Chansey remained behind, beginning to collect the stored peach fruits. Bai Qi followed her back to the lobby, and the examination of Nidoran was straightforward, concluding with a brief scan on the device. Joy returned the Pokeball, saying, "Your Nidoran is quite healthy." "Thank you, Miss Joy. I shall take my leave now." Bai Qi nodded, and, after stepping out of the Pokemon Center, made his way toward the Pokemon department store. The 8,000 yuan income had increased Bai Qi's wealth to 9,000 yuan, a staggering 9-fold increase. In order to swiftly enhance Nidoran's prowess and ensure it received ample nutrition for accelerated growth, Bai Qi spent 4,000 yuan on superior ingredients to craft half a month's worth of Pokemon food. As Bai Qi prepared the feed, Nidoran gazed on in disbelief. "To think such deliciousness was crafted by my trainer. I am fortunate that I did not resist becoming his partner." At that moment, Nidoran felt an immense sense of relief, and its anticipation for the future grew. Perhaps it was not impossible for me to become the strongest Nidoking in the world. Having prepared only enough feed for half a month, Bai Qi retrieved the leftovers from 2 days prior. "Nidoran, it's time to eat. After you finish, we shall begin training." Bai Qi poured the feed into a bowl and proceeded to prepare his own lunch. Nidoran looked at the feed in the bowl and suddenly found it less appealing, wishing for the freshly made food instead. That was far more enticing. However, after a busy morning, Nidoran was indeed quite hungry and soon began to eat heartily. Bai Qi casually prepared a simple lunch and, with Nidoran, commenced their training. The training focused on accuracy, incorporating not only fixed long-range targets, but also moving close-range ones. Nidoran's accuracy steadily improved, and alongside the training, its strength also saw an enhancement. The following day, Bai Qi took Nidoran to the usual Ilex Forest, this time choosing a different direction. The Ilex Forest is vast, encircling Ilex City from 3 sides, leaving only the direction toward the ocean, Masera Town, unencircled. Thus, Bai Qi had many options, and this time he opted for the north, where pedestrian traffic was relatively high. This route led to Nibi City, providing a pathway in that direction. Bai Qi's task was to avoid the busier roads to locate wild fruit trees. However, he did not anticipate that shortly after entering the Ilex Forest, a trainer would challenge him. Bai Qi observed the boy's vintage armor and katana, then glanced at the Heracross behind him. Instantly, he recalled that this was none other than the samurai boy who had challenged the 4 novice trainers of Masera Town, barely managing to defeat even the original Ash. "I'm busy. I have no time for you," Bai Qi remarked, turning to bypass the samurai boy. The boy swiftly turned, brandishing his sheathed katana to block Bai Qi's path. "Hey, are you afraid? A trainer should never back down before a battle." Bai Qi was speechless, glancing at the boy and his Heracross. This Heracross was clearly newly hatched, exhibiting decent potential but still in its infancy. Compared to a typical Heracross, this one was barely the size of a stage 2 or 3. Bai Qi shook his head, suddenly recalling a saying, and said, "Your Heracross is at its most adorable stage right now. Perhaps you should refrain from battling." The samurai boy paused, glancing at his Heracross. Although it was somewhat diminutive, calling it adorable seemed a stretch. In that moment of distraction, Bai Qi had already taken Nidoran and moved away. The boy hurriedly pursued him. "No way. I must battle you." Bai Qi did not look back, once again declining. "I have no time." After a moment of contemplation, the samurai boy asked, "What brings you to Ilex Forest?" "Looking for fruit," Bai Qi replied casually, only to freeze for a second. "Right, this samurai boy has a small cabin in Ilex Forest. He must be quite familiar with the area. Do you know where I can find fruit?" "Of course." The boy puffed out his chest, although it hasn't been long. "I've been living in Ilex Forest for over a month. If you battle me, I shall reveal the locations of the fruit trees. I haven't picked any." Chapter 6, Harvest. Bai Qi was speechless. Did he truly enjoy commanding little Pokemon to battle? However, since he had specific locations for the fruit, it seemed unnecessary for Bai Qi to search painstakingly. "All right then, I will accompany you for a battle." Ultimately, Bai Qi agreed, as Heracross was merely at an entry-level strength. Having just transitioned from being a novice Pokemon, Bai Qi had little faith in Heracross's future development, given that it had begun training too early. The samurai boy was overjoyed, proclaiming, "A trainer must battle. Only through battle can Pokemon and trainers grow stronger. Follow me. There is a grassy area not far ahead, perfect for our match." Bai Qi remained non-committal. Given their current low levels, it was not yet time for complex terrain battles. After walking with the samurai boy for a few minutes, They indeed arrived at a grassy field the size of a soccer pitch. The boy quickly crossed to the opposite side and announced, "Let the battle begin. My Pokemon is Heracross." Baichi shrugged. "I only have Nidoran, so let us begin." "All right." The boy nodded, and as both Pokemon faced off, he shouted, "Heracross, use Tackle." Heracross charged forward, lowering its head to jab at Nidoran with its large horns. In this scenario, hitting the target was not a concern. With Nidoran's ability boosting its attack power by 50, it was not intimidated by Heracross in direct combat. "Nidoran, use Horn Attack." Bang! The two Pokemon collided, and both were sent reeling backward. The samurai boy could not accept this outcome. After all, Nidoran was in its first evolutionary stage, while Heracross was a final form. Even if it had just hatched, it should not have ended in a tie. Heracross continued its assault, attempting to grapple Nidoran. Once again, Kairos charged forward. Yet Baichi merely observed in silence. As Kairos drew near, Baichi finally spoke. "Nidoran, use Peck." "What?" The young warrior's face was painted with astonishment. Peck is a flying-type move, which effectively counters Kairos. The warrior boy wished to change tactics, but with a novice-level Pokemon, it was impossible to swiftly switch moves. Consequently, Kairos endured a solid Peck, suffering significant stamina loss. However, Baichi refrained from instructing Nidoran to pursue, for it was unnecessary. After all, Kairos had very little energy remaining, and this battle was nearing its conclusion. Were it Baichi, he would have called for Kairos to concede at this juncture. Yet the warrior boy was determined to turn the tide, continuing to shout, "Kairos, use Earthquake." Baichi shook his head. "Nidoran, use Peck," once more to finish off Kairos. A smile creased Nidoran's lips as it charged at Kairos once again. With a resounding thud, Kairos reached for Nidoran's head in an attempt to pin it down, but alas, his strength was waning, and he was swiftly repelled, crashing backward. "Kairos, are you all right?" The young warrior hurriedly ran to Kairos's side, inquiring. Kairos offered no response. Struck by Nidoran's Peck, he had lost all stamina and fainted. Baichi contemplated for a moment before producing an oran berry and placing it in Kairos's mouth. Instinctively, Kairos began to chew and swallow. After a brief interval, Kairos regained some strength, opening his eyes and casting an apologetic glance at the warrior boy. Baichi shook his head, but he refrained from voicing judgments on how other trainers might nurture their Pokemon. "Let Kairos rest for a while, and he will be fine." The warrior boy nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Once Kairos has recovered, I shall take you to the location of the berries. However, the berry grove is teeming with Pidgey and Spearow." Baichi acknowledged this, aware that berries in the wild are a vital resource, serving purposes beyond mere sustenance. Compared to ordinary fruits, berries possess greater nutritional value and various functions, such as restoring stamina, curing poison, alleviating paralysis, and enhancing attributes. Soon, Kairos was back on his feet, and the warrior boy then addressed Baichi. "Let's go, Kairos, and I will lead you there." It must be said, having an acquaintance to guide one to the berries made the task remarkably effortless. In just an hour, Baichi collected several hundred berries, including oran berries, pecha berries, sherry berries, lepa berries, and apricot berries, common functional berries indeed. At the final grove, Baichi cast a glance. Although he was uncertain if any Fiero resided there, he spotted 3 or 4 Beedrill of professional rank, indicating this grove was beyond his current capability to covet. At least until Nidoran evolved into Nidoqueen, reaching elite status would prove quite challenging. After bidding farewell to the warrior boy, Baichi exited the Viridian Forest, his mind brimming with wonder. The rewards from defeating the warrior boy were indeed substantial: 100 battle coins and nearly 400 berries. Most importantly, Nidoran had broken through to amateur rank and had learned Toxic Spikes. However, Baichi noticed that Nidoran's potential had shifted from a deep crimson to a bright red, slightly fading in hue. At that moment, Baichi realized that a Pokemon's potential could indeed fluctuate. Thus, the principle of frugality was rendered unnecessary. He should exhaust every effort to provide Nidoran with the finest nutritional support, at least until Nidoran attained elite strength. It was imperative to ensure that his growth rate did not decline. At the Pokemon Center, he sold the berries to Nurse Joy, earning over 20,000 in revenue. Baichi then returned home, embarking on a 3-day regimen of steady training. Through 3 days of focused training, Nidoran achieved a 100 accuracy rate on stationary targets and a 90 accuracy on moving targets in close combat. When Baichi declared the training concluded, Nidoran's taut nerves relaxed, and a radiant white light enveloped him. It was the light of evolution. Nidoran had evolved. Baichi watched with rapt anticipation as Nidoran, having already reached standard size, transformed into the fully fledged Nidorino. However, Baichi understood that this stage of Nidorino still had ample room for growth, both in stature and strength. Nidorino let out a triumphant roar, the light of evolution dissipating. Now, Nidorino could finally be considered a competent combatant, falling within the mid-range of amateur classification. Gazing at Nidorino, Baichi began to ponder. With Nidorino now possessing amateur-level strength, it would likely reach professional status in a short time. It seemed he needed to contemplate what type of Pokemon he should capture next. In the Viridian Forest, the majority of Pokemon belonged to the family of common species. For instance, there were the common birds like Pidgey and Spearow, the common bugs like Caterpie and Weedle, the common rodents like Rattata and Pikachu, among others. If he did not consider type advantages, grass types like Oddish and Budew were also appealing, as they could easily handle the first two gyms. If he took aesthetics into account, Eevee, Meowth, Psyduck, and Scyther all had their charms. The dashing Arcanine was nearly non-existent in the wild, while Rapidash was mostly found in nature reserves. Otherwise, either of these Pokemon would make for splendid mounts. Chapter 7. Divine Techniques. On the fourth morning, Baichi set out with Nidorino. Nidorino, did your Nidoran just evolve? The inquirer was Baichi's neighbor, an 18-year-old youth named Aki, for years Baichi's senior. Aki's gaze toward Baichi and Nidorino was filled with envy. In this world, what adolescent has not harbored dreams of becoming a Pokemon master? Yet Aki, like many orphans, had faced failure. Being an orphan meant lacking family support and having limited access to genuinely useful knowledge. The cost of Pokemon feed was exorbitant. He had to make do with subpar machine-produced feed, which lacked the nutritional value of the bespoke feed Baichi crafted for Nidoran. This was precisely why Baichi took pride in being a nurturing trainer. The term allowed him to produce high-quality feed without extensive knowledge. Baichi smiled, replying, "Well, I was just lucky." Aki shook his head, his expression ambiguous. Luck alone does not yield such results. I see you training daily. Do you possess a secret for nurturing Pokemon? How could that be? If I had a secret, would I have become a trainer at just 14? Baichi casually remarked, then gestured toward Nidorino. We're off to gather berries. Otherwise, Nidorino will go hungry today? Oh, then go ahead. Aki hurriedly responded, but as he watched Baichi and Nidorino depart, his eyes brimmed with envy. Upon leaving Viridian City, Baichi glanced back at the suburban houses, realizing that those who could be considered his neighbors likely harbored different thoughts now. More specifically, they probably wished to obtain his Pokemon feed recipes and training insights. While raising a Pokemon may be simple, the most crucial aspect for a trainer is to develop their Pokemon. If resources and finances are expended without enhancing the Pokemon's strength, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. However, during the 4 years since leaving the orphanage, he had had no interaction with them, let alone offering assistance. What made them think he would provide any useful advice? A faint smirk danced upon Baichi's lips, for I possess no spirit of self-sacrifice, especially not for strangers. Nidorino, let us hasten our pace. With an amateur's prowess, there were scarcely any adversaries left on the grassy plains beyond the Johto Forest. So long as we steer clear of the flock of Spearows, danger would be minimal. Hence Baichi quickened his stride. As he ventured into the Johto Forest, Baichi remained vigilant, gradually making his way towards the samurai boy, preparing to reap yet another bounty of battle coins before exploiting the fruit locations he was privy to. Wait a moment. To Baichi's surprise, a challenger appeared on the road. Turning to find a 10-year-old boy. What is it that you seek? Baichi inquired with curiosity. I am a Jew from Shinshin Town, and I wish to challenge your Nidorino. A Jew brandished a pokeball, directing it at Baichi with determination. Please accept my challenge. Baichi paused, realizing he was facing a novice trainer from Shinshin Town. He pondered whether Ash or Gary might be among this year's newcomers and thought to inquire. I accept your challenge, but could you answer a question for me first? A Jew hesitated, wondering what question could be posed. Go ahead, ask. Baichi smiled slightly, posing the query. How many newcomers from Shinshin Town have received their starter Pokemon from Professor Oak this year? Without much thought, a Jew responded, 4. Wait. Upon realizing the implication, he exclaimed, that means one person must have missed out on the starters. Could the latecomer be Ash? What Pokemon might Professor Oak provide him? Baichi received the desired answer and waved his hand towards Nidorino. Go forth. Nidorino scampered to Baichi's side, adopting a threatening stance as it observed a Jew. A Jew also tossed his Pokeball, releasing a Spearow, a mere novice-level specimen. Baichi found himself intrigued, wondering if a Jew had chosen a Charmander or a Bulbasaur, and declared, let us engage in a 2-on-2 battle. I am Baichi from Johto City, and I shall grant you the first move. A Jew accepted, aware that an evolved Nidorino likely surpassed his initial partner's strength. Spearow, use Fury Attack. The screech of Spearow was jarring, not much better than the quacking of a duck. Baichi offered a faint smile. Nidalino, retaliate with fury attack. As Spiro descended from above, Nidalino surged upward. Although positioned unfavorably, its strength far exceeded that of Spiro. The beak collided with Nidalino's sharp angles several times before Spiro's rhythm faltered, ultimately being struck and sent reeling. Baichi's voice rang out again. Nidalino, unleash poison sting. Nidalino opened its mouth, releasing several deep violet needles that struck Spiro, which was still regaining its posture. With a shudder, Spiro faltered, unable to continue flapping its wings, and plummeted to the ground. A Jew's expression shifted, astonished at the display of power and the precision of Baichi's command. Return, Spiro. In a 2-on-2 match, there was still the option to send forth another Pokemon, and a Jew needed little contemplation. With resolute determination, he threw another Pokeball. Go, Charmander. Use Ember. The potential of Charmander shimmered orange, just a tier below Nidalino's red. Such was the grandeur of Professor Oak's selections. If the starter trio shared no disparity in potential, they would all boast orange potential Pokemon, and Ash's Pikachu might even possess orange or even red potential. With Nidalino now enhanced by 2 tiers, they stood on equal ground. Baichi chuckled softly, acknowledging, your Charmander does indeed possess commendable potential, yet potential does not equate to strength. Given Ash's pace, it was likely today marked their first day of receiving Pokemon. The absence of catastrophic events at the Pokemon Center yesterday suggested that today was indeed the inaugural day for newcomers in Shinshin Town. How formidable could a novice-level Charmander truly be? Nidalino, leap aside and execute Tackle. What? Though uncertain, a Jew understood that Tackle was a formidable move with a power rating of 90. Charmander, evade quickly. In a moment of desperation, a Jew employed one of Shinshin Town's techniques, urging his Pokemon to dodge. Regrettably, without a true expert's finesse, the chances of success were slim, and a Jew's attempt fell short. With a resounding crash, Charmander hurtled through the air like a discarded sack, landing bruised and battered, devoid of the will to continue the fight. Such raw power. A Jew gasped, grappling with disbelief. Wasn't it said that the trainers encountered along the road were mostly inexperienced? Why then was Baichi's Nidalino so incredibly formidable? Chapter 8. Until next time. Victory in battle yields 500 battle coins. Baichi raised an eyebrow, astonished at the considerable reward for defeating a newcomer from Shinshin Town. It seemed the remaining 3 challengers were not to be missed. After all, a minimum of 1,500 battle coins awaited him. I concede. Your Nidalino is remarkable, a Jew admitted, applying a potion to Charmander before returning it to its Pokeball and addressing Baichi. Your Charmander is commendable as well. You must have just acquired it. With ample training in battles, its strength will surely escalate. Baichi remarked with a smile, yet it shall never surpass my Nidalino. I must continue onward to Nibi City to challenge the gym. We shall part ways here. A Jew nodded, recognizing that the journey had just begun, and a defeat was but a part of the experience. He could always seek to reclaim victory in their next encounter. Very well. Baichi nodded, watching as a Jew departed before settling down to wait, anticipating the arrival of Gary and the trainer with the Bulbasaur. Moments later, Baichi rested by the roadside. Despite the swift conclusion of Nidalino's 2 battles, it had expended considerable energy. There were still 2 more battles awaiting Nidalino, necessitating a recovery of stamina. Shortly thereafter, Gary arrived in a flashy car. Baichi observed the 6 young women aboard, all around 15 or 16 years of age, their appearances strikingly graceful. It was luxurious indeed that they were merely cheerleaders and a driver. Nidalino stood up and scampered to Baichi's side as the car came to a halt nearby. Gary gazed at Nidalino in astonishment, recognizing its impressive development. It was unexpected for an ordinary trainer to nurture such a fine Pokemon. I am Gary from Shinshin Town. Shall we battle? Baichi replied softly, certainly. I've been awaiting your arrival. Waiting for us? Gary furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the new trainers from Shinshin Town? Who have you encountered? A Jew or Xiaowei? Baichi chuckled, acknowledging Gary's quick wit. A Jew. Ah, I see. It appears a Jew has faced defeat. Gary regarded Nidalino. Feeling the pressure mount, his Squirtle might not be a match for this Nidalino. The odds were slim, yet he had no justification to avoid battle. For surrender was not in his nature. To experience defeat on the very first day of travel would serve as motivation for him. I am Gary from Shinshin Town. Let us engage in battle. Ah, I am Shiroki from Tokiwa City. The battle rules are 2 against 2, and you shall take the first move. Shiroki proclaimed with a cheerful smile, as Nidoking advanced a few steps, assuming an attacking stance. Shigeru's face lit up with determination. Although he was aware that this battle would be challenging, he was resolute in his desire to fight, for the prestige of trainers from Masera Town must not falter. Go, Pidgey, and use Gust. As Pidgey emerged, it flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a tempest that surged towards Nidoking, attempting to sweep him off his feet. However, to Nidoking, such a breeze was but a trivial matter. With all four limbs firmly gripping the ground, he lowered his body to minimize impact, waiting for Pidgey to tire and cease its assault. Quickly, Nidoking, use Horn Attack, Shiroki commanded. With a powerful push from his limbs, Nidoking shot forth like a released arrow. Pidgey, unable to ascend in time to evade the onslaught, was struck squarely and sent flying. Shigeru frowned as he realized that Nidoking was not only well-trained but also exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, such explosive force would be unattainable. Come back, Pidgey. Now it's your turn. Squirtle, use Water Gun. However, Nidoking bore no ground type, thus he was not intimidated by water-type moves. Yet, there was no need to endure an attack that could be avoided. Squirtle's Water Gun was swift, yet Nidoking was swifter still. He charged forth before the water could reach him. Shigeru's expression turned grave as he called out, Squirtle, use Headbutt. Shiroki echoed, Nidoking, let us use Tackle. Headbutt. Boasting a staggering power of 130, required some charging time, which Nidoking granted Squirtle. Although Tackle's power was considerably less, Nidoking's strength far surpassed that of Squirtle. The two Pokemon collided with ferocity, yet it was Squirtle, employing Headbutt, who was ultimately sent flying. Despite sustaining some recoil damage, Nidoking could endure and recovered quicker, subsequently using Poison Sting to defeat Squirtle. I've lost. Shigeru's countenance was grim. Although he had anticipated failure, being defeated in a 2-on-1 scenario was somewhat unexpected. Victory in battle. Earning 1,100 battle coins. A jolt of surprise coursed through Shiroki, for this sum exceeded that of Aki by more than half. With such a generous reward, Shiroki's Spirit Sword. Your Squirtle is quite impressive. It surpasses Aki's Charmander by a considerable margin. This statement was not merely a consolation for Shigeru. While both Squirtle and Charmander were entry-level Pokemon, Squirtle excelled in every aspect compared to Charmander. It also indicated that Aki and another trainer with a Bulbasaur possessed little aptitude for training. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves struggling during the latter half of their journey in the Johto region. After recalling Squirtle, Shigeru felt a pang of dissatisfaction and inquired, Shiroki, what is your communication number? Shiroki paused momentarily before shaking his head. I do not possess a communicator. Shigeru appeared visibly astonished. A trainer who could not afford a communicator? Was he not simply a novice trainer by the roadside? The thought unsettled him. How could he have been bested by such a novice? It was difficult for Shigeru to accept, for a trainer who could not even afford a communicator was undoubtedly among the most impoverished. And yet, with Nidoking's prowess, such a predicament seemed incongruous. Shiroki, communicators are not expensive. You should consider purchasing one soon. I wish to challenge you again. Shigeru remarked. 349471111. That is my trainer number. I shall procure a communicator upon returning to Tokiwa City. Shigeru expressed his desire for self-improvement, which piqued Shiroki's interest, for this was a considerable sum of 1,100 battle coins. No, as Shigeru's strength escalated, the stakes would surely rise. He pondered how much battle coins Satoshi might provide him at this juncture. Very well then, until we meet again. In our next encounter, I shall emerge victorious. After recording the number, Shigeru waved goodbye to Shiroki and sped off in his vehicle. 1,700 battle coins, how promising. The Moonstone from Nidoking must certainly be of superior quality compared to those mined. Shiroki mused quietly, casting an encouraging glance at Nidoking. You two must strive to improve. Chapter 9. The Dawn of New Beginnings. A day passed, and upon returning to Tokiwa City, Shiroki had not brought back any berries. However, his battle coins had swelled to 2,200. Defeating Satoshi should yield enough to procure a Moonstone worth 1.3. Today, Tokiwa City was unlikely to remain tranquil. After enjoying dinner at home, Shiroki made his way to the Pokemon Center. Though dark clouds had loomed over the afternoon, Tokiwa Forest had remained dry. Aki. Shiroki heard a familiar voice, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was Aki again. You're already 18 years old. It's too late to embark on your journey as a trainer. Did he truly believe that late bloomers were commonplace? Turning to Aki, Shiroki inquired, what brings you here, Aki? Aki, with an embarrassed smile, opened a Pokeball to reveal an injured Meowth. I caught a Meowth. Could you teach me how to raise it? Shiroki glanced at Meowth, noting its blue growth potential, albeit with a rather pale hue, indicating its poor health. Come to my home tonight, and I shall teach you how to prepare Meowth's food. Beyond that, I cannot assist you. Shiroki contemplated, realizing that while he could provide the recipe for Meowth's nourishment, he preferred not to get involved further. After all, being a trainer was an inherently perilous profession, The trainer's own capabilities were paramount. Aki beamed with joy at the prospect of acquiring Meowth's food recipe. It was indeed wonderful news. Although this Meowth was a stray, it was still a Pokemon, and nurturing it would be a significant advantage. Aki did not genuinely aspire to become a trainer, recognizing that Shiroki would not offer extensive assistance, as they were merely neighbors with a casual acquaintance. Knowing how to create Meowth's food would not only aid in its training, but could also double his earning potential. As Shiroki arrived at the Pokemon Center, night had already fallen. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted a disheveled Satoshi engaged in a telephone conversation. Meanwhile, at the crossroads of Tokiwa City, a young girl, burdened with a charred bicycle, approached with a face full of ire. Shiroki approached, and after Satoshi concluded his call with his mother, Hanako, he was engaged in conversation with Professor Okido. Satoshi pointed at 4 patterns on the wall, and Shiroki, upon observing, surmised that the right side depicted Lugia and Zapdos, while the left showcased Ho-Oh and Raikou, rather than the legendary bird trio and Suicune. Those are Pokemon that have never been seen. Claiming to have encountered them is utterly implausible. Professor Okido dismissed the assertion outright, for Ho-Oh had not made an appearance in centuries. Shiroki pondered momentarily before assisting Satoshi, stating, "It indeed was Ho-Oh. It seems to have been drawn here by the bond between this young lad and his Pikachu." Although Shiroki had never witnessed Ho-Oh himself, he believed it had genuinely appeared, and he was curious to see Professor Okido's reaction upon hearing of Ho-Oh's presence. "Really? Can you confirm that it was Ho-Oh?" Professor Okido furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Shiroki. "Are you a trainer from the Johto region?" Shiroki shook his head, replying, "I am a trainer from Tokiwa City. My name is Shiroki." "A trainer from Tokiwa City?" Dr. Oak felt a peculiar curiosity. How did he know about the legend of Ho-Oh? Moreover, how could he so effortlessly recognize it? No, the pressing question at hand was whether Ash had truly encountered Ho-Oh. Could it be that Ash was the trainer that Ho-Oh had taken an interest in? Such a possibility lingered in Dr. Oak's mind. Reflecting on events from 40 years ago, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. It seemed almost unsurprising that Ash would come across a legendary Pokemon. If it indeed were Ho-Oh, how unfortunate it would be. For Ho-Oh had not graced the world with its presence for a long time. A photograph would be worth its weight in gold. Baichi chuckled, noting that if Ash had only seen it on TV, it would have taken quite a while for him to encounter Ho-Oh again. However, the legendary beasts had appeared much earlier, with Raikou merely catching a fleeting glimpse before departing. Dr. Oak lamented this fact and inquired how many Pokemon Ash had captured, only to be met with a bewildered expression upon hearing about the egg he had obtained. After ending the call, Ash turned to Baichi, expressing his gratitude for being a witness, as Dr. Oak might not have believed him otherwise. "Not might, but wouldn't," Baichi replied with a smile. "I merely recounted what I witnessed. Until we meet again, farewell." Oh, Ash exclaimed, startled, as he turned to see the red light of the emergency room, instantly losing all his vitality. Pikachu. Meanwhile, Baichi said his goodbyes and returned home, preferring to avoid the commotion at the Pokemon Center. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found Aki waiting with Meowth. Unsure for how long, Baichi nodded at him, saying, "Aki, please come inside." Aki, overjoyed, hurriedly followed Baichi into the house. Once inside, Baichi set out several berries and observed Meowth for a moment before beginning his work. In no time, over 30 pieces of Pokemon food were prepared. He casually tossed one out, and Meowth leapt up to catch it, eagerly stuffing it into its mouth. The delightful aroma wafting from the freshly cooked food had already overwhelmed Meowth's restraint. Seeing this, Aki realized that perhaps he was not suited to be a trainer or breeder. Such skills were not easily acquired, let alone training Pokemon. "Indeed, I am more suited to a mundane life." Baichi wrote down the recipe and handed it to Aki, explaining that this food could only be considered of average quality, and if any neighbors wished to learn, he could teach them, depending on their willingness. "Understood." Aki nodded, knowing he would not offer it freely but could share it if someone asked. While it might not mean much to Aki, for those of us lacking knowledge about Pokemon, it was undoubtedly a treasure. After all, specialized Pokemon food came at a steep price. As Aki was about to leave, he turned and bowed deeply to Baichi. "Thank you." Meowth followed suit, expressing its delight. "Meow? This food is delicious, and it makes me feel warm inside." "There's no need for thanks, Aki." Baichi waved his hand dismissively. "I plan to set off tomorrow for my journey. I hope to return to find both you and Meowth in good health. I am aware of my limitations. I shan't disturb your rest any longer." After Aki departed with Meowth, Baichi washed up and lay down to sleep. However, in the middle of the night, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the Pokemon Center, illuminating the sky with flames and sending thick smoke billowing upward. Is that the initial spark of chaos? Indeed, it seems I must set forth. Bai Qi thought as he glanced out the window before returning to bed. The next event awaited him. The final battle in the Viridian Forest, the last newcomer of Pallet Town, the super rookie, Ash. The following day, Bai Qi, accompanied by Nidoking, approached the Pokemon Center, now mostly collapsed. A surge of admiration welled within him. Such explosive power had caused significant destruction, yet miraculously, no one was injured. Such remarkable resilience. Aki, you've arrived. Joy greeted Bai Qi and Nidoking with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, but the center is currently non-operational. If you need to check on your Pokemon, you will have to go to the Pewter City Pokemon Center. Yes, I'm here to say my farewells, Bai Qi replied with a smile. I am about to embark on my journey. Thank you for all your help during this time, Miss Joy. Really? Aki, you are going to participate in the Indigo Conference? Joy asked, astonished, recalling how just a week prior, Aki had struggled with a single Nidoran. Given the short span of time, even with a few thousand yen saved, traveling would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Do you have enough funds for your journey? Bai Qi chuckled, bending down to pet Nidoking's head. No worries. Nidoking will help me earn travel funds. We'll work hard together. This minor obstacle is nothing. Right, Nidoking? Neato. Nidoking roared with enthusiasm, affirming Bai Qi's words. Joy nodded. Then I wish you the best of luck at the Indigo Conference. Miss Joy, I appreciate your kind words. Bai Qi smiled, nodding in gratitude before turning away, heading toward the Viridian Forest without looking back. Miss Joy, is that Aki? Ash emerged from the remaining dormitory building, catching sight of Bai Qi's retreating figure, and inquired of Joy. Yes, Aki is indeed starting his journey, Joy confirmed. Starting a journey. Ash paused momentarily, then murmured to himself, so, we will be rivals from now on. I wonder how strong Aki's Nidoking is. Misty, unimpressed, casually interjected, Aki hasn't gone far yet. Why not challenge his Nidoking now? This suggestion sparked a light in Ash's eyes. You're right. I'll chase after Aki and challenge Nidoking. Without hesitation, Ash dashed off with Pikachu, and Misty followed quietly after a brief pause. I've set off on my own adventure. Having company is certainly much better than traveling alone. After all, most of my Pokemon are water types, and their battling prowess diminishes on land. Just as Bai Qi was leaving Viridian City and hadn't yet entered the Viridian Forest, Ash caught up to him. Aki, accept my challenge. Bai Qi turned to see Ash approaching unexpectedly, and of course, he accepted. All right, let's have a one-on-one battle. As Bai Qi spoke, he glanced at Pikachu, momentarily taken aback, for Pikachu also had a status entry. Friendship boost? Friendship boost. At the beginning of each journey, strength is temporarily diminished, but potential increases by 2 levels. This, indeed, was the worst Pikachu had ever been diminished, especially when facing off against a level 5 Snivy, who had easily bested it. At that time, Pikachu was undoubtedly at least expert level, yet due to external factors, it was defeated by a novice Snivy. How disheartening. Bai Qi looked down at Nidoking, pondering how to acquire a status entry for his own Pokemon. Pikachu go? Ash shouted with fervor, though Misty remained skeptical of his chances. After all, there were no burnt bicycles here to recharge Pikachu. Neato. Nidoking leaped forward, its sharp forehead aimed at Pikachu. You may attack first. Bai Qi said with a smile, confident that he need not worry about Ash and Pikachu at this moment. Ash pointed at Nidoking and commanded, Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Pikachu tensed its body, releasing a bolt of electricity towards Nidoking, albeit with neither remarkable speed nor power. Nidoking, without the need for a prompt from Ash, swiftly dashed aside to evade the electric strike, aligning its sharp forehead horn to charge at Pikachu. Ash's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, Pikachu, get out of the way, then use Quick Attack. Misty, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Quick Attack was merely a faster form of collision. Yet with Nidoking's numerous spines, was it truly prudent to employ a crashing move? Bai Qi found no oddity in the situation, for Ash was currently devoid of anything but fighting spirit. Nidoking, adept at anticipating Pikachu's movements, braced itself with its joint spikes as Pikachu lunged forward. With a resounding thud, Nidoking staggered back slightly but then executed a swift roundhouse kick, sending Pikachu flying. Pikachu! Ash rushed over, but after enduring 2 assaults, Pikachu had already succumbed to fatigue. Such decisive maneuvers. Nidoking was indeed formidable. Misty was astonished. After all, Bai Qi was not a trainer hailing from a standard league background. Yet his Nidoking was trained to such a high caliber. It seems I have emerged victorious, Bai Qi remarked with a faint smile, approaching to place an orange berry by Pikachu's mouth. This berry would restore its strength. Ash quickly accepted the berry and fed it to Pikachu, who soon regained its vigor. Once restored, Pikachu expressed its gratitude with a cheerful Pika. Bai Qi shook his head, attributing the recovery to Nidoking. Turning to Ash and Misty, he stated, "I must take my leave now. We shall meet again." Ash, with unwavering determination, replied, "Next time we meet, Pikachu and I will not lose." "Very well, Nidoking, and I shall await your return." Baichi waved farewell as he and Nidoking swiftly made their way towards the Viridian Forest. Victory in battle. Earned 1,300 battle coins. Defeated all starter Pokemon in Pallet Town. Nidoking attained the Rookie Slayer title. Rookie Slayer. Attacks at 120 when facing Pokemon of equal or lesser level. Ineffective against elite level. Baichi was quite astonished. He had not anticipated that Nidoking would acquire a title so soon. However, the title had limited utility, only proving advantageous against opponents of the same level. If only this title could be upgraded. Quest updated. Baichi raised an eyebrow, his expression brightening with joy. After the update, what were the rewards for the new quests? He opened the quest panel to find that a single quest remained, now supplemented with 2 additional ones. These 3 quests were: 1. The original quest to seize the Quartz Conference Championship, with a reward of the Pokédex holder title. 2. Evolve Nidoking into Nidoqueen and elevate it to elite level, with a reward of the upgraded Rookie Slayer title. 3. Capture 6 Pokemon with a minimum of purple potential, with rewards of corresponding attribute items, with dual attributes selectable. Baichi's eyes gleamed. Attribute items, while inexpensive in the game, were costly in reality. Moreover, many items offered minimal enhancements, with those providing a 20 maximum boost being astronomically priced. He then glanced at the price of enhancement items, 100,000 battle coins. This meant that completing just one quest could yield a staggering 600,000 battle coins. Baichi paused, contemplating a return to Pallet Town, with the colossal Onix atop Mt. Miacha as his intended target for capture. Perhaps I shall wait until Nidoking evolves into Nidoqueen and reaches elite level or above before attempting that. In truth, even an elite level Nidoqueen would find it precarious facing the massive Onix, which had been easily subdued by Shiba, effortlessly overpowering 6 individuals, including Team Rocket and Ash. Furthermore, such a large Onix was likely at least elite level or higher. Chapter 11, Scyther. Baichi shook his head. Shiba would not reach Mt. Miacha for several months. It was imperative to capture a second Pokemon and enhance Nidoking's strength first. The Viridian Forest was a veritable paradise for bug, grass, and flying-type Pokemon, while Scyther, Heracross, and Pinsir were all social creatures. The latter two could likely be challenged for capture, aside from Heracross. As for flying types, Pidgeot was quite commendable. Although it performed averagely in the game, its real-world speed of 2 Mach was exceptionally useful, and it could mega-evolve. In terms of grass types, the Kanto region only had Vileplume and Exeggutor. Victreebel and Bellossom shared similar typing with Vileplume, and after Vileplume mega-evolves, its weaknesses are reduced to only flying and psychic types, rendering it an impeccable artillery member. Coupled with poison-type attrition and grass-type recovery, it could be utterly vexing. With these thoughts in mind, Baichi solidified his choice for a second Pokemon. He would select from among Heracross, Scyther, and Vileplume, with Pidgeot as a last resort option. Given that Pidgey was the most common and easiest to encounter, there was no need to rush for Vileplume, as there were plenty of wild Bulbasaur in the vicinity of Leafy Town. Upon entering the Viridian Forest, Baichi did not take the main road towards Pewter City, but instead ventured deeper into the more verdant parts of the forest. Nidoking had recently shown rapid growth and strength. While not yet at a professional level, it was not far off. Thus, it was bursting with energy, almost ready to rampage through the forest. However, this exuberance quickly attracted a swarm of Beedrill, prompting Baichi to flee in haste. After a challenging escape, they finally found refuge in a patch of grass. Baichi shot an irritated glare at Nidoking. "I sent you to scout, not to attract Pokemon. If you keep this up, you'll return to your Pokeball." Nidoking, aware of its misstep, quickly feigned innocence and sought forgiveness. With only Nidoking as his current Pokemon and being his starter, Baichi opted for a mere verbal reprimand. Nonetheless, it was indeed time to plan for the second member of his team. Noticing that Nidoking had become more subdued, Baichi chose not to admonish it further. After confirming that the Beedrill swarm had departed, he rose from the grass. "Let us circumvent the Beedrill territory and press on." Nidoking promptly trotted ahead to scout, this time exercising caution rather than charging recklessly. As the duo traversed the Viridian Forest, nearing midday, they finally encountered a group of 5 Scyther. Upon spotting Baichi and Nidoking, the Scyther immediately raised their arms, poised to unleash a flurry of razor-sharp attacks at the intruders. "Wait." Baichi quickly raised his hands to signal that he bore no weapons, saying, "We stumbled upon your territory by accident. We will leave immediately. While speaking, Baichi assessed the 5 Scyther's conditions, noting that the one with the best potential was a deep purple. However, this deep purple Scyther was notably strong. At the elite level, Nidoking would surely be unable to contend with it, given the gap of a professional tier between them. Among the remaining 4 Scyther, one possessed a light purple potential, placing it at the professional level. The aerial-type move Peck can indeed counter Scyther, but facing 5 of these formidable creatures simultaneously is undeniably daunting. Baichi cautiously retreated with Nidoking, and just as they were about to slip into the underbrush, he pointed at the pale purple Scyther and inquired, "May I challenge him to a capture battle?" The 5 Scyther exchanged glances, and ultimately, the one chosen by Baichi soared forward. With a swift gesture, it beckoned Baichi and Nidoking, then positioned its scythe-like arms menacingly toward Nidoking. Baichi chuckled. After all, Scyther was a born warrior, and an opportunity had presented itself. Nidoking unleashed Poison Sting, expelling a deep purple needle at remarkable speed. Scyther, caught off guard, could only sever the needle with its blades, regrettably failing to inflict a poison state. In the blink of an eye, Scyther transformed into a white flash and darted through the forest, colliding with Nidoking from the side. The impact left Nidoking reeling. After all, Scyther possessed considerable strength and a higher level. Baichi furrowed his brow. Under these circumstances, Nidoking had but one chance to defeat Scyther. Nidoking concentrated and used focus energy. Steadying itself, Nidoking inhaled deeply, fixating intently on Scyther. This strike would be its ultimate move. With the Vital Spirit ability, coupled with focus energy enhancing the critical hit ratio, there was a slender chance to triumph over Scyther. Otherwise, Nidoking might not withstand 2 or 3 more of Scyther's quick assaults. Scyther soon closed in once more, delivering another lightning attack. Yet, Nidoking persevered. However, Scyther's patience waned. This was hardly a battle. Its speed was overwhelming. Scyther switched to Slash, aiming to conclude the confrontation. Precisely the moment Baichi had been waiting for. As he observed the streak of white light emitted by Scyther's slash, Baichi shouted, "Nidoking, unleash Peck with all your might." Although Scyther was swift and maintained its advantage, Nidoking suddenly surged forward, catching Scyther off guard for a fleeting moment, causing it to lose its edge. The sharp horn on Nidoking's forehead struck Scyther first. The Vital Spirit amplified Nidoking's attack by 50, and Peck inflicted double damage due to its effectiveness against Scyther. Scyther suffered significant stamina loss. Alas, it still had the capacity to continue fighting. Baichi sighed in resignation. They had to take a gamble. Nidoking charged with Tackle. As Nidoking barreled towards Scyther, the latter opted to counter with Slash. Ultimately, Nidoking fell short. Yet, Scyther soon collapsed from exhaustion. Baichi was uncertain whether this constituted a successful capture. The decision rested with Scyther and its companions. Thus, Baichi administered healing items to Nidoking and provided sustenance to restore its energy. Scyther, however, appeared to take longer to recuperate. Baichi tossed 2 orange berries, which were received favorably. Once both Scyther and Nidoking had regained their strength, Baichi turned his attention to Scyther, awaiting its next move. Chapter 12, Just an Insect. Scyther exchanged glances with its companions before finally alighting gracefully before Baichi, turning to bid farewell to its comrades. Indeed, it was a farewell. Baichi smiled. Although Scyther's potential was merely pale purple, its professional-level prowess was commendable. With a little nurturing, its potential would likely stabilize. Baichi retrieved a Pokeball, and after saying goodbye to its companions, Scyther proactively touched the ball. Instantly, it was captured. Baichi tightened his grip on the Pokeball. This was his first Pokemon with a base stat total of 500, and also his first professional-level Pokemon. The expedition through the Viridian Forest had been remarkably fruitful. Farewell, Scyther. After waving goodbye to the remaining 4 Scyther, Baichi swiftly returned to the main road alongside Nidoking, making haste toward Pewter City. Though the paths in the forest were wide, they still contained numerous twists and turns to circumvent certain Pokemon. Baichi decided to spend a night in Viridian Forest, and after identifying a suitable camping spot, he began to organize training. Nidoking continued its accuracy training, albeit now with moving targets. Meanwhile, Scyther practiced its signature move, the most powerful technique it could master, Fury Cutter. As the only bug-type move Scyther had learned thus far, Baichi deemed it essential for Scyther to perfect this attack. Pokemon, Scyther. Level, Professional. Type, Bug, Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Friendship, 100. Potential, Purple, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Fury Cutter, Precision Strike, Wing Attack, Double Hit, Slash, Shadow Clone. Regrettably, Scyther had yet to learn agility. Otherwise, its combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. But that was a matter for after leaving Viridian Forest. Baichi lowered his head, focusing on preparing dinner and food for Scyther. The culinary requirements for Scyther were considerably higher than those for Nidoking and lacked several essential ingredients. Scyther required a specific intake of calcium and iron to maintain its physique, particularly the strength of its blades. For the time being, Baichi could only prepare standard food to satiate Scyther's hunger, as the energy provided was insufficient. After a night's rest in Viridian Forest the following day, Baichi instructed Scyther to lead the way out of the forest. In terms of timing, Baichi had outpaced Ash and Misty significantly, as they had only just emerged at dusk. Upon exiting Viridian Forest, Pewter City came into view. However, it was still early, and Brock seemed yet to have emerged to procure his pickled vegetables. Finally, they emerged. The journey had proven unexpectedly lengthy. Baichi sighed. He had initially anticipated exiting in the morning, yet it was only in the afternoon that they managed to leave the forest. They hadn't even had time for lunch, but Pewter City was within sight, and Baichi decided against cooking for himself, opting instead to dine in the city. Retrieving Scyther, Baichi made a beeline for Pewter City. Nestled between Moonview Mountain and Viridian Forest, Pewter City had only one town to the northwest, known as Pewter City. Furthermore, other cities could only be accessed through Viridian Forest or Moonview Mountain, yet this did not hinder Pewter City's economy. The allure of Moonview Mountain had drawn countless mining and fossil enthusiasts. The Pewter City Science Museum housed an impressive collection of fossils, moonstones, and meteorites. After capturing Scyther, Baichi's finances had become rather strained. The materials required to prepare Scyther's food were far more expensive than those for Nidoking. With his current funds, he could only sustain himself for a maximum of 10 days before resorting to wild fruits. This was unacceptable to Baichi. He needed to secure financial stability swiftly. Naturally, the most lucrative opportunity in Pewter City lay within the Science Museum, which required numerous trainer guards. Baichi's goal was to attract those eager to mine in Moonview Mountain. Most mining enthusiasts possess their own rock-type Pokemon, yet the mountains abound with Machop and Machoke, whose fighting type moves counter rock types quite effectively. The rock-type Pokemon of these miners are often utterly overwhelmed, and they primarily serve to assist in mining, lacking significant combat prowess. After lunch, Baichi procured materials for preparing food for his Scyther. He then set off towards the Science Museum with Scyther in tow. The rationale behind choosing Scyther was twofold: its formidable strength and impressive appearance, not to mention that flying types have an advantage over fighting types. Additionally, rare Pokemon typically exhibit greater strength, which reflects the trainer's own prowess. Upon arriving near the Science Museum, Baichi was approached by several miners clad in work attire. "Hello, are you here seeking a bodyguard job? I'll offer you 5,000 yuan to accompany me to Moonview Mountain for a week of mining. What do you say? Get lost. I'll offer 10,000 yuan. But this is a Scyther we're talking about. With it by your side, Machoke and Machop 1T stand a chance. 5,000 or 10,000. What are you thinking? I'll offer 15,000. The crowd fell silent, then uniformly displayed gestures of disdain towards the last speaker. Damn, you rambled on for so long just to raise the price by a mere 5,000? You might as well have just stated your price directly. Baichi, filled with anticipation, considered that 15,000 was merely enough to cover Scyther's food expenses for a week, excluding the costs for Nidoking. He continued on his path to the Science Museum, contemplating that if no other options presented themselves, he would have to venture to Moonview Mountain and try his luck there. The Science Museum offers a minimum of 100,000 yuan for fossil recovery, with more complete fossils fetching even higher prices. Wait, a voice emerged from the throng, and a young boy squeezed through the crowd to address Baichi. How strong is your Scyther? If it can defeat my Fearow, I'll pay you 50,000 yuan for a week. Baichi paused and turned to examine the boy, who seemed slightly older than Ash and Gary yet younger than himself, likely around 12 or 13. However, for Fearow to evolve, it typically requires at least amateur-level training. Could it be that this boy's Fearow possesses professional-level strength? If so, it could indeed prove to be a formidable opponent. The boy produced a Pokeball and earnestly proposed, I'm Yari from Shabi City. Let us make it a one-on-one battle. If your Scyther defeats my Fearow, I'll give you 50,000 yuan as a reward. Baichi raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he was being offered easy money. Did he presume that mere type advantage would ensure his victory? All right, Baichi agreed decisively, as he had no need to wager any of his own money, and the odds seemed favorable. Scyther go? Scyther was eager for battle, immediately urging Yari to unleash Fearow. Yari smirked coldly. My Firo has yet to encounter a worthy opponent in Shabi City. A mere scyther is no threat. Go, Firo. Chapter 13. Critical Hit. The cry of Firo was equally unpleasant, albeit more guttural than that of Pidgey. Yari's Firo was indeed at the professional level, yet it fell short of Baichi's expectations. Its plumage, claws, and beak lacked luster. Clearly, after reaching the professional tier, Yari had not been able to provide adequate nourishment for Firo. Let us begin. Baichi commanded, directing Scyther to use focus energy. Firo, use Peck. Yari issued the attack order, and Firo screeched before diving toward Scyther. For a fleeting moment, Scyther contemplated evading the attack. But Baichi had not given the command, thus it refrained from breaking its focus energy. Just a second before the focus energy was complete, Baichi finally spoke, timing it perfectly. Thanks to his training, he could easily discern the Pokémon's current state. Scyther utilized its blades to block the assault, and then executed Fury Cutter. What? Yari was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of a Pokémon blocking an attack without using a move. However, Scyther managed to withstand it, as its blades were the hardest and sharpest parts of its body, not easily pierced by Firo's beak. Although Scyther experienced some fatigue, it was not significant overall. In that instant, Scyther unleashed Fury Cutter, its sharp blade striking Firo directly in the chest and dealing substantial damage. What? Yari exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that Scyther managed to block Firo's peck and counterattack so swiftly. Moreover, Firo sustained considerable damage, having been hit in a critical area. Firo, despite its lack of stamina and defense, wouldn't succumb so easily without a fight. Hang in there, Firo. Use Quick Attack. Yari, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to rally. Yet, with the advantage in type, he found himself losing the battle in front of numerous onlookers. This was simply unacceptable. Firo flapped its wings in fury and arched through the air, diving rapidly towards Scyther. The trajectory of Quick Attack was challenging to predict, making it difficult to evade. But Baichi had no intention of letting Scyther dodge. With a slight smile, Baichi commanded, Scyther, use Leer. What? Not only Yari, but even the spectators were astonished. They had not anticipated that what they deemed a trivial move could prove to be so effective at this moment. Leer reduced Firo's attack by 1 stage, equating to a 25 decrease in its offensive capabilities. In other words, the damage from Quick Attack, originally a double critical hit, was now reduced to merely 1. 5 times its original effectiveness, insufficient to defeat Scyther. Though Scyther had suffered significant fatigue, it still possessed the will to fight. Baichi seized the moment, not granting Firo or Yari any chance to regroup, swiftly commanding, Scyther, use agility. Scyther's figure blurred, and after a brief moment of fatigue, Firo, having lost all its strength, plummeted from the sky. Victory in battle, awarded 300 battle coins. Firo lost to a bug-type Scyther? This was inconceivable. Yari staggered back a couple of steps, muttering to himself. Baichi shook his head, recognizing Yari's fragile mental fortitude, yet he was still owed his reward. Time to pay up, Yari from Shabi City. Baichi approached Scyther, applying some healing spray to its wounds before turning to Yari. Why did my Firo lose? Flying types should easily triumph over bug types. Yari's eyes were filled with confusion as he questioned Baichi. Baichi did not respond directly, instead inquiring, Are you a student at a Pokemon Academy? A flicker of realization crossed Yari's face, though faint. How did you know? Baichi chuckled softly. Because only students from a Pokemon Academy would so firmly believe in type advantages. Yet, if type advantages explained everything, why are there so many Elite Four members specializing in a single type? It seems that many gym leaders can counter them, yet gym leaders are not ordinary trainers. Why can't they defeat the Elite Four? Yari opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. He wanted to argue that the Pokemon of the Elite Four were at a much higher level, but gym leaders wouldn't be too far behind in levels either. If type advantages truly held such significance, regardless of the region, the 4 Heavenly Kings should not remain so steadfast. It is rare for even a couple to be replaced over the course of several years, or even a decade. As Wild Rue contemplated this, he reluctantly accepted the reality of his defeat by an opposing attribute. This is 50,000 yuan. Please accept it, he said, casually retrieving a small stack of money from his backpack and handing it to Baichi. He then added, I wish to venture to the Moonview Mountain to capture a Rhydon, one that possesses the ability of double return. Baichi shrugged indifferently and replied, that is possible. But you ought to first specify the reward. After a moment of serious contemplation, Wild Rue responded, how about 100,000 yuan? No problem. Baichi readily agreed. With 100,000 plus 50,000, It would be sufficient to cover the expenses of 2 Pokemon for 3 months. Then let us head to the Pokemon Center first. At that moment, Wild Rui remembered that he had yet to retrieve his Spearow. After reclaiming his Spearow, he and Baichi made their way to the Pokemon Center, where they healed their Pokemon before setting out. Skipping the challenge at the Nibi Gym did not significantly concern Baichi. It was more prudent to earn money first, and then return for the challenge. After all, the challenge level at the Nibi Gym was not particularly high. And even if the gym leader were to change to Wuning, the difficulty would not increase substantially. Once the two departed, mining enthusiasts near the Science Museum began to discuss the recent battle. Upon review, they concluded that the pivotal moment in Baichi's victory was the initial gathering of energy followed by the decisive strike that hit the critical point, establishing the foundational conditions for the victory of the Scyther. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for the Scyther to win so swiftly. Nonetheless, they generally believed that, regardless of the circumstances, Baichi would ultimately emerge victorious, for the disparity in trainer levels was glaringly evident. Are we truly heading to Moonview Mountain like this? Baichi asked, his backpack containing only a portable tent, a sleeping bag, and a few berries, certainly not much else. Perhaps there was a bit more food prepared for Nidorino and Scyther. Yet Wild Rui intended to go to Moonview Mountain empty-handed in search of a Rhydon with double return, which was not something one could find in a day or two. After all, for a Rhydon to inherit double return, one of its parents must belong to the King of Leave lineage. The King of Leave could be found in the Kanto region, primarily around the Quartz Plateau. Let alone the possibility of finding a Rhydon with double return on Moonview Mountain. The mountain itself was not a singular peak, but rather a mountain range, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, not something easily accomplished in a day or two. Wild Rui glanced at himself and quizzically inquired, "Is there something wrong with my plan?" Baichi could not help but ask, "Do you have a specific location for the Rhydon?" "No." Wild Rui shook his head. Baichi was left speechless. "So you plan to just stumble upon a Rhydon as soon as we enter Moonview Mountain? Is that even a possibility?" Probably not," Wild Rui admitted, leaving Baichi utterly at a loss for words. "Aren't you going to prepare any food? There likely aren't many wild berries up there for you to eat." Chapter 14. The bait. Wild Rui expressed surprise. "Huh? Shouldn't you be responsible for my provisions?" Baichi shook his head and decisively quadrupled the price. "The amount you offered is insufficient. If you want me to cover your meals, you'll need to add at least 200,000 yuan. I possess the breeder trait, and if you wish for me to manage your sustenance, it's certainly 1T come cheap. After all, the combat prowess provided by my Scyther and Nidorino pales in comparison to my breeding abilities. 200,000. This price startled Wild Rui, as he considered 100,000 yuan for Baichi and Scyther to already be exorbitant. Baichi refrained from offering any explanations. Otherwise, Wild Rui might cancel the task and expect him to handle food on the mountain, which would definitely require the full 200,000. Astonished by Baichi's confidence, Wild Rui decided to give it a try. After all, 200,000 was not a significant amount for him. Those who could enroll in Pokemon schools were typically affluent, capable of affording exorbitant tuition fees and allowing students to raise Pokemon freely. "All right, I'll transfer you 300,000 yuan now." Wild Rui retrieved his Pokédex, which differed from Ash's, being a white model. Baichi readily provided his contact code, and upon receiving the 300,000 yuan, he turned and headed towards the Pokemon Mart. Not only did he need to prepare food for Wild Rui, but he also needed provisions for both the Rhydon and Spearow. Of course, the most crucial item was the Rhydon's favorite fruit, apples. Not just any ordinary fruit, but the very essence of its dietary delight. Rhydon and its evolution, Rhyperior, were known to adore them. In fact, a Rhyperior from the Johto region once learned Surf simply to indulge in apples. Once everything was prepared, Baichi finally set off with Wild Rui towards Moonview Mountain. Along the route from Nibi City to Moonview Mountain, they passed numerous small villages, each having developed from a series of farms. While the population was modest, each household tended to raise Pokemon to safeguard their crops from being pilfered by wild Pokemon. Throughout this journey, Wild Rui engaged in numerous battles, achieving a remarkable 10 consecutive victories. This significantly boosted his confidence, and he soon discovered that his Spearow had taken a particular liking to the food prepared by Baichi, preferring it over the expensive premium feed he had previously purchased. It dawned on Wild Rui that Baichi was indeed an exceptional breeder. Baichi silently followed Wild Rui, occasionally stopping to cook and prepare Pokemon food. Eventually, they reached the foot of Moonview Mountain, the main peak of the Moonview Mountain range. "Wild Rui, where have Rhydons been sighted recently?" Baichi inquired. Wild Rue pointed directly to the left of the main peak. It's over there, but only one trainer has encountered one. His Pokemon was defeated by a Rhydon double return, so he could not capture it. Bai Qi nodded. To the left of the main peak lay a moderately elevated forest, unlike the main peak, which was barren due to meteor impacts. This area was not densely forested, but it certainly wasn't T-sparse either. Bai Qi moved towards the left side of Moonview Mountain. Let us proceed. First, let your Spearow scout for any apple orchards on the mountain. Apple orchards? Wild Rue paused for a moment, then clapped his hands in delight. Right. That's the favorite fruit of both Rhydon and Rhyperior. How could I have forgotten? Come forth, Spearow. Go find out where the apple orchards are. With a loud cry, Spearow soared into the sky. Possessing the keen eye ability, Spearow could discern details on the ground even from a great height, provided it did not ascend too high. Before long, Spearow located an apple orchard. Wild Rue exuberantly followed Spearow, while Bai Qi shook his head, holding little hope. After all, apples were merely ordinary fruit with limited nutritional value, making it unlikely for them to serve as the primary food source for Rhydon. Waiting in the apple orchard might not guarantee an encounter with a Rhydon. The Moonview mountain range was vast, and there were likely multiple apple orchards. After a brisk half-hour of travel, a grove laden with red fruit came into view. Thrilled, Wild Rue rushed forward, exclaiming, "We made it!" Bai Qi followed suit, but upon inspection, he immediately deduced that Rhydon would not appear here. The Pokemon occupying this apple orchard were Mankey and Infernape, whose fighting type would easily counter the rock-type Rhydon. It is unlikely that the armored rhinoceros would come here for no reason, seeking a fight. Bai Qi restrained Yi Rue, preventing him from charging into the orchard. Let us depart. We should not provoke the fiery monkeys and the monkey monsters. The armored rhinoceros cannot contend with them. After regaining his composure, Yi Rue felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, for dozens of eyes were fixated upon him from the edge of the orchard, their gaze increasingly menacing. Hastily, Yi Rue complied with Bai Qi's pull and retreated to his side. You are absolutely correct, Bai Qi. I doubt the armored rhinoceros would venture here. Upon finishing his words, Yi Rue called out to the toucan, "Toucan, let us search for our next target." The toucan flapped its broad wings, soaring into the sky to seek out another orchard. Capable of flying tirelessly throughout the day, it sought large targets such as orchards. Soon, they located a second target. However, Yi Rue and Bai Qi required some time to traverse the hillside. This second orchard was unoccupied by Pokemon, entirely open for shared use. Here, a plethora of Pokemon species could be found, and even Bai Qi spotted a few of his favored Pokemon in their initial forms. For instance, there were Psyduck, Abra, Croagunk, Skorupi, and Teddiursa, yet regrettably, none of them exhibited potential reaching the purple tier, or even a hint of it. Observing the state of the orchard, Yi Rue, brimming with joy, inquired, Bai Qi, the armored rhinoceros will surely come to this apple orchard, right? Bai Qi produced the bait he had prepared. Specifically crafted Pokemon food for the armored rhinoceros. It should, indeed. I will scatter some of the feed to see if we can attract the armored rhinoceros. That would be much appreciated. Yi Rue beamed at Bai Qi's diligent efforts, pondering how worthwhile it would be to locate the armored rhinoceros on the very first day, thus justifying the expenditure of 300,000. Most importantly, it would save them a significant amount of time. Bai Qi scattered a few pieces of feed near the orchard and then proceeded to the temporary campsite. Afterwards, he commenced training the Pokemon, focusing once more on accuracy and technique. Yi Rue, finding it dull, wandered off to the periphery of the campsite, continuously scanning for the potential appearance of the armored rhinoceros. Regrettably, as night fell, no trace of the armored rhinoceros was found. Bai Qi was unfazed. After all, the armored rhinoceros was a living creature, and it could not remain stationary at one location indefinitely. This was merely one of its feeding grounds. Although it lacked natural enemies, the armored rhinoceros was too slow, only able to consume grass, stones, and fruits. Remaining stationary, especially near the forest, was hardly practical. Chapter 15, A Next Attempt. Most importantly, the armored rhinoceros possessed a small brain capacity, thus it did not engage in much contemplation. Even if the armored rhinoceros Yi Rue aimed to capture exhibited considerable potential, it was unlikely to possess much intelligence. It would only charge headlong, and one could not predict when it might remember the apples here and return to consume a few. To be honest, these wild apples were rather sweet, likely due to the attentive care of the local wild Pokemon. The following morning, while Yi Rue remained in the realm of dreams, Bai Qi had already commenced training with Nidoking and Scyther. Bai Qi was responsible for tossing pebbles, allowing Nidoking and Scyther to practice their signature moves. Nidoking utilized Horn Attack, Peck, and Tackle to send the pebbles flying, while Scyther employed Fury Cutter, slicing the pebbles into even smaller fragments. Nidoking's accuracy improved significantly, and Scyther grew increasingly adept at executing Fury Cutter. By mid-morning, Yi Rui finally emerged from his tent. Observing the panting Nidoking and Scyther, along with Bai Qi, who was glistening with perspiration, Yi Rui was taken aback and exclaimed, "You began training this early?" "Morning is the best time to plan the day," Bai Qi replied with a faint smile, dropping the pebbles and stepping aside to wash up and have breakfast. "Oh." Yi Rui was truly astonished. Bai Qi had trained late into the night, yet here he was, up at dawn for training again. No wonder his Scyther had defeated my Toucan, despite its disadvantage. While Yi Rui washed up, Bai Qi and his two Pokémon took a moment to rest. After breakfast, Bai Qi resumed training, focusing on enhancing Scyther's speed and Nidoking's strength. Observing this, Yi Rui couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going out to search? Waiting here. We surely won't encounter the armored rhinoceros." Searching outside would yield even slimmer chances. The armored rhinoceros has a straightforward trajectory. To find it, our search radius would need to be significantly expanded, Bai Qi replied, shaking his head. "For the next few days, we will lie in wait. As for your Toucan, I'll assist you in its training." Yi Rui gazed at the robust Nidoking, its numerous spines glinting ominously. He had no doubt about Bai Qi's sincerity, especially since the Pokémon food Bai Qi crafted was highly favored by his Toucan. "All right, I entrust this to you." The ingredients for the Toucan's food were considerably less expensive than those for Scyther, comparable to Nidoking. Bai Qi had prepared in advance. After all, Yi Rui had spent an additional 200,000, and it wouldn't be excessive to allocate about 30,000 to 50,000 for the Toucan over these days. In the subsequent days, Yi Rui trained alongside Bai Qi. However, he found it difficult to remain idle, frequently taking his Toucan out for short excursions in search of the armored rhinoceros. Ultimately, on the morning of the third day, an unexpected encounter with the armored rhinoceros, which bore the inherited move Double Edge, presented itself. Bai Qi watched in surprise as the armored rhinoceros charged forward, revealing not only the inherited move, but also the move Defense Curl. While its strength was lackluster, it was still of amateur caliber. Moreover, the armored rhinoceros was barreling toward Nidoking without any intention of veering off course. Bai Qi chuckled, recognizing that the creature was inviting trouble. Although Nidoking was smaller than the armored rhinoceros, its vitality had been enhanced by 50 points in attack, granting it considerable strength. Nidoking, use Tackle. Nidoking lowered its head and charged toward the armored rhinoceros, which had not slowed down, but rather accelerated upon spotting Nidoking. The two Pokémon collided fiercely with a resounding crash. The armored rhinoceros, weighing over 100 kilograms, was surprisingly pushed back by Nidoking's 20 kilograms frame. The impact echoed loudly, rousing Yi Rui from his slumber. He emerged from his tent, dazed, and asked what happened. "You startled me. I was just about to capture the armored rhinoceros." Upon discerning the Pokémon facing Nidoking, Yi Rui paused momentarily before shifting his gaze to Bai Qi. Bai Qi shrugged. "I lack a Pokédex. I can't just claim to identify it with my naked eye." "I'm not sure, but you could attempt to capture it first, and then check if it possesses the inherited move." "All right." Yi Rui nodded, retrieving a Pokeball, ready to throw it. However, the armored rhinoceros, clearly displeased after its defeat against Nidoking, was now pawing the ground, preparing to charge once more. "Go, Starmie." "Huh." Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. This Starmie was also at the professional level and had been nurtured better than the Toucan, indicating that this was indeed Yi Rui's initial partner. The water-type Pokémon's appearance caused the armored rhinoceros to tense up, as it was 4 times weak against water. Even a drop of rain would sap its energy. The armored rhinoceros gazed at the Starmie, contemplating that if it weren't for its sluggish turning speed, it would have already fled. Yi Rui paid little heed to these matters, resolutely determined to capture the iron-armored rhino. If it did not fit the current objective, he would simply release it later. Starry Gem, use Water Gun. The outcome was evident without needing to observe. The iron-armored rhino, with a speed stat of merely 25, could not evade the attack. The water gun depleted the iron-armored rhino's health entirely, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Yi Rui then cast a Pokeball, successfully capturing the iron-armored rhino. "Splendid. Let me see if you possess the double return ability," Yi Rui exclaimed with delight as he approached, retrieving the Pokeball to scan it with his Pokédex, which filled him with exhilaration. "Huh. I never anticipated that the iron-armored rhino would also have defensive split. What a stroke of good fortune." Yi Rui was elated, for defensive split significantly mitigated the iron-armored rhino's vulnerability due to its low special defense. Especially considering that its final evolution, The Super Iron Rhino possessed a mere 55 special defense-based stat. After reveling in his good fortune for a moment, Yaroway finally stored the Pokeball and turned to Baichi. Thank you, Baichi. I plan to head straight to Hualan City. What about you? Baichi replied with a light laugh. I intend to return to Nibi City to challenge the Nibi Gym. Let us part ways here. Very well. Yaroway felt a twinge of reluctance regarding Baichi's delectable cuisine, which rivaled that of a five-star restaurant. Farewell. Next time, I shall surely defeat you. Yaroway spoke with confidence, for Nidorino's level was not particularly high, and in a 2-on-2 battle, Baichi would be limited to relying solely on his Scyther. When that moment arrived, it would indeed be a 1 versus 2 contest, with Nidorino being perfectly countered by the Starry Gem. Hee, we shall see next time. Baichi shrugged indifferently, knowing that by their next encounter, Nidorino would no longer be the same. With its red growth potential, Nidorino would have surely reached professional level or beyond in 2 months, even against the Starry Gem. It would not be intimidated. Chapter 16, Double Slashes versus Rolling Tackle. After bidding farewell to Yaroway, Baichi promptly turned back toward Nibi City. Along the way, he did not decline any battles, although defeating those shorts-wearing kids and bug-catching youths only yielded 100 battle coins. Even the smallest morsel counts, and accumulating them gradually is not without merit. By the time he returned to Nibi City, he had achieved a remarkable 13 consecutive victories, amassing a total of 5,300 battle coins, thanks in part to one trainer's commendable skills, which earned him an additional 200 coins. Upon his return, the sun had already set, casting a golden hue over the horizon. He registered at the Pokemon Center to participate in the Quartz Conference and then rested for the night. The following day, Baichi rose early and made his way to the Nibi Gym. Wuning's style bore a striking resemblance to Brock's, the only notable difference being that Wuning was clothed, while Brock was bare-chested. I am Wuning, the gym leader of Nibi Gym. The challenge rules are 2-on-2, and challengers may switch their Pokemon. Is that acceptable? Wuning stated gravely as he regarded Baichi. Baichi merely smiled gently. Let us begin, Gym Leader Wuning. Wuning tossed a Pokeball lightly. Come forth, Iron-Armored Rhino. Oh, another Iron-Armored Rhino? Baichi could not help but chuckle. It seems I have a peculiar affinity with the Iron-Armored Rhino these past couple of days. In that case, go Nidorino. Nidorino, upon seeing the Iron-Armored Rhino, instantly perked up, eager for the challenge. Nidorino, is it? Wuning mused, acknowledging that the ground type indeed holds an advantage over rock types. However, most rock-type Pokemon in the Kanto region possess ground attributes as well. Additionally, poison types are also countered by ground types. The referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the match. As the challenger, Baichi made the first move. Nidorino charged forward with Horn Attack. Wuning would not relent, for rock types resist normal types, and there was no reason for him to shy away from direct confrontation. Iron-Armored Rhino, counter with Horn Attack. The Iron-Armored Rhino, with a strength level comparable to Nidorino, appeared even more imposing due to its larger size as it charged forward. Unfortunately, true confrontation is not merely about appearance. Strength is the decisive factor. The two Pokemon collided fiercely at the center of the arena, and after a brief stalemate, it was the Iron-Armored Rhino that was sent flying backward. How could this be? Wuning exclaimed in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure, looking up at Baichi. Ah, so it is the Vital Spirit ability. Baichi did not deny it, nor did he offer any further commentary, as they were in the heat of battle. Nidorino unleashed Double Kick. Oh no, Wuning gasped in shock. This young lad has no sense of sportsmanship. What is wrong with that? Came the retort. Iron-Armored Rhino, quickly. The sound of 2 sharp impacts echoed as the Iron-Armored Rhino was sent hurtling to the ground, rendered unable to battle. The referee swiftly waved the flag, declaring, Iron-Armored Rhino is unable to continue. Wuning sighed, acknowledging the formidable strength of the Vital Spirit Nidorino. Retrieving the Iron-Armored Rhino, Wuning turned to Baichi and remarked, It seems you have diligently trained Nidorino's accuracy. However, how will you contend with this Pokemon? With that, Wuning forcefully threw his second Pokeball. Go Onix. Boom. Onix landed heavily, causing the ground to tremble beneath its considerable weight, indicating it exceeded standard size, though still of amateur-level strength. It had merely been suppressed by a certain item. Is that a training device? Baichi pondered, but chose not to withdraw Nidorino. Instead, Nidorino launched into another double kick. Wuning smirked coldly. Onix, seize him. Nidorino dashed forward and attempted to deliver a series of powerful kicks, only to be caught firmly by Onix's robust arms. Baichi's expression changed. It appeared that Onix's suppressed attribute was not strength. He could not allow Onix to execute a powerful move like Seismic Toss or any other high-damage attack. Nidorino, quickly use Tackle. Nidorino's eyes turned red with determination as it began to thrash and kick with fervor. Onyx's arms started to tremble violently, indicating its struggle to maintain its grip on Nidorino. Hold on tight, Onyx. Use seismic toss. With all its might, Onyx clutched Nidorino, yet despite Nidorino being slightly weaker, it was far from defenseless. Controlling Nidorino completely proved a formidable challenge for Onyx. Furthermore, Nidorino was relentlessly fighting back and attacking Onyx. Fortunately, Onyx's tough exterior allowed it to withstand the assault without releasing Nidorino out of pain. Boom! The ground quaked as Onyx ultimately launched itself upward, spinning in midair before crashing down on Nidorino with tremendous force. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the figures of both Onyx and Nidorino. The situation for Nidorino could not be good, and the specifics were unclear. Baichi anxiously called out, "Nidorino." But alas, there was no response. Suddenly, Baichi felt a strange sensation stirring within him. He could not afford to check himself. The dust began to clear, revealing Onyx and Nidorino to the spectators. Onyx bore several scratches, but appeared wholly unaffected, while Nidorino had completely lost consciousness. Nidorino is unable to battle. Baichi withdrew Nidorino and swiftly tossed out another pokeball. Go. Scyther. Use double slash. Although bug-type moves are normally effective against Onyx, its formidable defense posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, the Scyther is not lacking in offensive prowess, with its only drawback being its relatively low defense, rendering it incapable of confronting the Onyx head-on. This battle resembles a clash between a tank and a warrior. The high attack and defense of Onyx versus the high attack and speed of Scyther. Without any prompt from Baichi, Scyther instinctively understands the necessity of avoiding direct confrontation, especially since rock-type moves deal quadruple damage against it. In a flash, a green shadow darts past, leaving a fresh scar on Onyx's body. Wu Ning's expression shifts, realizing that effective strategies against such a swift and powerful opponent are limited for Onyx. Onyx curls into a ball and executes rollout. Baichi furrows his brow, recognizing that disrupting this combination attack poses considerable difficulty. Moreover, in reality, the power of rollout increases gradually without needing to hit the target, albeit not as rapidly as when it strikes. Scyther unleashes a Fury Cutter, aiming to interrupt Onyx. The Fury Cutter's power has now escalated to 80. While rollout stands at merely 60, the disparity widens further with attribute bonuses. Will Scyther's Fury Cutter succeed in interrupting Onyx? Baichi is uncertain, but the opportunity is limited. He can only attempt this twice, as Fury Cutter caps at 160 while rollout reaches 960. Therefore, this duel cannot be prolonged. Chapter 17, Risk. When Scyther's blade collides with Onyx, the sound of clashing weapons resonates loudly. Scyther recoils as if electrocuted, while Onyx is propelled backward, yet it remains in its rolling state. Baichi's brow tightens. Should this strike fail, Scyther attempts another Fury Cutter. Sensing the gravity in Baichi's words, Scyther recognizes the critical nature of this blow and musters all its strength. Once Onyx lands, it maintains its rolling momentum and accelerates towards Scyther. Wu Neng gestures, "Go, Onyx." Onyx charges forward like a tank at full speed, while Scyther prepares for a decisive strike. At last, the two Pokémon draw near. A brilliant arc of light from Scyther's blade cleaves toward Onyx, producing a thunderous explosion upon impact. Both Scyther and Onyx are thrown back, engulfed by a billowing cloud of smoke. Baichi's muscles twitch as he observes a gash on Scyther's blade and a deep gash on Onyx's body, alongside an item that has fallen from Onyx. This item is none other than a force training device. As the battle concludes, the challenger emerges victorious. Victory in the gym challenge grants 1,500 battle coins. Upon seeing the force training device, the referee exclaims loudly, noting that Onyx has exerted power beyond the standard limits. As a novice challenge, the Nibi Gym prohibits the use of professional-grade Pokémon in the challenge. Devoid of the force training device, Onyx is indeed a legitimate professional-grade Pokémon. And a Season 1 at that. That strike was formidable. Wu Neng gazes sorrowfully at the new wound on Onyx, and then addresses Baichi. In my experience, it is rare to encounter a novice trainer like you. I eagerly anticipate your performance at the court's conference. Wu Neng tosses a badge to Baichi, continuing, "This gray badge is proof of your victory over the Nibi Gym. Additionally, you may choose to receive a TM for a rock-type move. Currently available are Rock Tomb and Rock Slide." After a moment of contemplation, Baichi opts for Rock Slide, believing it to be a splendid choice for his dragon-slaying Bagon, which possesses the ability to execute continuous attacks. With Ice Shard, Rock Slide, and Pin Missile, the coverage is impressively broad. It can be said that only against Steel types would he face any disadvantage. Yet, The ground-type Nidoqueen can easily handle steel types, as Nidoqueen is my absolute powerhouse Pokemon. Wu Nung nods and turns to his second son, saying, Jiro, please fetch a Rock Slide TM for him. Understood, Dad, Jiro responds, swiftly departing and returning shortly with the TM, which he hands to Baichi. Thank you, Baichi replies with a smile, accepting the TM and addressing Wu Nung. I shall take my leave now. Very well, Wu Nung nods, watching Baichi's silhouette fade at the door, reflecting, he is quite exceptional. Having only been a trainer for a mere few days, he has achieved this level of prowess. As for the Tokiwa gym, Wu Nung abruptly falls silent, realizing that such a formidable individual would not relinquish his position in a short span. Upon exiting the Nibi gym, Baichi heads directly to the Pokemon Center. Nidoqueen has sustained significant injuries, and although Scyther has aided him in obtaining the badge, the damage to its blade cannot be overlooked. After restoring Nidoqueen at the Pokemon Center, Baichi makes yet another visit to the Pokemon Mart. Scyther's blade must be reinforced in both hardness and resilience. It is the very part upon which Scyther relies heavily. Herbal remedies, berries, calcium, iron supplements, and sharpening stones that gradually enhance hardness. All these consumables cost Baichi over 50,000 yen for just a week. Coupled with the expenses for Nidoqueen's food and his own living necessities, the remaining 240,000 yen from the initial 350,000 yen will only suffice for a month. A month's time, is it? Baichi exits the Pokemon Mart, gazing up at the hazy silhouette of MT Moon in the distance. After a moment's reflection, he turns back and re-enters the mart, purchasing a pickaxe and a hoe before setting off toward MT Moon. If funds are lacking, then perhaps fortune awaits within MT Moon. If I can unearth a moonstone, it might not hold great value, but I could also search for fossils. As Baichi walks toward MT Moon, he muses. Aside from performing and cultivating abilities, it seems that only such unexpected windfalls can alleviate my current predicament. We can find it, can't we, Nidoqueen? Baichi encourages. Nidoqueen nods vigorously, confident that Baichi will resolve any issue. Moreover, Nidoqueen is determined to assist Baichi wholeheartedly, for they are the most vital of partners. Then let us hasten. If we delay, someone else might snatch the fossils. Baichi quickens his pace, certain that fossils lie within MT Moon, albeit it is vast. In a hurried manner, Baichi arrives once more at the base of MT Moon. However, chaos ensues. Zubat, typically nocturnal, are swarming in broad daylight. Hundreds of them. This occurrence must be the work of Team Rocket. It appears Ash and his friends have yet to traverse MT Moon. Baichi accelerates his pace, realizing that Ash and his team, as the protagonists, are the most likely to encounter fossils, especially that enormous moonstone. If Nidoqueen could touch it, Baichi would not hesitate to allow Nidoqueen to evolve into Nidoking right away. Nidoqueen, can you distinguish Pikachu's scent? Baichi inquires, although he knows Nidoqueen's sense of smell, while not exceptionally acute, surpasses that of humans. Baichi's hopeful gaze, however, meets with disappointment. Nidoqueen shakes its head, recalling Pikachu's scent but unable to identify any lingering traces. Baichi sighs and concedes, very well, let us search inside the cave for now. Scyther, you may come out, with Scyther guarding him. Nidoqueen leads the way as Baichi ventures swiftly into the depths of the cave. Above the cave, light bulbs hung, though all had long since extinguished. It appeared that Ash and Team Rocket had already traversed this path. Thus, the next objective was the colossal moonstone awaiting in the night. Baichi began to scrutinize the traces within the cave, searching for footprints and signs of battle. He meticulously observed even the smallest stones. Yet the main road leading to Hualan City had been stripped bare. Consequently, when confronted with a fork in the path, Baichi deliberated briefly before guiding Nidoking and Scyther into one of the routes. To discover fossils, one must venture into less trodden regions, where serendipitous finds are more likely. However, it became evident that this approach harbored significant risks. 3 Machoks, accompanied by 5 Machops, obstructed Baichi's passage. Chapter 18, The Colossal Moonstone. The lead Machoke was of professional caliber, possessing the ability No Guard. The other 2 Machoks exhibited the ability Guts, classified as amateur and professional levels, respectively. The No Guard ability ensures that both sides' attacks will land, which in the realm of reality translates to a focus on offense, foregoing defense from the outset to maximize one's accuracy. In the confined space of the cave, Scyther's speed could not secure victory. Although Scyther had a type advantage over Machoke, the presence of 2 professionally skilled Machoks meant that even a triumph would come at a considerable cost. Scyther brimmed with fighting spirit, yet Baichi restrained him. Let us take a different path. Though reluctant, Scyther acquiesced, for the trainer had spoken. The fork in the road had one route blocked by the Machoks, leaving no choice but to proceed down another. Baichi led his 2 Pokemon down the alternate path, which inclined downward, while the colossal moonstone appeared to be situated atop Moonview Mountain. They were straying further away from the colossal moonstone. After a brief walk along the new route, more Pokemon appeared ahead. This time, it was a Geodude and a Graveler. The strongest among them was merely at the amateur level. And after being swiftly defeated by Nidoking's double kick, they retreated underground. Continuing onward, Baichi noticed the path gradually began to incline upward, transforming into an ascent. Most delightfully, he encountered a passing Clefairy, which was cradling a rock embedded with a moonstone. Nidoking's eyes sparkled at the sight of the moonstone, and he dashed forward, eager to seize it. Baichi hastily instructed Scyther to intervene, for evolving with such an ordinary moonstone could not compare to the colossal moonstone. That immense moonstone could potentially yield thousands of moonstones. Regardless of quality, the quantity was unmatched. Hey, Nidoking, who dreamed of evolution, was perplexed by Baichi's command for Scyther to halt him. Baichi clarified, the energy of a regular moonstone is merely sufficient for your evolution. Recklessly evolving would squander your current potential. After all, Nidoking, you have yet to fully tap into your latent abilities. If this power remains unexploited now, it will be all the more challenging to trigger later. Upon hearing Baichi's words, Nidoking gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Baichi instructed Scyther to follow Clefairy, while he and Nidoking trailed behind Scyther. Thus, they ascended deeper into the interior of Moonview Mountain. Following Clefairy upwards, they unknowingly emerged from the cave, where a smattering of vegetation began to appear. Baichi chuckled. This could be deemed a fortunate accident, although they had not discovered any fossils. Finding the colossal moonstone would facilitate Nidoking's earlier evolution, which was certainly a positive outcome. The energy emanating from the colossal moonstone had already induced simultaneous evolution in numerous Clefairy. If Nidoking could touch the colossal moonstone, it might allow him to evolve into Nidoqueen without wasting potential, and perhaps even restore his latent capacity to a vibrant crimson. As Baichi trailed Clefairy, they gradually approached the summit of Moonview Mountain. At that moment, another Clefairy clutching a moonstone dashed out alongside Pikachu. Ash, Misty, Brock, and a bespectacled man in a white robe emerged. Baichi, Ash exclaimed in surprise, I thought you would have arrived before me. Pika, Pikachu, ever friendly, greeted Nidoking and Scyther. Scyther merely nodded coldly, while Nidoking eagerly joined Pikachu in play, having forged a bond through their previous encounter. Misty, do you know him? Brock inquired curiously, leaning toward Misty. He is a trainer from Tokiwa City. Just a few days ago, Ash challenged his Nidoking and was easily defeated, Misty replied candidly. At that time, he didn't even have Scyther. It seems this Scyther is of a higher level than Nidoking. Brock appeared astonished, given that Tokiwa City was quite close to Mossera Town, where no starter Pokemon was distributed. After all, Professor Oak from Mossera Town was renowned, and nearby towns would send their starter Pokemon to his lab. Are you saying Nidoking is his starter Pokemon? Brock queried, astonished. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Misty nodded. As Ash spotted Scyther, a surge of competitive spirit and determination surged within him. However, Baichi pointed ahead, where Clefairy was about to vanish. Don't you want to see what is happening? Huh. Ash turned to see Clefairy bouncing into a cave. Let us hurry and follow Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu acknowledged Ash's call, pausing only to bid farewell to Nidoking before departing. Baichi shook his head, addressing Brock and the bespectacled man. Greetings, I am Baichi, but you may call me Aki. Hello, I'm Brock. I'm a fossil researcher at the Science Museum. Li Ku, the bespectacled man, Li Ku, introduced with a smile. Brock then added, actually, a few days ago, I intended to invite you to accompany me to Moonview Mountain for protection, but your fee was rather steep. Baichi raised an eyebrow. The price given by Yali was indeed exorbitant, 100,000 for a week, which could be considered the pinnacle of professional rates. Let us proceed. I'm curious about Clefairy's collection of moonstones and their purpose, Baichi stated, unwilling to waste any more time, as he strode into the cave, with his 2 Pokemon closely following. Misty, Brock, and Liko hurriedly trailed behind, only to find Ash standing frozen in place upon entering the cave. The next moment, they too were left speechless. Is this large stone also a moonstone? Misty stammered, pointing at the massive round stone at the cave's center. I would assume so. Baichi crouched down, restraining Nidoking, who was now exceedingly agitated. The power contained within the colossal moonstone was far too enticing for him. Brock exclaimed in wonder. The moonstones collected by Clefairy are arranged around it. Is this some sort of tribute? Baichi glanced upward at the cave's vaulted ceiling, where a large, luminous full moon gradually shifted toward the center. It seems to be a tribute to the full moon. Utilizing moonstones to honor the full moon is quite reasonable. Li Ku attempted to delve into some professional terminology to elucidate, but the conversation swiftly shifted as Clefairy began to dance. All eyes turned simultaneously, and indeed, Clefairy commenced a joyful dance around the colossal moonstone. Though the dance was neither swift nor slow, it emanated an inexplicable beauty, and the colossal moonstone appeared to radiate a luminous glow. It was truly marvelous. Li Ku watched the performance of the Piplup with great excitement. However, such moments often invite unwelcome intrusions, such as Team Rocket. Chapter 19, The Overlord. Team Rocket leapt onto the scene, but this time their target was no longer Pikachu. It was the immense moonstone. After Ash's Pidgeotto dispersed the smoke, everyone suddenly realized that the colossal moonstone had vanished, leaving only a gaping hole in its wake. Along with it, Nidorino had also disappeared. As the smoke began to spread, Nidorino had charged toward the moonstone and clung tightly to it. Tricked! Ash exclaimed as he gazed at the hole. White Chi leapt down into the abyss, shouting, "Let us pursue them. Achi, wait for me." Without a moment's hesitation, Ash followed White Chi into the hole, with Pikachu hastily in tow. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, resigned to follow suit. Lastly, the remaining Piplup also leaped after them, leaving the timid Li Ku hesitating at the edge, contemplating whether to jump into the chasm. The group swiftly traversed the tunnel, chasing after Team Rocket's escape route. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed, followed by a violent explosion ahead. Upon catching up, they discovered that Team Rocket had vanished, while a massive purple beast stood atop the colossal moonstone. "Is that Nidoqueen?" Brock murmured, gazing at the fearsome creature perched on the moonstone. "But isn't its size a bit excessive?" White Chi beamed with joy, not only because Nidorino had evolved, but also due to its power now reaching a professional level. With its potential glowing a deep crimson. The ordinary Nidoqueen stands at 14 meters tall, yet White Chi's Nidoqueen had grown to a staggering 2 meters, with its spines elongated and thickened, rendering it menacingly fierce. Pokemon, Nidoqueen. Strength, Professional. Entry, Newcomer's Bane, Overlord. Type, Ground, Poison. Ability, Forceful. Gender, Male. Friendship, 215. Potential, Red, White. Green, Blue. Purple, Orange, Crimson, Gold. Moves, Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Charge, Peck, Fury Attack, Toxic Spikes, Double Kick, Super Horn Attack, Poison Jab, Earth Power, Toxic. Inherited moves, Tackle, Rampage, Overlord. All abilities increased by 10. White Chi was utterly elated. The current Nidoqueen, aside from not having a sufficiently high strength level, possessed no other shortcomings. This Nidoqueen. Achi, could it be that your Nidorino has evolved? Misty took a step back, hiding behind the others before asking. White Chi grinned widely and replied, "If there are no unforeseen circumstances, then yes." "How could this be?" Brock exclaimed, astonished at the colossal moonstone. The size of a standard Nidorino post-evolution shouldn't differ so drastically. The cause of this anomaly was undoubtedly the Piplup's moonstone. Ash was unaware of the standard size of Nidoqueen. He merely pointed at the colossal moonstone and remarked, "Brock, considering what you just said, doesn't it seem like the moonstone's glow has dimmed significantly? Indeed, could it be that Nidorino absorbed the energy from the moonstone during its evolution?" Brock pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin in his hand. Though merely a speculation, he had struck upon the truth. Of course, with matters having progressed this far, Nidoqueen could not relinquish the energy it had absorbed. The Piplup soon caught up, seemingly indifferent to the changes in the moonstone. "Nidoqueen, please assist the Piplup in returning this moonstone," White Chi urged. "We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to linger here." With a low growl, Nidoqueen leaped down from the colossal moonstone and, with a surge of strength, hoisted the massive stone above its head. What incredible power! Brock and Misty gasped in astonishment, while Ash blinked in disbelief, wondering if this alone constituted strength. White Chi shook his head in exasperation, realizing that Ash, without experiencing 3 or 4 league tournaments, remained blissfully naive. After Nidoqueen delivered the colossal moonstone back, the Piplup resumed their dance around it. Moreover, several of the Piplup had evolved into Piku, indicating that Nidorino had absorbed a significant amount of energy, yet it seemed to have no adverse effects. As night fell, White Chi bid farewell to Ash, Misty, and Li Ku atop the slope. White Chi wished to continue searching for fossils, while Ash and his companions were headed to Slayport City, and Li Ku intended to return to Pewter City. After a night filled with shared experiences, they exchanged their farewells at dawn. Following this, White Chi turned and walked away, driven by a desire to ascertain the extent of Nidoqueen's current strength. Upon reaching an open area, White Chi released Nidoqueen and Scyther. Nidoqueen, use Horn Attack. Scyther, employ Cut. With a fierce roar, Nidoqueen charged at Scyther, its speed not particularly swift, yet its force was undeniably formidable. Scyther swiftly swung its blade, meeting Nidoqueen's horn with a powerful strike. Naturally, this was an unscathed blow for Scyther. When the metallic clash resonated, Scyther's blade was sent soaring. Yet Nidoqueen continued its assault, sending Scyther flying. White Chi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Nidoqueen's strength far surpassed that of Scyther. However, this was likely due to the effects of their respective entries. Newcomer's Bane increased attack by 20, while Overlord provided an additional 10 boost to all abilities. Under equal levels, Nidoqueen's attack value of 102 easily overshadowed Scyther's 110, which was to be expected. Having grasped Nidoqueen's power, White Chi called for a halt. Alright, that's enough. Scyther, feeling disgruntled after the defeat, was unwilling to concede. As a warrior, it felt compelled to fight until the end. Refusing to relent, Scyther charged back, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Nidoqueen's right arm lunged forward, countering with a poison jab. The collision sent Scyther's blade flying, as the disparity in strength, alongside the difference in move power, rendered Scyther no match for Nidoqueen in direct confrontation. White Chi merely observed Scyther's stubbornness, knowing that after its defeat, it would heed his advice. In truth, unless Scyther evolved into a Mega Scyther or acquired an entry, it had no chance of facing Nidoqueen head-on. With a resounding thud, Scyther was launched backward, crashing against a boulder before coming to a halt. White Chi shook his head. Come back, Scyther. After recalling Scyther, he turned to Nidoqueen, who was now brimming with excitement, having become White Chi's most formidable Pokemon. Chapter 20, The Choice to Battle. At the age of 14, White Chi had grown to a height of 15 meters due to the hardships of his early life. This was after adopting Nidorino, which improved his diet and allowed him to grow a few centimeters taller. Otherwise, he would have barely surpassed 1 meters. Standing just a tad taller than the 10-year-old Ash, White Chi found himself gazing up at the imposing Nidoking, who towered over him at just over 2 meters. Naturally, Nidoking would bend down in deference to White Chi's stature. With a mighty roar, Nidoking scooped White Chi up in one arm and placed him upon his shoulder, then proceeded toward their original cave. On Nidoking's shoulder, a sharp spike provided a secure grip for White Chi to maintain his balance. Charge forth, Nidoking. With a ferocious roar, Nidoking surged forward. To be candid, Nidoking's speed was not particularly remarkable. However, his massive frame and heavy footfalls imparted a formidable presence as he galloped, causing nearby Pokemon foraging in the area to scuttle away at the first hint of disturbance. The few brave souls that remained would tremble in place, only to dart into the underbrush as Nidoking approached. It must be said, the sheer size of larger Pokemon is indeed an imposing deterrent. Take Onix, for instance, with a base stat total of nearly 365. It often intimidates other Pokemon with higher stats into avoiding confrontation, as a clash could lead to injury, while most attacks merely sap stamina. Seated atop Nidoking, White Chi pressed onward into the cave. Truth be told, riding Nidoking was rather uncomfortable due to the jostling, and his shoulders were far too rigid for comfort. Upon reaching the cave entrance, White Chi dismounted from Nidoking's shoulder. This time, he ventured directly into the depths of MT Moon, searching for potential fossils. Oh dear. A glance at the flashlight revealed only 60 battery remaining, barely enough for 3 hours of use. It seemed imperative for Nidoking to learn Thunderbolt, so that in future excursions underground or into caves, he could recharge the flashlight. Nidoking, pick up the pace. We must delve deeper into the cave. With the flashlight's power dwindling, time was of the essence, especially since many others were already scouring the periphery. White Chi decided to forego the outer search and plunge deeper into the cavern. As for whether he would find any fossils, he was not overly concerned. After all, Nidoking's achievements were already quite substantial. Nidoking's large size and lengthy tail made him an ideal candidate for learning Iron Tail. Moreover, moves like Fire Blast, Blizzard, Thunder, Shadow Ball, and Aura Sphere were also worth acquiring, as Nidoking had a broad range of possible move types. With his ability to exert pressure, Nidoking could deliver exceptional attacks across nearly all types of adversaries. Thus, the most pressing concern remained financial. The moves for Scyther also needed augmentation. For relying solely on Fury Cutter would be insufficient, and moves with power ratings between 50 and 60 were essential to ensure that the technician ability did not become moot. As White Chi followed Nidoking deeper into the cave, he contemplated the training directions for both Pokemon. Nidoking's accuracy was already quite satisfactory. Although the difference was a mere 20, Enhancing his coverage would allow White Chi to focus on nurturing Nidoking's power levels. Scyther, on the other hand, needed to unlock its current potential. Although its speed would diminish significantly post-evolution, and it would lose the ability to fly, its speed converting to explosive power would not be too detrimental. Nidoking continued his descent, only to encounter professional-grade Pokémon attempting to block their path. Upon witnessing Nidoking's imposing figure, they silently retreated, unwilling to engage. An hour later, Nidoking brought White Chi into a vast underground chamber where bioluminescent moss flourished. As they entered this subterranean realm, Parasect and several Paras emerged, launching an immediate assault on Nidoking. Being bug and grass types, their moves posed little threat. In response to their attack, Nidoking charged forth with a powerful horn attack, scattering the assailants in an instant. However, White Chi furrowed his brow as he noticed numerous pairs of crimson eyes glimmering ominously in the darkness nearby. It was clear that these wild Pokémon were inexplicably enraged. Had someone else provoked them? White Chi pondered. If it were merely amateur miners, they would lack such capabilities. The other possibility loomed ominously. Could it be Team Rocket, the nefarious organization notorious throughout the Kanto region? If so, caution was paramount, for Nidoking's size would undoubtedly draw attention. Scyther, emerge. White Chi summoned Scyther, but first, he needed to attend to the injuries sustained during Nidoking's earlier skirmish. Startled, Scyther burst forth from its Pokeball, and, upon seeing Nidoking in battle, instinctively lunged forward to assist, perhaps driven by a simple desire to fight. Wait, Scyther, let me heal you first. White Chi quickly interjected. Scyther paused, its gaze locked on the clash between Nidoking and the wild Pokémon. Among the adversaries were numerous species: Geodude, Graveler, Machop, Machoke, Paras, Parasect, Zubat, Golbat, Sandshrew, and others. Though many were not particularly strong, even those with some might bore visible injuries. They were no match for Nidoking, and as soon as Scyther was treated, it dashed into the fray. The battle concluded swiftly. White Chi surveyed the scene of defeated Pokémon sprawled across the ground as he advanced toward their point of origin. The injured Pokémon were not his responsibility, as his healing supplies were limited, making it impossible to treat them all. Shortly thereafter, another group of Pokémon surged forth from the shadows, appearing even more battered than the last. Nidoking dispatched them effortlessly, but White Chi promptly recalled him into his Pokeball. The subsequent battles would be left to Scyther. White Chi fixed his gaze on Scyther, saying, "Sir, I entrust the next battles to you." With a surge of determination, Scyther's spirit soared. Having been bested by Nidoking, it was now eager to prove itself in battle. In Scyther's mind, combat represented the optimal path to enhancing its prowess. White Chi sensed Scyther's fervor and formed a plan. Since Scyther relished battle, he would let it handle future encounters. Eventually, it would come to understand that the rewards of battle were not always plentiful. After all, as opponents grew stronger, finding worthy challengers would become increasingly difficult. Scyther's speed was remarkable. Typically, Pokémon lurking in the shadows would scarcely have time to react before being defeated. Minutes later, human voices echoed from further ahead. White Chi swiftly extinguished the flashlight and cautiously restrained Scyther, moving forward with utmost care. Chapter 21. Chansey. As he advanced cautiously, a faint glow filtered through the corner ahead. Most underground Pokémon despise light or are simply unaccustomed to it. No wonder so many had returned injured. Those Pokémon had likely been defeated, and perhaps many more had been captured. A chill ran down White Chi's spine. Such reckless disregard for the environment and aggressive tactics could only belong to Team Rocket. Peeking around the corner, White Chi was taken aback to find familiar faces. His two companions from 2 months prior, who had attended Rocket Academy alongside him, now seemingly graduated. It would be more accurate to say they had become competent grunts. Xiaolong, Atong. Who would have thought the first Team Rocket Grunts ID encounter would be you two? White Chi whispered to Scyther, urging it to keep a low profile. The flying mantis nodded silently, transforming into a fleeting green apparition that abruptly materialized beside Xiaolong and Atong. With 2 sharp sounds, both Xiaolong and Atong collapsed. It was only then that Bai Chi emerged, observing the swollen bumps on their heads, and chuckled. Such crisp sounds. They have splendid heads. The flying mantis was somewhat perplexed, wondering if the trainer recognized them. Bai Chi dragged the two into the shadows. The black uniforms of Team Rocket were nearly imperceptible in the dark. Once he had dealt with the 2 acquaintances, Bai Chi softly instructed the flying mantis, "Let us proceed. But tread lightly. There are many of them, and we must not alert the snakes in the grass." The flying mantis nodded and quietly moved ahead. Without further prompting from Bai Chi, it continued to employ its precision strikes, incapacitating the Team Rocket grunts they encountered. As they advanced, Bai Qi had reached the very core of Team Rocket's base, and it was evident that this was not an operation overseen by a cadre. Thus, the majority of personnel present were merely grunts, and they had not even the opportunity to throw their pokeballs in the face of the flying mantis. Bai Qi cautiously peeked through the entrance. Within the stone chamber lay numerous cages, the majority containing Zubat. These Zubat were likely intended for distribution to Team Rocket grunts as starter Pokemon. However, within 2 of the cages were several pink Pokemon, specifically 3 Clefairy and 1 Chansey. In terms of rarity, Chansey could undoubtedly rival 100 others. The combined worth of all the Pokemon here would scarcely measure up to Chansey's value, as the Joy family had monopolized her, and even they found it insufficient. The price of a wild Chansey was assuredly exorbitant. Team Rocket was well aware of this, and they were already preparing to retreat. Seeing several Team Rocket members transporting cages within the stone chamber, Bai Qi felt a pang of urgency. I desire that wild Chansey as well, and a life-saving grace should be reciprocated. Just as Bai Qi hesitated on whether to rush out, a startled voice echoed from behind. Who goes there? The flying mantis utilized its precision strikes. Startled, it charged out, its blade striking 2 individuals, who were sent sprawling to the ground, unconscious before they even landed. A flying mantis? This is also a rare Pokemon. We shall graciously accept it. A burly man among the Team Rocket members stepped forward, accompanied by a Weezing of professional caliber. The remaining grunts immediately saluted Captain Liang-Gong. Liang-Gong nodded. Yes, everyone, let us not let it escape. Understood. Weezing unleashed its Smog attack. Arbok followed up with Poison Sting. Zubat employed its Supersonic, while Grimer executed Mudshot. There were 6 remaining Team Rocket grunts, including 2 Zubat and 2 Arbok. Regrettably, despite their numbers, their highest rank was merely amateurish Grimer. The flying mantis evaded their attacks with its shadow clone. Transforming into a green specter, it swiftly slashed through the grunts, leaving Liang-Gong's expression pale. Liang-Gong cursed inwardly, realizing, had I known, I would not have deployed these useless fools. How can I defend against the flying mantis's relentless strikes? Bai Qi chuckled. I didn't expect this to be merely a small captain's operation. It's nothing more than a false alarm. The flying mantis executed its slashes, destroying the cages. Liang-Gong had intended to exchange Chansey for merit. How could he allow the flying mantis to succeed so easily? He quickly shouted, Weezing, use haze. Then follow up with toxic. Weezing began to emit a thick black mist that obscured the vision of the flying mantis and Bai Qi. Furrowing his brow, Bai Qi realized that in this underground sealed space, allowing the toxic to be unleashed would be catastrophic. Flying mantis, use your slashes. The flying mantis charged boldly into the black fog as Weezing began to exhale its toxic. Within the darkness, a silhouette paused, then burst forth, sending Weezing flying away. Liang-Gong's expression soured as he threw another pokeball, shouting, Arbok, use bite, then bind. Suddenly, Arbok emerged, catching the flying mantis off guard, ensnaring it tightly, and its body began to constrict. The flying mantis found itself unable to break free, its stamina swiftly depleting. Nidoking, emerge and unleash earth power. The flying mantis, being a flying type, was immune to ground type damage, so Nidoking executed its earth power without any strain. Liang-Gong's face fell as he witnessed Arbok being flung away by the energy surge. Despair washed over him as he realized his hopes for a promotion had vanished. However, Liang-Gong was not prepared to surrender easily, as cadre members possessed means of escape. Drawing from their teachings, he too had a life-saving weapon. He tossed a pokeball that revealed an electrode. Without hesitation, this electrode detonated upon emergence, unleashing a devastating explosion. Nidoking stood before Bai Qi, shielding him from the blast's shockwave. The flying mantis was thrust backward, still caught in the force of the explosion. The lights in the area dimmed significantly, providing Liang-Gong an opportunity to flee. Only the Team Rocket grunts were left behind, having been discarded. These grunts were merely pawns, and the crime of poaching Pokemon could easily be washed away with a bit of money. After all, Moonlight Mountain was not a protected ecological zone. Flying mantis, Nidoking. Are you alright? Bai Qi inquired, covering his mouth and nose. Roar. Nidoking shook its head. The shockwave posed no threat to him. Startled, a blade of light flashed through the dust, cleaving open all the cages that confined the Pokemon. Freed, the Pokemon fled in panic, though Chansey instead approached the flying mantis, presenting an egg from its abdominal pouch. The flying mantis, unreserved, accepted and consumed it, restoring its stamina while its surface wounds began to heal swiftly. Chapter 22, Fortuitous Luck. Bai Qi observed Chansey's actions and felt a surge of hope. This was an opportunity. However, Chansey was inherently gentle and nurturing, instinctively reaching out to assist weaker or injured Pokemon. Yet it harbored a strong wariness towards humans. Moreover, encountering poachers or Team Rocket in the wild was likely to spell trouble. This Chansey possessed limited potential, merely blue tier. Given Chansey's ability to assist and care for Pokemon, Baichi had no intention of letting her slip away. Seeing the flying mantis recovering, Chansey approached Nidoking, but hesitated midway. Nidoking's fierce appearance instilled a twinge of fear in Chansey's brave heart. Yet, it swiftly overcame this trepidation. Lucky. Chansey cautiously approached Nidoking, offering the freshly laid egg. Nidoking lowered its head, acknowledging Chansey with a nod before consuming the egg whole. Chansey shuddered, perhaps recalling something. Baichi scanned the surroundings, noting several Team Rocket grunts sprawled on the ground, while all the Pokemon had already fled. Flying Mantis, go and bring back the Team Rocket members. The Flying Mantis nodded and swiftly vanished into the shadows. At this moment, Baichi turned his gaze back to Chansey, after treating Nidoking. She showed no signs of wanting to leave. Baichi approached, and Jilly Dan merely observed him with a quiet demeanor, showing no inclination to retreat. Evidently not resisting his presence. Jilly Dan, would you accompany me? Baichi inquired directly. In truth, even if Jilly Dan declined, Baichi had no intention of letting her go. At worst, he would engage in a capture battle. Jilly Dan's eyes were fixed on Baichi, seemingly contemplating the question of whether to follow him. Observing this behavior, Baichi recognized the glimmer of hope. Capturing Jilly Dan without a battle would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. After a brief moment, Jilly Dan slowly moved in front of Baichi. He understood that this was her consent, and he couldn't help but smile with joy. Though Jilly Dan may lack offensive capabilities, her stamina was truly formidable. With moves like Egg Bomb, Life Dew paired with Toxic, she could be quite the annoyance in both singles and doubles battles. Baichi retrieved his last Pokeball and gently tapped Jilly Dan, who transformed into a Crimson Light and was drawn into the Pokeball, successfully captured. He promptly opened the Pokeball, releasing Jilly Dan once more. Jilly Dan, you must have resided here for some time. Have you encountered any peculiar stones? Jilly Dan tilted her head, giving Baichi an impression of deep contemplation. Suddenly, she dashed off in a particular direction, searching momentarily before turning back to call out to Baichi. Lucky. Baichi was momentarily taken aback. Was it so close? Right before him. He approached to find Jilly Dan cradling a black box, which upon opening revealed 4 stones inside. However, 3 were moonstones, and only 1 was a fossil. Specifically a coiled shell fossil. This was a fossil of the Anorith, and among the 3 fossil Pokemon in the Kanto region, Anorith was undoubtedly the least visually appealing. Yet, the utility of Anorith was comparable to that of Kabuto. It merely leaned more towards special attack, whereas Kabuto favored physical attack. Kabuto boasted greater speed, while Anorith possessed superior defense. If this fossil were a mysterious amber, Baichi would have kept it for his own use. For Anorith was certainly not on par with Aerodactyl. It was better to nurture Pokemon for repayment. After all, Jilly Dan's blue potential required careful cultivation. Excellent. I didn't expect you to achieve such a significant feat right after joining. Once we reach Hyland City, I will reward you handsomely. Baichi remarked as he put away the box and affectionately patted Jilly Dan's head. Lucky, Jilly Dan gleefully enjoyed the affection, then retrieved an egg from her abdominal pouch and offered it to Baichi. He was speechless, realizing why Jilly Dan's potential was merely blue. She was far too casual about this. This was already the 3rd egg. Pokemon, Jilly Dan. Strength, Amateur. Type, Normal. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, Female. Affection, 125. Potential, Blue, White, Green. Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves. Pound, Transform, Sweet Kiss, Tail Whip, Echoed Voice, Life Dew, Egg Bomb, Heal Pulse, Sing, Tackle, Body Slam. Inherited moves, Heal Bell, Covet, Recycle. Gravity, Fling. Baichi's eyes widened upon seeing Jilly Dan's inherited moves. Such an extensive array of inherited moves could not have been solely passed down from Clefairy or Clefable. This implied that many must have been learned through the Mimic Herb. Jilly Dan, do you still have the Mimic Herb? Baichi inquired. Lucky. Jilly Dan responded, somewhat puzzled, wondering what the Mimic Herb was. However, in the next moment, she recalled that she still had some fragrant leaves in her pocket. After rummaging through her pouch, Jilly Dan produced 2 Mimic Herbs. Lucky. Indeed, this is it. Baichi nodded, then asked after acquiring the Mimic Herbs, where did you find this herb? Could you take me there? Lucky. Jilly Dan nodded, eager to lead the way. Baichi quickly called out to her, wait, the Scyther hasn't returned yet. Jilly Dan chuckled sheepishly, then waited by Baichi's side. Shortly after, the Scyther returned, having driven off several Team Rocket grunts. At the forefront were Xiao Lung and Ateng, who were taken aback upon seeing Bai Qi. The Scyther was about to deliver a sharp strike to the duo, but Bai Qi raised his hand to halt him. "Aren't you two coming over?" Bai Qi said with a cheerful smile. "Is it really you, Qi?" Xiao Lung and Ateng could hardly believe their eyes. Wasn't Qi eliminated by Team Rocket? How had he transformed into such a powerful trainer in the blink of an eye? "Are all these your Pokemon?" they asked, pointing at the Scyther, Nidoking, and Jilly Dan. Their expressions filled with incredulity. Bai Qi smiled slightly, explaining, "After being eliminated by Team Rocket, I was fortunate enough to capture a Nidoran, and then it evolved into Nidoking. So now you see it all. Fortunate to capture a Nidoran? Fortunate to evolve into Nidoking? What about the Scyther and Jilly Dan?" Xiao Lung and Ateng's faces twitched. "Was this also mere luck?" "No, this is the result of Nidoking's hard work." Bai Qi chuckled, then glanced at the Team Rocket grunts behind the two. Their faces bore expressions of relief, as if knowing Bai Qi would spare them simply because Xiao Lung and Ateng recognized him. Chapter 23, Tomorrow Will Come Again. Xiao Lung and Ateng were left speechless. Was there no pretense left to maintain? Ateng suddenly became serious. "Qi, now that you've captured us, what do you intend to do? Hand us over to Miss Junsha?" Bai Qi nodded, leaving Xiao Lung, Ateng, and the Team Rocket grunts in shock. "Aren't we friends? We've merely engaged in some light wrongdoing, capturing Pokemon a bit too much. That hardly constitutes a grave sin." Bai Qi reasoned internally that since it was not a serious crime, it would be even more appropriate to take them to Miss Junsha. This was a perfect opportunity to distance himself from Team Rocket. With minor offenses, Team Rocket would likely disregard such trivial grunts. This was an excellent opportunity to break free from Team Rocket, especially since they hardly valued Pokemon like Zubat, Ekans, and Koffing. "Lucky," Jilly Dan called out, reminding Bai Qi that they still needed to gather the mimic herbs. "Let us go. Everyone follow along." Bai Qi signaled to the Scyther, then turned to Jilly Dan. "Lead the way, Jilly Dan." Lucky, Jilly Dan waddled forward, her round body swaying, yet maintaining a brisk pace. Meanwhile, the Scyther's sharp gaze remained fixated on the Team Rocket grunts, including Xiao Lung and Ateng. Nidoking's heavy footsteps echoed ominously, sending shivers down their spines. The Team Rocket grunts wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Bai Qi was unconcerned, as this was a chance to seize Team Rocket's resources, though it may be minor to them. It was a substantial gain for Bai Qi. Following Jilly Dan, they exited the cave after half an hour. Jilly Dan led Bai Qi to a corner, where in a shadowy nook, for tender green plants grew. These broad leaves were indeed the mimic herbs. However, only 3 of the 4 plants bore mature leaves. Bai Qi merely plucked these 3 leaves, refraining from uprooting the mimic herb entirely, together with the 2 leaves left by the Chansey. He now possessed 5 leaves of the mimic herb, which commanded a price surpassing even that of evolution stones, with each leaf valued at no less than 300,000 yuan. Ah, what a fortune! Bai Qi carefully stowed the mimic herb away, joyfully caressing Chansey's head. Nearby, the Team Rocket grunts, including Xiaoling and Ateng, looked on with envy. Bai Qi cast a glance their way, remarking that if they had the capability to harvest the mimic herb, they were welcome to do so, as long as they did not disturb the roots in the slightest. Otherwise, he would not spare them. The Team Rocket grunts hastily replied, "We wouldn't dare, truly." Bai Qi nodded slightly, and then led them towards the city of Hualan. Indeed, this direction was toward Hualan City. Upon delivering them to the Hualan police station, Bai Qi paid no heed to the glances from Xiaoling and Ateng. Having joined Team Rocket and engaged in their activities, they must now face an investigation. Especially since a faction of Team Rocket was involved in severing the tails of Drowzees, hunting Farfetch'd, and selling Kecleon meat. Such deeds were not deemed serious offenses a decade or 2 ago, but now they constituted grave crimes, particularly as Farfetch'd had become endangered. If Xiaoling and Ateng were not involved in these matters, they would soon be released. As for whether they chose to leave Team Rocket, that was a decision Bai Qi would not make for them. How they lived their lives was solely their own choice. After escorting them to the police station, the system finally emitted a notification. Congratulations to the host for repelling Team Rocket. Reward, 2,000 battle coins. The battle coins had accumulated to a staggering 7,500. The Moonstone was no longer needed, while the metallic membrane required for the Scyther's evolution cost 100,000 yuan. This necessitated at least several hundred battles, and not against novice or amateur trainers by the roadside. Temporarily setting aside the thought of evolving Scyther, Bai Qi bid farewell to Junsha. After leaving the police station, Bai Qi ventured alone to the Pokemon department store for shopping, as Chansey required a significant intake of nutrients to replenish its body. To this end, Bai Qi sold 3 moonstones for 360,000 yuan, as moonstones were slightly more expensive than fire, grass, or thunderstones. This entire amount was spent by Bai Qi on rare berries. The special nutritional food crafted for Chansey consisted of a combination of various berries: the normal type berry, the lum berry, the lepa berry, the chesto berry, the citrus berry, the babiri berry, and the hondu berry, which were perfectly tailored to Chansey's absorption needs. However, the ingredients for just a month's worth of food cost Bai Qi nearly 300,000 yuan. The food for Scyther and Nidoking only amounted to half that cost, as Scyther exhibited no signs of overindulgence, and Nidoking was in exceptionally robust health, unlike Chansey, which laid eggs in abundance. It should be noted that a naturally birthed egg from Chansey only yielded 4 or 5 in a day. In a park in Hualong City, Bai Qi prepared the customized food for Chansey, and upon taking its first bite, Chansey was momentarily stunned. The food was so perfectly suited to its palate that it was indescribably delicious. Chansey's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yearning for more, but Bai Qi halted it. Even Pokemon have limits to the nutrients they can absorb each day. Overeating would be wasteful, and this was far from ordinary Pokemon food. Even if it was a private custom, not even the top breeders could replicate it. Without the breeding proficiency, Bai Qi would never have conceived or crafted such a dish. After spending an entire afternoon, Bai Qi finally completed the month's worth of food for his 3 Pokemon, storing it in jars. At last, it was done. Bai Qi exhaled heavily, having completed a rather large workload for the month's provisions of his 3 Pokemon. After feeding Scyther and Nidoking their dinner, Bai Qi finally set off towards the Hualong Gym. However, before he could reach the gym, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. As Bai Qi approached, he discovered that one side of the Hualong Gym's wall had been blown away. Spotting the familiar trio, Bai Qi inquired, "Ash, Misty, Brock, what on earth happened? Aki, are you here to challenge the gym as well?" Ash exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't you return to Crescent Moon Mountain?" Bai Qi pointed to the remnants of their insignia nearby, explaining, "I encountered Team Rocket members at Crescent Moon Mountain and brought them to the police station before coming here." However, Bai Qi surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What is going on here? Did you run into Team Rocket's villains?" "We just defeated them," Ash replied with astonishment. "But how many members of Team Rocket are there?" "At least far more than you imagine." Brock and Misty were somewhat aware of Team Rocket's activities, but they were not prepared to elaborate to Ash, as he might not fully comprehend. Bai Qi then turned to the 3 sisters, Sakura, Iris, and Peony, and asked, "I wish to challenge the Hualong Gym. I wonder when it would be convenient?" The 3 sisters exchanged glances, and finally, Sakura uncertainly suggested, "Why not come back tomorrow?" Bai Qi could only acquiesce, "Very well." Chapter 24. Isn't this too fast? Misty hesitated for a moment before declaring, "I'll take on the challenge. My Pokemon are still able to fight." Bai Qi shrugged indifferently, responding, "I have no objections, but it seems this place is no longer suitable as a battleground." Everyone turned to look, and indeed, the original water battle arena had scarcely any water left. The site was a complete mess, and even the adjacent pool had been drained of most of its water. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, this is excessive." Iris sighed. "It will take several days to clean this up," but she then brightened, adding, "Sakura, we could go on a trip for a few days. After all, it will take time to repair this wall." Peony's eyes sparkled. Yes. We can utilize the water ballet pool for Misty and Aki as their battleground. After using it, we can change the water. What do you think, Sister Sakura?" After a moment of contemplation, Sakura was tempted. Although she was the eldest and most composed, being only 16 or 17, she was not entirely immune to spontaneity. Sakura eventually nodded in agreement. "All right, then let us head to the beach resort in Lamphwerke for some fun over the next few days." Misty was a bit dismayed but chose not to voice her concerns. For now, it was best to finish the gym battle with Aki, as the gym truly needed repairs. After a moment's thought, Misty turned to Bai Qi and asked, "Aki, what do you think?" "I'm fine with whatever," Bai Qi replied with a smile. "Misty, your current Pokemon are only Staryu, Starmie, and Goldeen, right? Staryu and Starmie have already faced Ash, and they probably lack much stamina. So, which Pokemon will you use to battle?" Approaching the water ballet arena in front of the Hualong Gym, the 3 sisters produced several floating platforms and tossed them into the water. Bai Qi and Misty stood on opposite sides of the pool, with only a few platforms available for the Pokemon to land on. The match rules stipulated a 2-on-2 battle. "Is that acceptable, Aki?" Misty exclaimed while signaling to Pikachu. Ash paused for a moment before realizing, Misty has no other Pokemon left. Pikachu glanced at Ash and then scampered over to Misty, eager to assist her. Bai Qi chuckled resignedly. realizing that the opponents would be Pikachu and Goldeen. Go, Scyther. Baichi casually tossed out a Pokeball, and the Bug Warrior Scyther emerged. With a sudden jolt, the sight of the Scyther wielding its gleaming blade struck a chord of trepidation in both Misty and Pikachu. How could it be that in just half a day, Scyther had undergone such a remarkable transformation? A wave of unease washed over Misty, who pondered whether it would be wiser to concede the badge to Baichi outright. However, the gym battle had already commenced. Surrendering merely due to Scyther's formidable presence would render her no different from her three unreliable sisters. Go, Staryu! Misty exclaimed, releasing her Pokémon into the pool. Though its prowess was merely at the novice level, Scyther cast a disdainful glance at Staryu, finding it woefully inadequate and utterly unworthy of its interest. Although the Sakura sisters lacked enthusiasm for training Pokémon, having grown up in a gym allowed them to discern Scyther's dissatisfaction with Staryu as an opponent. Sighing inwardly, Sakura concluded that unless she resorted to using the Kingler passed down from her grandmother, victory seemed bleak. The match began. Baichi observed the Kingler without uttering a word. Unable to contain herself, Misty recognized the vast disparity in their levels and understood that they had to seize the advantage of the terrain. Staryu, use Supersonic. Staryu submerged its mouth in the water, rapidly vibrating its horn to emit sound waves. Only then did Baichi speak, commanding Scyther to use Fury Cutter. With a powerful thrust, Scyther propelled itself off the platform, its body shooting forward at breakneck speed. The water in the pool parted as Scyther's blade sliced through, sending Staryu soaring out of the water until it collided with the wall. Staryu was rendered unable to battle. Sakura blinked in surprise before shouting. Ash and Brock stood in stunned silence, astonished at how swiftly Baichi's Scyther had dispatched Staryu from the water. Misty recalled Staryu, now placing her hopes on Pikachu, reasoning that Scyther, with its limited evasion in the watery arena, could not possibly be defeated so swiftly again. Pikachu, I'm counting on you. Pikachu, feeling the pressure, thumped its chest, uncertain of victory. After all, Baichi's Nidoking was its arch-nemesis. The enormous size and menacing spikes, coupled with its ground type, left Pikachu with little recourse in a face-off. A quick Thunderbolt could very well leave Pikachu with a headache. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Misty called out as soon as Pikachu entered the fray. Unfortunately, Scyther's speed proved overwhelming, and it retained its aerial agility. The limitations imposed by the water on Scyther were, in truth, minimal. The Thunderbolt struck the floating platform, dissipating in a burst of electricity, while Scyther glided just above the water's surface, hurtling towards Pikachu. Panic surged through both Pikachu and Misty, prompting her to shout, "Pikachu, jump into the water to evade." Onlookers gasped momentarily, but Baichi quickly grasped her intent. Allowing Scyther to make contact with the water would enable Pikachu's Thunderbolt to hit. Baichi chuckled softly, observing that even with such strategic thinking, Pikachu would be unable to withstand Scyther's blade. Pikachu leaped into the water, narrowly avoiding the attack, yet Scyther swiftly turned back. Fury Cutter, Baichi uttered coldly, and Scyther once again broke through the water's surface, slashing towards Pikachu. Misty's face lit up with hope. Pikachu swiftly used Thunderbolt. Electricity crackled around Pikachu, quickly spreading throughout the pool, and Scyther was struck. However, Scyther's Fury Cutter also connected with Pikachu, and while Scyther managed to endure, Pikachu was sent flying, interrupting its Thunderbolt. Pika! Pikachu cried out in pain, following in Staryu's unfortunate footsteps. Pikachu was unable to battle, and the victor was the challenger, Baichi, having triumphed in the gym challenge. Baichi received 1,500 battle coins. Baichi raised a hand to recall Scyther, commending it for its performance before allowing it to rest. Defeated, Misty glanced at Pikachu, then turned her gaze towards Baichi, questioning if he was truly a newcomer, for his strength was astonishing. Ash opened his mouth, feeling that with only Pikachu, victory over Scyther was a distant dream. Brock's expression grew solemn. Ash, Baichi is undoubtedly your most formidable rival at this stage. Sakura and Peony approached Baichi, presenting him with a box. This is the blue badge, proof of your victory over the Cerulean Gym, and this is the Water Pulse TM. Thank you. Baichi accepted the box, nodding at the two. Sakura gazed at Baichi and suddenly remarked, I've just realized, Baichi, you're rather handsome. How about considering being my boyfriend? Baichi hesitated, momentarily taken aback. We've only just met. Isn't this a bit premature? Chapter 25, A Missed Opportunity. Sakura was taken aback. As the second sister of the Cerulean trio, how could she have faced rejection from a boy? Baichi chuckled lightly. Miss Sakura, you are quite lovely, but for now, my focus is solely on nurturing Pokemon. I shall not entertain such matters until I become a champion. A champion? Ash scratched his head, inquiring if Baichi referred to the league champion. Brock, Misty, and the Sakura sisters remained silent, yet they understood that Baichi did not mean merely the league tournament, but rather the strongest among the entire Pokemon League. Baichi gazed upward at the darkening sky before addressing them. It has grown late. I must take my leave. He nodded to the group and finally said to Ash, "You will come to understand what it means to be a champion, Ash. I hope we can one day face each other on the grand stage as champions." Ash nodded, still somewhat bewildered, as Baichi departed. As for Misty and Brock, they harbored doubts that Ash could ever become a champion, even with his profound love for Pokemon. After all, a trainer's strength was never merely a matter of affection for their Pokemon. Wait. Baichi suddenly returned, producing a shell fossil, addressing Sakura. "I found this fossil at Moonview Mountain. I heard that the Hoenn Institute on Fiery Island has recently established a fossil revival machine. This shell fossil should be capable of reviving an Omanite. I wonder, Miss Sakura, would you be interested in acquiring a fossil Pokemon? Omanite." Misty's reaction was quicker than anyone else's, for her affection for water-type Pokemon surpassed all. Even the Tentacle seemed adorable to her. Brock was indifferent. His dream was to become a breeder, and he cared little for the type of Pokemon he raised, having captured a Zubat without hesitation. Sakura, too, was intrigued. Not only did Misty desperately desire an Omanite, but their water ballet performance would be enhanced with an additional Omanite. "What price are you asking?" Baichi pondered for a moment. While he was unsure of the price for a Dratini, he knew that a Charmander in the black market typically sold for around 5 million. Let us say 20 million. After all, this is a long-extinct Pokemon. Such a sum. Misty, Brock, and Ash were astonished. They all had pocket money, but it was only a few tens of thousands a month. Agreed. Sakura nodded decisively. The price was exceedingly reasonable. 20 million could buy 4 starter Pokemon. Yet how could the standard starter Pokemon compare to a long-extinct fossil Pokemon? The rarity of items indeed holds great value. However, the fossil Pokemon cannot merely be described as rare. They are, in fact, a limited edition. Consequently, Baichi has secured the desired funding for nurturing, allowing him to cultivate 6 Pokemon without a care for an entire year. After departing from the Azure Bay Gym, Baichi spent a night at the Pokemon Center, where accommodations are complimentary for newcomers. The following day, Baichi purchased 5 TMs each for Nidoking, Chansey, and Scyther at the Pokemon Mart. The TMs for Nidoking included Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Iron Tail, and Mud Bomb. For Scyther, the TMs were Aerial Ace, Swift, Leaf Blade, Thief, and Bug Bite. Chansey's TMs comprised Toxic, Rest, Stealth Rock, Thunder Wave, and Protect. Should Chansey master all these moves, her opponents would undoubtedly find themselves overwhelmed. Although Chansey's defense is indeed quite low, her stamina is remarkably robust, and with the combination of Protect, Rest, and the move Soft-Boiled, it would be nearly impossible for Pokemon of the same level to swiftly defeat her. If struck by Toxic or Thunder Wave, one could almost declare their defeat imminent. Upon leaving Azure City, Baichi slowed his pace, for all 3 Pokemon needed to learn new moves, particularly Chansey. Lacking a poison type, it was indeed a challenge for Chansey to learn Toxic. Baichi had no choice but to incorporate Nidoking's venom into Chansey's diet. Scyther, on the other hand, found learning moves to be a breeze. His technician ability allowed him to master lower-powered moves with remarkable ease. Although Nidoking faced difficulties learning moves of other types, it was still considerably easier than for Chansey. Suddenly, as Baichi strolled along the path with Scyther, a young boy emerged from the nearby bushes. Adorned with a straw hat and wielding a bug-catching net, it was evident he was a budding bug catcher. Baichi turned to face the boy, who was accompanied by a Butterfree, demonstrating considerable prowess, suggesting he had been training it for quite some time. Baichi did not refuse the challenge and responded, "Certainly. How would you like to compete?" This prompted the bug catcher to pause in surprise. Was he truly accepting so readily? Moreover, he was allowing the boy to dictate the terms of the battle. Clearly confident in his abilities, Baichi understood he must proceed with caution. "Let us have a 2-on-2 battle then. My first Pokemon is Go Beedrill." The bug catcher forcefully threw his Pokeball, revealing a robust Beedrill upon its release. Baichi raised an eyebrow, noting that this Beedrill also fell within the amateur tier. This bug catcher possessed commendable skills. 2 amateur-level bugs, both with blue potential, could likely reach the professional level without issue. Baichi subtly tilted his head to glance at Scyther behind him. Understanding the cue, Scyther gracefully soared forward to position itself in front of Baichi. "Let the battle commence," Baichi said with a faint smile directed at the bug catcher. "Beedrill, use Fury Attack," called the bug catcher. Scyther unleashed double hit. Both Beedrill and Scyther charged toward the center of the battlefield, launching an all-out assault. Beedrill executed a twin needle attack, while Scyther unleashed a dual blade strike. Beedrill's rapid strikes just barely countered Scyther's double hit. The disparity in power was evident. Had Beedrill not been airborne, it would likely have been sent flying by Scyther's attack. The bug catcher quickly recognized the gap in strength and directed Beedrill to abandon the frontal assault. Beedrill used Double Team, then Poison Sting. Scyther, despite having a slight injury on one of its blade arms, effortlessly slashed through all the poison stings, a task quite simple for him. Baichi then commanded, Scyther, let us also use Double Team, then execute Swift. Swift is an infallible move, superior to Aerial Ace. The latter's guaranteed hit in reality is merely due to its tricky trajectory and high speed, making it difficult to evade. In contrast, Swift automatically pursues its target. Unless a move of equal caliber is used to obliterate the stars, Swift will assuredly strike its mark. Now both sides had employed Double Team, resulting in a field teeming with the shadows of the two Pokémon. However, as Scyther unleashed Swift, Beedrill found it challenging not only to locate Scyther's true form, but also to differentiate between the real and the illusory attacks. The bug catcher, flustered, could not devise a counter-strategy. As Swift soared through the air, it suddenly veered and struck Beedrill's true form, causing its shadow to dissipate simultaneously. In the next moment, all of Scyther's clones charged towards Beedrill, delivering a wing attack that left Beedrill dazed. Beedrill, the bug catcher, gazed at Scyther with eyes full of admiration and longing. The rare and formidable Scyther was indeed the dream of all aspiring bug catchers. Even though Kakuna has the same base stat total of 500, it pales in comparison to Scyther's allure. Come back, Beedrill. Butterfree, I entrust you with the next battle. With a flutter, Butterfree emerged from the bug catcher's straw hat, immediately dispersing a cloud of shimmering powder. The faint blue light reflected indicated it was sleep powder. Baichi shook his head. Defeating Butterfree would require but a single strike. Scyther, use Aerial Ace. In a flash, Scyther ascended, a rare display of aerial prowess. Typically, they prefer swift, low-altitude flight for ambushing prey. As Butterfree released sleep powder, it failed to reach Scyther, carried away by the wind. Instead, Scyther performed a swift maneuver, diving down and crashing through the sleep powder to collide with Butterfree, sending it flying. Though Scyther soon succumbed to slumber, Butterfree was rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Victory achieved, 200 battle coins awarded. The bug catcher, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "You are indeed a true trainer, effortlessly defeating my two strongest Pokémon. I concede, your strength is remarkable. Perhaps you could even defeat Ash," he added. Baichi raised an eyebrow, surprised to glean information about Ash in such a manner. It seemed Ash was regarded as a formidable opponent akin to the boss of a novice village. Was it a challenge one must face? However, renowned trainers typically offer greater rewards in battle coins. With 1,400 battle coins amassed, it appeared he would need to face Ash before returning to the Pokemon School for another round. Is Ash truly that strong? Baichi inquired, following up on the bug catcher's remark. I've heard he has achieved over 90 consecutive victories, having defeated every trainer in this area. Upon reaching 100 wins, he shall embark on his journey. The bug catcher spoke with a mix of nostalgia and admiration, for he too yearned to travel, though his family had forbidden him due to a lack of strength. Continue along that path toward the mountain. Ash's private gym lies at the foot of it. The bug catcher gestured to indicate the direction. Baichi nodded, recalling the sleeping Scyther before setting off toward the mountain. Though the mountain appeared close, the journey took nearly 2 hours. As he approached, midday was upon him. Baichi decided to find a clear patch of ground near Ash's private gym to prepare his lunch. The three Pokemon were already relishing their meal, but after finishing, a slight look of discomfort crossed Chansey's face. Nidoking's venom is secreted from its spines, and while its toxicity is not particularly potent, Chansey has begun to acclimate, officially embarking on the study of toxic moves, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Baichi rose and cast a glance at Ash's private gym, noticing that the doors remained firmly shut. Moreover, the number displayed on the entrance was still 98, indicating that Ash and his companions had yet to arrive. Let the training commence. Baichi called out to the three Pokemon. Roar, Scyther, Lucky. Upon hearing his summons, the trio hastily approached. Baichi regarded them thoughtfully before instructing, Nidoking, continue practicing Ice Beam. Nidoking nodded and gradually moved to a nearby open space to begin using Ice Beam. However, his speed was still insufficient, requiring a moment to gather energy before releasing the move. Baichi then addressed the remaining two Pokemon. Scyther, you shall practice Leaf Blade, while Chansey continues to learn Toxic. Leaf Blade, a grass-type move with a power of 50, is capable of boosting speed by 1 stage, making it incredibly useful for Pokemon with a knack for technical prowess. Scyther's practice was progressing well, though it still required grass as a starting point. Once fully mastered, he would be able to execute it directly. Meanwhile, Chansey, with her hands clasped before her, was concentrating on gathering power, yet she struggled to convert her energy entirely into poison-type energy. The color remained a shade deeper than pale purple, but far from the desired deep violet. Bai Qi remained unperturbed. After all, Chansey was still a novice, and her current state did not necessitate her participation in battles. The combat strength provided by Nidoking and Scyther was already ample. While they practiced, Bai Qi's primary focus remained on Nidoking. Scyther was not a concern, and worrying about Chansey would yield no benefit. Thus, he displayed a video of a white sea lion utilizing Ice Beam for Nidoking to observe closely. Bai Qi meticulously analyzed the footage and then offered guidance to Nidoking, emphasizing the importance of energy control and conversion efficiency. Nidoking, do not rush. Familiarize yourself with all the steps before gradually increasing your speed. Ice Beam, Flamethrower, and Thunderbolt should not differ significantly. Seek the commonalities among them. Nidoking nodded in understanding and slowed his pace to start anew, slowly gathering strength while comparing Flamethrower and Thunderbolt in the process. Finally, after numerous attempts, Nidoking successfully unleashed a powerful Ice Beam. Well done, Nidoking. Maintain this momentum and strive to master Ice Beam swiftly. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction at the sight, then added, familiarize yourself with Ice Beam and practice it alongside Thunderbolt and Flamethrower. Nidoking grinned, though his fierce appearance rendered the smile somewhat menacing. Achi, I didn't expect you to be on the same path as us. Ash and his companions had received directions from a nearby trainer and arrived at Ash's private gym, only to find it deserted. They scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Bai Qi in the distance. Ash, Brock, Misty, are you also here to challenge the Beastmaster, Xiaoming? Bai Qi inquired, feigning ignorance. Indeed, I've already achieved 10 consecutive victories. Once I defeat that Xiaoming, I plan to challenge your Scyther and Nidoking, Qi. Ash declared confidently, seemingly emboldened by his streak of victories. Brock suddenly remarked, I can't believe you managed to capture a Chansey. Qi, that's incredibly fortunate. While Brock aspired to be a Pokemon breeder, he also harbored ambitions of becoming a Pokemon doctor, and Chansey would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally. Bai Qi smiled gently. It was merely luck. I encountered her on Crescent Mountain. Rest assured, Brock, you will eventually acquire a Happiny, so there is no need for envy. Chapter 27, Transformation. Brock nodded in agreement, acknowledging that encountering a wild Chansey was indeed a stroke of luck. There he is. That should be Xiaoming. Bai Qi noted as he caught sight of a figure approaching the wooden gates, prompting him to speak. Ash turned to see, hurriedly making his way over. The doors are opening. Brock, Misty, let us go? Ash was eager to prove himself, convinced that his 10 victories held equal merit to Xiaoming's 100. Bai Qi nodded to Brock and Misty. You two go ahead. I will join you shortly. With that, Misty and Brock hurried after Ash to Xiaoming's private gym. Bai Qi turned to his 3 Pokemon, saying, pause your training for now. We shall resume tomorrow. He then recalled them into their Pokeballs and strolled over. As Bai Qi approached, he noticed that Ash seemed to have already faced defeat, visibly disheartened by Pikachu's electric shock. Oh, has the battle concluded already? Bai Qi asked Xiaoming, glancing at him before turning to Brock and Misty. Misty nodded, unflinching. Indeed, 10 consecutive victories are no match for 98. No, 99 victories. Bai Qi chuckled. I have only managed a dozen victories. Xiaoming, do you still require fodder? You are in need of a challenger for your 100th match, after all. Misty blushed. I was referring to Ash. You and Ash are on entirely different levels. Why are you projecting yourself into this? Xiaoming cracked his whip and declared, of course I do. Let us begin. Bai Qi stepped onto the battlefield and tossed out a Pokeball, revealing Chansey. Chansey, are you serious? Xiaoming's expression darkened at the sight of the Pokemon, his tone turning hostile. Bai Qi smiled gently. Let us see if you can defeat her before you speak such words. Chansey, I entrust this battle to you. Lucky, Chansey responded, patting her chest as if to say, leave it to me. Although I may not be a fighter by trade, it won't be easy for others to best me. Very well then, I shall oblige you. Xiaoming's face contorted with anger as he lashed his whip, causing his Sandshrew to burrow into the ground and disappear. Chansey, meanwhile, innocently glanced around, seemingly unperturbed by the impending attack. However, Bai Qi was intently observing the small stones beneath Chansey's feet. Suddenly, the stones began to tremble, prompting Bai Qi to call out. Chansey, use Double Edge. What? Xiaoming was taken aback, hastily whipping his whip to signal Sandshrew to abandon its assault. After all, Double Edge directly retaliates with double the physical damage received, meaning Chansey's attack need not be particularly formidable. Conversely, the weaker her defense, the greater the damage returned. Sandshrew charged forth, striking Chansey with its claw and sending her flying. Her frail defenses barely holding up against the blow. Yet, in comparison to Chansey's robust stamina, this damage was negligible. In the next moment, a red glow enveloped Chansey, transforming into an energy ball that struck Sandshrew directly. As the energy ball collided with Sandshrew, it was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, losing its ability to battle before even hitting the ground. Victory in battle, earning 800 battle coins. Sandshrew. Xiaoming's face turned pale as he rushed toward his fallen Pokemon. Ash, Brock, and Misty stood in stunned silence, never having anticipated that Chansey could unleash such a formidable attack. This completely shattered their preconceived notions of the gentle assistant to Nurse Joy. After confirming that the Sandshrew was not seriously harmed, Xiaoming rose and glanced at Baichi, his expression a mixture of emotions. Firstly, it was due to the fact that the Sandshrew had been defeated by the Chansey, and secondly, he had suffered a loss in the 100th battle, thereby ending his streak of 100 consecutive victories. This indicated that if he wished to maintain his original goal, he would have to start anew from scratch. Ash murmured, "How impressive. Chansey can be this strong." Misty echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that Chansey, in conjunction with Double Edge, could be so formidable." Meanwhile, Brock observed Chansey swallowing an egg, and his expression shifted dramatically. That's the egg bomb technique. It can restore half of its health, meaning Chansey has returned to peak condition. This leaves us with no choice but to rely on special moves from a distance. Baichi, oblivious to the expressions of the three behind him, approached Xiaoming and remarked, "Your Sandshrew is quite well trained, but why haven't you allowed it to evolve into Sandslash?" Xiaoming explained, "I want to fully explore the potential of Sandshrew at this stage." Unfortunately, Baichi did not accept this reasoning, asserting that every stage of a Pokemon has its relatively easier to develop strengths. A Pokemon that does not evolve will ultimately grow at a diminishing rate, just as Ash's future Squirtle and Bulbasaur were ultimately discarded for their unwillingness to evolve. The final form represents the pinnacle of a Pokemon's existence, and the most effective way to unlock all potential is, of course, through evolution. Otherwise, it would all result in futile efforts. A Pokemon must evolve, otherwise, after so many years of established evolutionary forms, wouldn't it render them nearly useless? Baichi shook his head. Unless your Sandshrew possesses the hidden ability Pickpocket. But is that even possible? You're merely a newcomer from the starting village. Xiaoming pondered for a moment and eventually nodded. Perhaps Sandshrew should indeed evolve. Let's wait until it evolves into Sandslash before embarking on our journey. Baichi glanced at Ash and the others before asking Xiaoming, "By the way, your Sandshrew is trained quite well. Could you share your training methods with me?" Xiaoming readily agreed and promptly inquired about Baichi's contact information. "Of course. I also wish to learn how to cultivate Pokemon. By the way, what is your name? Which trainer are you? May I have your number?" "Certainly," Baichi nodded. "Given that you possess only amateur-level skills yet can provide 800 battle coins, I must offer you another opportunity to challenge me." Baichi shared his number, while Brock discreetly noted it down. Xiaoming tucked away his communicator and enthusiastically invited everyone to tour his gym, casting a slightly boastful and eager glance at Baichi, hoping for his recognition. The ground-type weaknesses include ice and grass. What use is a mere water pool? Baichi queried directly. If you have the time to address weaknesses, it would be wiser to enhance Sandshrew's strength. With greater power, what does a weakness matter? Furthermore, with increased strength, methods to overcome weaknesses naturally emerge. Xiaoming paused, then showcased a Rattata to train Sandshrew's resilience. Baichi shook his head again. Rattata's strength is too feeble. Let them evolve into Raticate. Otherwise, they will soon be of no assistance to Sandshrew. Xiaoming nodded obediently. I understand. Ash, Misty, and Brock exchanged glances. The previously arrogant Xiaoming appeared to have transformed completely. However, it made sense. After all, he had just been easily defeated by Arceus. Chapter 28. I've made it. Baichi initially thought that with him present, and having effortlessly sent Team Rocket flying before, they would not return. Yet, he was swiftly proven wrong as a thick smoke filled the entire tent. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? Misty fumed amidst the smoke. Unfortunately, Team Rocket did not respond this time. They were solely intent on stealing Pikachu to earn promotions and raises. However, much like before, they ended up stealing Sandshrew instead. As the smoke cleared, everyone carefully checked and soon realized that Sandshrew had vanished. Ash's taunts were met with Xiaoming's direct rebuttal, but as time passed and Sandshrew remained unfound, a sense of panic began to rise within Xiaoming. The bond between a trainer and their Pokemon cannot be easily explained in a few words. Baichi, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, given the rapport between you and Sandshrew, it should return shortly. This is impossible, Ash firmly asserted, Sandshrew fled because the training was too arduous. In the next moment, Sandshrew suddenly burst forth from the ground, with Meowth, who had brought it back, colliding directly with Ash's chin, knocking him back. Ouch, that hurts. Baichi couldn't help but gasp. It felt akin to being struck by a solid punch. That really hurts, Ash exclaimed, clutching his chin as he searched for the source of his discomfort. Baichi admired the scene. Indeed, you are quite the newcomer. Meowth? Brock and Misty exclaimed in surprise. Upon realizing its surroundings, Meowth started sweating profusely. Oh no, little brat. Little girl? This is bad. Musashi, Kojiru, you must come quickly. Ash was genuinely furious, as his chin was indeed in pain. Team Rocket, it's you again. That's us. Just as Meowth was bewildered, Musashi and Kojiru burst into the tent, with Arbok using Poison Sting and Weezing launching a mud shot. With Musashi and Kojiru by its side, Meowth felt emboldened. Even if they were sent flying, it wouldn't matter, as they were together. Baichi shook his head, releasing a Pokeball, commanding Nidoking to use Body Slam. With a mighty roar, Nidoking's fierce appearance stunned both Arbok and Weezing. Musashi, Kojiru, and Meowth also wore expressions of terror as Nidoking charged forth. Arbok and Weezing stood no chance against Nidoking, who sent them flying and, in turn, launched Team Rocket out of the tent as well. Is that Nidoking? Xiaoming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Isn't that size too large? Come back, Nidoking. Baichi raised his hand to recall Nidoking, turning to Xiaoming and saying, it seems we cannot continue today. Should you have any questions or ideas in the future, feel free to message me. Yes, and you can challenge me as well, Baichi chuckled, before turning to exit. Then we shall take our leave. Brock quickly pulled Misty and Ash to follow, catching up to Baichi to ask, can we travel with you on this journey? All right, Baichi considered and agreed. As his current goal was also the Pokemon School, once he had accrued battle coins there, they could part ways. After only a short distance, Brock voiced his curiosity. Baichi, how do you train your Pokemon? Baichi casually replied, I personally prepare Pokemon food and arrange reasonable training schedules. It's that simple. While it may sound easy, the challenge lies in crafting high-quality Pokemon food and effectively organizing training. After all, many trainers fail to promptly recognize the physical condition of their Pokemon, leading to latent injuries that ultimately hinder their potential. Suddenly, Ash approached. Aki, could you prepare some Pokemon food for Pikachu? Certainly, replied Baichi. Although the food made from ordinary ingredients yields average results, Baichi readily agreed, as this task was already being handled by Brock, who excelled at it, earning accolades even from Professor Oak. Thank you so much, Ash exclaimed, visibly delighted by Baichi's consent. Brock was equally eager, curious to see how Aki's approach might differ from his own. 2 days later, Baichi and the trio finally arrived at a mist-laden mountain gorge. Impatient as ever, Ash soon vanished into the fog. Baichi followed unhurriedly, just in time to witness Ash embroiled in a heated exchange with several students from Pokemon School. Indeed, the students from the school were quite arrogant, displaying an air of superiority despite their lackluster abilities. As they prepared to return to the classroom, Baichi threw a Pokeball before them. The ball opened, revealing a Chansey that blocked their path. Your previous questions were rather simplistic. You must be beginners. If you can defeat my Chansey, I will acknowledge your teaching methods, Baichi stated, stepping in front of Ash to address the 5 students. A battle? How could a Chansey possibly be used in combat? Scoffed a student with long black hair from the group. Let me teach you how to fight with Pokemon. Go, Machoke. A reasonably fit Machoke appeared, yet its muscularity was merely average, clearly indicating insufficient training. It is well known that Machoke must not lack strength training. Come on, show me if you have the right to say that. Baichi beckoned, signaling that the battle had commenced and allowing him to attack first. The black-haired student's expression darkened. Despite their arrogance, he despised those who pretended to be superior. Machoke, use Karate Chop. Machoke charged forward, delivering a fierce chop aimed at Chansey's head. Ash, Misty, and Brock exchanged perplexed glances, wondering if Aki would employ yet another unexpected tactic. Baichi softly instructed, Chansey, use counter. Sure enough, the trio instantly changed their expressions to one that conveyed their expectations. Machoke's Karate Chop struck Chansey directly, with the fighting type move being highly effective against the normal type, resulting in significant damage. Yet, Chansey remained steadfast, while the black-haired student's expression shifted to one of shock. He was well aware of the effects of counter and understood that Machoke would certainly be unable to withstand it, prompting him to shout urgently, Machoke, quickly use Protect. Unfortunately, the speed of counter was not to be underestimated. A burst of crimson energy erupted, sending Machoke flying. Victory in battle, 300 battle coins earned. Baichi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of receiving 300 battle coins for defeating an amateur-level Pokemon. with at least 100 students in the Pokemon School's junior high. That could amount to several thousand battle coins. Chapter 29, this is more like it. Huh. The other 4 students stood dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting their disbelief as they witnessed Chansey consuming an egg. How could a Pokemon with a type advantage like Machoke lose? To Chansey, no less. Their faces quickly flushed with embarrassment, especially since the one who had just lost was their companion. I'll take over, declared a student with a blue watermelon hairstyle. Tossing out his Pokeball, go Gardevoir. Use Psychic. Indeed, Gardevoir's psychic abilities were formidable, ensnaring Chansey effortlessly. However, one need not rely solely on brute force to escape. Baichi instructed, Chansey, use Sweet Kiss. Chansey gazed at Gardevoir, performing a playful kissing gesture, sending a pink heart-shaped energy towards it. Gardevoir, break free. The watermelon-haired student was wary of allowing Gardevoir to fall into confusion. After all, one could never predict what move Chansey might employ next. If Gardevoir were to lose to Chansey, it would be utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, Gardevoir's level was also rather low, merely amateur-level strength. And the cost of breaking the Sweet Kiss was that Chansey was freed from its grasp. Baichi chuckled, thinking they believed they could win without physical attacks. Chansey, use Sing. Chansey's melodious voice filled the air, and even though Gardevoir managed to recapture Chansey and throw it, it succumbed to slumber. Baichi smiled at the watermelon-haired student. Chansey, use Seismic Toss. What? Seismic Toss is a move that calculates damage based on level, and Chansey's attack power does not affect its strength. The watermelon-haired student and the other 3 watched in disbelief as Chansey grabbed Gardevoir with its tiny hands. Then, it leapt high into the air, spinning several times before crashing down. With a resounding thud, Gardevoir was defeated. There was no hope. Gardevoir's stamina was too low to withstand even Chansey's lightest blow. The black-haired student who had recalled Machoke turned and dashed towards the classroom. Clearly, this trainer's intent was to disrupt. Send in reinforcements. Chansey leisurely trotted back to Baichi, then nonchalantly used a life due on itself. The other 3 students dispatched their Pokemon in turn, but the outcomes were no different. A Budew and a Geodude fell to Seismic Toss, while a Shroomish was taken down by counter. The students were thoroughly demoralized, their spirits utterly drained. At this juncture, Baichi recalled Chansey, for the time had come to engage in a more serious battle. The fog had dissipated following Gardevoir's defeat. Now, over 30 students gathered around the 4 led by Baichi, and even the often oblivious Ash seemed a bit apprehensive. After all, there were so many of them. A beating could result in a rather unfortunate turn of events. Aki, there are too many of them. Should we retreat outside? Misty exclaimed, hiding behind Ash. While Brock remained calm, knowing that these were all second-generation students who prided themselves on their esteemed status, deeming it beneath them to resort to violence. The crowd of over 30 encircled Baichi and his companions, remaining silent for a time before parting to allow a beautiful and kawaii girl to step forward. I am Yuting Side-Eye from the beginner class. The fact that you could defeat them with Chansey indicates your considerable strength. However, if you wish to criticize our tutoring methods, that is unacceptable. Oh, heh, Baichi chuckled softly. I merely believe that your arrogance is unwarranted given your lack of prowess, and I wish to correct that. With that, Baichi produced a Pokeball and released a Scyther before him, continuing, arrogance is a malady that requires treatment. At his words, the expressions of all the students, including Yuting Side-Eye, shifted dramatically. Ash and Misty looked on in admiration. To speak so boldly while surrounded by so many was truly a testament to Aki's courage. What did you say? Before Yuting Shengdai could utter a word, the surrounding students erupted in indignation, unable to contain themselves any longer. Was it merely a flying mantis? Did it truly believe that defeating a few underperforming students entitled it to look down upon all of us? A bespectacled student stepped forward, hurling a Pokeball with determination. You wish to battle, do you? I shall gladly oblige. Tyranitar, teach it a lesson. With a roar, Tyranitar landed, unleashing a fearsome growl at the flying mantis. 4 rock-type moves are 4 times as effective against it. Yet, the mantis stood resolute, locking eyes with Tyranitar without flinching, revealing its formidable scythe-like arms. Tyranitar's power remained at the amateur level, albeit with greater potential than the previous 5 Pokemon, boasting a purple potential rating. This particular Tyranitar was nearing professional status. And if this battle proved sufficiently intense, it might just break through. Come. Baichi beckoned with a smirk, his gesture laden with provocation. Tyranitar, use Rock Slide. The bespectacled boy furrowed his brow as he spoke. Tyranitar stomped its feet, shaking the ground, and sending several rocks flying, which it then hurled forcefully towards the flying mantis. Draft. The flying mantis dodged with agility, weaving swiftly to evade the falling rocks. However, the move failed. This moment of failure left Bai Qi feeling somewhat embarrassed. For the flying mantis had not encountered such an issue during their training the previous day. The mantis too felt a pang of awkwardness. Having stumbled in its first battle attempt, laughter erupted among the surrounding students, mocking the Pokemon for its apparent inexperience. Yet, the bespectacled boy's expression darkened. He felt underestimated. Tyranitar. Use Rock Wrecker. With a furious roar, Tyranitar dug its claws into the earth and heaved, sending a massive boulder soaring into the air, which split into 5 large rocks, plummeting towards the flying mantis. Despite the cacophony of jeers around it, the flying mantis remained undeterred, quickly regaining its focus and charging forward once more. This time, the flying mantis successfully executed Draft, enveloping itself in a green energy that forced Tyranitar to stagger backward. This single blow drained Tyranitar's stamina, causing it to falter and ultimately collapse. Victory in battle, rewarded with 300 battle coins. What? The bespectacled boy and his peers were left dumbfounded. Although the flying mantis had successfully executed Draft, and Grass-type moves were indeed 4 times as effective against Tyranitar, they had assumed Tyranitar's specialized training had fortified its defenses against such attacks. They had only considered Tyranitar's high defense, yet the flying mantis possessed formidable offense as well, and its level surpassed that of Tyranitar significantly. With a base power of 50, Draft had reached 75 under the skilled hands of a high-attack Grass-type Pokemon, making this outcome rather expected. Yuting Shengdai stepped forward, stating, "Your flying mantis possesses quite a high level. Allow me to be your opponent." The surrounding students were taken aback. As the top student in the beginner class, she was the most formidable trainer. How could she reveal her trump card right from the start? Chapter 30. Intimidation. Draft. Bai Qi naturally hoped they would all take turns, allowing him to amass battle coins. One by one, I shall take you all on. Ash, Misty, and Brock were astonished. There were over 30 of them. At that moment, a student could no longer contain himself and jumped forth. I'll go. Go, Spearow. This Spearow also possessed amateur-level strength, indicating that the beginner class students mostly had Pokemon at similar levels, with minimal variance in strength. Against Spearow, the flying mantis employed Shadow Clone to create distractions, then used Slash to defeat it. Subsequently, over 10 more students took their turns, but one by one, they were all left demoralized by the flying mantis. Bai Qi joyfully accumulated over 6,000 battle coins, reveling in the bounty bestowed by the prestigious academy. Yuting Shengdai, however, grew increasingly frustrated with her classmates, who rushed to challenge, yet were unable to triumph. After waiting 2 minutes with no challengers, she finally threw her Pokeball. Gengar, use Smokescreen. With a cackle, Gengar appeared and immediately vanished into thin air. A thick cloud of black mist surged forth, rapidly expanding and nullifying the flying mantis's speed capabilities upon contact. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the strategy, but lamented that the flying mantis had access to dark-type moves. The flying mantis unleashed Swift. Yuting Shengdai scoffed. Is that a normal-type move? Heh, do you not understand the type effectiveness chart? Normal-type attacks are ineffective against Gengar. The flying mantis scattered a flurry of golden stars, which flew around before targeting a specific location. Bai Qi smirked and remarked, "The flying mantis is using Thief." As the onlookers realized that the Swift was aimed at revealing Gengar's location rather than attacking, Yuting Shengdai urgently commanded, "Gengar, use Hypnosis." She had not anticipated this tactic, now depending on Gengar to promptly put the flying mantis to sleep. Yet, as Gengar emerged, the golden stars flew past it, vanishing into the air. The impact of the stars distracted Gengar, causing its hypnosis to be delayed. The flying mantis closed in, its scythes poised to strike as dark-type attacks were highly effective against ghost types, leading to an exceedingly effective blow that rendered Gengar incapable of continuing the battle. Gengar's defenses and stamina were already feeble, making it vulnerable to such physical assaults. I lost. Yuting Shengdai was taken aback by the swiftness of her defeat. Gengar hadn't even had the chance to unleash a second move. Victory in battle, rewarded with 600 battle coins. Bai Qi felt immense satisfaction. With this additional 600, his battle coin total reached 20,400, finally surpassing the 20,000 mark. A smile unconsciously graced his lips. To the students of the Pokemon Academy, this smile was seen as mockery of their weakness. Over 20 students had taken their turns, only to be defeated one after another by the flying mantis. Notably, many of the challengers were rock-type Pokemon, which had a 4 times advantage against the flying mantis, yet they suffered a humiliating defeat. Filled with shame, they also felt a surge of anger. After all, They had always perceived themselves as the knowledgeable ones in such scenarios. It was then that someone suggested, just wait. The upperclassmen from the intermediate class are on their way. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi released Chansey, feeding the flying mantis a berry to restore its stamina. He then turned to Yuding Shengdai and inquired, "Pardon me, when can we expect your upperclassmen to arrive?" Ash gasped Arceus. "Do you really intend to battle the intermediate class students?" Bai Qi, perplexed, responded, "Why, yes. Is there an issue, Ash?" Ash replied, "But aren't they equivalent to trainers with fur badges? Only strong opponents should be challenged. The flying mantis thrives against equally matched foes." Bai Qi chuckled, fixing his gaze on Yuding Shengdai as he continued, "Are they not here yet? We have arrived." For slightly older students emerged from the crowd, 2 boys and 2 girls, led by a muscular youth with a crew cut. "I am Longzi, a member of the intermediate class. Since you have triumphed over the strongest of the beginner class, it is now my turn to challenge you." Bai Qi's gaze flickered with surprise. He realized that Longzi was from the Yulong family. Was he not the strongest in the intermediate class? Bai Qi gestured for him to proceed, and Longzi produced a pokeball, tossing it gently. "Arise, Gyarados." With a mighty roar, Gyarados emerged, triggering its Intimidate ability, which diminished the physical attack of Scyther by 1 stage. Bai Qi could not help but express his astonishment. "Gyarados. I had expected either Dragonair or Kingdra." Moreover, its strength had reached the professional level, making it a formidable opponent, provided that its commanding skills did not falter. However, Gyarados' Intimidate ability was somewhat targeted against Scyther. After all, Scyther had yet to learn Sword's Dance, and with its attack reduced by 1 stage, it would have to rely solely on speed. Noticing that Bai Qi did not take the initiative, Longzi declared, "Gyarados, use Ice Fang." Bai Qi glanced at Gyarados before responding. "Scyther, use Double Team." Gyarados lunged at Scyther with its gaping maw, while Scyther created over a dozen illusions to confuse Gyarados' judgment. Time and again, Gyarados struck at the wrong target, its attacks missing. Longzi quickly commanded, "Gyarados, use Twister." Bai Qi smiled faintly, instructing, "Scyther, use Agility." While Agility had little effect on Gyarados, the additional speed boost was indeed quite advantageous. Although Agility struck Gyarados, Scyther was also caught in the Twister and sent flying. However, Scyther's speed had increased by 1 stage. After adjusting its posture in midair, Scyther landed and immediately dashed towards Gyarados at breakneck speed. Once again, Agility was employed, but this time Gyarados was too late to retaliate. Longzi's expression changed. "Its speed has increased by 2 stages. This is dire." In such circumstances, Gyarados could no longer keep pace with Scyther's velocity. At this moment, Bai Qi commanded Scyther to unleash its finishing move. "Scyther, use Fury Cutter." Gyarados responded with Aqua Tail. Longzi sought to defend and find an opportunity to counterattack, but Bai Qi would not grant him that chance. With a 2-stage speed enhancement, Scyther's velocity had doubled, reaching a level nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As Gyarados swung its Aqua Tail, Scyther executed 2 swift Fury Cutters, striking Gyarados. The 3rd Fury Cutter heralded Gyarados' true peril. Each strike bore a power of 160, and even halved, Gyarados could not withstand several such assaults. Longzi's countenance darkened. This was not the scenario he had hoped for. Even though Scyther's attack had diminished by 1 stage, Gyarados would only be able to endure a few more blows. "Gyarados, use Scary Face." Scyther continued with Fury Cutter. It dawned on Longzi that Scary Face could reduce the opponent's speed by 2 stages. This exemplified one of the shortcomings of academy-trained students. They often prioritize offensive moves due to their reliance on computer simulations, which calculate effectiveness based on type advantages. Yet even at this moment, Gyarados struggled to contend with Scyther. After enduring 3 more Fury Cutters, Gyarados finally managed to reduce Scyther's speed with Scary Face, but it bore 5 long, narrow wounds upon its body. Its stamina had waned significantly, prompting Bai Qi to refrain from further enhancing Scyther's speed. "It is time to conclude this. Scyther, unleash your final Fury Cutter." Gyarados responded with Waterfall. This time, Longzi opted for Waterfall instead of Ice Fang. In truth, the attack efficacy of Waterfall and Ice Fang was quite similar, and Gyarados was far more accustomed to Waterfall. After all, many Magikarp evolve into Gyarados only after successfully navigating a waterfall at specific locations. Fury Cutter versus Waterfall. This encounter was a head-on clash. While Fury Cutter held a definitive advantage in power, Gyarados possessed overwhelming strength. All eyes were fixed upon the 2 Pokémon, poised for collision. Regrettably, Scyther, though a pure warrior, was not a berserker, and neither was Bai Qi. Suddenly, Bai Qi shouted, "Scyther, take to the air and spin while using Fury Cutter." Heeding the command, Scyther soared into the air just as they were about to clash, evading Waterfall, and then spun midair. The Fury Cutter sliced downwards. striking Gyarados squarely on the back. This blow sent Gyarados crashing to the ground. Gyarados! Everyone gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom such a turn of events that stripped Gyarados of its final hope. No matter how Longzi shouted, Gyarados showed no sign of recovery. That last strike appeared to have struck a critical point. Though reluctant to accept it, Gyarados was truly unable to continue the battle. Longzi recalled Gyarados, casting a lingering gaze at Baichi before turning and departing. I have lost. Victory in battle, earning 700 battle coins. Baichi's gaze shifted to the leading students of the intermediate class, only to find them all turning away. This surprised him, and he quickly realized that Longzi must indeed be the strongest in the intermediate class. He had defeated Senior Yulong's Gyarados. Yutung Shengdai was astonished. It was well known that Gyarados was ferocious, and many seniors from the advanced class were no match for Senior Yulong's Gyarados. Today, it had been bested by an unknown trainer. Despite type disadvantages, Baichi yearned for further battles, as he believed that with Scyther alone, he stood a great chance of attaining the coveted title for Scyther. Having witnessed the strength of the intermediate class, he turned to Yutung Shengdai, who fell into silence. For the advanced class, students were nearing graduation and had already gone out for internships. In truth, Longzi was the strongest among the current students at the Pokemon Academy. Domination over all students at the Pokemon Academy. Scyther gains the title of Unbeaten General. Unbeaten General. Winning streaks activate. 10 consecutive victories enhance potential by 1 stage. 100 consecutive victories boost all attributes by 10. Current record, 51 out of 100. Haha, Scyther has indeed earned the title. Baichi felt immense joy in his heart. Noticing that no one else stepped forward, he turned to leave the Pokemon Academy. Ash, Misty, Brock, until we meet again. With Scyther having secured the title and having harvested all the battle coins, Baichi did not intend to travel with the main cast any longer. They often got lost, wasting precious time. Upon hearing Baichi's words, Ash and the others were taken aback. Archie, are you leaving? Yes, farewell. Baichi nodded and resolutely departed. Ash and Misty wished to persuade him to stay, especially since Baichi's cooking was simply divine. Unfortunately, the dozens of eyes behind them made them feel uneasy. Well, we should also take our leave. Ash turned and awkwardly chuckled, attempting to turn away. However, he was blocked by the students of the Pokemon Academy, who eagerly insisted that Ash stay for a day to instruct them in practical combat. Yet all of this was no longer of concern to Baichi. After departing from the Pokemon school, Baichi deftly circumvented the bustling Goldenrod City, steadfastly making his way towards the desolate Leaf City. The enigmatic girl, Nasi, posed a considerable threat. And with the 4th Pokemon already in mind, a relentless attacker known as Shellder, Baichi was resolute. Coupled with the formidable Onix of Miacha Mountain, his team merely lacked one additional Pokemon. This final addition could be either a Snorlax, a Aerodactyl, or even a Venusaur. Baichi was well aware of where he could procure these 3 Pokemon. As a coastal city, Leaf City boasted a plethora of Pokemon by the sea, including an abundance of Shelders. Moreover, Shellder was not a rare Pokemon. One could easily catch many while fishing by the shore, although Baichi had specific standards for potential. Along his journey, Baichi welcomed challengers with open arms and ultimately achieved 100 consecutive victories with his Scyther. Simultaneously, his battle coins amassed to 27,000, inching ever closer to the 100,000 required to purchase a metal coat for Scyther. A fortnight later, Baichi finally arrived in Leaf City. His Nidoking had significantly enhanced its power. Although it had yet to reach the elite level, it was nearing that threshold. The 5-disc moves had been mastered, and it had even grasped the move Mudwave. At this point, Nidoking could be considered nearly flawless. If one were to nitpick, the only shortcoming was its inability to fly. Pokemon, Nidoking. Strength, Professional. Entry, Newcomer S Nemesis. Sovereign. Type, Ground, Poison. Ability, Sheer Force. Gender, Male. Friendship. Potential, Red, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Charge Beam, Peck, Fury Attack. Toxic Spikes, Double Kick, Super Horn Attack, Mud Wave, Poison Jab, Earth Power, Toxic, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Iron Tail, Mud Bomb. Inherited moves, Body Slam, Ruckus. Newcomer S Nemesis, attacks at 120 when facing Pokemon of inferior strength. Ineffective against elite level. Sovereign, all abilities enhanced by 10. Currently, Nidoking represented Baichi's most formidable strength, though Scyther was beginning to close the gap. The only concern was that Baichi noticed a Chansey ahead, still practicing Toxic. Its potential was progressing rather slowly, remaining merely a deep blue. Chapter 32, Big Brother? A fishing rod priced at 100,000. How exorbitantly expensive. At the seaside of Leaf City, Baichi prepared the bait for his rod and cast it out with a vigorous motion, muttering curses under his breath. Am I not a breeder? How could I possibly be unaware of what constitutes a prime shelter? Preposterous. Nevertheless, the bait turned out to be quite effective. It wasn't long before a Pokemon was hooked. Baichi raised an eyebrow and swiftly reeled it in. A shelter was hauled ashore, and Chansey rushed over to inspect its condition. Baichi merely glanced and instructed, "Chansey, kindly return it." Lucky, Chansey nodded cheerfully, although its actions were somewhat indistinct to others. Baichi could perceive its intent. After examining the shelter, Chansey grasped it and returned it to the sea. Time flew by swiftly. Baichi had already caught over 10 shelters. Yet the best potential among them was merely blue. After an entire afternoon of fishing, he failed to hook a shelter with purple potential. As night descended, Baichi resignedly made his way back to the city center of Leaf City with Chansey. Tomorrow, he would choose a different location to fish. However, Baichi recalled that there existed an extraordinary garden purportedly housing Venusaur near Leaf City. Yet, the precise location warranted further investigation. After all, the Bulbasaur line was one of the 3 starter Pokemon of the Kanto region, typically difficult to encounter. The average potential of the Bulbasaur line should exceed that of Shellder. If he couldn't catch a Shellder, he would have to explore the Twin Islands instead. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, just as Baichi approached the entrance, a hurried voice called out from behind. "Excuse me, make way." Turning to look, Baichi saw a boy rushing towards him, cradling a small seal. Judging by the situation, this was yet another of the exploits of the Leaf Gym's trainer, Majishur. Baichi stepped aside, shaking his head in resignation as he watched the boy's retreating figure. He knew Majishur was merciless in battle. One should not challenge an electric-type gym with Pokemon that were weak to electric attacks. I am utterly speechless. Before challenging an electric gym with water-type Pokemon, one ought to devise a strategy against electric moves. Baichi strolled slowly towards the Pokemon Center's lobby, while Chansey swiftly followed the boy inside. Midway, Chansey utilized Heal Pulse on the seal, stabilizing its injuries. Since there were no battles today, Baichi made his way directly to the dormitory. While Chansey went to assist Nurse Joy in healing Pokemon, there was no helping it. Chansey was the type of Pokemon that delighted in caring for others. After finishing its tasks, Chansey returned, cheerfully responding, "Lucky," as it appreciated its trainer's approval. That night, Chansey was busy until the wee hours, tucking Baichi in before returning to its Pokeball to rest. After a night's respite at the Pokemon Center, Baichi set out for the Leaf Gym early the next morning. There was ample time for fishing and inquiring about the secret garden surrounding Leaf City, especially for Majishur. The gym trainer would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Upon reaching the entrance of the Leaf Gym, before Baichi could ring the bell, a young man halted him. "Are you here to challenge Majishur? If you're not prepared to contend with Raichu's Thunder, I advise you to catch a ground-type Pokemon." The young man kindly warned, "There is a Diglett cave nearby, teeming with ground-type Pokemon. Fear not, it is merely a Raichu that has evolved without any training." Baichi replied casually, "Thank you for the advice." The young man was merely looking out for him, and Baichi felt compelled to express his gratitude. After pressing the doorbell, the grand entrance of the Leaf Gym swung open, revealing Majishur alongside his eccentric apprentice. "Is this little one the challenger?" Majishur's tone was rather irksome, and he reached out, attempting to ruffle Baichi's hair. Baichi could not tolerate this and promptly stepped back to evade Majishur's hand. "Indeed, I am the challenger." "Haha, come along." Majishur chuckled heartily, retracting his hand and turning to lead the way into the gym. Baichi followed him inside, while the young man watched with curiosity, thinking, "This boy is quite confident. Let us observe his gym battle." With that thought, the young man swiftly made his way towards the Leaf Gym. Entering just before the doors closed, Majishur glanced at him, nodded slightly, and then addressed Baichi. "The battle rules are one-on-one, and my Pokemon is Raichu." Raichu, having remained closely beside Majishur, stepped onto the field with a deliberate gait upon hearing this announcement. Baichi squinted, a professional-level Raichu. No wonder those challengers of lesser caliber sustained such severe injuries. Baichi pondered briefly before tossing out Nidoking's Pokeball. "Nidoking, I entrust this battle to you." With a resounding roar, Nidoking's massive form landed in the arena, causing the entire Leaf Gym to tremble ever so slightly. Raichu was taken aback, retreating a step, while both Majishur and the young man looked on in astonishment. What a magnificent and ferocious Nidoking. The referee waved his flag and, despite himself, couldn't help but gaze at Nidoking as the match commenced. Majishur's expression was one of utmost seriousness. This Nidoking was indeed a formidable opponent. Raichu unleashed a powerful Mega Punch, while Nidoking countered with Iron Tail. The voices of Ma Zhishe and Bai Qi seemed to resonate simultaneously as Raichu concentrated all its might into a single, devastating blow aimed at Nidoking. Yet, Nidoking remained steadfast, unperturbed, merely swinging its tail in a sudden, fierce motion. The tail, radiating a brilliant white light, collided with Raichu's fist. In an instant, Raichu staggered backward as though struck by lightning. Such formidable power. The young man was taken aback. Despite Raichu's shortcomings, its strength was undeniable. However, in comparison with Nidoking, it was utterly outmatched. Ma Zhishe furrowed his brow, realizing that Raichu stood little chance of victory. Raichu employed Iron Tail. Bai Qi sought to bring the battle to a swift conclusion, knowing that the ground type held an advantage over the electric type. Nidoking summoned the power of the earth. Raichu, sluggish in its movements, approached, twisting to strike Nidoking with its tail. Yet, Nidoking paid little heed to this minor damage. Energies surged beneath its feet, and a fissure spread forth, erupting right beneath Raichu. Boom! Raichu was instantly propelled away, landing incapacitated. Victory in battle, rewarded with 2,200 battle coins. With Raichu unable to continue, the challenger Bai Qi emerged victorious. Ma Zhishe shook his head. Raichu's flaws were far too pronounced. Should he invest time in rectifying them? Perhaps not, as there were few trainers capable of defeating him as is. If he were to address Raichu's weaknesses, the likelihood of his orange badge being withheld would increase significantly. I concede defeat. This serves as irrefutable proof of my loss, along with the orange badge and a Thunderbolt move disc. After handing the badge to Bai Qi, Ma Zhishe turned to the young man and inquired, "What brings you to Kureha City? Did you not disapprove of my assessment methods?" "I came simply because I wished to." The young man replied with a light laugh. "Is it not permissible for me to come see you, brother?" "Brother?" Bai Qi stared at the young man in astonishment, wondering if Ma Zhishe had another sibling. Chapter 33, Precise Strikes. Noticing Bai Qi's gaze, the young man smiled and explained, "I am a former comrade of Ma Zhishe, previously serving as the second officer aboard the SS Saint Anu." "The SS Saint Anu?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, recalling that this ship had docked at Kureha Harbor just the previous night. The young man sighed. "Well, I used to be the second officer, but the SSST Anu has since been transferred." He then extended his hand, introducing himself as Yugu from the Unova region's Fanba City. Bai Qi shook hands with him, stating, "I am Bai Qi from Tokiwa City." However, Bai Qi felt there was little to discuss, given that this was their first meeting. Yugu shrugged. "All right then." Ma Zhishe chuckled heartily, patting Yugu on the shoulder. There are two types of trainers who come to Kureha Gym, those who are novice trainers, and those who are strong-willed and capable. You are simply overthinking it. So far, nothing has gone amiss at my Kureha Gym. Fair enough. Yugu nodded, turning his attention to Bai Qi's retreating figure. This young lad is quite intriguing. He spent an entire afternoon fishing for Shelmet by the sea. Perhaps I could entrust my little one to him. "Oh," Ma Zhishe exclaimed in surprise. After all, this was the offspring of Yugu's initial partner. Was he truly considering handing it over to a boy he had met only twice, and whose name he had only just learned? "I shall refrain from commenting. The decision is yours to make." "Well then, I shall take my leave," Yugu declared, preparing to exit Kureha Gym, only for Bai Qi to reappear at the entrance. "By the way, Gym Leader Ma Zhishe, is there a secret garden for Venusaur in Kureha City?" "Indeed," Ma Zhishe confirmed, pondering before asking, "Do you possess a Bulbasaur, or are you merely seeking to capture one?" "As for that, Venusaur, do not harbor any illusions. My ace Raichu cannot contend with it." Bai Qi shook his head. "I simply wish to take a look. If I come across a Bulbasaur that catches my eye, then I may consider capturing it." Ma Zhishe and Yugu exchanged surprised glances. Was it common to deliberate capturing even the starter Pokemon? Ma Zhishe provided directions to the Venusaur's location, cautioning that the grass-type Pokemon residing in that forest were not particularly welcoming to humans. "This Shelmet I'm giving away 1 TB rejected, right?" Yugu mused uncertainly. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a Pokeball, releasing a Shelmet before Bai Qi. Bai Qi was momentarily puzzled, then began to observe the Shelmet closely. Pokemon, Shelmet. Strength, Beginner. Entry, Precision Strike. Type, Water. Ability, Multi-Hit. Gender, Male. Friendship, 155. Potential, Orange, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun. Withdraw, Ice Shard, Glare. Whirlpool. Inherited moves, Rock Smash, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam. Precision Strike, Critical Hit Rate 1. To possess a natural entry? Moreover, with the same effect as the Super Luck ability, boasting a critical hit rate of 1, and having inherited Rock Smash, Water Pulse, and Bubble Beam, this Shelmet. Bai Qi glanced up at Yugu. curious as to the reasoning behind his release of Shelmet. Yugu smiled. So what do you think? Do you have an eye for this Shelmet? It's the offspring of my Shelmet. If you find it appealing, I would greatly appreciate your guidance in training it. Thank you very much. Bai Qi readily agreed, then crouched down, extending his hand toward Shelmet, which, unbeknownst to him, was now holding a few Pokemon treats in his palm. Shelmet glanced at Bai Qi, having overheard Yugu's words, and thus did not resist Bai Qi's advance. As soon as Shelmet consumed the treats from Bai Qi's hand, it was instantly taken aback. Overwhelmed by the delightful aroma, yet unable to discern the flavor, Bai Qi, noticing Shelmet's eagerness, produced a few more treats and offered them. It seems your little one has been conquered by the allure of fine cuisine, Ma Zhishe remarked, patting Yugu on the shoulder with a look of admiration. Today's youth truly are remarkable. They possess not only the ability to train Pokemon, but also an understanding of their nurturing. Yugu then opened another Pokeball, declaring, "This is for the best. Come forth, my Shelmet." Yugu's Shelmet was of expert level, stronger than some gym leaders, as many lesser-known gym leaders only reached elite status. With parents of expert level or higher, it was no surprise that Shelmet's potential and inherited moves were exceptional. However, the entry was indeed a stroke of luck. This was truly a destined child among Shelmet, a veritable guardian of the skies. Yugu addressed Shelmet. "This is the trainer I have found for your child. Though young, his strength is commendable." Bai Qi nodded at Shelmet, then tossed a few treats towards it. Shelmet devoured them in one gulp, then smiled back at Bai Qi, evidently pleased with the offerings, reassured that following Bai Qi would not lead to suffering. Observing Shelmet's reaction, Yugu tossed the Pokeball to Bai Qi. Upon catching the Pokeball, Shelmet's friendship level immediately altered, diminishing to 50. "From now on, please take good care of Shelmet." Bai Qi crouched down, gently stroking Shelmet's shell. The sharp cry of the Shelmet may be piercing, yet its demeanor suggests acquiescence. "Mr. Yugu, master of the martial arts hall, I shall take my leave now." Bai Qi reiterated his farewell, this time with genuine intent to depart. "Very well. Indeed, farewell." Ma Zhishe and Yugu nodded in acknowledgement, watching Bai Qi's retreating figure. Exiting the leafless gym, Bai Qi turned northward, retracing his steps. After leaving the city, he set his sights on the forest of Bulbasaur, which lay in close proximity to Leafless City, a mere 10-minute journey away. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Bai Qi was repelled by a flurry of attacks before he could step inside. Gazing at the fallen leaves and seeds strewn across the ground, he looked up towards the treetops, where several grass-type Pokemon lay in ambush: Shroomish, Oddish, Budew, and others, all possessing only entry-level or amateur capabilities. However, engaging them in battle would be unwise. Provoking the smaller ones would surely attract the attention of their more formidable elders. Bai Qi understood this all too well. Since entry was not permitted here, he resolved to seek another location. Surely, Bulbasaur would also be present elsewhere, though he wondered if he might encounter them at the periphery. If not, venturing deeper into the forest would be his only option. If entry is prohibited and encounters with Bulbasaur remain elusive, then it would be rather absurd not to fight his way in. Ma Zhishe claimed that even his trump card could not best Vileplume, given his current prowess. Attempting to breach the forest would be akin to lighting a lamp in a lavatory, an invitation to disaster. While Vileplume's temperament was not particularly aggressive, it was unlikely to treat uninvited guests kindly. Bai Qi had little faith that Vileplume would usher him out unscathed. The consequences, even at their mildest, would likely result in a severe ailment. There was no need for such folly, especially since the grass type was merely one of his alternatives. Chapter 34, vs Nidoking. It became evident that Bai Qi's connection to the starter Pokemon was rather tenuous. Avoiding the forest on this side of Leafless City, Bai Qi finally ventured into the woods but encountered no sign of either Bulbasaur or Ivysaur along the way. He wished to delve further, only to be detected by grass-type Pokemon, prompting a hasty retreat. The grass-type Pokemon within the forest boasted several elite and expert-level fighters, far beyond Bai Qi's current capabilities. Upon escaping the forest and realizing he was no longer being pursued, Bai Qi let out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder Ma Zhishe had spoken so casually. He had evidently calculated that I would never lay eyes on Bulbasaur. Returning to Leafless City, Bai Qi made his way to the Pokemon department store to procure sustenance for the Shelmet. Entering the store, he began selecting berries in the fruit section, placing all the requisite berries of acceptable quality into his cart. As he ambled forward, he unwittingly filled his cart to the brim. "Bai Qi." A voice called from the side, and as he turned, he was surprised to see Shigeru. "Shigeru? What brings you to Leafless City?" Bai Qi asked with curiosity. Shigeru smiled lightly and shrugged. "I originally came to experience the S and cruise But alas, all the tickets were sold out. So I had to travel by land instead. I see. Is your next destination Yuhong City? Bai Qi inquired casually as he pushed his cart toward the checkout. Indeed. Shigeru nodded, then added, since we crossed paths, how about a battle? Sure, but you'll need to wait for a moment, Bai Qi consented, recognizing that Shigeru would likely yield a decent amount of battle coins. After paying and securing the berries, Bai Qi said to Shigeru, let us go find a battleground. I know just the place, allow me to lead the way. Shigeru quickly moved ahead and guided Bai Qi out of the Pokemon department store, where his cheering squad materialized. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. I thought something was amiss. It turns out it was them. Following Shigeru, they arrived at a park beside the road, where several public battle arenas were situated, currently occupied by trainers honing their Pokemon. Bai Qi and Shigeru faced each other, causing the surrounding onlookers to cease their activities and gather around the arena. What are the battle rules, Shigeru? I have no objections as long as it isn't a full team battle. Shigeru pondered, one-on-one seems a bit risky. Let's go for 3-on-3 for safety. 3-on-3 sounds good. Bai Qi replied, promptly tossing out a Pokeball. It was time for Scyther to take the stage. With a flash, Scyther emerged, its gleaming blade-like arms and resolute gaze eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience. How imposing. No wonder it's hailed as a warrior of the bug type. Scyther is simply magnificent. I wish I could capture a Scyther, but they're so elusive. Even if you encountered one, your Oddish would likely stand no chance. Perhaps it's best to dream on. Go ahead. Aside from steel and poison types, I can ensnare any Pokemon. Wow, you're impressive. But how did you fail to conquer a Rattata? Weren't you the one being chased by it last time? That wasn't Teamy. You must be mistaken. Oh really? Then why are you running away? Amidst the banter, Shigeru's Pokemon took the field, a Nidoking, classified as amateur level with purple potential. It was a commendable Pokemon, with potential likely to endure for some time, particularly since all of Shigeru's Pokemon were tended to by Professor Oak. As the battle was about to commence, Bai Qi tuned out the chatter of the surrounding audience. Meanwhile, Shigeru's cheer squad began to rally support, chanting, Shigeru, Shigeru, you're the best. Shigeru, Shigeru, go for it. Bai Qi raised his right hand, gesturing to Shigeru, let us begin. With a grin, Shigeru replied, I won't hold back then. Nidoking, use focus energy, then peck. A scope lens? Truly befitting of a wealthy heir on a road trip. Bai Qi mused, impressed. The scope lens increases the critical hit ratio by 1 stage. And when combined with focus energy, it guarantees a 50 chance of landing a critical hit. However, the attack must first connect. Scyther, use double team. In an instant, Scyther split into multiple shadowy figures, creating illusions that were nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Nidoking, having gathered energy, was about to charge forward when it froze in place upon witnessing this spectacle. Don't be fooled, Nidoking. There's only one true form. Calm your mind and discern the real one, Shigeru exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, Nidoking quickly steadied its emotions and began to scrutinize the myriad Scyther figures, attempting to identify the genuine article. Bai Qi, however, wasted no time. Scyther, use Night Slash. In a breathtaking dash, Scyther surged forward, both real and illusory forms cleaving toward Nidoking with ferocity. At the last moment, Nidoking managed to pinpoint Scyther's true form, meeting its attack with a peck of its own. Alas, the disparity in their power proved too great, and Nidoking was sent sprawling. Shigeru's brow furrowed. This Scyther's level was unexpectedly high. What about the Nidoking that had aided Bai Qi in capturing Scyther? Clearly, Bai Qi's growth was not to be underestimated. He would need to remain vigilant. Nidoking, use Fury Attack. Nidoking charged forward, launching a flurry of assaults against Scyther. Bai Qi recognized Shigeru's intention to induce a poison state in Scyther, for Nidoking's ability was Poison Point. Any Pokemon that made physical contact with Nidoking risked being poisoned. Yet, how many hits could Nidoking withstand? Bai Qi chuckled softly, Scyther, use Aerial Ace. The body of the Scyther suddenly vanished, darting out from an unseen direction and crashing into Nidoking, sending it flying. This blow instantly drained Nidoking's remaining energy. Nidoking. Xiaomao furrowed his brow, realizing that the power of Bai Qi's Scyther was rather excessive. Even with a slight level advantage, it was astonishing that 2 ordinary moves could leave Nidoking incapacitated. Return, Nidoking. However, this was not the time for distractions. Xiaomao produced his second Pokeball. Go, Golem. Use Rock Slide. With a thunderous roar, Golem unleashed a barrage of enormous rocks upon Scyther. Rock Slide boasts a critical hit ratio of 1 and considerable power, but most importantly, it inflicts quadruple damage on Scyther. Even though Golem was merely an amateur-level Pokemon, a single hit would be quite formidable. Bai Qi pondered for a moment before commanding Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Without hesitation, Scyther executed the move, leaving Xiao Mao and the onlookers in astonishment. This was a quadruple effective attack. If Scyther missed, it would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. However, Fury Cutter was Scyther's signature move, and it had mastered it thoroughly. Moreover, Scyther's Fury Cutter would trigger additional effects upon striking Rock Slide, similar to how the gym leader Xiaoqian Snorlax could trigger Rollout by attacking the ground. Fury Cutter has a base power of 40, but when executed by Scyther, it becomes 60, sufficient to cleave through Golem's Rock Slide. Under the astonished gazes of Xiao Mao and the crowd, Scyther swung its blade towards the sky. Several large stones above were effortlessly sliced apart, crashing down on either side of Scyther. Golem, use Rollout. With no other options available, Xiao Mao urged Golem to execute its Rollout combo as swiftly as possible. After all, other moves paled in comparison to Rock Slide, which had already been disrupted by Scyther. Golem transformed into a massive stone, rolling at high speed, but it did not charge towards Scyther, as the current power of Rollout was still inferior to that of Rock Slide. Baichi remained unperturbed. After all, Golem was merely an amateur-level Pokemon, far inferior to Onix. Moreover, Scyther's blade arms had regained their strength. As soon as Xiao Mao felt that the power of Rollout was sufficient, he immediately commanded Golem to attack Scyther. Baichi shook his head. Has the power reached 120? Unfortunately, it's still a bit lacking. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. With a resounding crash, the rapidly rolling Golem collided with Scyther's blade, sending Golem hurtling backward. Although Scyther also staggered back, Golem's rollout was interrupted. Baichi seized the opportunity, commanding Scyther to use Leaf Storm. Golem dig. Xiao Mao could only instruct Golem to evade the impending danger. Unfortunately, it was a tad too slow. Scyther's Leaf Storm struck first, and the quadruple damage rendered Golem unconscious in an instant. Xiao Mao had lost again. The cheerleaders, witnessing this scene, wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Xiao Mao's brow furrowed tightly. Had Scyther's training reached such heights? Return, Golem. This is your last chance. Go, Wartortle. Wartortle landed on the ground, its gaze fixed on Scyther with a grave expression. However, Baichi withdrew Scyther and tossed out another Pokeball. Go, Nidoking. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious Nidoking emerged, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat in fright, leaving the area empty. Such a massive creature. Xiao Mao was taken aback. This Nidoking's size was astonishing, easily more than twice that of a typical Nidoking. I surrender. Xiao Mao raised his right hand without hesitation. Facing a Nidoking of such immense size, which also surpassed Wartortle in level, the outcome was clear. There was no chance for Wartortle to win, and it was better to concede than risk injury in battle. Victory in battle earned 2,400 battle coins. The battle coins now exceeded 30,000, bringing him closer to capturing a giant Pinsir. However, to capture a gigantic Onix, he still needed to prepare its metallic membrane, which meant he required an additional 170,000 battle coins. Baichi scratched his nose, suddenly feeling that the challenge was a bit daunting. Aki, what's up with your Nidoking? I remember it was only slightly larger than the standard size when it was still a Nidorino. Baichi smiled faintly without answering, and Xiao Mao quickly realized the crowd was too large and diverse. Aki, shall we find a quieter place to sit and have some afternoon tea? Baichi nodded. Sure. I need to make some Pokemon cubes anyway. Xiao Mao, you find a secluded spot. All right, follow me. Xiao Mao reassured the cheerleaders and led Baichi out of the park. In a private room of a tea house, Xiao Mao revisited the previous question, prompting Baichi to finally respond. A giant moonstone. Xiao Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a thing was rare indeed. Baichi, sensing Xiao Mao's thoughts, dipped his finger in his teacup and wrote 3 characters on the table. Just as Xiao Mao was about to read them, Baichi raised a finger to his lips, interrupting him. Just keep it to yourself. Understood. Xiao Mao nodded. Such matters should indeed remain undisclosed, as there were already many treasure hunters in the Moonview Mountains searching for moonstones and fossils. If the news of the giant moonstone leaked, neither the mountain nor its Pokemon would find peace. By the way, Aki, weren't you going to make Pokemon food? Baichi shot a surprised glance at Xiao Mao. He shouldn't have to make it himself, should he? Do you want to see? Xiao Mao nodded. Although there were breeders and fighters among the cheerleaders, Xiao Mao could also make Pokemon food. After spending time at Professor Okito's laboratory, he had absorbed some knowledge over time. This was also the reason Xiao Mao could quickly transition to becoming a researcher later on. Baichi did not refuse. He took out his relatively simple tools and began to prepare using some berries. Xiao Mao watched as Baichi meticulously chopped the berries, steaming some while mixing the remainder into a puree. He then added flour and some unknown powder, enveloping the puree within and kneading it into a long strip. Finally, he cut it into small pieces, completing the Pokemon food. Xiao Mao eagerly grabbed one, contemplating before handing it to a beautiful cheerleader. How is it? The older cheerleader frowned, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Baichi. Did you add the powder from steel and ice stones? Even if Shellder evolves, it doesn't gain steel type. How did you think to add steel stone powder? Because for Cloyster, isn't steel just iron? Baichi replied with a gentle smile, though he couldn't quite articulate why he thought it would be better with steel stone added. After pondering for a while, the beautiful cheerleader exclaimed, this indeed makes it better. That tiny bit of powder won't affect Shellder, and it will enhance the toughness of its shell. You're truly remarkable. Xiao Mao looked at Baichi in astonishment, saying, I never imagined you were also a breeder. No wonder you could. Baichi sighed. That is because I had to rely on myself. In truth, I would prefer to focus solely on training Pokemon. Xiao Mao wished to cease his conversation with Baichi, sensing that he was being subtly provoked. Let us call it a day. I must journey to the next city, he declared. Baichi promptly stood up, responding, well then, farewell. Upon exiting the tea house, Xiao Mao swiftly entered his sports car and departed. While in the car, Xiao Mao inquired of the beautiful breeder among the cheerleaders. What is the caliber of the Pokemon food crafted by Ichi? The breeder hesitated momentarily before replying. I believe even Professor Okido would require considerable time to develop such specialized Pokemon nourishment. Your grandfather's expertise is truly remarkable. Xiao Mao fell silent, feeling a heightened sense of pressure within. It appeared that in order to surpass Ichi, he must capture even more formidable Pokemon. Chapter 36, The Champion? After parting ways with Xiao Mao, Baichi made his way toward the Pokemon Center. With approximately 2 hours until sunset, only someone like Xiao Mao, in a sports car, could reach the next city in time. Should Baichi leave the city now, he would scarcely travel far before having to camp outdoors. Thus, he resolved to set out the following day. In the training grounds behind the Pokemon Center, Baichi was organizing a training regimen for his Shellder. Given that Shellder possessed the ability for precise strikes, there was no need to focus on accuracy training. The primary focus would be on physical attack, special attack, and defense. Speed was not a concern for Shellder, as its movement on land would never be swift. Thus, enhancing its attack speed was sufficient. Special defense, however, remained a vulnerability for Shellder, particularly against grass and electric types. Additionally, rock and fighting types primarily utilize physical attacks, which Shellder could withstand even if they had a type advantage. In contrast, electric types predominantly employ special attacks, posing the greatest threat to Shellder. Grass types, while effective against water types, are countered by ice types, making them a threat that need not be overly feared. Baichi contemplated a defensive strategy against electric types and resolved to prioritize training Water Ring. Shellder, use Water Ring, he commanded. With a swift motion, Shellder conjured 2 rings of water, encircling itself. However, its control over the water ring seemed somewhat lacking. Baichi quickly discerned the next steps. Let us focus on perfecting Water Ring today, Shellder. You must master it swiftly, achieving the ability to control it with rapidity. Shellder nodded diligently and began to exert all its effort into controlling the spinning water rings. Baichi nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the other 3 Pokemon. Both Scyther and Nidoking had already mastered their newly learned combination move, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency, while Chansey had only just begun to grasp Toxic, which would be ineffective in actual combat. After practicing the new move, Scyther continued its training with Fury Cutter. Go! Scyther nodded and dashed forward, its scythe-like arms darkening as they sliced toward the target. Nidoking, continue practicing your new move, and also work on Mud Wave and Earth Power. After a brief pause, Baichi added, be mindful of controlling your strength. Going all out can lead to a loss of self-control. If your attack misses, it may reveal a vulnerability. With a low growl, Nidoking unleashed a fiery breath, followed by an icy beam that forcibly chilled the target. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as Baichi returned for a meal, he caught sight of Pikachu and Ash in the hospital room. However, he refrained from entering, recognizing that this was a pivotal moment in Ash's life. He must not inadvertently allow Pikachu to come into contact with the Thunderstone. The following morning, Baichi set off for Yuhong City to challenge the Yuhong Gym. As for Jinwang City, he decided to postpone Ash's challenge until Naza had returned to her usual self. Pick up the pace, Shellder, Baichi urged, leading Chansey and Scyther ahead while Shellder struggled to keep up from behind. The training was arduous, especially for a sea Pokemon traversing land, yet Shellder's tenacious nature propelled it forward. Despite the fatigue, it never paused for rest, a quality that Baichi greatly admired. Moreover, with Chansey and the specialized food at its disposal, Shellder was not at risk of exhausting its physical potential. Traveling from Cooley City to Yuhong City without traversing the Mole's Cave Bai Qi soon arrived at Maiden Town. Upon entering this quaint locale, he understood why it bore such a name. The majority of trainers here were female, often clad in miniskirts and accompanied by adorable, unevolved Pokemon, such as the rabbit-like Nidoran, Nidorina, and the likes of Cleffa and Piku. Additionally, the combat-oriented Pokemon were mostly common, yet charming small creatures like Pidgey, Meowth, and Oddish. I recall a participant from the Quartz Conference who utilized an Oddish, also hailing from Maiden Town. Had it not been for Professor Okito's specially bred Grimer countering Oddish, Ash's inaugural league tournament would have concluded prematurely. As he strolled down Maiden Town's streets, Bai Qi mused, if an Oddish can emerge from here, surely there are skilled trainers about. Who could they be? He was eager to inquire, especially regarding the remarkable move known as the heel kick, which, while not a formal technique, exhibited considerable power. Was it a self-created move, or an adaptation of an existing one? Bai Qi was keen to discover the truth. The concept of self-created moves frequently appeared in novels from his previous life, often involving the fusion of two techniques. However, neither Nidoking nor Scyther could achieve such a feat at present. Even the combination of Quick Attack and Fury Cutter proved impossible. If attempted, the resulting power would diminish, falling below that of Quick Attack, and the stacking effect of Fury Cutter would vanish. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Bai Qi occasionally paused in the park to engage in battles with the miniskirt trainers of Maiden Town. Yet, he encountered no news of any particularly formidable trainers, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that the heel kick was the creation of some talented trainer? After meandering through Maiden Town without finding the desired outcome, Bai Qi resolutely abandoned this line of thought. Rather than squander energy here, he deemed it more prudent to enhance the strength of his Pokemon. Moreover, Scyther and Nidoking might soon be capable of combining two moves, let alone crafting a unique one. An epiphany struck him. Perhaps a novel application of a certain move could hold promise. On the third day, Bai Qi departed Maiden Town with Scyther, only to be intercepted by two young women. Are you looking for us? Is there something you need? Bai Qi inquired. The two girls, around 14 or 15 years of age, appeared slightly taller than Bai Qi, who was himself undergoing a growth spurt, his nutrition catching up to the average height. Exchanging glances, the girl with light green hair stepped forward, introducing herself. I am Jinzi from Maiden Town, and this is Naimi. Were you not seeking the master of Sun Zi? Naimi added. The master asked me to tell you to come by, if you're willing. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Qi nodded and said, then I would appreciate your guidance. Follow us, Jinzi instructed, gesturing to the side. The master resides just on the outskirts of the town, not far from here. Bai Qi followed the two figures, her heart brimming with anticipation. Could they possibly be masters of unparalleled skill? Chapter 37, Effort Value. With this question lingering in her mind, she arrived at a modest abode. In the front yard, a young woman was tending to a flower bed, accompanied by a trumpet bud of master-level prowess. Indeed, a true champion. The four Heavenly Kings and the champion are all at the master level, although the champion commands an entire team of master-level Pokemon, while most of the four Heavenly Kings possess merely 4 master-level Pokemon. Furthermore, there exists a disparity in the capabilities of their ace Pokemon. Acknowledging the mastery of her opponent, Bai Qi respectfully greeted, Hello. Hello there, little one, the woman replied with a warm smile. I am Nissa. Yesterday, someone mentioned that a stranger was searching for something in town, and I overheard names like Xuanzi and Trumpet Bud. Are you perhaps looking for me? Bai Qi nodded and responded. I have heard from others that a trainer in town has a remarkably strong Trumpet Bud, one that can execute a move called Heel Kick. This does not seem to be a standard technique, hence I am curious whether it is a self-created move or an adaptation of a conventional one. Ah, I see. Nissa chuckled, nodding knowingly. She turned to lead Bai Qi to the backyard. Come with me. Bai Qi promptly followed, sensing that this elder was quite approachable. Upon reaching the backyard, Bai Qi spotted a large sandbag, its surface marred by a dent shaped like AV. The Heel Kick, being a grass-type technique, does not truly qualify as a self-created move. It draws inspiration from powerful techniques such as Whip and Iron Tail, as well as Waterfall Tail, evolving into a unique move. Nisso elaborated. It is simply that the Trumpet Bud has trained extensively, allowing it to execute the move without any preparatory time. The Trumpet Bud demonstrated the Heel Kick. Nissa commanded, and the Trumpet Bud, with its seemingly soft foot, swung around and struck the iron block, producing a resounding clang. Bai Qi felt a shiver run down her spine. Is this the power of a master-level Pokemon? Even with 2 objects in between, the reverberation was palpable. The power must be around 90, qualifying it as a formidable move. Moreover, the Heel Kick primarily targets the head, boasting a high critical hit rate, which could potentially elevate the critical hit damage by at least 1 level. Impressive, Bai Qi exclaimed. her admiration genuine. However, she resolved not to expend energy in this domain at present, since it was merely a derivative move. She knew she must first master one of the foundational techniques. For instance, only by fully mastering the move Fury Cutter could her Scyther then draw inspiration to create its own unique technique. Nissa smiled gently. May I see your Nidoking? Baichi paused, then curiously inquired. How do you know I have a Nidoking? I have only called upon it in Leafless City just the day before yesterday. Nissa pointed toward the flower bushes in the backyard, where a blue figure was frolicking. Baichi turned to look, and to her astonishment, it was a Nidoqueen, possessing expert-level skills. A peculiar expression crossed Baichi's face. Is she suggesting my Nidoking mate with it? This is a case of an old bull courting young grass. Nevertheless, Baichi released Nidoking from its pokeball. It landed and looked around, puzzled at not finding an opponent, then turned to Baichi with an inquisitive gaze. Baichi shook her head in resignation. Truly, one must not judge a Pokemon by its appearance. This Nidoking could easily defeat dozens of that unsteady trumpet bud. Nidoking. Look over there. Baichi pointed toward the distant Nidoqueen. As Nidoking suddenly appeared, Nidoqueen turned to face it. The two Pokemon exchanged glances, but then, simultaneously, they turned away, completely ignoring each other. Nissa sighed. It seems that finding a match for Nidoqueen is not as straightforward as I had hoped. Well, it appears your Nidoking is not suitable for my Nidoqueen. Baichi nodded in agreement, relieved that they did not find each other appealing. Leaving Nidoking behind was out of the question, but should I take Nidoqueen, there would be a risk of Nidoking facing domestic violence. Nissa issued a polite dismissal, stating, Since you have learned what you wish to know, you may continue your journey. Baichi nodded, recognizing there was no need to linger. It was just past 8 a.m. She should hasten to the next town. Then I shall take my leave. Baichi turned to depart, as Jinzi and Naimi watched her figure fade away. Naimi finally addressed Nissa. Master, did you truly invite him over just to find a partner for Nidoqueen? Of course not. Nissa shook her head. His initial Pokemon is Nidoking. Although its level is not high, its battle prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. He will be a formidable rival for Xuanzi. Furthermore, his Scyther is far superior to Xuanzi's. And even at the same level, Xuanzi's Scyther would likely be defeated. Jinzi gasped. How is that possible? Master, did you not say that Xuanzi's Trumpet Bud has received true teachings? Even if Scyther were to lose, there is still the Trumpet Bud. Nissa shook her head. That Nidoking is far too imposing. Xuanzi's Trumpet Bud could never match it. Moreover, Jinzi and Naimi eagerly pressed. Moreover what, Master? Nissa lamented. Moreover, Xuanzi is overly reliant on her Trumpet Bud, which has resulted in her other Pokemon receiving little training, serving merely as practice partners for the Trumpet Bud. How could her strength possibly improve quickly? Her effort value is far too low. Effort value. Jinzi and Naimi exchanged glances, realizing that Pokemon must not only enhance their strength, but also elevate their effort value. By the way, you two should also embark on a journey. After Baichi departed the small dwelling, a notion began to take root in her mind. Could the training direction of the Trumpet Bud be entirely technique-focused, thus enabling it to develop the heel kick move? Additionally, Xuanzi's Trumpet Bud seemed to have a profound understanding of Leaf Blade. Just 2 or 3 leaves could effortlessly cleave through rock. If Scyther could achieve a similarly high level of proficiency in Fury Cutter, it should also unleash power that surpasses the standard. Then it is settled. Henceforth, training in Fury Cutter must not be neglected. Baichi was eager to see if the ultimate power of Fury Cutter could exceed 160. With her resolve to solidify the core technique for Scyther, Baichi selected a move for Nidoking and Chansey as well. For Chansey, the focus would be on Double Edge, as the move requires Chansey to nurture its energy. This would deplete Chansey's physical energy, even if it consumed the output itself. Most importantly, with Chansey's low physical defense, the damage from Double Edge becomes exceedingly exaggerated, rendering it difficult for Pokemon of the same level to withstand such retaliation. Nidoking. Next we shall train Poison Jab. Given that Nidoking possesses the ability Poison Point, Baichi chose Poison Jab for it. Moreover, Poison Jab can be executed using its tail, not necessarily requiring its hands. In fact, with Nidoking's long tail, employing it for Poison Jab could extend the range of its attack. Chapter 38. Fiery Explosions. Between Leafless City and Rainbow City, there are not many towns. For the next 2 days, Baichi camped in the wild, allowing her 3 Pokemon to continue their training. Only Shelder practiced controlling Water Gun while maintaining its original form. That night, Baichi set up camp on the grassy ground of the Nameless Forest, with Nidoking, Scyther, and Chansey resting nearby. Unbeknownst to them, Shelder was hopping away toward a nearby stream, evidently preferring not to sleep on the grass. Baichi had overlooked the fact that the Shelder, possessing only pure water attributes and lacking ice capabilities, would still have a reliance on water. The following morning, upon awakening and stepping out of the tent, Baichi was perplexed to find Shelder missing. Where had Nidoqueen, Scyther, and Chansey gone? Upon hearing his words, Nidoqueen, Scyther, and Chansey either lowered their heads or turned away, only to suddenly lose composure. What? Scared? Lucky? The three Pokemon quickly descended into a state of panic, for Shelder was merely a novice-level Pokemon, akin to a recently weaned infant. Moreover, it had only recently taken its first steps into the world. How could this be? Just last night. It had been right beside us. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Could it have been snatched away by another Pokemon? Roaring in alarm, Nidoqueen and the others turned their anxious gazes towards Baichi. With a resigned expression, Baichi reasoned that if it had been captured, Shelder would surely have cried out for help. It must have ventured out on its own. Let us split up to search for it. Nidoqueen, accompany me. With that, Baichi made his way towards the stream. As it was highly probable that Shelder, being a water-type Pokemon, had headed there, Nidoqueen hastily advanced to clear the path for Baichi, effortlessly brushing aside the underbrush and foliage as they proceeded. Scyther took to the skies, darting swiftly between the treetops, while Chansey moved in a particular direction, albeit at a slower pace. Just as Baichi and the three Pokemon scattered in search of Shelder, the latter awakened, albeit not by its own volition. How could a Shelder be found in such a stream? Rant observed the Shelder, which had been snagged by a power line, pulled from the water, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Regardless of the circumstances, a Shelder, typically residing in the ocean, ought not to appear inland. This stream led not to the sea, but to a small lake. Suddenly yanked from the water, Shelder wore a face of sheer terror, realizing it was entirely outmatched. Surely, it would not fancy seafood. Perhaps this Shelder, residing in the stream, is a unique specimen unlike others. I shall capture it first, Rant declared, producing a Pokeball to summon his Infernape. Use Thunder Punch. With a fierce roar, Infernape charged towards Shelder with remarkable speed, leaving the latter no time to mount a defense as the Thunder Punch approached. Nidoqueen interjected with Iron Tail. From the nearby thicket, a voice emerged, and Nidoqueen's imposing figure burst forth, twisting to execute a tail swipe that intercepted the Thunder Punch. Bang! Infernape stumbled backward, eyeing Nidoqueen warily. Baichi emerged from the undergrowth, flashing a smile at Rant. My apologies, but this Shelder belongs to me. Rant's realization dawned upon him. That explains it. I was puzzled as to why a Shelder would be found in a stream. However, he continued, glancing at Nidoqueen, your Nidoqueen is quite extraordinary. Let us continue this battle. Infernape, use Ice Punch. Baichi furrowed his brow. Nidoqueen, use Poison Jab. Roaring, Infernape and Nidoqueen locked eyes, then charged at each other. Infernape's right fist, enveloped in ice, aimed a fierce blow at Nidoqueen's chest. In that instant, Nidoqueen crouched low, her tail, gleaming with deep violet hues, surged forward to counter the ice punch. Bang! Infernape retreated once more. Clearly, its strength paled in comparison to Nidoqueen's, revealing the amateur level of their abilities. Iron Tail, Baichi quickly commanded, and Nidoqueen lunged forward, twisting to launch her radiant tail at Infernape. Rant, taken aback by the speed, shouted, Infernape, quickly use Karate Chop to block. Bang! In a moment of crisis, Infernape executed a desperate Karate Chop to intercept Nidoqueen's Iron Tail. However, as it was already in retreat and the move was hastily performed, it lost its balance, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground. Baichi refrained from ordering Nidoqueen to pursue, as the disparity in their strengths had become glaringly apparent. If Infernape's trainer had any sense, he would refrain from sending it back into battle. Yet Baichi had underestimated one aspect, Infernape's fiery temper. Without a word from Rant, Infernape sprang to its feet and charged at Nidoqueen, unleashing another cross-chop. Baichi's irritation grew, and he commanded, Nidoqueen, use Sludge Bomb. Roaring, Nidoqueen gathered a swirling mass of purple sludge in her hands, then launched it towards Infernape with force. To everyone's surprise, such a large Pokemon could unleash a long-range special attack, sending Infernape flying with the Sludge Bomb. Stop! I concede, Rant shouted hastily, rushing to comfort Infernape. Baichi did not command an attack, nor did he call Nidoqueen back. Instead, he crouched down to gently stroke Shelder. If you dislike living on land, you could have told us. Running off to the river without a word makes us worry. Shelder, with its tongue out, displayed a sheepish expression from within its shell. All right, come back for now. Baichi retrieved Shelder into its Pokeball, and then turned to Rant and Infernape. If we're not battling anymore, I shall take my leave. We're done. Rant managed a strained smile, realizing that with Infernape's power, it had been thoroughly overpowered. Baichi nodded and turned to head back. Nidoqueen shot Infernape a glare before following Baichi. Infernape's ire began to dissipate, yet it held no desire to engage in further conflict with Nidoqueen. Rant was astonished. Who would have thought that encountering a Shellder along the way would lead to such a formidable and large Nidoqueen? Infernape, it seems we must exert ourselves even more. Let us continue our strength training today. Roaring in agreement, Infernape nodded resolutely. It had no intention of being easily overpowered by other Pokemon again. Next time we meet, I shall defeat him. Meanwhile, Baichi returned to the campsite to prepare his breakfast. Shellder was released and busily devouring its meal nearby. However, Scyther and Chansey had yet to return. Chapter 39, Perfume. Baichi initially believed that Scyther and Chansey would return shortly, but after Shellder's return, Chansey was still nowhere to be seen. He recalled the trainer from earlier and pondered, could it be that Chansey encountered him again? Rant shouted loudly, Infernape, quickly, intercept her and use Cross Chop. With a fierce roar, Infernape charged at Chansey, executing a cross chop with crossed arms. However, Chansey effortlessly absorbed the blow with her body, then radiated a bright red glow, unleashing a powerful energy surge that sent Infernape flying. Stupefied, Rant exclaimed, what? My Infernape was defeated by Chansey? Lucky. Chansey swiftly retrieved an egg from her abdomen pocket and swallowed it to regain her strength. Rant's mouth twitched in disbelief. How could Chansey recover so quickly? In the midst of Rant's distraction, Chansey suddenly realized she had lost her way back, having only focused on fleeing and not on her surroundings. Lucky. Chansey's face was a mix of helplessness and urgency. How do I get back? And now Shellder is still unaccounted for, and I've lost my own way? Upon reaching this point, the Happiny could not help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her for a few moments. Rant, recalling his fiery monkey, observed Happiny's expression, and an inexplicable feeling surged within him. Could it be that this Happiny already had a trainer? After pondering for a moment, Rant decided that since he had captured her in battle, he might as well inquire. Happiny, do you have a trainer? Feeling lost due to her wandering, Happiny nodded at Rant's question, only to quickly realize that it was this fellow and his fiery monkey who had led her astray. A surge of indignation ignited within Happiny as she glared at Rant with a look that was anything but friendly. The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down Rant's spine, prompting him to ask, are you looking for the trainer of Shellder? I know where he is. Happiny hurried over, gesturing with her hands, urging Rant to lead her. Rant, feeling utterly speechless, thought to himself, indeed, she is my Pokemon. All right, I will take you to find your trainer. Rant began to retrace his steps, first returning to the creek and then following the path created by Nidoking to search for Baichi. Meanwhile, Baichi was already instructing Nidoking and Shellder in training. And after having breakfast, the Scyther had also ventured out, this time to seek out Happiny. Rant emerged from the side and greeted Baichi. Hello, I have returned your Happiny. Baichi looked at Rant with a peculiar expression, wondering if this guy might be attempting to capture his Happiny again. However, given that his fiery monkey had attacked Happiny, there was a good chance she would not withstand the higher-level monkey's Fury Cutter. Double payback seemed unlikely. Rant stepped aside, revealing Happiny to Baichi. Baichi was pleasantly surprised to discover that Happiny had become stronger, now reaching a professional level. Although her deep blue potential seemed to have faded somewhat, any increase in strength was undoubtedly a positive development, as potential could be gradually enhanced through training. In terms of moves, Happiny's tackle had evolved into Body Slam, and she had learned Light Screen. However, these two skills were of little utility to her. Thank you for returning my Happiny. I am Baichi from Tokiwa City. Pleased to meet you. Baichi smiled and extended his hand to Rant. Rant managed to smile in return, albeit a bit strained, considering his fiery monkey had been struck down twice by Baichi's Pokemon. Hello, I am Rant from Kinna City. Kinna City? Baichi recalled the fighting dojo that had been shut down due to Nagi's actions. Rant, are you a fighter from the Kinna City Fighting Dojo? Sort of. I used to be an apprentice there. Rant nodded. However, I no longer specialize in fighting types. The drawbacks of specialization are all too evident. As he spoke, Rant shook his head, recalling the dismal days when his fiery monkey had yet to evolve, suffering under the hands of flying types, and even Butterfree. What a tragic sight. Baichi chuckled lightly. The pros and cons of specialization certainly have their merits. For instance, nurturing Pokemon of the same type makes it easier to accumulate relevant training knowledge. Just then, Scyther leaped down from the treetops and called out to Happiny. Happiny shyly smiled. I didn't mean to get lost on purpose. We should have a sparring session when we have the chance. Happiny, it's time for me to set off. Rant felt a bit awkward, but still asked, would it be possible for your Happiny to heal my fiery monkey? Baichi looked at Rant in astonishment, then turned to Happiny. After all, his fiery monkey had been knocked out by Happiny's counterattack. Surely, it was still dazed. Please release your fiery monkey. Upon hearing this, Rant complied and sent out his fiery monkey. Happiny immediately used Heal Pulse on the fiery monkey and then presented an egg to him. The combination of these two moves fully restored the fiery monkey, at least in terms of stamina. Alright, let us meet again in the future. Yes, goodbye. Rant internally lamented, it would be best if we did not meet again. If this continues, my fiery monkey's confidence will be utterly shattered. After parting ways, Baichi continued on toward Yuhong City, while Rant made his way to Kai City. Upon exiting the forest, Baichi caught sight of the towering buildings of Yuhong City, finally arriving in the bustling heart of the Kanto region, the second largest city. Once inside Yuhong City, Baichi did not rush to challenge the dojo. Instead, he strolled down the street, for Yuhong City boasted the finest perfumes in the Kanto region. Different types of perfumes could relax various types of Pokemon and keep their spirits elevated. Thus, Baichi sought to find the most suitable and favored fragrances for his Pokemon, which would also aid in future training. It is well known that emotions significantly influence any endeavor. Baichi was unsure which perfume shop belonged to the Yuhong Dojo and had never considered that he must purchase perfumes from that particular shop. As he walked, he entered any perfume shop he encountered, browsing and selecting perfumes. In the third shop, Baichi found a suitable fragrance for Nidoking, crafted from the diluted toxic gas of Weezing, ideal for his poison-type Nidoking. Continuing forward, Baichi finally entered the perfume shop affiliated with the Yuhong Dojo. The perfumes for Shellder and Happiny were made from the extracts of Oddish, while Scyther's fragrance was derived from the solution of Victreebel, resembling the scent of nectar, appealing to many Pokemon. After selecting the perfumes, Baichi addressed Li Jia. Li Jia, I wish to challenge the Yuhong Dojo. When would you be available? A dojo match, is it? Li Jia pondered for a moment before responding. Come to the Yuhong Dojo tomorrow morning. I will be waiting for you there. Alright. Chapter 40. The blade must remain unsoiled. After spending a night at the Pokemon Center, Baichi set off for the Yuhong Dojo early the next morning. Following his battle in the dojo, he also planned to shop at the Super Mall, the largest shopping center in the Kanto region. Upon reaching the Yuhong Dojo, Baichi found that someone was already waiting at the entrance. It was the two girls he had encountered in the perfume shop yesterday. They were both staff members and apprentice trainers at the dojo. Challenger Baichi, please follow us inside. Thank you. Baichi nodded and followed the two into the dojo. They made their way into the battle arena situated within an indoor forest where Li Jia waited. Upon seeing Baichi enter, Li Jia addressed him. The battle rules are 3-on-3. Challengers may switch Pokemon. The match concludes when one side's 3 Pokemon can no longer battle. Is that clear? Baichi nodded. No issues. There was no point in opposing such dojo match rules. Then, go forth, Tangela. Li Jia threw out her Pokeball. Tangela was at the amateur level, possessing the ability Leaf Guard. Without hesitation, Baichi tossed out his Pokeball, declaring, Scyther, you're up. Upon Scyther's appearance, its formidable aura caused Tangela to shrink back in apprehension. A glint of surprise flickered in Li Jia's eyes. This Scyther was quite impressive, and it seemed she would be handing out another badge today. At that moment, the apprentice acting as the referee waved the flag and announced, the match begins. As soon as the words were uttered, Baichi shouted, Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Li Jia commanded, Tangela, use Bind to ensnare him. In truth, Li Jia had not anticipated Tangela winning, nor did she have the inclination to test her challenger. Although Tangela had many vines, Scyther swiftly dodged them, and with a single Fury Cutter, Tangela was rendered incapable of battle. Baichi shook his head. Indeed, the sole challenge of this gym battle was none other than the Stinky Flower. With the loss of combat capability, the victory went to the Scyther. Subsequently, Li Jia switched to the Gloom, but the outcome remained unchanged as it too was swiftly dispatched by Scyther. After recalling Gloom, Li Jia looked up at Baichi and said, If you can defeat him, you shall receive the Rainbow Badge. Go forth, Stinky Flower. The Gloom, with its vacant gaze, emitted a noxious odor upon seeing Scyther. The gym apprentices had already donned gas masks, though they were insufficient to completely shield them from the stench exuded by the Gloom. Baichi's face turned pale, and he immediately held his breath, shouting, Scyther, hold your breath and use Fury Cutter. Just as Scyther prepared to respond, the foul smell invaded its nostrils, causing it to clamp its mouth shut and charge forward. With a swift Fury Cutter, Scyther vanquished the Stinky Flower and breathed a sigh of relief. Baichi, however, could only shake his head in resignation before producing an airbag to breathe in some fresh air. Meanwhile, Scyther, having relaxed its guard, succumbed to the lingering odor and collapsed, its body turning a shade of purple. Alas, it had inhaled the noxious fumes at close range. Victory achieved. 2,400 battle coins acquired. The apprentice serving as the referee opened the ventilation ducts and announced, Lijia's 3 Pokemon are all unable to battle. The victor is the challenger, Baichi. With a smile playing on her lips, Ligia stepped forward and presented Baichi with the rainbow badge, saying, "This is proof of your triumph over me. Please accept it." Along with the ultimate absorb move disc. Baichi accepted the badge, while an apprentice approached with a move disc in hand. "Thank you, Gym Leader Ligia. I shall take my leave now." After retrieving the disc, Baichi hastily recalled Scyther and made his way outside. Despite the ventilation, the stench remained pungent. Rushing out of the Yuhong gym, Baichi finally dared to take deep breaths of the fresh air. Yet, it seemed that remnants of the odor lingered on his body and clothes, prompting him to turn towards the Pokemon Center. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center and showering twice, he emerged and spritzed himself with perfume, finally eradicating the foul smell. Under Nurse Joy's care, Scyther gradually recovered, though the memory of the stinky flower's odors still haunted it. As a warrior, it dreaded facing such an opponent. With one slash, it feared that its blades would remain tainted for days. A warrior's blade must never be sullied or reek of foulness. Observing Scyther fixated on its own blades, Baichi chuckled and reassured, "Fear not, Scyther. Such opponents will be rare in the future." Startled, Scyther nodded and was subsequently recalled into its Pokeball. Baichi took out a map, one he had acquired upon entering Yuhong City, and confirmed the location of the super department store before setting off. Although it was still morning, the plaza in front of the super department store was already bustling with people. Most were trainers or residents with Pokemon, letting them frolic in the open air. However, amidst the crowd, one individual stood out. She appeared to be a coordinator. At this hour, the battle frontier of the Hoenn region had yet to introduce the Kanto region, and the Grand Festival had not yet taken root in Kanto or Johto. This awaited the arrival of the Battle Domes Hills in Kanto and the interim championship of Mikoli, after which the Grand Festival would truly flourish. Baichi observed for a while. This coordinator seemed to be a newcomer, currently watching videos while training her Pokemon. The Beautifly executed Silver Wind. Flapping its wings, Beautifly unleashed a silver whirlwind, its power mediocre yet undeniably beautiful. And it had a chance to raise all its stats by one stage. Beautifly was evidently still inexperienced. After all, Silver Wind was a move developed for the Grand Festival. Despite its impressive secondary effect, it only had a 10 probability, making it less practical than Bug Buzz. The direct trajectory of the Silver Wind made Baichi shake his head. Though he had only seen it in videos, he understood that the speed of Silver Wind was not particularly fast among moves, rendering a spiral trajectory the optimal choice. It would expand the attack range while enhancing its elegance. Baichi approached slowly. After all, she was the first coordinator he had encountered, and his curiosity was piqued. In a region filled with trainers, the sudden appearance of a coordinator might indicate a supporting character with a role to play. In fact, many onlookers surrounded her, captivated by her training. After all, her performance was far more visually appealing than the others. "Are you a Pokemon coordinator?" Baichi inquired as he approached the girl. Sari turned to him and replied, "Indeed. Are you a coordinator as well?" Upon seeing her face, Baichi exclaimed in surprise, "You are Saori from Nibi City. Did you not just reach the semi-finals of the Hoenn Grand Festival? Why are you not in Sinnoh continuing your participation in the Grand Festival?" Saori looked puzzled. She did not recognize him. However, if he had watched the Hoenn Grand Festival, it would not be surprising. Baichi shook his head, stating, "I am not a coordinator. But training and nurturing Pokemon is quite similar. It merely requires a greater emphasis on presentation and visual appeal." Saori nodded and instructed Beautifly, "Continue practicing Silver Wind." She then turned to Baichi and asked, "So, do you believe there is an issue with Beautifly's Silver Wind?" Baichi shook his head. The training of moves is essential. However, speed and succinctness are the hallmarks of a trainer's pursuit, emphasizing high power and efficiency. Shouldn't T coordinators also strive for visual splendor without sacrificing strength? Saori gazed at Beautifly, noting its straightforward execution of Silver Wind, seemingly more in line with a trainer's style. She fell silent, realizing that Beautifly had just learned Silver Wind and could not yet execute it with finesse. Suddenly, Saori turned to Baichi and asked, "By the way, which region are you from?" Baichi looked down with a faint smile. He understood what Saori was curious about, so he replied, "I am Baichi from Shobun City. If you wish to inquire about the training methods for Silver Wind, contemplate its origin." The origin of Silver Wind? Saori was taken aback. Could it be that her knowledge was still lacking? After all, she and Brock could hold their own in debates. It certainly wasn't that she was inferior. It was just that he was exceptionally skilled. Baichi prompted, "Wind and Scale Powder. So, if I train Wind well, I can enhance my control over Silver Wind?" Saori's eyes lit up, realizing that indeed, Silver Wind operated on this principle. However, Its energy had transformed into bug type, and due to the scale powder, its power had increased by 50. Thank you for the reminder. Saori expressed her gratitude to Baichi before releasing another Pokemon and asking, "Do you know how to nurture this Pokemon?" A red light burst forth from the Pokeball, revealing a Lapras, albeit one that was still a juvenile. Nurturing a Lapras indeed posed challenges, as it could not be treated like an ordinary pure water-type Pokemon. After all, Lapras possessed a hard shell on its back, which was one of its most vital features, serving to protect its delicate organs. Therefore, when nurturing a Lapras, one must consider enhancing the hardness of its shell, ensuring that it gradually strengthens over time. Those who comprehend the cultivation of Lapras are few, with the mightiest being Kona, the ice champion of the Kanto region. The rampant poaching of Lapras in recent years has driven this majestic creature to the brink of extinction. Baichi pondered deeply, contemplating what substance could enhance the defense of its shell without compromising its water and ice attributes. Certainly, substances akin to those used for the Shellder or Cloyster would not suffice. A recalibration of the formula was imperative. The steel gem could not be incorporated. Yet the addition of water gem powder seemed plausible, as Lapras inherently possesses modest defensive capabilities, and even a slight enhancement to its shell would yield limited results. Well, I cannot assert how to train it, but I do possess a formula for Lapras. Perhaps you might find it of interest? Baichi remarked, gazing at Xiaozi. Xiaozi was taken aback by his words. She discerned that Baichi was not entirely truthful, yet she had no grounds to contest him. Moreover, acquiring the formula, even at a cost, would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Let us find a more suitable venue for our discussion, she suggested, pointing towards the cafe on the first floor of the mega department store. Agreed, Baichi acquiesced, and after Xiaozi summoned her Butterfree, the two made their way to the cafe. Having ordered 2 cups of tea, they settled into a corner and began their discourse on the food formula for Lapras. Baichi commenced by revealing the formula for the berries, deliberately omitting the water gem and ice gem, as well as the precise steps. Although Xiaozi and Brock had previously exchanged considerable insights regarding Pokemon cultivation, their endeavors had only ever yielded mid-tier Pokemon food. With the inclusion of the steps for the ice and water gem powders, however, it would transform into a premier, bespoke nourishment. Xiaozi recognized that this was not a complete formula, as the current food for Lapras was not significantly inferior to what had been disclosed. Of course, I cannot simply offer it for free. Xiaozi contemplated for a moment before inquiring, I am uncertain what I can trade in return, but I believe you may find this useful. With that, she produced a deep violet orb from her pocket, revealing it to be a toxic orb. Baichi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Xiaozi would present this item, precisely what he required. The toxic orb would not induce a poisoned or badly poisoned state. Hence, when donned by Nidoking, it would merely amplify its poison attributes without inflicting any detrimental effects. The value of the toxic orb is difficult to quantify, yet it is indeed a treasure that can directly enhance the strength of poison-type Pokemon, though it would be lethal for those of other types. After a moment's consideration, Baichi consented to the exchange. After all, Nidoking urgently needed to elevate its strength to the elite level due to a particular mission. Should the Rookie Slayer attribute upgrade, it would likely attain the expert level. Baichi retrieved paper and pen, inscribing the production process along with the 2 types of gem powders before sliding it across the table to Xiaozi. Subsequently, he took the toxic orb from the table. Xiaozi perused the formula again, and upon reaching the conclusion, she could not suppress her astonishment. This formula could easily be applied for Pokemon of expert level and beyond. Aki, I owe you a favor this time. Should you desire anything or any Pokemon, feel free to reach out. I have quite a few friends after traveling for years. Baichi nodded in acknowledgement, yet understood that the value of this formula and the toxic orb would only escalate in the hands of those in need. After all, it would take nearly a decade for Lapras to become abundant. For now, it remained an exceedingly rare Pokemon on the verge of extinction. After some reflection, Baichi released Nidoking, who stood over 2 meters tall, towering within the cafe. Its massive form and formidable appearance startled the surrounding patrons. Baichi presented the toxic orb to Nidoking before recalling it into its Pokeball. My apologies, everyone. Baichi offered a polite smile to those around him before resuming his seat. Turning to Xiaozi, he suggested, shall we head upstairs in the mega department store? It would provide you the perfect opportunity to test this formula. Testing is unnecessary. I am not adept at designing such formulas, but I do possess a discerning eye. Xiaozi replied, shaking her head. I should be engaging in a major shopping spree. Then let us proceed, Baichi declared, downing his tea before standing up. I also need to purchase a few items. Xiaozi smiled at his words. That's wonderful. I might require your assistance shortly, Aki. If it pertains to creating food for Lapras, do not hesitate to ask. Bai Qi nodded as they exited the cafe and entered the mega department store, heading straight for the second floor. Chapter 42, The Mandatory Training Device. Bai Qi and Xiao Zi ascended to the second floor, which was divided into sections for medicines and berries. Since the hour was still early, Bai Qi opted to accompany Xiao Zi in purchasing berries before proceeding to the third floor. The merchandise on the third floor was quite eclectic, featuring move discs, enhancement items, held items, and strengthening devices, among others. Among these, Bai Qi sought the mandatory training device, which was also located on this level. However, the mandatory training device came in various types, differing in size, the attribute they enhanced, and even varying by Pokemon type. Gems are categorized as enhancement items. Hence Xiao Zi ventured off to procure ice and water gems on her own. Meanwhile, Bai Qi made his way to the section dedicated to the mandatory training devices, beginning his selection of types suited for several Pokemon or their evolutionary forms. The mandatory training device for Scyther and its evolution, Scizor, was easily chosen. Choosing one for Chansey proved to be slightly more challenging. Ultimately, he had to settle for a makeshift option. Suitable mandatory training devices for Shellder and Cloyster were also available. But for Nidoking, due to its considerable size, no fitting option could be found. In the end, Bai Qi had no choice but to purchase a set of modular mandatory training devices, acquiring 3 complete sets to suffice. As he approached the checkout counter, the steep price caused Bai Qi to wince. The 3 sets of modular mandatory training devices for Nidoking alone cost 300,000 each, amounting to 900,000. And with the additional sets, he spent a total of 1,050,000. The funds earned from selling fossilized shells had already dwindled by 5, leaving Bai Qi feeling the pinch. After all, these mandatory training devices are consumables that cannot be utilized for a lifetime. Yet, Bai Qi's shopping was far from over. Despite the discomfort of expenditure, certain purchases were necessary. For instance, it was time to upgrade his space backpack. The current one had long been overburdened, necessitating the acquisition of a larger, more efficient model. Xiao Zi had completed her shopping, yet she accompanied Bai Qi to the 4th floor, where trainer equipment was sold. Items such as protective gear, diving suits, climbing attire, and combat outfits were available, alongside space backpacks, bicycles, fishing rods, and nearly every item a trainer could require. Even the more obscure ones. Bai Qi refrained from purchasing other items, opting instead to acquire not only a new space backpack, but also a set of protective gear. Despite Nidoking and Scyther providing some level of protection outdoors, donning an additional layer of protective clothing was prudent. For one can never predict when an unforeseen circumstance may arise. The space backpack and protective gear cost him over 500,000, leaving him with approximately 18,500,000 remaining. Given this spending pattern, Bai Qi felt uncertain whether this amount would last him an entire year, especially since in 10 days, he would need to stock up on food for the other 3 Pokemon, which would incur additional expenses in the range of several hundred thousand. After leaving the mega department store with Xiao Zi, Bai Qi reflected on the day's expenditures. Bai Qi demonstrated to Xiao Zi how to prepare Lapras's meal in the square before departing alone. After relocating to another park, he released 4 Pokemon. Nidoking and the others found Bai Qi's demeanor somewhat peculiar. His smile bore an oddity. As he retrieved a force training device from his new backpack, he remarked, "No need to overthink it. I have prepared something exceptional for you. Dashibe, you shall go first." Dashibe hopped swiftly to Bai Qi, gazing at the force training device in his hand with a puzzled expression. This hardly appeared to be food. Expecting a delectable treat, Dashibe was sorely disappointed to find only a lump of dark, iron-like material. Bai Qi bent down and placed the device on Dashibe, which instantly integrated into its body. In the next moment, Dashibe snapped its shell shut with a resounding clap, struggling to reopen its shell. Dashibe wore an utterly bewildered expression, compounded by the difficulty of adapting to the force training device. What is this contraption? Why does my body feel so heavy, making it arduous even to open my shell? Nidoking and Scyther exchanged glances, affirming it was indeed a remarkable item. Both were eager to grow stronger and welcomed the device with anticipation. Jigglypuff, however, wore a frown. Though she also aspired to grow stronger, she was reluctant to invest too much time in training. If only she could enhance her abilities through mere caregiving. As Bai Qi directed his attention towards Scyther, the latter rushed forward, eagerly donning the force training device. Experiencing a comprehensive constriction of its body, Scyther could hardly wait to start training. Moves such as Fury Cutter, Aerial Ace, Bug Bite, Thief, and Drafting became challenging to execute, yet Scyther relished this newfound sensation. Once I fully adapt, I shall be immensely more powerful than I am now. Bai Qi then equipped Jigglypuff with the device, which was designed to suppress stamina while maximizing training efficacy. Jigglypuff grimaced but complied with Bai Qi's directive, beginning her long-distance run. After all, she had already mastered new moves such as Toxic and Stealth Rock, making it time to enhance her physical conditioning. Nidoking let out a roar towards Bai Qi. Aware that Nidoking was growing impatient, Bai Qi knew that the device for him was the most troublesome and had to be addressed last. I understand. I shall assist you with the force training device immediately. Comprising 3 detachable components, one set was applied to Nidoking's limbs, one to his chest, and one to his back. The immense constricting force caused Nidoking to bend slightly, yet in the next moment, he straightened defiantly. With a fierce roar, Nidoking began to channel his energy. Bai Qi furrowed his brow and intervened. Nidoking, start with basic running. Your control has significantly diminished. Recklessly using moves in the city could endanger others. Nidoking understood the trainer's wisdom, swiftly retracting his energy and sprinting ahead, albeit now slower than Jigglypuff. After an hour of exercising in the park, all 4 Pokemon were utterly exhausted. Bai Qi finally removed the force training devices from them, saying, "All right, you may rest for now." Dashi Bay gasped for breath. Its shell opening and closing in fatigue. Nidoking, Jigglypuff, and Scyther were equally worn out, and since Bai Qi forbade Jigglypuff from using her Sing move, the Pokemon had to recover gradually on their own. Once they had regained their strength, Bai Qi recalled them into their Pokeballs and made his way to the Pokemon Center, seeking Joy's assessment to determine if the training intensity needed adjustment. As Bai Qi exited the park towards the Pokemon Center, he was suddenly captivated by a building. A game hall. Chapter 43, Safe Distance. Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that this game hall offered the chance to exchange for a Dratini? Intrigued, he moved closer. Upon reaching the entrance, he snapped back to reality, realizing he had no reason to enter just yet, and decided to first explore the available prizes. Turning his attention, he headed to a small room adjacent to the game hall, where only 2 attendants were present, responsible for exchanging game coins for prizes. Upon inspecting the list of rewards, Bai Qi discovered that 5 Pokemon were available for redemption, yet none were Dratini. Kecleon, 100,000 game coins. Eevee, 150,000 game coins. Vulpix, 100,000 game coins. Seahorse, 150,000 game coins. Larvitar, 500,000 game coins. While Dratini was absent, there was another pseudo-legendary offspring, Larvitar. However, at 500,000 game coins. With each coin costing 100 yuan in reality, it amounted to a staggering 50 million yuan. This was tenfold the price of the starter Pokemon. Unfortunately, the game coins could only be exchanged in limited quantities each day, and they must remain within the game hall. Otherwise, one could easily buy enough coins to exchange for Larvitar. After all, Larvitar only resided in the Silver Mountain of the Johto region, a protected ecological area. Capturing Pokemon illicitly could lead to severe consequences. The maximum exchange was 1,000 coins per day, equating to 100,000. Relying solely on purchasing coins to redeem Larvitar would take nearly a year and a half. This was far too long. After some contemplation, Bai Qi decided to enter the game hall in exchange for 1,000 game coins. In the game hall, various games awaited, yet Bai Qi was not particularly skilled, so he merely observed others play. Once he grasped the rules, he sat at a machine. Regrettably, the odds of winning in these games were dismally low. After an hour, he had lost over 90% of his 1,000 game coins. Eventually, Bai Qi lost confidence in himself. After a moment of thought, he released Jigglypuff. Her ability, Serene Grace, might grant her better luck than him. Yet, even the remaining few dozen coins were swiftly lost by Jigglypuff. Lucky, Jigglypuff was incredulous. How could my luck possibly be this abysmal? I haven't won a single time. Bai Qi shook his head, realizing that fortune and gambling luck were not necessarily correlated. Time to leave. He exited the game hall, only to overhear a rumor that someone had amassed 500,000 game coins to exchange for Larvitar. Bai Qi swiftly turned and made his way to the redemption hall, which was already crowded with people. He spotted a girl, identifiable by her long purple hair cascading to her waist, standing among the crowd. As she received the Pokeball, she opened it under the gaze of onlookers, and a radiant red light emerged from the counter, revealing Larvitar before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The crowd erupted in excitement. Is that really Larvitar? There truly is a Larvitar. How infuriating. I'm just 100,000 short. Side 1. What about me? I'm 200,000 short. Another lamented. Quiet down. New prizes have just been announced. Dratini. Is that a Dratini? The atmosphere within the prize redemption hall instantaneously transformed into a fervent frenzy. As the formidable four kings of the Kanto region made their presence known, with Dato, renowned as the Dragon Master, boasting a signature Dragonite. Consequently, the allure of Dratini in Kanto far surpassed that of all quasi-deities. Previously, admiration for Dratini was largely attributed to its quasi-deity status. However, it is now predominantly fueled by Dato's esteemed reputation as the Dragon Master. With transportation becoming increasingly accessible, quasi-deities from other regions frequently made appearances, and quite a few fully evolved forms outshone Dragonite considerably. After all, Dragonite's rotund figure has earned it the affectionate nickname Fatty. A young woman tucked away her larvitar and deftly maneuvered through the crowd, ultimately vanishing amidst the throngs of people. Baichi couldn't help but express his astonishment. This girl was no ordinary individual. Her abrupt disappearance thwarted the ill intentions of those who harbored malicious thoughts, compelling them to retreat to the gaming hall in pursuit of amassing 500,000 game coins. Baichi shook his head, reasoning that rather than expending energy on collecting 500,000 coins, it would be far more prudent to continue his journey, especially since choosing the ecological zone would yield both a Dratini and a Dragonair. Upon exiting the gaming hall, Baichi returned to the Pokemon Center, only to discover an influx of suspicious individuals lurking in the vicinity. He mused silently, recognizing that there were indeed those still coveting the Larvitar. It stood to reason. After all, such a creature was valued at a staggering 50 million. Approaching the counter, Baichi presented 4 Pokeballs, requesting, "Miss Joy, could you please heal my Pokemon?" "Just a moment," Joy replied, as she accepted the Pokeballs and placed them on the machine. After a brief inspection, she confirmed that their condition was merely due to fatigue. With the sound of the machine signaling restoration, Baichi enjoyed his dinner and promptly retired to his room, completing his evening routine before settling in for sleep. However, in the dead of night, a series of explosive sounds jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced outside, discovering that a battle raged not far from his location. After a moment's contemplation, Baichi donned his clothes and swiftly made his way toward the scene. The battle showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Upon reaching the periphery of the battlefield, Baichi had not yet halted when a bolt of electricity shot towards him. He instinctively raised a Pokeball, summoning Nidoking to shield him from the electric strike. At the center of the fray stood a girl with long violet hair, coldly observing her assailants. Flanked by 3 Pokemon, an elite Frogadier, an elite Galarian Weezing, and an expert Heracross, the attackers surrounding her were no match for her prowess. Their numbers were merely bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements. "Heracross, use Pin Missile," the girl commanded with a frigid tone, marking her first words since Baichi's arrival. Heracross, imbued with formidable strength, unleashed a barrage of attacks that sent over a dozen Pokemon flying. Baichi involuntarily took a few steps back, aware that the expert Heracross had finally joined the fray. Yet, he speculated that there must be other formidable trainers among the crowd. After all, no seasoned trainer would dare to engage an expert-level Heracross without sufficient backing. Despite their inability to gauge her strength, this display was enough to reveal the disparity in power. Strangely, none of the surrounding individuals retreated. This was quite peculiar. It was no wonder that when Baichi had first arrived, a current had surged towards him. He silently withdrew, realizing that while the battle was captivating, the risks were considerable. Better to find a secure vantage point before continuing to observe. Chapter 44. The End. Baichi retreated swiftly, scanning the throng for potential leaders among the assailants, presuming they were a unified group, possibly led by an elite or expert trainer. It was only after retreating 100 meters that he recognized familiar faces amidst the crowd, Xiao Long and Atong. Surely, they had not defected from Team Rocket only to join another nefarious gang? No, what other unsavory organization in Kanto could rival Team Rocket? If they had not left Team Rocket, then this gathering must indeed be affiliated with them. Liang Gong glared at Baichi from a distance, his expression filled with rage. However, this time, the operation was led by a squadron leader, and he hesitated to involve Baichi in the chaos, fully aware that ABO and Weezing would be no match for Nidoking. Moreover, allowing Baichi to join the fray would only place him in a precarious position. Liang Gong reined in his vengeful gaze, yet he remained unaware that Baichi had already resolved to intervene upon recognizing Atong and Xiaolong. After all, once my Pokemon is revealed, Team Rocket members will undoubtedly target Nidoking. It would be wiser to thwart their plans and gain a measure of satisfaction. Thus, Baichi repositioned himself, commanding Nidoking to unleash Earth power upon the attacking poison types. Ground-type moves are super effective against poison types. And considering that many of these Pokemon were of amateur level, Nidoking's ability would prove devastating. With the Strong Will ability activated, Earth Power would strike with a force of 117, compounded by the same type attack bonus. Even professional-level poison types would struggle to withstand such an onslaught, unless they possessed the Flying type, which would render them immune to ground-type damage. The energy surged from beneath the ground, and by the time Team Rocket's lackeys recognized the threat, the explosion erupted beneath their feet. The potent force caught the poison types off guard, sending them into disarray. What is happening? Who dares to interfere with Team Rocket's affairs? The squadron leader, no longer concerned with maintaining secrecy, stepped forward from the crowd. All right, Liangong. Take a few men and deal with him. He tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Zubat, go. Use Air Slash. Houndoom, unleash Dark Pulse. Both Zubat and Houndoom were elite-level Pokemon, and despite being bolstered by the multitude of amateur and professional-level fighters surrounding them, they could barely hold off Heracross. However, Heracross, Frogadier, and Galarian Weezing had already expended considerable energy. The situation had reached an impasse, and it was decidedly unfavorable for the violet-haired girl, as her 3 Pokemon struggled to fend off dozens, if not hundreds, of assailants, rapidly depleting their stamina. After all, her Pokemon also needed to protect their trainer from harm, often absorbing attacks on her behalf. Liangong, accompanied by several other Team Rocket lackeys, raced toward Nidoking. Along the way, attacks from Mud Bombs and Poison Sting came flying, but Nidoking, with its quadruple resistance to poison, remained unperturbed. Standing firm, Nidoking shielded Baichi from all incoming assaults. Liangong's expression darkened. This Nidoking was proving to be quite the enigma. Weezing, use Flamethrower. ABO, deploy Ice Fang. Atung and Xiaolong, having caught up with Liangong, exchanged awkward glances upon recognizing Nidoking and Baichi. Baichi, however, did not acknowledge them, instead directing Nidoking to unleash Earth Power. Simultaneously, he released another Pokeball, summoning Scyther to Nidoking's side, which immediately lunged into action. With a series of quick attacks, Scyther's power escalated to a staggering 160. Its gaze then locked onto Weezing, delivering a stunning slash that struck true. Just as Weezing's Flamethrower engulfed Nidoking, there was no time to execute a second attack, for Scyther was already upon it. Kyuko hastily commanded her Weezing to utilize high-speed rotation as a defense mechanism. However, the formidable power of 160, augmented by type compatibility, resulted in a less than satisfactory effect, still delivering a striking force of 120. The Weezing was directly cleaved down, crashing heavily onto the ground, and this blow inflicted significant damage to its stamina. With a pained cry, Weezing managed to levitate once more, and from its 2 mouths, both large and small, it unleashed a torrent of flames in retaliation against the Scyther. Yet, the Scyther unexpectedly employed a shadow clone technique, rendering Weezing's counterattack futile. Ko and Aiton's Pokemon unwittingly approached the battlefield's edge, as they themselves found themselves cornered. Meanwhile, at Baiki's side, his Abomasnow lunged forward with an Ice Fang, sinking its teeth into Nidoking's arm, intending to wrap around it. However, it soon embarrassingly realized that its considerable length of over 3.5 meters rendered it powerless to exert force against Nidoking's robust physique. In fact, Abomasnow's body was acutely pricked by the sharp spines protruding from Nidoking's surface, causing it immense discomfort. Desperate to release its grip, Abomasnow found itself captured in Nidoking's grasp as the latter reached out. Baiki chuckled, Nidoking, let him experience the might of the earth up close. Nidoking, grinning wickedly at the Abomasnow it held, instilled a sense of dread within the creature. It then tossed Abomasnow to the ground and stomped on it, activating the Earth's power to render Abomasnow unconscious. Finally, Nidoking delivered a powerful kick, sending Abomasnow crashing back. Kyuko's expression darkened as she recalled Abomasnow, only to witness Weezing being struck down yet again by the Scyther's blade. Ultimately, the eruption of Nidoking's Earth power dispersed the Team Rocket Grunt's Poison-type Pokemon in an instant. The Scyther executed its final slash, defeating Weezing. Kyuko gazed at the barren battlefield, her previously anxious heart sinking into despair. Baiki glanced at Kyuko and then turned to Ko and Aiton. Are you two still considering aligning yourselves with Team Rocket? If so, I shall have no choice but to escort you back to custody. Ko and Aiton exchanged glances, hastily recalling their Pokemon and retreating to the side. Kyuko's face darkened with rage as she shouted at the two. Dare you betray Team Rocket? Baiki found the situation amusing. Too many had abandoned Team Rocket without any repercussions from Giovanni, especially mere grunts like them. Fools, isn't Team Rocket a publicly traded company? You are merely severing ties with them. Why continue to assist this imbecile? You might as well surrender, you thief. Upon hearing this, Kyuko's expression shifted, and she dashed towards the squad leader's position. Yet, just as she took her first step, she halted. The squad leader had also been captured, and the entire team was too intimidated to flee, particularly since the purple-haired girl had dispatched an elite-level Pokemon. An elite-level Hitmonchan with the Iron Fist ability. It was precisely due to the presence of 2 elite-level Pokemon that the squad leader found himself unable to escape. Witnessing this scene, Kyuko felt her heart chill. It was over. Chapter 45, a 2-person turn in Team Rocket? The purple-haired girl turned to Baiki, noticing that Nidoking and Scyther seemed to pause momentarily. Thank you. She then cast a glance at the Team Rocket squad leader and his grunts. To contend with me, you should at least send a member of the upper echelon. The squad leader's face paled. Who could have anticipated that the woman who spent half a year earning 500,000 game coins in the arcade possessed such elite strength? Had it not been for this, he would not have been so eager to take on this task. TSK. This woman is unexpectedly formidable, truly deserving of her status as a fighting specialist. Although long hair may be a hindrance in battle, Baiki observed the purple-haired girl and then beckoned Ko and Aiden closer. The two hurried to Baiki's side, still unnerved by the woman's earlier gaze, which had merely brushed over them. Baiki nodded at her and then led Ko and Aiden away from the scene, heading towards the Pokemon Center. Seated in the hall of the Pokemon Center, Baiki regarded his childhood friends across from him, or rather, the childhood friends of his previous life. Are you prepared to follow Team Rocket to the bitter end? Aren't you considering living openly in the sunlight anymore? We had agreed that after one capture, we would sever ties with Team Rocket. Ko and Aiden exchanged glances before helplessly responding to Baiki. We don't want to, but we realized that after leaving Team Rocket, we can't even afford to care for our Pokemon, let alone ourselves. Baiki, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. Indeed, raising Pokemon was far more challenging than sustaining oneself. If their friendship level dropped to a certain point, Pokemon could very well abandon them. You could always return to Tokiwa City and establish a breeding house. It doesn't need to be a large space. Your backyard would suffice. After pondering for a moment, Baiki offered them a suggestion. With the knowledge you gained at the Team Rocket Academy, taking on some poison-type Pokemon business shouldn't be too difficult. Ko and Aiden's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was a brilliant idea. After all, there were only a few types of poison-type Pokemon in the Kanto region. They could run a shop while learning simultaneously, and surely, they would manage to get it off the ground. The two stood up and bowed to Baiki, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Baiki. All right, it's getting late. You should rest, Baiki said, sending them on their way. He then turned to the woman who had just entered the Pokemon Center. What brings you here? I recall that neither Heracross nor Hitmonchan were injured. I am Baili from the Azure City. Would you consider trading your Nidoking? I can offer you my Machoke in exchange. After Ko and Aiden departed, Baili sat across from Baiki, her tone enticing. My Machoke is an elite-level Pokemon. Not a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Baiki firmly rejected the idea of trading Nidoking. How could he even consider such a thing? Not even for a mythical or legendary Pokemon. Baili inquired once more, what if I offer you my young Giratina in exchange for your Nidoking? How does that sound? Baiki shook his head again, not interested. I will not trade Nidoking. Baili shrugged, then I suppose that's that. Baiki looked at Baili curiously. She was willing to part with the young Giratina, but gave up so easily after being rejected? Rest assured, I am the daughter of the Azure Gym leader. I would not resort to forcibly seizing another's Pokemon. Baiki raised an eyebrow. The daughter of the Azure Gym leader? So, your father is Master A? This was indeed an unexpected revelation. After all, Master A was quite the oily uncle. Feigning realization, Baiki remarked, Ah, so you are Master A's daughter. No wonder your fighting Pokemon is so formidable. Baili's expression darkened. My strength has nothing to do with my father. I will surpass him one day. With that, Baili abruptly stood and swiftly exited the Pokemon Center. Baiki twitched his mouth, muttering in disbelief. Was that reaction really necessary? I merely complimented you, yet you exploded. Regardless, Baiki rose and returned to his dormitory. It was time for bed, and he would be setting off for Goldenrod City the next day. The following morning, Baiki encountered Ko and Aiden at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. They were there to bid farewell, having been caught by Baiki twice. They wished to avoid a third encounter, and the idea of a breeding house was indeed appealing. After all, there were numerous Nidoran and Nidorina around Tokiwa City. Moreover, Tokiwa Forest was teeming with poison-type Pokemon such as Spinarak, Beedrill, Oddish, and Gloom. Thus, the number of poison-type Pokemon in Tokiwa City was quite considerable. Baiki felt a sense of comfort, for at least these two individuals were receptive to counsel. Lacking talent, yet persistently lingering within Team Rocket would merely render them cannon fodder in due course. They could return to establish a nurturing haven, which would serve as a suitable abode for my Pokemon in the future. After bidding them farewell, Baichi set off towards Goldenrod City. Upon departing from Yuhong City, he equipped his 4 Pokemon with mandatory training devices. Although the device was lightest for Shellder, it proved most arduous for him, as he was a water-dwelling Pokemon. Moving on land was inherently inconvenient, let alone training. Within less than an hour, Shellder had collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Baichi permitted Shellder to rest momentarily while Nidoking, Scyther, and Chansey commenced practicing various moves. Once Shellder had recuperated, the group set off once more. This manner of travel was fated to be slow. Yet Nidoking and Scyther relished it, for they could sense their gradual strengthening. The sensation was exhilarating. For Nidoking at this moment, his most powerful moves were the 90 Power Earth Power, Mud Bomb, and Mud Shot. The toxic orb was held firmly in Nidoking's mouth, continuously absorbing poison-type energy. Over this period, the toxic orb had shrunk significantly, allowing Nidoking to catch up with Scyther in terms of progress. Suddenly, as Baichi was feeding Shellder while the other 3 Pokemon were training, several smoke bombs fell from the sky. Baichi furrowed his brow and quickly covered his mouth and nose. Could it possibly be the trio from Team Rocket? Who could it be? Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall make an exception to respond. To prevent the destruction of Earth, to protect the peace of the world, to embody the principles of love and honesty in villainy. A stylish and humorous antagonist. James. Jesse. Baichi realized with a start that it was these 2. They were more troublesome than the trio, and he needed to be cautious, for they might possess some nefarious technology. The duo of Team Rocket traversing the galaxy, adorned in vibrant red and pink, awaited us. Baichi rose and inquired, Team Rocket duo? You have sought me out. Have you abandoned your childish ambitions? Chapter 46, Fool. Upon hearing this, James and Jesse's foreheads immediately bulged with veins. Jessie, much like her counterpart Meowth, was known for her fiery temperament, and she shouted, What duo? It's a duo. How infuriating. I must teach you a lesson. Go, Rattata, use Rage. Rattata, barely at professional level, was not significantly stronger than the Arbok of the trio. Moreover, Rage calculated damage proportionally, able to reduce the target's stamina by half. Jessie had no choice but to act, even though she doubted her chances of victory. Go, Weezing, use Triple Kick. Baichi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, their tempers were volatile. Scyther executed Quick Attack, while Nidoking unleashed Earth Power. Rattata and Weezing charged forward, albeit Rattata was slightly faster. Consequently, Rattata was sent flying back by Scyther's Quick Attack, while Weezing took a solid hit from Earth Power, the immense force overwhelming it. Jessie exclaimed, Nidoking is so powerful. Noticing this, James was taken aback and quickly urged, Hurry, get that thing out. Right away. Jessie promptly turned, attempting to retrieve something from behind her. Baichi overheard this and, naturally, would not grant them the opportunity. Nidoking unleashed Flamethrower while Scyther executed Quick Attack, then followed up with Slash. Roaring, Nidoking released a torrent of flames that sent Rattata soaring. Scyther, with a swift darting motion, aimed a slash at Jessie. As Jessie turned back, she was startled to find Scyther nearly upon her and quickly raised her hands in defense. The blade glimmered as it sliced through, severing the advanced technology in her grasp. What? Jessie blinked in shock. I hadn't even used it yet. Is there no sense of martial ethics? A sneak attack, and you've destroyed my ultimate technique. James, in a fit of rage, exclaimed. Now I'll have to write another report. Jessie, what are you doing? Professor Oak still needs the data feedback. I'm Jessie, not Jessie II. How many times must I repeat myself for you to remember? Jessie fumed, realizing that only she could forget her teammate's name. Moreover, that blade had nearly struck her. Had she not dropped her weapon, she could have been gravely injured. That's impossible. He wouldn't dare. Just as James was about to retort, he caught sight of Jessie's furious glare and quickly softened his tone. Commanding Pokemon to kill is a grave offense. He wouldn't do that. Jessie was about to respond when she suddenly sensed something amiss. My Weezing has lost its ability to fight, and James's Rattata seems defeated as well. So, who is holding off Nidoking and Scyther? James also realized something was amiss and turned alongside Jessie, only to be met with a white wall. It was evident that a wall could not have appeared here. Nidoking reached out and seized both of them, flinging them out, with Rattata and Weezing following suit. Baichi, relieved after dealing with the trouble, gazed at the remnants of what resembled futuristic weaponry scattered on the ground, feeling fortunate. Professor Oak? It must be that bald-headed scientist who later targeted Lugia and its offspring. Thankfully, they had not managed to deploy that weapon. Baichi kicked aside the debris and called for his Pokemon to continue onward. Chansey, Shelter, it's time for us to set off. Beep. Lucky. The two Pokemon grimaced, wondering when their arduous days would come to an end. Meanwhile, Nidoking and Scyther eagerly raced back to don their training devices once more, resuming their sprint. Baichi likewise pressed onward. In truth, Baichi had grown significantly stronger, his physique now matching that of his peers, reaching a height of 160 centimeters. Not to say he surpassed his contemporaries by much, but he had at least reached the standard height. However, having attained this stature, his growth rate had begun to slow. Yet the fact that he had not ceased growing was reassuring news. In an underground base in Yuhong City, Professor Oak frowned upon the disheveled return of the duo. With my weapon as assistance, you still failed? That Baichi's Nidoking and Scyther can't be that formidable, merely relatively strong among professionals. Failure is no matter. You've tested the excitement gun, right? How did it perform? Hearing this, Jesse shot an accusatory glance at James. If it weren't for this fool, I wouldn't need to write a report this time. James, feeling embarrassed, quickly apologized. Professor Oak. We didn't even get the chance to use it before Scyther destroyed it. Professor Oak's face turned various shades of red, then blue, and ultimately a deep shade of purple, as he roared, "Fools. With such a powerful weapon, why didn't you use it directly? And by the way, my name is Professor Oak, not Professor West." I'm so sorry. Xiao Sanlang hurriedly offered his apologies, cognizant that their standing within Team Rocket was nowhere near that of Dr. Nambwa. After a brief interval, Dr. Nambwa's ire began to wane. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Gazing at the two, he instructed, "Amato, I require a comprehensive report detailing the entire course of this operation. Furthermore, we shall temporarily disregard that arcade. The investigator has already set their sights on it. Our next base of operations will be relocated to the seabed near Red Lotus Island. Expedite the evacuation of personnel." Amato and Xiao Sanlang exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief. Thankfully, they had passed this trial without demotion. That very evening, a corpulent figure descended upon the Yuhong City police station like a meteor. As he neared the ground, he flapped his small wings to decelerate, and upon landing, a man clad in a cloak leaped down. Junsha quickly approached him, saying, "King Dato, we must act immediately. Team Rocket appears to have caught wind of our intentions." Dato nodded, opting not to withdraw his Dragonite, as its assistance would be crucial for the impending battle. "Very well, let us proceed." Junsha turned to the officers, commanding, "Deploy. Have the surveillance team encircle the arcade, leaving no suspicious individual unaccounted for. Group 2, investigate the surrounding properties. Ensure that no Team Rocket operatives escape through any hidden exits. Group 1, accompany me, while Group 3 follows King Dato. Move out." "Yes, ma'am." With Junsha's orders issued, the officers swiftly divided into 3 teams, subsequently boarding police vehicles that raced toward their designated locations. Meanwhile, Dragonite soared overhead, trailing Dato's police car. Upon reaching the arcade and surrounding it, Junsha and Dato each led a team into the establishment. However, after an extensive search, they could not locate the purported entrance to Team Rocket's base. "What is going on? Is Team Rocket's base not beneath us?" Dato emerged from the arcade, his brow furrowed in perplexity. The rapid organization of Team Rocket's personnel was puzzling. He scanned the vicinity and suddenly froze. The building directly across from the arcade bore a conspicuous R emblazoned on it. If any location in Yuhong City harbored an illegal research facility for Team Rocket, it was assuredly there. "All personnel in Group 3, follow me," Dato commanded, leading his team swiftly across to the building opposite the arcade. Bursting inside, he observed the occupants in a state of panic, evidently caught off guard by his sudden incursion. Meanwhile, the personnel within the subterranean base had already evacuated, yet some cleanup tasks remained unfinished. Although these remnants could not substantiate any claims, they were sufficient to impose hefty fines upon Team Rocket. Despite Team Rocket's diverse operations, a sudden monetary loss of such magnitude would undoubtedly lead to significant reductions in this year's benefits. These were the funds of the collective. "Halt! What do you intend to do?" A few individuals, emboldened by malice, confronted Dato and the officers. Dato, unwilling to engage in further discourse, especially since he possessed nothing tangible, resolved to secure substantive evidence first. "Stand aside." With a fierce roar, Dragonite intimidated the assailants, causing them to lose all semblance of bravery. Dato then signaled, "Search." "Yes, sir." The officers swiftly commenced their search, avoiding the upper levels. The subterranean base could hardly be situated above them. Under the influence of Dato and Dragonite's intimidation, the officers soon stumbled upon something amiss. Yet, after an exhaustive search, they still could not locate the entrance. Dato approached, declaring, "Stand back. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw." Dragonite's claws shattered the wall, only to reveal a layer of steel behind it. Breathing fire, Dragonite unleashed a torrent of flames that melted through the steel, creating a substantial opening through which they could enter. Due to their timely arrival, a portion of the data regarding Team Rocket's experiments on Pokémon had not yet been destroyed and was preserved by Dado. However, this data, concerning the use of hypnosis to control Pokémon's emotions, would not significantly impact Team Rocket. It certainly would not lead to their downfall as a nefarious organization. Nevertheless, it was imperative that Team Rocket faced consequences for their actions, as conducting research on Pokémon had been expressly forbidden. Team Rocket's defiance of these regulations was egregious, especially considering that Dr. Nanbois had long been stripped of his doctoral credentials for conducting experiments on Pokémon, resulting in numerous fatalities. Arrest everyone. Additionally, detain all Team Rocket personnel within this building. Yes, sir. As a result of the interception at the arcade, Team Rocket faced fines exceeding 200 million, a staggering loss. After all, they had also failed to recover the young Giratina, leading to a situation where they lost both the lady and the troops, nearly leaving them penniless. Baichi remained unaware of these developments. The following day, Amato and Xiao Sanlang did not return to complicate matters for him. It was not until he entered a small town that he came across news regarding Team Rocket. The headlines proclaimed that the Yuhong City branch of Team Rocket had been fined over 200 million, and the base beneath it had been filled in with equipment that could not be relocated confiscated. This incident had resulted in Team Rocket incurring losses amounting to nearly 10 minor objectives. Delighted by this news, Baichi surmised that Team Rocket would likely refrain from pursuing him for some time, as they would need to devise strategies to recover from their losses. It seemed that Amato and Xiao Sanlang had no time to seek him out. Baichi continued his journey toward Jinhuang City, training his 4 Pokémon along the way. With Nidoking drawing particular attention due to its imposing size, numerous challengers crossed his path, yet few possessed any real strength. Among them, the most formidable opponent turned out to be a poacher, or rather, a Pokémon hunter. Upon laying eyes on Nidoking, he abandoned his original quarry and began to shadow Baichi. One fateful night, due to time constraints, Baichi found himself camping in the wilderness, providing the hunter with an opportune moment. That evening, after Baichi and his 4 Pokémon fell asleep, a faint red glow suddenly emerged from the forest. Subsequently, what appeared to be shimmering powder floated into the air, and Jigglypuff sensed something amiss. Attempting to open its eyes, it found itself overwhelmed by an irresistible drowsiness. Instantly, Jigglypuff unleashed a healing bell, and with its melodious chime, Nidoking, Scyther, Shellder, and Baichi were abruptly awakened. Baichi shouted from within the tent, "Nidoking, use flamethrower." Roaring, Nidoking, uncertain of the assailant's position, concluded that the powder must be carried by the wind. Thus, it unleashed flamethrower toward the upwind direction, incinerating the drifting sleep powder entirely. I had intended to conserve my efforts, but since you wish to resist, allow me to teach you a lesson. The Pokémon hunter emerged from the forest, accompanied by a Vileplume of professional caliber. However, he also threw out a Pokeball. Messenger Bird, use Ice Beam. Though the Messenger Bird was small, its strength was at the elite level, and its Ice Beam was both powerful and swift. Nidoking's flamethrower was gradually subdued, while Scyther swiftly executed Swift, aiming to disrupt the Messenger Bird. Yet, with the Vileplume by the hunter's side, the latter directed a stream of purple liquid at the golden stars, dissolving them completely. Baichi's expression turned grave. His opponent was an elite-level Pokémon. While Nidoking could hold its own for a time, it would ultimately be overwhelmed. Additionally, Nidoking's type was at a disadvantage, being weak against Ice-type attacks. And the Scyther was particularly vulnerable, taking quadruple damage from Ice. Nidoking unleashed Mud Bomb. Baichi refrained from opting for the more effective Flamethrower, recognizing that Mud Bomb and Earth Power were Nidoking's most formidable moves. As ground-type moves were ineffective against flying types, he had no choice but to resort to Mud Bomb. The hunter was quite confident in his Messenger Bird, having observed Nidoking and Scyther for 2 days. Their levels were surely inferior to that of the Messenger Bird. The Messenger Bird launched Ice Beam. Once again, the Ice Beam was employed, and the hunter believed it would similarly suppress Nidoking, but the battle reached a stalemate. The hunter's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Vileplume, use Petal Dance." Messenger Bird, unleash Blizzard. The Petal Dance intertwined with the blizzard, coating the pink petals in a layer of solid ice, rendering them sharp and formidable, while augmenting the power of the blizzard. Nidoking charged forward, shielding Baichi and Scyther from the assault, while Shellder was recalled by Baichi, as it was ill-suited for this battle. The hunter, witnessing Nidoking endure the onslaught, was elated, thinking, how can it still stand? What he failed to notice was the blissful Togepi behind Nidoking, having awakened from its slumber, channeling Healing Pulse to restore Nidoking's energy, making it impossible for a single hit to fell it. Just as the hunter reveled in his triumph, Nidoking suddenly let out a furious roar and unleashed Earth Power. Vileplume was caught completely off guard, struck directly by the Earth Power, and promptly fainted. Mission accomplished. The newbie Slayer has advanced to dominance overall. Dominance overall. When battling foes of inferior strength, both attack and defense are boosted by 120. A breakthrough. Baichi's face lit up with joy as Nidoking ascended to elite status, allowing it to defeat Vileplume with a move of ordinary effectiveness. Although Nidoking's potential had diminished to a pale purple hue, with hints of turning orange, it was entirely reasonable for it to reach elite status so swiftly. Some potential loss was to be expected, and with time, it could surely recover. Baichi shouted once more, "Nidoking, use Flamethrower." Roaring, Nidoking exhaled flames, the intensity of which had drastically increased. The hunter was bewildered, sensing that Nidoking's power had suddenly surged, along with its imposing aura. This was impossible. Even if Nidoking leveled up, such a transformation should not occur. The messenger bird unleashed Blizzard yet again, but this time, it failed to subdue Nidoking. The hunter realized it was time to retreat. He could no longer contend with Nidoking or Togepi. Togepi. No wonder Nidoking was able to withstand earlier. How infuriating. The messenger bird used mist. The hunter intended to withdraw under cover of the mist, but Baichi would not allow it. This rogue dared to ambush me. Not only must he face justice, but a taste of retribution is also in order. Nidoking employed Iron Tail. Baichi declared, although the mist spread rapidly. It merely reduced accuracy, not rendering the opponent untouchable. Thus, Baichi decided to take a chance. He could not simply watch as the hunter escaped. Nidoking plunged into the mist, its long and powerful tail extending outward. With a resounding thud, the messenger bird was sent flying from the mist, and the hunter, recalling his Pokémon, dashed out of the fog towards the thicket. Alas, seeking refuge in the thicket was futile. Scyther thrived in such environments for hunting. With a quick sidestep, Scyther intercepted, slicing through the underbrush with a single strike. Chapter 48. The Bug-Catching Boy and the Bird Keeper. The hunter crouched down, rubbing his head, where most of his hair had been sheared off. Thankfully, his head remained intact. The earlier encounter with Scyther's blade had been perilously close. He had nearly lost his life. I surrender, I surrender. The hunter's heart raced. After his messenger bird was defeated, he had sought to flee. But upon realizing escape was impossible, he capitulated. However, a sensible individual. Since you've surrendered, place the Pokeballs on the ground and bind yourself. Baichi stepped forward, eyeing him sternly. You would do well to refrain from any tricks. The consequences would be dire. Scyther let out an affirming cry. The hunter fumbled to set down the Pokeballs and subsequently bound his own hands as he emerged from the half-obliterated thicket. Togepi darted over to collect the Pokeballs and returned to Baichi's side. Scyther's gaze remained fixed on the hunter, instilling a sense of dread within him. Fearful that if anything went awry, Scyther might turn against him. Baichi observed the hunter's cowardice with incredulity. How could one so terrified become a Pokemon hunter? Baichi personally handled the ropes, securing them tightly before retiring to the tent for some much-needed rest after a long day of training. The remaining tasks could wait until tomorrow. Thus, the Pokemon hunter found himself bound hand and foot, lying on the ground, and eventually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Baichi awoke and stepped out of the tent, only to discover the Pokemon hunter, bound, appeared to be sleeping more soundly than he himself could manage. An enviable skill indeed. Baichi did not rouse him, instead focusing on preparing breakfast and feeding his 4 Pokemon. After finishing breakfast, the Pokemon hunter had finally stirred. Of course, Baichi had no intention of offering him any sustenance. Upon escorting the Pokemon hunter to the next town, Baichi handed him over to Miss Junsha. To Baichi's astonishment, he received a bounty for his efforts. It turned out that bounty hunters had quite the lucrative reward system. Exiting the police station, Baichi prepared to head directly to the next town, as it was not far from Goldenrod City. At the pace of training and travel, he would arrive in just 2 days. Suddenly, Scyther broke free from its Pokeball, its gaze resolute as it fixed its eyes on Baichi. Baichi met its gaze and, after a moment, inquired, Scyther, do you wish to battle? Scyther's intentions were unwavering. Nidoking had surpassed it. Baichi contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us engage in a fierce battle today. Delighted, Scyther was eager for combat, yearning for a breakthrough. It could not afford to be left behind by Nidoking. This was Scyther's most pressing desire. After Baichi acquiesced to Scyther's request, he set off towards the town park and public battle arena in search of opponents. However, he could not afford to be indiscriminate. Adversaries lacking professional-level strength offered no assistance to Scyther. Even opponents at the professional level would yield limited benefit, as insufficient pressure would prevent Scyther from tapping into its latent potential, making rapid breakthroughs a mere dream. Scyther was certainly not patient enough for a gradual approach, unless, of course, he utilized a metallic film produced by the system to facilitate Scyther's evolution into a Mega Scyther. Bai Qi glanced at the battle coin interface. He had accrued nearly 50,000 coins, but still had a considerable way to go to reach 100,000. Amateur-level opponents offered between 200 to 500 battle coins, meaning he would need to engage in at least 100 battles to reach his goal. Thus, Bai Qi sought a worthy opponent of professional caliber, and the first contender he identified was none other than Aki, the strongest bug catcher in the town. Aki's Beedrill possessed professional-level prowess, characterized by its sniper ability, making it a formidable adversary. I have heard that your Beedrill is exceptionally powerful. Let us engage in battle and ascertain whose bug-type Pokemon reigns supreme. Bai Qi proclaimed as he approached with his Scyther, issuing a direct challenge to Aki. Upon witnessing the fierce determination in Scyther's eyes, Aki understood that this confrontation was inevitable. He nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be a one-on-one battle. My Pokemon shall be Beedrill. Bai Qi smiled, responding, and mine shall be Scyther. The two Pokemon faced one another. One brandished arms like spears, while the other wielded blades of steel. As they locked eyes, both combatants instinctively readied their respective attacks. Beedrill, use Twin Needle. Aki commanded. Scyther, unleash Fury Cutter. Bai Qi countered. The clash ensued, with Beedrill's Twin Needle meeting Scyther's Fury Cutter, the power of both moves remarkably similar, each delivering a double strike. The sharp sounds of their incessant collisions echoed as neither trainer dared to utter a word, both eager to witness which Pokemon would falter first in this swift exchange. Scyther, with its speed and might, was impressive. However, Beedrill's expertise with the Twin Needle technique was equally formidable. After a brief moment, Scyther struggled to gain the upper hand, prompting Bai Qi to stifle his voice. Aki, however, was eager to escalate the battle, shouting, Beedrill, use Poison Jab. Without hesitation, Bai Qi commanded, Scyther, employ Night Slash. The impact of the two attacks was substantial, sending both Pokemon sliding backward. Beedrill raised its Twin Needle, launching 4 needle-like projectiles towards Scyther, while Scyther retaliated with a flurry of stars, executing swift. Once again, the battle reached a stalemate. Scyther's flying-type moves were anticipated to overwhelm Beedrill, who was likely nearing its limits. Yet, for the sake of honing Scyther's potential, Bai Qi chose to forego the advantage of flying-type moves. Go forth, Scyther, and use Fury Cutter. Bai Qi urged. Beedrill, we shall also employ Fury Cutter. A fierce exchange of Fury Cutters commenced, both moves delivering equal power, yet Beedrill began to falter under the onslaught. The disparity in their physical attack capabilities was becoming evident. In a sudden turn, Beedrill exposed a vulnerability, and Scyther's Fury Cutter sent it flying. This blow significantly depleted Beedrill's stamina. Bai Qi refrained from allowing Scyther to pursue. But Aki promptly recalled Beedrill, conceding, I admit defeat. Beedrill cannot match your Scyther. Aki's abrupt withdrawal of Beedrill left Bai Qi and Scyther feeling somewhat dissatisfied. For Scyther had been relishing the battle. If you seek a challenge, I suggest you confront the bird trainer, alone. He resides at the battle arena west of the town. Aki elaborated, Beedrill must maintain its combat readiness, but I shall not divulge the reasons. Bai Qi's peripheral vision scanned the vicinity and noticed individuals lurking in the distance. In this seemingly tranquil town, it appeared factions were vying for territory. Chapter 49, The Mighty Strike of the Divine Bird. Bai Qi recalled the small orchard encountered upon entering the town, likely the source of this conflict. However, the orchard contained only a few hundred fruit trees, offering minimal value. Reluctantly, Bai Qi decided not to press Aki for a rematch. He exchanged a knowing glance with Scyther and turned his attention towards the observers. Scyther, comprehending the cue, swiftly dashed to their side. The sight of Scyther's blade-like arms made the young observer tremble in fear. Please, spare me. Bai Qi shook his head. Taking a life was never an option, especially under the bright light of day. Approaching the frightened youth, he observed his pallid complexion and sighed. Rest assured, I have no interest in your affairs. Lead me to your leader, and I shall have Scyther release you. Why, yes, of course. The youth stammered, nodding vigorously. He exhaled in relief once Scyther retracted its blade-like arm, yet the Pokemon's intense gaze kept him on edge. Bai Qi followed the youth through a considerable stretch of the town until they finally arrived at a park, where numerous trainers accompanied bird Pokemon such as Pidgey, Spearow, and Doduo, with Pidgey being the most prevalent. With Scyther behind him and the youth exhibiting an anxious demeanor, the gathering of bird trainers became agitated by the scene. "Who are you? Release Xiao Mo, or face our wrath," they demanded. The bird trainers, incensed, rallied together, but Bai Qi remained unfazed. He calmly addressed them. "I am here to challenge your leader. Where might I find him?" The trainer of a Spearow stepped forward, seething. "If you wish to challenge our leader, you must first defeat me. Go, Spearow." Bai Qi shook his head. Your Spearow stands no chance against Scyther. Nonetheless, he welcomed the challenge, eager to collect battle coins. "Scyther, go forth." Scyther, uninterested in idle chatter, took to the air, glaring at Spearow. The trainer, momentarily envious of Scyther, nonetheless held confidence in his Spearow, believing the flying type had an advantage over the bug type. Spearow used Gust. Spearow flapped its wings, summoning a fierce wind. Although it appeared formidable, the attack's actual power was rather mediocre. The gust was erratic and unfocused, resembling a wild tempest but lacking true strength, akin to an untrained creature. Scyther, with a flicker of disdain in its eyes, charged through the gust, and, with a decisive slash, struck Spearow directly in the midsection, knocking it out. "What? How is this possible?" The trainer was in shock. "Incredible, it defeated Spearow with a single blow. Quickly, summon the leader. We have an intruder." One of the trainers commanded his Doduo to engage. "I'll hold it off. Doduo, use Double Edge." Bai Qi's frustration mounted. His intention was merely to engage in a few battles that would provide Scyther with the necessary challenge or a fair fight. Why was this proving to be so difficult? Scyther swiftly countered with Thief, forcing Doduo back, and then executed another slash, swiftly defeating it. "Perhaps you should take turns?" Bai Qi suggested, resigned to the notion of collecting battle coins for the time being. How audacious! The trainer of a Noctowl seethed, shouting, "Noctowl, use confusion." The V-shaped brow of Noctowl turned crimson as it unleashed a wave of red energy towards Scyther at high speed. Scyther utilized Fury Cutter. Scyther cleaved through the confusion attack, then surged forward, launching another Fury Cutter. Noctowl activated Reflect, mitigating half of the physical damage, yet the Fury Cutter struck Noctowl and had minimal effect. After the initial lackluster impact, Scyther pressed on, delivering a second Fury Cutter with a power of 160, finally eliciting a pained expression from Noctowl. The Noctowl swiftly unleashed an air slash, its restrained double effect inflicting some damage on the Scyther. Bai Qi shook his head as the Scyther persisted with its Fury Cutter. This was the final blow. Despite its diminished efficacy, the Noctowl could not withstand the onslaught. The disparity in their strengths was quite pronounced, and the 160 power of Fury Cutter was indeed rather formidable. "Allow me." A trainer of a toucan appeared, though he seemed somewhat out of place, given that most others were trainers of Pidgeys and Pidgeotos. The toucan line and the Pidgeot line were sworn enemies, after all. Nevertheless, the toucan's prowess was commendable, having reached a professional level. Although it did not appear to be in peak condition, it surpassed the amateur-level avian Pokémon significantly. The toucan employed Beak Peck. Its physical attack was not insignificant, albeit slightly inferior to that of the Scyther. Yet, at that moment, Bai Qi instructed his Scyther to abandon the Fury Cutter and instead utilize Slash. The two Pokémon clashed with their moves, and the Scyther gained the upper hand, indicating that the toucan's training or effort levels were not particularly high. Bai Qi could not help but shake his head. While the toucan's trainer seethed with rage at the sight, the toucan unleashed Brave Bird. "Wait, what?" Bai Qi gasped, astonished that this toucan had inherited Brave Bird. The Scyther retaliated with Bug Bite. The toucan soared into the air, gathering energy, before transforming into a blue avian and diving down. The Scyther ascended, and as their blades crossed, the blue bird met the Scyther, which channeled bug-type energy to form a massive mandible that bit down fiercely. A thunderous crash echoed through the air, sending the Scyther plummeting. Fortunately, it adjusted its body at the last moment and managed to land safely. Bai Qi discerned the significant toll on the Scyther's stamina. After all, Brave Bird was a signature move of the flying type, boasting a staggering power of 140. Bai Qi could not help but feel elated. This would apply the necessary pressure on the Scyther. Once more, use Bug Bite. The toucan's trainer, witnessing the considerable damage inflicted by Brave Bird, prepared to employ the same tactic. However, the toucan evidently had not experienced the strain of using a powerful move consecutively, causing it to take longer to charge this time. Before it could ready itself, the toucan was struck by the Scyther's Bug Bite and fell from the sky. Upon landing, the Scyther quickly propelled itself forward once more, executing a decisive slash that struck its target squarely. The toucan could not withstand the assault and lost consciousness entirely. The toucan was defeated. How could this be? The toucan was merely slightly weaker than the boss's Pidgeot, yet it was vanquished by the Scyther. How could this happen? The Scyther was, after all, an insect. Shouldn't insects be prey for birds? Why is this occurring? Where's the boss? Surely, the boss's Pidgeot can defeat it. Oh, there he is. Chapter 50, Breakthrough. Baichi looked up to see the so-called boss, who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. Baichi's gaze shifted downward. This boy's attire was far superior to that of the other bird trainers, crafted from fine materials, suggesting he was from a wealthy family. That explains a lot. I hear from my little brother that you wish to challenge me? Ajin tossed a pokeball in his hand, sneering at Baichi. Don't think that defeating Aki's Beedrill means you can compete with my Pidgeot, no matter how rare. A Scyther is still a bug-type Pokemon and cannot possibly triumph over a Pidgeot. Is that so? Baichi chuckled lightly, beckoning Ajin with his fingers. Come. Let me witness the power of your Pidgeot. Ajin suddenly laughed. Have you ever seen speeds of Mach 2? Go, Pidgeot. Pidgeot soared into the sky, its presence exuding far greater power than the toucan, with effort levels considerably elevated. A robust chest muscle characteristic, it stood as a professional-level Pidgeot. Having also learned Brave Bird, quite impressive. Baichi nodded slightly, and the Scyther felt satisfied with this opponent. Such a challenger was truly invigorating. Let us see what you've got. Scyther, use Swords Dance. Swords Dance. Ajin scoffed, commanding Pidgeot to use Feather Dance. The Scyther charged forward at high speed, though the damage inflicted on Pidgeot was minimal. Following the increase in speed, the Scyther soon found its attack power reduced by 2 stages due to Feather Dance. Baichi could only chuckle wryly. The Scyther's lack of Swords Dance was indeed a predicament, indicating a need to alter his strategy. The Scyther utilized Double Team and then focused its energy. With its attack having plummeted by 2 stages, its power was now reduced to 50 or even lower, meaning the only way to defeat Pidgeot would be to target its weak spots. Ajin understood that the opportunity to lower the Scyther's attack with Feather Dance was a one-time affair. So he opted not to repeat it and instead directed Pidgeot to launch an attack directly. Pidgeot used Gust to obliterate the Scyther's clone, then followed up with Quick Attack. Pidgeot's broad wings flapped rapidly, conjuring a tempest that shattered the Scyther's illusion. The Scyther completed its energy focus just as Pidgeot vanished from sight. Baichi could no longer track Pidgeot's movements, yet the Scyther would not miss a single action from its foe. Baichi recognized this and shouted, Scyther, use Slash. In an instant, the Scyther pivoted, unleashing a full-force slash as Pidgeot reappeared to intercept the strike. What? Ajin exclaimed in shock, astonished that the Scyther could accurately predict Pidgeot's trajectory. Pidgeot's speed was indeed a staggering Mach 2, double the speed of sound. Baichi found this quite reasonable, considering the Scyther's speed stat was 105, surpassing Pidgeot by 4 points. And the Scyther had also gained a speed boost. After being repelled, Pidgeot circled in the air before diving down once more. But this time it aimed to strike with its wings. The Scyther met the assault with its Fury Cutter, yet by this juncture, the Scyther's strength had dwindled compared to Pidgeot. Each of Pidgeot's dive attacks forced the Scyther to retreat steadily. Nevertheless, the Scyther never gave in. Despite the initial setbacks from the first 2 strikes, it began to thrive during the 3rd Fury Cutter, turning the tide and actively pursuing Pidgeot. Ajin's expression grew increasingly grim, especially since he was the one who had boasted not long ago. Could it be that my Pidgeot, like the toucan, would fall to a bug-type Scyther of equal level? I cannot accept this. Pidgeot, use Brave Bird. Upon hearing this command, Baichi's expression turned grave, for facing Brave Bird meant that the Scyther's advantage in power was nullified. Directly confronting Brave Bird, the current Scyther stood no chance of victory. In a flash, the Scyther surged toward the charging Pidgeot, delivering a decisive strike that interrupted the buildup of Brave Bird. Was this high-speed movement? And it had also learned Air Slash. Baichi's eyes brightened as he shouted, Good. Scyther, unleash Fury Cutter with all your might. Although the Scyther's attack power had diminished significantly, its speed had been greatly enhanced, compelling Pidgeot to experience the frustration of being completely outpaced for the first time. Ajin felt a profound sense of discomfort, for in past battles, it was his Fiero that had triumphed over opponents with unparalleled speed. Yet now, Fiero found itself thoroughly dominated by the Scyther, not merely in aerial velocity, but also in the swiftness of its strikes. As Fiero soared through the skies, it could only catch fleeting glimpses of Scyther's form, appearing and vanishing all around it, while anguished cries echoed from Fiero. I concede. After enduring for quite some time, Ajin ultimately surrendered, for Fiero was his most cherished companion. All right, Scyther, return. Baichi called out, nodding and gesturing for Scyther to come back. Victory in battle awarded 1,500 battle coins. The battle coins now totaled 58, 600. Progress was being made. The evolution stone for Shelmet was significantly more affordable. Should he consider letting Shelmet evolve first? After all, it seemed that there were no moves that Shelmet could learn exclusively before evolving. Baichi eventually dismissed this notion. Shelmet was currently advancing in strength at a commendable pace, and there was no need to squander this opportunity to unearth its potential. Ajin, observing Baichi, could not restrain his curiosity. Your strength is formidable. Why assist those unremarkable bug-catching youths? Baichi paid him no heed, engrossed in reviewing the information on the newly evolved Scyther. Pokemon, Scyther. Strength, Elite. Entry, Undefeated General. Type, Bug, Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Friendship level, 205. Potential, Purple 1, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Fury Cutter, Endure. Wing Attack, Double Hit, Cut, Shadow Clone, Aerial Ace, Swift, Leaf Storm, Thief, Bug Bite, Agility, Air Slash. Undefeated General. Potential 1. All attributes 10, 100 consecutive victories. The Elite Scyther should soon learn X-Scissor and Swords Dance. Baichi opened a Pokeball, and Chansey appeared at his side. Without needing instruction, Chansey, upon noticing Scyther's condition, immediately cast a heal pulse upon it. Lucky. Following this, Chansey produced an egg from its belly and offered it to Scyther. Startled, Scyther expressed its gratitude to Chansey before promptly devouring the egg, restoring its energy to peak condition. Ajin and the other bird trainers were rendered speechless at this spectacle. Chapter 51. An Unexpected Encounter with Yarue. It was at this moment that Baichi addressed them. I have no interest in your club's games. The skirmishes among the bug-catching youths were dismissed by Baichi as mere games, which greatly irked Ajin and his companions. Yet they dared not voice their dissent in light of Baichi's formidable prowess. Baichi continued. Challenging you was merely a necessity for Scyther to reach the brink of evolution. Now that Scyther has evolved, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Baichi waved his hand and walked towards Golden City. Ajin and the others gazed at Baichi's retreating figure, rendered speechless, until the trainer of the Pidgeotto suddenly veered off in another direction. Ajin and the others were puzzled. Had he not intended to join their team? Why the sudden departure? This time, they had been prepared to accept his assistance. Unbeknownst to them, the Pidgeotto trainer would return to the town as an elite trainer. Meanwhile the bird trainers and bug-catching youths, continued to vie for the limited territory within the town. Not long after leaving the town, the skies erupted with thunder and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour. Baichi sought refuge in a cave from the rain. Despite his swift actions, he was thoroughly drenched. Inside the cave, Scyther collected some branches, while Nidoking utilized Flamethrower to dry them out and ignite a fire. Only then did Baichi remove his clothing to begin drying off. This weather is rather unappealing, Baichi remarked, gazing at the curtain of rain outside the cave, which rendered visibility beyond 100 meters nearly impossible. However, Shelmet reveled in the weather, frolicking outside and refusing to return. Baichi decided to let Shelmet train alone outside while he provided individual guidance on its moves. In the rain, Shelmet's mastery of Water Pulse improved rapidly. This unexpected advantage was a pleasant surprise. If the progress made in the rain could be retained, Shelmet's training would soon reach completion. At that moment, Shelmet was bewildered. I thought today would be a delightful playtime. Instead, it has turned into a solo performance for me. Oh, the woes of being a baby. Chansey, witnessing this scene, felt fortunate not to have ventured outside. Without that, it would have had to train alongside Shelmet. As time passed, Shelmet eventually concluded its training and returned. Baichi had prepared dinner, and they all shared a meal together. Although the rain had diminished significantly, it showed no signs of stopping. Baichi could only retrieve his sleeping bag and settle in for the night within the cave. Compared to a tent, the cave felt somewhat chilly, and the dampness brought by the rain could not be dispelled by the small fire alone. That night, Baichi struggled to find comfort in his sleep until Nidoking, Chansey, and Scyther nestled beside him. As for Shelmet, it had ventured outside after finishing its meal. The following morning, the rain gradually subsided. Upon exiting the cave, Baichi shook his head at the muddy ground. Well, it's best to head to Golden City early. Even if the sun emerges, the ground won't dry quickly. Baichi organized his backpack and called out to his 4 Pokemon, Nidoking, Scyther, Chansey, Shelmet. We are setting off. The 4 Pokemon responded in unison and quickly gathered around him, while Scyther and Nidoking dashed ahead. Emerging from the cave, Baichi treaded upon the muddy terrain as he exited the forest. Unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar face, Yarue, a former client who had once hired Baichi. Haha, what a surprise to find you here. I am searching for a Kadabra. How about helping me out? I will pay you 1 million to find it. Yarui exclaimed, his face lighting up with a broad smile upon spotting Bai Qi. After all, Bai Qi's assistance in capturing the Rhydon had saved him considerable effort. And what about capturing Kadabra? Bai Qi did not refuse. Although he had ample funds, there was no reason to decline 1 million. Without hesitation, Yarui declared, "How about 2 million? I know there are Kadabras nearby, but they teleport away as soon as they see me. Hey Qi, can you help me catch one?" Bai Qi pondered for a moment and replied, "I will give it a try." With that, Bai Qi removed the training devices from Nidoking and Scyther. "Scyther, scout the area. If you encounter a Kadabra, knock it out and bring it back." After issuing the command, Bai Qi retrieved some berries he had gathered along the way from his backpack. "Chansey, please give me an egg." Lucky. Chansey promptly produced an egg from its belly and handed it to Bai Qi. He then combined the egg with the berries to prepare a more substantial meal for Pokemon. Bai Qi placed the freshly prepared food conspicuously on a table and pulled Yarui to hide in the nearby bushes. Chansey, Nidoking, and Shelmet had already been returned to their Pokeballs. Yarui crouched beside Bai Qi and whispered, "Hey Qi, how did your Nidoking evolve? Its size is astonishing. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is related to Nidoking absorbing the 3 moonstones." Bai Qi casually fabricated lies, his gaze deliberately averted from Yairi, ensuring no traces of deceit were revealed. 3 moonstones, you say? Yairi murmured. That doesn't seem too expensive. I ought to give it a try when I have the time. Such a grand Nidoking indeed commands respect. Stop talking. Casey could arrive at any moment, Bai Qi warned softly, adding that if Casey were to be frightened away, he would never fall for such tricks again. Yairi promptly covered his mouth, his eyes fixated on the food laid before them. Bai Qi's eyelids suddenly twitched as Casey appeared, but instead of revealing himself at the table, he concealed himself atop a nearby tree, observing intently. Casey was exceedingly vigilant. Although his eyes remained shut, he could utilize his psychic abilities to gauge his surroundings. Yet, Casey's mental prowess was not sufficiently robust, which explained his hesitation to approach the food or make a hasty retreat. Suddenly, a Scyther sprang forth from the adjacent grass, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached the treetop, startling Casey, who then vanished from sight. "Oh no, Casey got away again," Yairi lamented, striking his fists together in disappointment. "Fear not, Casey won to escape," Bai Qi chuckled softly, assuring that Scyther would not engage unless it was entirely confident. Despite Casey's ability to teleport over short distances, Scyther was in its element within the forest. For Casey to elude Scyther would indeed be a formidable challenge. Given that Scyther was a bona fide elite Pokemon, while Casey was merely at the novice level, Yairi was inclined to trust Bai Qi, though the prolonged absence of both Casey and Scyther began to stir his impatience. Just then, another Casey suddenly materialized at the table, seizing a plate and teleporting away. "Don't run." Yairi could no longer contain himself, hurling a Pokeball and shouting, "Pidgey, find Casey and give chase." Chapter 52, The Unnamed Flame. Pidgey soared into the air as Yairi prepared to follow. However, Scyther returned, holding a slumbering Casey in its grasp. "Casey? Splendid." Yairi abruptly halted, hastily retrieving a Pokeball to capture Casey. "Haha, thank you ever so much, Bai Qi. I've been here for over 3 days and couldn't catch Casey. I never anticipated you would help me snag him so swiftly. Ding. I've transferred 2 million to you. I must be off." Yairi quickly sent the funds to Bai Qi, recalled Pidgey, and hurriedly departed. Bai Qi glanced at his balance with a smile. His savings had returned to over 20 million. "Next time, do take care of my business. Dear brother Yairi." Although Casey's market value in the black market was undoubtedly higher than 2 million, the time spent was too brief. There was no need to search for Casey's whereabouts. What was there to be dissatisfied about? At the Psychic Gym in Golden City, Bai Qi stood before the entrance, preparing to step inside. "Ouch!" A familiar voice called from behind. Bai Qi turned with a strange expression, inquiring, "Is that really you, Yairi? You don't mean to tell me you captured Casey with the intention of apprenticing under a psychic trainer, do you?" "Of course. Psychic trainers are incredibly cool," Yairi replied with a face full of envy. "And Miss Naza is so beautiful. I heard she has returned to normal, which is why I specifically sought out Casey." Bai Qi shot a disparaging glance at Yairi. "What do you mean by learning psychic powers? Are you trying to woo the Psychic Queen? Huh, then why were you thrown out?" Yairi's excitement instantly withered, lowering his head as he recounted. "Miss Naza said I lacked talent. I wanted to pay her for 2 months of training, and well, you saw the result." Bai Qi shook his head. "You want her to teach you? You're merely trying to throw money at her. Consider yourself fortunate that she didn't turn you into a plaything." "Well, keep striving," Bai Qi said, moving towards the Psychic Gym. He had no desire to invite Yairi to watch, as he did not want to be misconstrued by Naza as a companion. Yari blinked in surprise. Hey, Baichi. You're just leaving me behind. Without looking back, Baichi replied, what else? I certainly don't want to be thrown out by Naza. Upon entering the psychic gym, Baichi strode forward, observing numerous apprentices practicing their psychic abilities along the sides. Most wore flushed expressions, struggling to bend the spoons in their hands. As psychic prowess indeed required a natural gift, Baichi suddenly paused. Surely, the seed of bonding power should have hatched by now? Trainer, Baichi. Strength, professional level. Entry, Nurturer. Ability, bonding power. Pokemon, Nidoking, Scyther, Chansey, Shelder. Battle coins, 58,600. Savings, 25 million. Nurturer, always able to nurture Pokemon in the best possible way. Bonding power, when the intimacy with a Pokemon reaches its peak, it can unleash the hidden power within its genes. Has my bonding power awakened? Baichi frowned. I don't sense anything at all. Never mind. I shall challenge Naza first. I will research it thoroughly upon returning to the Pokemon Center. Baichi continued forward, reaching the end of the corridor where a door barred his path. This battle arena's entrance was significantly larger than the gym's main doors. Since I'm here, I might as well enter. A feminine voice resonated nearby. Baichi stiffened. Naza. Pushing open the door, he stepped inside to find Naza no longer clutching her doll. A subtle smile gracing her face. The rules are one-on-one. Defeat him, and you shall receive the golden badge. As she spoke, her Pokeball floated gently to the arena and opened, releasing a red light as Gyarados appeared before Baichi. Baichi raised an eyebrow. Professional level, That's a reasonable level of strength. Surely, Naza won't be augmenting Gyarados with her psychic abilities, will she? No problem, Baichi nodded, retrieving his own Pokeball. Go. Chansey. Naza's brow furrowed slightly. Chansey? Can it truly compete? Gyarados unleashed psychic. With blue light emanating from its eyes, an invisible force grasped and squeezed Chansey. Baichi smiled slightly. Chansey was well suited to face a Pokemon with such formidable special attack capabilities. Chansey, use Light Screen. Lucky. Chansey managed to let out a cry as energy surged forth, neutralizing psychic and reducing its power by half. Naza's expression tightened. This effectively diminished Gyarados' combat strength by a significant margin. After all, while Gyarados excelled in speed and special attack, its special defense was merely average, with its other three attributes falling short. Then there's only one move left, Naza commanded. Gyarados, use Psychic. Psychic was a special skill, but its damage was calculated based on physical defense. This was the most damaging move against Chansey, and the double damage return wouldn't be affected. Only Mirror Coat could reflect Psychic. Baichi frowned slightly. I hadn't accounted for this move in the Psychic type, but the impact isn't substantial. Chansey, use Toxic. Gyarados was swift, and Chansey could only manage to throw out Toxic before being sent flying by Psychic. Moreover, the Toxic didn't hit its mark, as Gyarados had instantly teleported to the opposite side of the battlefield. Baichi raised an eyebrow as the Lickitung continued to unleash its Toxic move. Lucky the Lickitung swiftly regained its footing, once again hurling forth the noxious substance. A surge of unnamed fury ignited within Nasi. Was the Lickitung truly relying solely on this singular tactic to counter her Gyarados? Gyarados seized the Toxic attack with its psychic powers, returning it to the Lickitung. With a flourish, Gyarados lifted its spoon, channeling psychic energy to grasp the vile liquid before flinging it back at the Lickitung. Yet, the Lickitung retaliated with another wave of Toxic, infuriating Nasi further. The Lickitung fell victim to the Toxic status, and Gyarados soon followed suit. At this juncture, Baichi chuckled, remarking that the Lickitung had employed Egg Bomb, subsequently using Heal Bell on itself. The Lickitung swallowed an egg, and due to the Egg Bomb technique, a new egg began to gestate rapidly within its abdominal pouch. Nasi observed the Lickitung's actions, her brows knitting together, though she remained silent. Gyarados had unleashed Psychic, aiming to interrupt the Lickitung. But the Lickitung executed its moves with such proficiency that Gyarados could only manage to knock it away. Gyarados' strength diminished rapidly due to the Toxic status. Nasi's expression grew increasingly grim. This manner of defeat was unbearably frustrating, not due to an inability to win, but rather because she could not directly vanquish the Lickitung. The Lickitung oscillated between using Heal Pulse and consuming another egg, never allowing its stamina to dip below half. Ultimately, the Toxic status completely consumed Gyarados' remaining energy. The Lickitung then employed Heal Bell on Gyarados, alleviating its toxic condition. However, Nasi's countenance remained darkly foreboding, which caused Baichi to feel a twinge of anxiety. Would she truly lose control in her fury? Chapter 53. You've emerged too? Cursed Fiend, this strategy is utterly insufferable. Nasi suppressed her rage, concealing her feelings. Yet her stormy visage and the rising intensity of her gaze told Baichi all he needed to know. Nasi was seething, on the brink of unleashing her wrath. Suddenly, Baichi felt a surge of power enveloping him, and in an instant, his surroundings transformed entirely. "Ah, Aki, you've been ejected by Nasi too?" Yali exclaimed in astonishment. Curiosity etched across his face. "Why were you tossed out? Do tell me." Baichi ignored him, raising his hand to recall the Lickitung, and proceeded toward the Pokemon Center. Yali hurriedly followed, pressing for an explanation regarding his ejection. Yet, Baichi had no desire to engage, especially since Nasi's psychic abilities could easily blanket the entirety of Golden City. It was prudent to avoid discussing the gym battle specifics on her territory. After a lengthy pursuit, upon reaching the Pokemon Center, Yali ceased his inquiries when he noted Baichi's resolute silence. Baichi presented his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Miss Joy." Joy smiled gently, replying, "Leave it to me." Moments later, several Pokemon were restored to health, as their exhaustion merely stemmed from fatigue. It is worth noting that Baichi had expended a substantial sum to procure nutritious food for them, ensuring they received adequate sustenance and energy replenishment after rigorous training. After securing a room, Baichi settled in. The power of bonds. Baichi was uncertain how to sense or utilize this power of bonds, so he sat on the bed, emptying his mind in an attempt to meditate and connect with this elusive force. After a prolonged effort, during which his legs grew numb, he finally sensed the power of bonds. However, this force felt feeble, akin to a stagnant pool of water. Baichi opened his eyes, resting his chin in contemplation. Could it be that the power of bonds requires a connection of minds with Pokemon to strengthen or wield it? Much like Ash and Pikachu's bond, which allowed them to unleash formidable power upon achieving mutual understanding. This seemed plausible, as Nidoking's bond had reached its zenith, and he ought to let Nidoking battle a few times henceforth. Perhaps training would be the next step. Baichi rose swiftly, exiting his room and making his way to the training grounds behind the Pokemon Center. A few trainers were present, and Baichi found a quiet corner to release Nidoking, instructing, "Nidoking, let us attempt to sense my intentions." Baichi focused intently on Nidoking's back, clearing his thoughts before calling out, "Nidoking, use Mud Bomb." With a fierce roar, Nidoking clasped its hands before its chest, conjuring a mass of purple energy that rapidly expanded. Upon reaching its pinnacle, Nidoking launched the mud orbs as explosive projectiles. Boom! The mud bombs detonated upon impact with the ground, wreaking havoc in their wake. Yet, Baichi furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. The mud bombs had not exhibited a significant increase in power, and given that Nidoking had charged for a moment, the augmentation was to be expected. It appeared that the power of bonds remained too weak. How he longed for the power of aura that would enable him to introspect and more clearly sense the power of bonds. That Nidoking is truly formidable. Such a large specimen, wouldn't you agree? Nearby trainers whispered amongst themselves, observing Nidoking and Baichi. Baichi made another attempt, but the result mirrored the previous one, leading him to abandon the endeavor. He would take his time to explore this further. At least he could now sense the power of bonds. If necessary, he would meditate daily to discern how this power could grow. Returning to his room, Baichi lay down to sleep. The following morning, Baichi awoke to find a message on his communicator. It was from Shigeru. "Aki, I've arrived at Beauty Street. There are many skilled breeders here. You will surely enjoy it." Upon reading this, Baichi felt a surge of excitement. Beauty Street seemed to be the venue where Shigeru and his beloved Baiwe would make their entrance. Pokemon massages and grooming were indeed worthy of study. It appeared imperative for him to hasten his journey to Beauty Street before Ash and the others could arrive. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the Johto journey to reunite with Xiaoxua, which could take nearly a year. With this thought in mind, Baichi gathered his belongings and departed the Pokemon Center. Upon exiting Golden City, he was astonished to find Yali waiting at the intersection, leaning against a sports car. Baichi was at a loss for words. How could he be so inclined toward the wrong pursuits? No wonder he only sought out Pokemon when he had a need for them. How could one expect to encounter serendipity while traveling this way? "Yali, what are you doing here?" Baichi approached and inquired. "Surely you aren't waiting for me?" Yali nodded, then patted the car and grinned, saying, "Of course. Hop in. I'll take you to Rainbow City." Baichi shook his head, responding, "My journey will be undertaken on foot. You may proceed alone." "What? How far can you walk in a day? Isn't that just self-inflicted suffering?" Yali protested, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. He did not believe he could alter Baichi's mindset, so he chose to remain silent. "Very well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Go ahead," Baichi waved to Yali, watching as his sports car disappeared over the distant hill. He then released 4 Pokeballs. "Come forth, let us commence training. This time, we shall push forward without pausing for a break. Although Baichi addressed all 4 Pokemon, his gaze was fixed on the weakest, Shellder. This time, Shellder, you must exert every effort to keep up. Beep, beep. Shellder nodded, understanding the seriousness of Baichi's intent, and refrained from any antics with the Lickitung or complaining. Baichi equipped all 4 Pokemon with mandatory training devices and dashed out ahead. All right, let's set off, he exclaimed. Roar, they shouted in unison, rallying their spirits before pursuing Baichi with all their might. Not far from Yuhong City lies an unnamed town, its identity overshadowed by the renowned Beauty Street, a haven for breeders. Upon entering the town, Baichi made his way directly to the bustling main street. After only a few steps, he encountered extravagant posters, their exaggerated designs unmistakably the work of the notorious Team Rocket. Baichi shook his head, disinterested in provoking them, as Ash and his companions had yet to arrive. He decided to seek out Xiao Shui instead. Progressing along the street, Baichi carefully inspected the shops. Noting that Xiao Shui's establishment appeared to be in close proximity to the Team Rocket store, he hastily approached, pushing open the door to find Xiao Shui administering a massage to a Pidgey. Observing the Pidgey, Baichi was momentarily taken aback. Such a simple massage had significantly improved its physical condition. With this technique, combined with the Pokemon food I prepare, it certainly will, accelerate the Pokemon's physical adjustments and enhance their potential accumulation. Chapter 54. This affection, I cannot bear. Baichi entered the shop, waiting patiently for Xiao Shui to finish the massage before releasing his Chansey. Hello, Miss Xiao Shui. Could you please provide therapy for my Chansey? He requested. Chansey, you say? Xiao Shui replied, glancing down and pausing for a moment. This Chansey has been exceptionally well bred. You must have invested considerable effort in its diet. Moreover, its physique isn't as round as other Chansey, indicating you've trained it with combat in mind. Baichi nodded, acknowledging Xiao Shui as the undisputed star breeder of Beauty Street, her keen eye for detail unmatched. Indeed, the monthly feeding cost for Chansey is approximately 200,000 yuan, as it has reached a professional level and its potential has ascended to deep blue, just a slight enhancement away from purple. Consequently, Baichi elevated Chansey's food quality once more. Naturally, each time a Pokemon's strength increases, their diet must also be adjusted. This entails a heightened ratio of high-energy rare berries and gem powder. You are clearly a remarkable breeder as well, Xiao Shui remarked gently, gesturing toward a small bed nearby. Chansey, please lie down. Lucky. Chansey quickly hopped onto the bed. I shall begin now, Xiao Shui softly announced, placing her hands on Chansey and commencing a slow, skillful massage. Chansey emitted a contented murmur, clearly relishing the expertly controlled pressure and movements, precisely targeting the areas that required relaxation. Baichi observed intently, absorbing the knowledge imparted by Xiao Shui, as each of her motions elucidated the effects of a breeder's touch. After Xiao Shui completed a full massage, Baichi felt he had nearly mastered the technique. However, true proficiency would necessitate practical experience on actual Pokemon, for theory alone cannot compare to the intricate complexities of a Pokemon's body, which is undoubtedly more intricate and wondrous than that of a human. Baichi then released his Shellder and inquired, Miss Xiao Shui, what tools would be required for a massage to relax my Shellder? He asked this because Shellder possesses a somewhat rigid shell, and its evolved form, Cloyster, has an even thicker, harder shell, making massage with bare hands impractical. Xiao Shui smiled, saying, come with me. The ideal setting for a Pokemon like Shellder is just inside. Baichi promptly followed Xiao Shui through a curtain, discovering 2 small pools inside, each filled not with water, but with 2 types of fine sand. One was soft white sand, while the other was hard iron sand. Shellder's shell is classified as a hard shell, akin to rock-type Pokemon. It must be polished with this fine, hard iron sand to promote shell growth and enhance its durability, Xiao Shui explained, pointing toward the iron sand pool. You may enter now, Shellder. Without hesitation, Shellder leaped into the iron sand pool. Xiao Shui pressed a button, causing the iron sand to churn, effectively polishing Shellder's shell. Shellder closed its shell and rolled about in the pool, allowing the iron sand to buff every part of its shell. After 10 minutes, Xiao Shui turned off the machine. Come out now, Shellder. Shellder emerged from the pool, its previously ordinary shell now shimmering with a violet hue. It is important to note that Shellder's shell was not particularly bright before. The polishing had yielded results even beyond Baichi's expectations. You may either prepare this iron sand yourself or purchase it from a department store, Xiao Shui advised, unconcerned about the potential dissemination of this method. However, bear in mind that Shellder's shell pales in comparison to Cloyster's. You must be cautious with the polishing duration and frequency, as overpolishing can damage Shelder's shell. Excessive care can be detrimental. I understand, Bai Qi nodded. He then recalled his experiences with Scyther and Nidoking. Scyther required massage therapy on its body, while its sides needed to be polished with soft white sand. Nidoking, on the other hand, required massage on its chest and abdomen, in addition to stretching its limb joints. Bai Qi realized that, due to his lack of prior exposure, he had not considered these techniques before. This time, however, he gained substantial insights. Bai Qi expressed his gratitude earnestly, saying, "Thank you very much, Miss Xiao Shui. I have learned a great deal." "Not at all. After all, you are a paying customer." Xiao Shui replied with a gentle smile. "I am delighted that my breeding methods have been of assistance to you." After settling the payment, Bai Qi exited Xiao Shui's breeding house and began exploring other shops. However, compared to Xiao Shui's diverse ideas, other breeders seemed to specialize in singular approaches, keeping their methods closely guarded. Ultimately, Bai Qi resigned himself to the fact that without seeing specific operations firsthand, further exploration would yield no fruitful results. He settled into the Pokemon Center on Beauty Street and sent a message of thanks to Shigeru. "I have learned many new things on Beauty Street. Thank you for the reminder, Shigeru. Until next time, I shall show mercy." "No need. I will definitely defeat you next time," Shigeru replied swiftly. Clearly provoked by the notion of mercy, he called out to his Pokemon, Wartortle, Geodude, Nidoking, "Keep training." Unbeknownst to Bai Qi, his jest about showing mercy spurred Shigeru's Pokemon to double their training intensity over the following week. Exiting Beauty Street, Bai Qi continued onward to the town that annually hosts the P1 tournament. Regrettably, Scyther had yet to evolve, and its sides were ill-suited for combat-type competitions. Nevertheless, the P1 tournament was on the horizon, drawing numerous trainers to the town, among them the formidable Titan. Titan's Shervon possessed remarkable strength and elite-level prowess. While the fighter Abby was only at the professional level, even without Ash, Abby was destined to remain far from the championship. However, if Shavronk possesses elite-level strength, how could the fiery monkey that defeated him be easily tamed by the current Ash? Could it truly be that the fiery monkey holds affection for Ash? Thus, it seems that Pokemon who harbor fondness for Ash express it in their own distinctive manners, be it through combat, electric shocks, or roasting him. Upon contemplating this, Bai Qi couldn't help but shudder, shaking his head in resignation. "Never mind, I cannot bear such affection. Truly a super rookie, in every sense." Oh, but the resilience of the trio from Team Rocket is even greater. "Mr. Giant, I challenge you." Chapter 55, An Extraordinary Youth. Achoo. At a certain location, Meowth, digging a tunnel, suddenly sneezed. Meowth mused inwardly. Could it be that Boss Giovanni is thinking of me? Indeed. It must be that the cat boss has been cast aside by Boss Giovanni. Meanwhile, the giant before Bai Qi was taken aback. "Challenge me. Although I am not a particularly powerful fighter, my Shavronk is undoubtedly an elite-level Pokemon. What audacity does a newcomer, just over 10 years old, possess to challenge me?" Bai Qi recognized that the giant's perception of his own youth led him to underestimate his abilities. After all, in the eyes of a towering giant over 2 meters tall, he bore no distinction from the 10-year-old Ash. Thus, Bai Qi promptly released the Pokeball in his hand, and Nidoking materialized before the giant. Nidoking's stature was comparable to that of the giant, and his physique was robust. The giant inquired briefly but fell silent thereafter, retreating a few steps. Sensing the imposing presence of Nidoking, the giant nodded. "Very well, let us engage in battle." Shavronk advanced a couple of steps, though Nidoking was considerably larger. Shavronk exhibited no fear. As a fighting-type Pokemon, the determination of strength could only be ascertained through combat. If he were to lose, he would merely train harder to reclaim victory. Shavronk's ability, Reckless, amplified the power of rebound damage by 20. Roar! Nidoking bellowed in response. The giant's form was enormous, yet he was shrouded beneath a cloak, with only his voice resonating. Shavronk executed a flying kick. At the giant's command, Shavronk leaped, delivering a powerful kick towards Nidoking. Due to the elasticity of his legs, he need not close the distance to Nidoking. As the saying goes, hands are 2 doors. All relies on the feet to strike. Shavronk's offensive power far surpassed that of Aberong, and this flying kick landed with considerable force. Nidoking crossed his arms protectively over his chest, absorbing the blow, yet he still staggered back 2 steps, indicating the true might of Shavronk. Despite Nidoking facing Shavronk with approximately a 30 power increase, he was still forced back by Shavronk's kick. Bai Qi couldn't help but smile. This opponent possessed some heft. "Nidoking, let us proceed with Mega Horn attack." Roar! Nidoking roared, seemingly declaring that Shavronk would also taste his might. Subsequently, he charged forth with ferocity and rage. Bug-type energy coalesced into a colossal horn atop Nidoking's sharp protrusion, resembling a battering ram as it barreled toward Shavarong. The giant, witnessing this, may have concealed his expression beneath his cloak, but he instinctively took a half-step back, realizing he was intimidated by Nidoking's momentum. The giant understood that should Shavarong be struck, he would undoubtedly suffer significant damage, even if bug-type attacks were not particularly effective against fighting-type Pokemon. Shavarong, use Flying Knee Kick. Shavarong leaped swiftly. Any delay would render it too late. In midair, Shavarong curled his right leg, launching a Flying Knee Kick directly into the path of Nidoking's Mega Horn attack. Boom. The collision produced a muffled sound, followed by a violent explosion that reverberated, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by. What a commotion. Let's go take a look. Hurry, there are experts battling over there. In a mere moment, a crowd gathered around Baichi and the giant. As Nidoking and Shavarong rebounded from the clash, Shavarong stumbled and dropped to one knee. Although the power of their respective moves was comparably matched, Shavarong suffered considerable fatigue due to the recoil of the Flying Knee Kick. The giant was taken aback. Shavarong's leg strength was indeed formidable, and utilizing a move consistent with his type, he had managed to withstand Nidoking's Mega Horn attack. Setting aside the mere 10-point difference in power between Mega Horn attack and Flying Knee Kick, Nidoking lacked any type advantage. How could a difference of 75 points in power and physical attack base stats be nullified so effortlessly by Nidoking? The giant felt a weight in his heart. It seemed that although both were elite level, Nidoking's level exceeded that of Shavarong slightly. In reality, the situation was quite the opposite. Nidoking had merely benefited from enhancements in 2 stats, with a 30 increase in physical attack obliterating such disparities. Moreover, one could not overlook the rigorous training Nidoking had undergone. Nidoking grinned, revealing a fearsome smile. This exchange was exhilarating, and he relished it. Roar! Nidoking roared once more, charging at Shavarong. Yet this time, Nidoking employed Iron Tail. Shavarong quickly utilized Flying Knee Kick to block, enduring the pain in his knee before engaging Nidoking in close combat. Baichi smiled faintly, opting for a close-quarters brawl instead of trading blows with signature moves. Nidoking retaliated with Poison Jab. Shavarong surged forward, employing close combat. His hands, knees, elbows, and feet served as weapons, striking swiftly and fearlessly. Nidoking countered with both hands and tail, relying on sheer force, as Poison Jab surpassed even Mega Horn attack in potency, though unable to match Shavarong's speed. Each of Nidoking's strikes caused Shavarong's rhythm to falter. Moments later, Baichi grew impatient. Nidoking had surely had his fill. It was time to determine the victor. Nidoking, unleash Mud Bomb. The giant recognized that the battle could not continue. Shavarong could not endure much longer. Shavarong, use Takedown. Unfortunately, transforming Poison Jab into Mud Bomb proved rather troublesome for Nidoking. Shavarong found it easier to execute his kick, consequently sweeping Nidoking off his feet. Baichi frowned, calling out, Nidoking, now, unleash Mud Bomb. Nidoking, heeding the command, remained seated and unleashed a barrage of mud clumps, sending Shavarong reeling backward, ultimately launching him away. Shavarong. The giant clearly perceived Shavarong's condition. Continuing the battle was no longer feasible, but he hoped it wouldn't affect the upcoming P1 tournament in a few days. The giant approached to assist Shavarong. Are you all right, Shavarong? Shavarong slowly shook his head, casting a glance at Nidoking. At that moment, Nidoking had risen, appearing unfazed despite having been knocked down. Observing Nidoking standing, the giant turned to Baichi and remarked, Your Nidoking is formidable. I concede defeat. Victory in battle. Earned 1,800 battle coins. A flicker of helplessness crossed Baichi's gaze. Defeating an elite-level opponent yielded only 1,800 battle coins? Retrieving Nidoking, Baichi resumed his journey towards Shallow Red City. Your Nidoking is indeed strong. These young ones are truly remarkable. Indeed. I never anticipated that the giant contender would also be defeated. He is a seed player in this P1 tournament. Thus, this year's Quartz Conference should be quite thrilling. It seems essential to witness the competition live. Absolutely, let us form a group to attend. Sounds good. After leaving the town, Baichi continued onward, pondering deeply. Next, we shall venture to the Shallow Red Gym and the Wild Hunting Zone in Shallow Red City, where the elusive mini Dratini awaits. I sincerely hope that the Dratini isn't too formidable. Anything below elite level should be manageable. Should it be of expert caliber, however, that would pose quite a challenge. As long as I can outpace Ash and his companions, I should be able to stealthily capture the mini Dratini without drawing the attention of the Thunder Brothers. Chapter 56. Impossible. After being defeated by Baichi's Nidoking, the giant and Shaveling trained diligently in the following days. Perhaps it was the sting of defeat that spurred them on. When Team Rocket attempted to ambush the giant, Shaveling swiftly sent them flying with a single kick. Meanwhile, the battling Ibira was directly vanquished by Shaveling as well. Ultimately, it came down to a confrontation between the fiery Monferno and Shaveling, with the giant now commanding Shaveling. This shift placed Ash and Monferno in an arduous battle from the outset, but fortunately, Monferno's affection for Ash shone through, as true love is often expressed through vigorous combat. In a critical moment, Monferno, with but a sliver of health remaining, executed a comeback using a powerful earthquake attack. After securing the coveted golden belt, Ibira approached Ash, expressing a desire to have Monferno trained under his guidance, claiming that Monferno possesses immense potential. However, the giant quickly exposed Ibira's ulterior motives, asserting that all fighting-type Pokemon inherently possess fighting potential. Ibira's interest stemmed solely from Monferno's demonstrated prowess. Faced with the giant's revelation, Ibira had no choice but to concede that Monferno should remain under Ash's tutelage. Upon learning that he would not be sent away, Monferno joyfully rewarded Ash with a pair of black eyes from an affectionate punch. Nonetheless, Monferno's elite-level battle prowess positioned him as the strongest trump card among Ash's trio. Continuing their journey towards Shallow Red City, Baichi passed through the heavily industrially polluted Black Cloud City. However, Baichi refrained from entering, for the stench was unbearable. Even Shellder was reluctant to venture into the waters nearby. Baichi preferred to camp in the wild instead, as the city was rife with the foul-smelling sludge and gas Pokemon. The stench trait of these Pokemon is truly intolerable. Unlike Stunky, which emits odor only when frightened or saddened, sludge and gas Pokemon exude their noxious odors continuously. Unless one possesses the expertise of a renowned breeder like Professor Oak to meticulously eliminate their foul smells, they will be burdened by this aroma for life. This trait serves as a potent self-defense mechanism against predators. After distancing himself from Black Cloud City, Baichi spent the night next to a coastal forest. Shellder frolicked in the sea, and by dawn, it had returned, now boasting amateur-level strength and having learned the moves Supersonic and Aurora Beam. Pokemon Shellder. Strength, Amateur. Entry, Precision Strike. Type, Water. Ability, Multi-Hit. Gender, Male. Friendship, 135. Potential, Orange, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun. Withdraw, Ice Shard, Glare, Whirlpool, Supersonic. Aurora Beam. Inherited moves, Rock Smash, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam. Precision Strike, Critical Hit Ratio 1. Now, Shellder is prepared for battle. With the Precision Strike entry synergizing perfectly with its multi-hit ability and Rock Smash move, it should dominate the amateur ranks, unless its opponent also possesses innate abilities. Baichi pondered and suggested to Chansey, why not spar with Shellder to gauge its newfound strength? Lucky, Chansey replied, confusion evident in her expression. Are these little arms meant for fighting? Even if Shellder is stronger, it should be the one attacking me, right? If you want to hit me, just say so. However, Shellder paid no heed to these protests, as the trainer's command was absolute. Without hesitation, Shellder unleashed Rock Smash, sending 5 large boulders hurtling toward Chansey. Instinctively, Chansey prepared to use Double Edge, but Baichi called out, Chansey, don't retaliate. Just endure. Taken aback, Chansey braced herself as the boulders struck, sending her staggering back a few steps. Although the damage was not severe, it was certainly painful. Shellder, undeterred, launched another Rock Smash. Chansey endured it again and promptly used Heal Pulse, hoping to alleviate her pain with swift action. Baichi suddenly realized that enduring could also serve as a counterattack move, reflecting damage based on both special and physical attacks, albeit requiring the recipient to withstand 2 rounds of assault. Alright, Shellder, cease your assault, Baichi instructed, retrieving Pokemon food to offer Chansey. Come here, Chansey. I'll give you a massage to promote circulation. You'll be right as rain in no time. Lucky, Chansey exclaimed, bouncing over to Baichi and finding a soft patch of grass to lie upon. Baichi shook his head in resignation as he began to massage Chansey. After several minutes, he finally stood up, finding Chansey still lazily sprawled on the ground. Come on, we need to move. Why are you still lying there? Baichi urged, giving her a gentle nudge with his foot. Lucky, Chansey protested, thoroughly enjoying the massage and wishing to linger a little longer. However, she soon noticed Nidoking, Scyther, and Shellder eyeing her with intensity. After all, they had no means to provide massages without additional tools. Quickly, Chansey flipped to her feet. Although she was the only female among them, Nidoking and Scyther were clearly not the type to show mercy. Baichi mused to himself, in this situation, should I find Nidoking and Nidorina? It seems neither Nidorino nor Nidorina can breed. As he equipped the 4 Pokemon with mandatory training devices, Baichi continued to think. Yet, the image of a 40-centimeter Nidorina and a 2-meter Nidoking together was quite absurd. Baichi shook his head vigorously, dismissing the ridiculous notion. Even a simple turn in Nidoking's sleep could crush Nidorina. With a sigh of resignation, Baichi concluded that if his Nidoking were to sire offspring, it would have to be with a Ditto. Let us go, Baichi declared, leading the way. Who knows, with the presence of gigantic Onyxes, there might even be colossal Nidorinas out there. Not long after setting off, Baichi encountered Burly blocking his path. Burly? What a coincidence, he greeted with a smile. Not a coincidence. I was specifically waiting for you, Burly replied, her expression unwavering as she fixed her gaze on Baichi. A few days ago, I heard from Xiaoxua that you have a remarkable talent for breeding Pokemon and have even learned massage techniques from her. Therefore, you must be adept at crafting Pokemon food. Correct? Baichi halted, meeting Burly's gaze. So, you wish to order Pokemon food from me? I want the recipe. Impossible, Baichi rejected outright. The recipes for elite-level Pokemon food required high-quality ingredients, and Burly certainly did not lack such provisions. It was evident that she sought premium-grade recipes, which Baichi had no intention of relinquishing easily. Chapter 57, Dejected Aju. Bailey understood that it was impossible to obtain the recipe for Pokemon food with just a few words, as each formula is the painstaking result of a breeder's meticulous research. Therefore, she produced a stone, which Baichi glanced at before averting his gaze, remarking, "It's merely a stone. You can't possibly think this could exchange for a top-tier recipe. Can you?" Bailey opened her hand, fully revealing the stone to Baichi. "This is an amber fossil. I had it tested at a research institute. It contains the blood of a fossil pterodactyl, which can be revived." Baichi was taken aback by her words and shifted his gaze to examine it closely, realizing it was indeed an amber fossil. Although there was a living fossil pterodactyl in the Grateful Valley, that creature had been alive for far too long. Who could say how much longer it could survive or the potential it still possessed? It would be more prudent to revive a fossil pterodactyl. At least there would be a chance for rearing. Baichi swiftly reached out and took the amber fossil from Bailey, asking, "You seek the food recipe for that Pokemon? It wouldn't happen to be for a baby Giratina, would it?" Bailey opened her Pokeball, and a red light fell at her feet, revealing indeed it was a baby Giratina. Baichi shook his head in resignation. It was hard to determine whether this was a loss or gain, for trainers possessing a baby Giratina were exceedingly rare. The recipe might not fetch a high price at all. He crouched down to scrutinize the current state of the baby Giratina, and based on its condition, he provided Bailey with a supplementary recipe. "Do you have paper and pen?" Bailey quickly produced them and handed them to Baichi. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Had his abilities truly reached such a level? Merely by observing the baby Giratina for a moment, he could concoct a top-tier Pokemon food recipe? Baichi paid no heed to her thoughts and swiftly scribbled the recipe on the paper. "Here are 2 recipes. The second one is a gift from me. The baby Giratina has likely been fed quite a bit of dark-type food, so don't overthink it. Just let it adjust for a while." Bailey's face flushed at his words, and she hurriedly turned away to cough discreetly. "How long will it take?" Baichi pondered for a moment before responding. "Let it adjust for 2 months. That should be sufficient for the baby Giratina to metabolize the excess dark energy." "All right, thank you." Bailey forced a smile, though it appeared somewhat stiff. Baichi shook his head. The number of baby Giratina was too scarce, and the materials required for this recipe were not inexpensive. Moreover, it would take several years for the baby Giratina to evolve. The actual value of this recipe was not high. The supplementary recipe was merely an equivalent exchange. After finishing, Baichi dashed out with his 4 Pokemon, saying, "Farewell for now. If you need anything in the future, just find me, as long as you have equivalent items or money." Bailey stored the recipe and the baby Giratina, watching Baichi gradually recede into the distance. Is there truly a genius in this world? Having thoroughly investigated Baichi's background, she couldn't help but exclaim. For he was merely an orphan who had possessed Pokemon for only 2 months. Yet he already owned 2 elite-level Pokemon and exhibited such formidable breeding abilities. It seemed miraculous, almost beyond belief. "Never mind, I shall take care of the baby Giratina for these 2 months." After parting ways with Bailey, Baichi headed directly to the shallow red city. Not to the gym, but straight to the harbor. He was eager to revive the fossil pterodactyl quickly so that he could make a stunning appearance at the court's conference, and then dominate. At the shallow red city port, just as Baichi prepared to buy a ticket, he spotted a dejected young man. To his surprise, it was a familiar face, Aju. Upon hearing his name, Aju turned to look, momentarily stunned. "Baichi." Baichi approached and inquired, "What troubles you? You appear utterly despondent." A Jew opened his mouth, visibly conflicted, as he did not believe Baichi's strength surpassed his own. Baichi shook his head. "If you prefer not to share, I shall consider it unasked." With that, he proceeded towards the ticket counter. A Jew quickly grasped Baichi's arm, whispering, "My Charmeleon was taken by poachers." Baichi frowned. It was foolish to provoke poachers without sufficient strength. Was he courting disaster? When did this occur? What did Miss Junsha say? Miss Junsha is also searching for their whereabouts. But we can be certain they are on a ship at the port, a Jew replied softly. Though losing a starter Pokemon is humiliating, if there is any hope of retrieving my Charmeleon, then no amount of embarrassment matters. Baichi turned his gaze towards the port, where nearly 10 ferries and cruise ships were docked. Come with me. Baichi led a Jew to the ticket counter and purchased tickets for all the departing vessels. Then they made their way to the ship with the soonest departure time. You have only one chance now. Find them before they set sail. A Jew, initially puzzled by Baichi's actions, suddenly understood upon hearing this. Indeed, they had already entered Shallow Red City. If they intended to leave, it could only be via ship from the port. Just let me encounter them. Even if they turned to ash, I would recognize them. I understand, Baichi, thank you. A Jew's spirits lifted instantly as he dashed towards the departing ferry. Baichi followed closely behind, but regardless of whether it was a ferry or cruise ship, the number of passengers was overwhelming. Finding the poachers would be challenging, but they could only try their best. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, a Jew, who had started off with renewed vigor, gradually lost hope. On the last cruise ship, he wore a face of despair. Baichi refrained from offering reminders, for he had done all he could. Now it was a Jew's mindset that was faltering. It was no wonder he faced such struggles. His attitude was too prone to despondency. Do you think the trend now is to wallow in despair? Strength is paramount, my friend. If your power is sufficient, your Charmeleon will inevitably return, even if lost. The final cruise ship had completed its journey, yet a Jew still had not located the poachers. He disembarked, head hanging low, seemingly having given up. However, Baichi's attention was drawn to a peculiar figure, a white-haired old woman who appeared somewhat abnormal. Was she laughing? Mocking a Jew? No, she was disguised. This was not her true appearance. Baichi cautiously approached, feeling increasingly uneasy as he drew closer. Upon reaching the white-haired old woman, Baichi seized her hair from behind, pulling it down to reveal a bald man, completely shedding the guise of age. A Jew. Hearing Baichi's voice, a Jew instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the unmasked bald man, his mouth fell open in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Baichi recognized at once that this man was indeed a poacher. Chapter 58. You should also descend. He. A Jew stuttered, his hand trembling as he pointed at the bald man. King Jiji? Baichi stared at a Jew in disbelief, though the scene was somewhat humorous. Seeking death. The bald man realized he had been exposed and swiftly threw a pokeball, shouting, Tentacle, use toxic mist. Baichi raised an eyebrow. Toxic mist could endanger dozens of tourists nearby. This guy was truly malicious. Nidoking, emerge. Use Thunderbolt. The venomous jellyfish swiftly released a cloud of purple mist. But in the next moment, Nidoking unleashed a bolt of lightning from the horn on its forehead, striking directly into the purple haze. The venomous jellyfish was severely wounded by this blow. Although it managed to endure due to its high special defense, it was merely lingering on the brink of survival. Baichi did not afford the bald man any opportunity, for the venomous jellyfish was an elite-level creature, particularly dangerous as a poison-type Pokemon. Nidoking executed Iron Tail. With a roar, Nidoking stepped forward, twisting its body to whip its tail, striking the venomous jellyfish with remarkable speed and sending it crashing into the sea. What? The bald man's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily retrieved another Pokeball, preparing to unleash it. Yet, upon meeting the ferocious gaze of Nidoking, he froze in place, paralyzed with fear. Baichi beckoned to a Jew. A Jew, are you not coming? What about your Charmeleon? A Jew, as if awakening from a dream, sprinted over to Nidoking, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the bald man. Where's my Charmeleon? Return it to me at once. You wish, the bald man sneered coldly, fully aware that he would not betray his accomplices. Without concrete evidence against him, he could face merely a month or 2 in confinement. However, if there were incriminating items, particularly those obtained from other trainers, he could be sentenced to 3 or 4 years. Thus, it was evident what course of action he ought to pursue. Even a fool could comprehend that. Baichi shook his head and promptly dialed the police, stating, Let Miss Junsha come and investigate. His accomplices and captured Pokemon must be on the ship. A thorough search will yield nothing. A Jew's gaze remained fixed on the bald man, consumed by thoughts of vengeance as he contemplated the prospect of inflicting harm upon him. "Hello, this is the Qianhong City Police Station." Bai Qi spoke rapidly. "I have discovered poachers at the Qianhong City port. Please, Miss Junsha must come quickly, lest his accomplices escape. Please hold. Miss Junsha is on her way." The operator hung up and swiftly contacted Junsha. Upon answering, Junsha immediately inquired, "Is there news?" "Yes. Miss Junsha, poacher activity has been reported at the port. Gather everyone." Junsha declared loudly as she exited her office. "We set off for Qianhong Port immediately." Leading the charge, she dashed out of the police station, hopping onto her police trike and speeding towards the port, while the other officers struggled to keep pace with her fervent pace. Bai Qi and a Jew waited only 10 minutes before the wail of police sirens approached. "They've arrived. Are you certain you won't confess?" Bai Qi murmured to the bald man. "You must know they might not allow you to escape. If you speak now, you may have a chance for leniency, at least for an earlier release." The bald man remained silent, but as Junsha drew nearer, panic began to set in, especially upon seeing the procession of police vehicles behind her. He realized that the opportunity for escape was rapidly dwindling. Most likely, they would abandon their spoils and flee. Ultimately, only he would face capture and judgment. On one hand, Nido King's unyielding gaze intensified his anxiety. On the other, he was deeply conflicted. Their band of poachers lacked a designated leader, making him reluctant to shoulder the entirety of the blame alone. After all, he did not wish to witness his companions driving in luxury while he languished in prison, suffering in solitude. "Wait, I'll talk," the bald man finally blurted out, unable to withstand the pressure before Junsha's arrival. Bai Qi's earlier remark had left him in silence, compounded by the mental torment imposed by Nido King. The more he pondered, the more resentful he became. "They're all on the ship. The captured Pokemon were secretly tossed overboard." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. "So? There are still several water-type Pokemon in the sea. I can't do anything about that. After all, Shelter is too weak. Even if the poachers released non-elite Pokemon into the water, Shelter wouldn't stand a chance." Junsha quickly boarded the cruise ship, brandishing handcuffs as she approached the bald poacher. "You are under arrest. If you disclose the whereabouts of your accomplices now, I will note your cooperation in my report and strive for leniency." Bai Qi pointed towards the ship's underside. "Miss Junsha, he has confessed. The Pokemon are beneath the sea." Upon hearing this, Junsha signaled to the officers following her, "You all, go check it out." Yes. A few officers promptly tossed out Pokeballs, summoning water-type Pokemon into the water, before donning aquatic breathing apparatus and plunging below the surface. Junsha turned to the bald poacher and asked, "What about your other accomplices? Where are they? Merely these Pokemon will not significantly reduce your culpability." The bald poacher, realizing the futility of resistance, divulged everything, even revealing his accomplices' disguises. Satisfied, Junsha nodded and instructed her officers, "Did you all hear that? Act immediately. We must apprehend them all." "Yes." The remaining officers hastily departed to locate the still-hidden poachers. Meanwhile, Bai Qi and a Jew stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the tumultuous sea below, where fierce battles were evidently underway. However, the poachers' Pokemon, lacking guidance, were no match for their opponents. Soon, several Pokemon surfaced, rendered unable to continue fighting. They were primarily Mantike and Tentacle. Though the situation appeared promising, a Jew was unable to contain his impatience, pacing anxiously. "Why haven't they come up yet? Where are they?" Bai Qi remarked dryly. "Why don't you dive down and check? You should still have Pokemon with you, right?" Upon hearing this, a Jew produced a Pokeball and opened it, saying, "All right then, I'll dive down to take a look." A Frogadier materialized at the surface, and a Jew leaped into the water. As Chapter 59 unfolds, Bai Qi paid no mind to him. While Frogadier may not be formidable, it possessed amateur-level strength. As long as a Jew refrained from engaging in battle, he should remain unharmed. Meanwhile, sounds of combat echoed from within the cruise ship, accompanied by flashes of lightning and bursts of flames. Bai Qi refrained from intervening. While the poachers were likely lacking in skill, the presence of expert-level trainers was improbable. It was best to refrain from joining the fray directly. Should the poachers attempt to flee, he would simply direct his Scyther to pursue them. Bai Qi quietly approached Nido King and subsequently unleashed Scyther, instructing it to remain vigilant. If anyone attempted to escape, it should strike them down with its aerial ace. Junsha glanced at Bai Qi, noticing his disinclination to assist in the conflict, and released her Arcanine. "Go, Arcanine, apprehend them." With a deep, resonant bark, Arcanine surged forth. Possessing elite-level prowess and specialized training, its impressive stats rendered it a formidable opponent. Ordinary elite-level Pokemon stood little chance against it, especially since Arcanine had mastered Quick Attack. The poacher's Pokemon would scarcely have time to react before being knocked aside by its relentless assault. Indeed, the reality aligns with this assertion. After the wind speed dog entered the fray, the poacher's resistance swiftly waned. Suddenly, with two resounding thuds, two Pokemon leapt from the windows of the cruise ship, accompanied by the poachers, seeking an escape. One of them, a Fearow, flapped its wings to gain momentum, only to be intercepted by a waiting Scyther. Unleashing a barrage of swift attacks. Caught off guard, Fearow was struck down, plummeting into the ocean. Although it quickly adjusted its posture to ascend once more, it could not reach the poachers in time. Meanwhile, the other Pokemon that had burst forth from the window was a Kingler, but it too was swiftly cornered by two speedboats. Attempting to submerge and flee, it was forced back to the surface by a Kingdra emerging from the depths. Observing that the situation had been decisively resolved, Baichi withdrew Nidoqueen and Scyther from the cruise ship and made his way toward the ferry he had arrived on. Junsha regarded Baichi's retreating figure with a contemplative gaze. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire about the newcomer from Shinshin Town later. Charmeleon, let us go. A Masquerain leapt from the depths alongside Aju, who promptly released the Pokeball, summoning Charmeleon forth. After being confined for so long, especially underwater, Charmeleon's condition was far from optimal. However, upon seeing Aju, it was filled with joy and rushed forward to embrace him. I thought I would never see you again. Luckily, I met Aju, who helped me find the poachers and rescue you. Charmeleon gasped, recalling the trainer who had defeated it using Nidorino. But where is he? It released Aju and scanned the surroundings, perplexed by Baichi's absence. Where is he? Aju, realizing the same, quickly searched the vicinity but found no sign of Baichi. Together, they dashed back to the cruise ship, only to discover Junsha directing officers in the recovery of the two submerged poachers. The other three poachers had already been apprehended. Aju inquired, Miss Junsha, where's Aju? You know, the boy who was with me. Junsha pointed towards another vessel docked in the harbor. He has already boarded that ship. Which region is he from? His two Pokemon are quite formidable. 2. Aju blinked in surprise. Isn't there only the large Nidoqueen? How can there be another? Aju is a trainer from the Tokiwa region. He has always been exceptionally strong. He easily defeated me when I first embarked on my journey, Junsha replied, somewhat exasperated. Let us not mention being defeated right at the start of a journey. That's quite normal after just obtaining Pokemon. Isn't it? Aren't you going to seek him out? The ferry to Red Lotus Island is about to depart. Upon hearing this, Aju shook his head. No. I think I'll thank Aju the next time I see him. Right now, I need to challenge the shallow pink gym. Junsha said nothing further. Pondering the trainer from Tokiwa. Once she had dealt with the poachers, she intended to ask her cousin in Tokiwa if she knew Aju. After setting sail, Baichi leaned against the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast ocean. Having traveled primarily on land, the occasional view of the sea was indeed a refreshing experience. Blissey, how are you feeling? Lucky. Blissey, appearing somewhat green, leaned over the side of the ship, retching violently. Baichi found this peculiar. Pokemon were known for their remarkable adaptability. Yet Blissey seemed severely seasick. Since their departure, it had been retching continuously. Baichi refrained from recalling Blissey, as battles could occur unexpectedly on the ship, and it needed to overcome this issue. Given Blissey's current state, it was likely struggling to maintain its footing on the water's surface as well. Lucky. Blissey was at its limit, unable to consume any food, and its healing bell lacked the strength to be utilized. Upon hearing Blissey's distress, Baichi merely cast a glance in its direction before turning back to observe the sea with a smile. Blissey felt as if the entire world were spinning around it. Meanwhile, Shelder beside it chuckled, feeling relieved. After pursuing for so long, it found amusement in Blissey's predicament, allowing its own tension to dissipate. In the sky above, occasional Pidgeys or Spearows swooped down to catch sea fish or Goldines. Baichi watched silently, noting that at times, Pidgeys fell prey to Spearows, or were dragged beneath the waves by Tentacools or Electrode during their hunting dives. This was simply a part of nature's ecosystem. After a while, Baichi turned to Shelder and said, "You can jump in now." With a beep, Shelder's smile vanished, and it lethargically hopped over the side of the ship. Although it didn't need to leap as it would on land, Shelder's swimming speed was notably slow. Coupled with its weight training gear and having already trained twice, it was commendable that Shelder could keep pace with the ferry. The ferry made no stops along the route, heading directly for Red Lotus Island. Within a day, while Blissey had not fully acclimatized to the ocean's waves, it had improved significantly. At least it no longer felt the need to retch uncontrollably. It was merely experiencing mild nausea. Of course, it was also possible that Blissey simply had nothing left to expel. After a day of solitary training, Shelder had reached its limits. Thus, upon disembarking, Baichi headed straight for the Pokemon Center to restore their health before proceeding to the Red Lotus Research Institute. It is worth noting that Red Lotus Island was bustling with visitors, navigating through the crowded streets. Baichi arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute and gently squeezed the amber fossil in his pocket before stepping inside. Chapter 60, Hot Springs. Is anyone here? Baichi called as he pushed the door open, but the lobby of the Research Institute was deserted, with no response echoing back. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured deeper into the institute. The sun was still above the horizon. The researchers must be engrossed in their studies. As he walked slowly down the corridor, he noticed that most of the room doors were ajar, yet devoid of occupants. Just as he was nearing the end of the hall, he heard jubilant cheers emanating from the innermost room, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by three familiar silhouettes, Sakura, Ayame, and Peony, the three sisters of Hualon. In an instant, Baichi understood the source of the earlier cheers. The successful revival of the Omanite was the cause of their excitement. All eyes were fixed on the revived Omanite, eagerly waiting for it to emerge from the apparatus, completely oblivious to Baichi's entrance. Baichi approached the Hualon sisters and gently tapped Sakura on the shoulder. Sakura jumped, turning to face Baichi with a hint of displeasure in her gaze. "Aju, you startled me." She shot him an exasperated look before asking, "What brings you to Red Lotus Island? Are you here for a vacation as well?" Baichi offered an apologetic smile and replied, "I'm here for a revival too. I obtained a fossil a few days ago, so I headed straight for the Red Lotus Research Institute." Ayame immediately leaned in, inquiring, "You found another fossil? What kind is it? Are you selling it?" Baichi shook his head. "No, I'm not selling it. I plan to raise it myself." "All right then," Ayame pouted, casting a glance at the Omanite. Though its appearance was unremarkable, she desired a Pokemon as free-spirited as it. However, the eldest sister had declared that this Omanite was to be raised for Kasumi, as only she among the four sisters expressed a desire to inherit the gem. Though she often teased Xiaoxia as the ugly duckling, she was, after all, her sister. At that moment, Mutant exclaimed, "The Omanite has emerged." Yinghua and Changpu quickly turned their gazes, while the researchers nearby diligently recorded experimental data. Each revival represented a successful experiment, making the collection of relevant data crucial for improving the instruments. It is not solely through failure that one can discern the shortcomings of the apparatus. Yinghua produced the prepared food and fed the Omanite, then attempted to capture it with a pokeball, and to her surprise, succeeded on her first try. After a brief wait, Baichi approached the researchers and inquired, "Hello, I also have a fossil that needs reviving. May I ask how much it will cost?" "Oh." The researcher responsible for the revival was Xiaobo, a gym trainer from the Crimson Lotus Gym. However, the Crimson Lotus Island had become a tourist haven, with few challengers daring to approach the gym. It was precisely because Xiaobo had ample free time that he could manage the Crimson Lotus Research Institute while also running a hot spring inn. Xiaobo approached with an expression of delight, asking, "What fossil do you have? Please show it to me. If it's a rare type, I will revive it for free." Baichi presented the amber fossil, stating, "This is the amber fossil. I was told by the person who gave it to me that it contains the blood of a fossil pteranodon." "Oh, let me see." Xiaobo nearly snatched the amber fossil from Baichi's hands and examined it closely before moving aside to conduct tests. After a few minutes of analysis, he broke into a broad smile, declaring, "Indeed, it contains the complete DNA of a fossil pteranodon. You all must prepare. The resources required for reviving the pteranodon will be significantly greater than those for the Omanite." "Understood, Doctor," the assistants replied cheerfully, as it would be their first time reviving a fossil pteranodon. Xiaobo then said to Baichi, "I will need 3 days to prepare the necessary energy and nutrients. You may return in 3 days." Since this was the first revival of a fossil pteranodon at the Institute, he would not charge for these resources. Baichi, of course, would not refuse such an offer. Only a fool would turn down a free opportunity, especially given his limited financial means. "Thank you, Dr. Xiaobo. However, may I challenge you to a gym battle?" "What?" The three sisters, Yinghua, Changpu, and Mutant, were taken aback. "A gym battle? But isn't Dr. Xiaobo a researcher?" "Ha. I can't believe you discovered my secret." Xiaobo laughed heartily. "I thought everyone had forgotten about the Crimson Lotus Gym, since you've brought it up. I shall accept your challenge." The sisters were stunned. This white-haired Xiaobo was indeed a gym trainer. Xiaobo then added, "However, the match must wait until evening, as I need to prepare for the revival of the pteranodon." "All right. Thank you, Mr. Xiaobo," Baichi nodded. "I will return to the Research Institute in the evening to find you." Indeed, Xiaobo nodded and swiftly took the amber fossil into a small room. Baichi then bid farewell to the three sisters as they exited the Crimson Lotus Research Institute. Let us part ways here. I need to find an inn to stay. Changpu cheerfully suggested, why bother searching? You can join us at our hotel. The hot springs there are delightful. Plus, you'll have the company of 3 beautiful ladies. Don't you want to enjoy the hot springs with us? Baichi paused at her words. Although still young and not particularly strong, he could appreciate beauty. All right then. Inghua cast a helpless glance at Changpu, pondering what to do. Though Baichi was indeed talented and could be considered a genius trainer, he was a few years younger than her. You and Muden are a better match. Can't you leave me out of it? Let us go, let us go. We should head back. Standing in the research institute for so long has tired me out, Muden concluded, pulling her 2 sisters toward the hotel while casting a knowing glance at Baichi. Baichi smiled gently, wondering if there would be a mixed bathing experience. He was still a child, so surely they wouldn't deny him entry. Following the 3 sisters, they arrived at the hotel, where Baichi booked a room adjacent to theirs. Just after setting down his belongings, a knock echoed at the door. Changpu's voice called from outside, Baichi, are you ready? We're going to the hot springs. Just a moment. I'll be right out. Baichi quickly exited his room, discovering Changpu clad in a bathrobe, clearly revealing a swimsuit beneath. Inghua and Muden waited not far off, and Baichi approached. Shall we go? Changpu smiled. I knew it. How could anyone ignore a youthful beauty like me? Chapter 61. I hope you can adapt. The 4 did not head to the public bath, much to Baichi's satisfaction. He swiftly changed into his swim trunks and walked over to the hot spring pool, only to find the 3 sisters already immersed in the water, their shoulders peeking above the surface. Baichi felt a twinge of disappointment, stepping into the hot spring to sit down. The steam swirled around the pool, obscuring visibility, and they remained seated. Yet, the Hualan sisters were far more uninhibited than Baichi had anticipated. During their performances at the Hualan gym, they wore little more than they did now. After a while, the 3 sisters stood up before Baichi, who was momentarily dazzled by the sight of their fair skin amidst the mist. Baichi, come help me scrub my back, Changpu called out. Baichi, without a second thought, agreed. All right, I'll scrub for you, Muden. No, I want Baichi to scrub for me too. Changpu and Inghua exchanged puzzled glances. Inghua shot a glare at Muden, then said, Baichi, I'll entrust you with my back as well. Of course. Though still young, Baichi found the experience quite pleasing. At the very least, he felt satisfied. It was smooth and refreshing. That evening, Baichi exited the hotel and made his way to the Crimson Lotus Research Institute, where Xiaobo awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Baichi approach, he waved him over. Follow me. The Crimson Lotus Gym has a designated battle arena. I hope you can acclimate to the environment. Baichi smiled faintly. Then please lead the way, Mr. Xiaobo. Without indulging in any guessing games, Xiaobo led Baichi directly to the Crimson Lotus Gym, which had been transformed into an inn. However, Xiaobo's inn was located at the back of the town, nestled on the slopes of a volcano. Thus, few tourists stayed there. He guided Baichi straight down to the basement of the inn, which connected directly to the interior of the volcano. As they entered the passageway, Baichi immediately felt the temperature rising swiftly around him, and merely walking made him break into a sweat. This environment was undoubtedly a test of one's will and adaptability. Upon reaching the battlefield atop the lava, a wave of intense heat enveloped Baichi. How does it feel? Xiaobo laughed as he observed Baichi wiping the perspiration from his brow. Baichi chuckled, it's truly uninhabitable here for long. Thankfully, it's just a bit hot. Alright. The rules of the match are 3-on-3, and the challenger may switch Pokemon. Xiaobo produced a Pokeball and tossed it, since it's a bit warm. Let us get started. Battling in such a harsh environment would undoubtedly favor the gym leader, a method nearly all gyms employ to weed out challengers. Given the current trend of trainers becoming increasingly younger, many 10-year-olds embarking on their journeys are ill-equipped to withstand such harsh environments. Xiaobo's Pokeball landed on the battlefield, and upon opening, it revealed a Tyranitar of professional caliber, boasting the ability Sandstream. Baichi contemplated for a moment before releasing his Chansey's Pokeball. Go, Chansey! The creature appeared, and Tyranitar's expression shifted slightly, for it was his first encounter with Chansey. However, Xiaobo's demeanor was no longer jovial. It resembled the notion that one should not underestimate the vulnerable, such as children, the elderly, and women in martial arts, and the same holds true for Pokemon battles. Without exceptional skills, Pokemon deemed unsuitable for combat are seldom deployed. Baichi did not appear to be the naive novice. Thus, it was likely that Chansey had some hidden strength. Yet the battle had commenced, and it was time to test the waters. Xiaobo commanded, Tyranitar, use Drill Run. Baichi raised an eyebrow. That was a one-hit knockout move. However, Tyranitar's level should not surpass that of Chansey. Yet, reality does not always mirror the game. Chansey must avoid being struck by Drill Run. Chansey, use Protect. Tyranidar's drill run collided against a protective shield, which dissipated once the attack concluded, leaving Tyranitar and Chansey in close proximity. Bai Qi immediately called out, "Chansey, now's your chance, use Toxic." Chansey swiftly gathered poison energy and hurled it at Tyranitar. Sha Bo's expression changed. Tyranitar had succumbed to the poisoned state, necessitating a swift conclusion to the battle. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge. Stone Edge is a formidable move with a power rating of 100, capable of increasing critical hit chances, making it one of the most potent rock-type moves. In comparison, the even more powerful Rock Wrecker and Head Smash would either leave Tyranitar immobilized or suffer recoil damage. Additionally, Meteor Beam requires a turn to charge and is a special attack. Tyranitar's special attack was rather underwhelming. Chansey was struck by Stone Edge and was sent flying, colliding against the rocky walls of the arena before coming to a halt. Fortunate that the surrounding pathways prevented a plunge into the lava. Bai Qi then shouted, "Chansey, use Doubling Return." Huh. Sha Bo was taken aback. For a Pokemon with such low defense to use Doubling Return, the potential damage would be terrifying. Tyranitar unleashed another Stone Edge. With a fierce roar, Tyranitar launched the attack towards Chansey. In response, Chansey executed Doubling Return, a powerful surge of red energy colliding with the Stone Edge. Although the attack momentarily staggered Chansey, the energy was overwhelming, and the Stone Edge was swiftly obliterated. The impact sent Tyranitar's hefty form hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Although it had yet to lose its battle capability, it would soon succumb to the poisoned state. Sha Bo shook his head, recalling Tyranitar and sending forth another Pokeball. "Come forth, Ninetales, use Fire Spin." Ninetales howled and unleashed a fiery sphere. Ninetales' level was slightly higher than that of Tyranitar, yet still within the professional range. At that moment, Chansey had just returned to the battlefield, and facing the rapidly approaching Fire Spin, Chansey had no time to react before being engulfed. The flames surrounded Chansey, and within this lava-laden arena, the Fire Spin's power was significantly amplified. Bai Qi frowned, but ultimately recalled Chansey. The upcoming opponents were all formidable fire types, and Chansey could only rely on Toxic against them, leaving little opportunity. As for Stealth Rock, Bai Qi chose not to utilize it, as Nidoqueen was more than capable of handling the situation. "Go, Nidoqueen!" With a fierce roar, Nidoqueen's battle spirit surged, instantly suppressing Ninetales' recently gained momentum. Chapter 62, Blazing Flames. Sha Bo's eyes widened in astonishment at the imposing figure of Nidoqueen, whose level was impressively high. "Ninetales, use Fire Spin." Nidoqueen, unleash Mud Bomb. Ninetales expelled another fireball, but this time it was obliterated by Nidoqueen's Mud Bomb. Bai Qi smiled slightly, commanding, "Nidoqueen, use Earth Power." Boom. Nidoqueen thrust its right leg forcefully, channeling powerful ground-type energy into the earth, propelling itself toward Ninetales at high speed. Sha Bo's expression shifted. This ground-type move was particularly effective against Ninetales, and if hit, Ninetales might not endure. Ninetales executed Double Team and then used Psychic. Ninetales quickly performed the technique, concealing its true self to attack Nidoqueen with Psychic. Bai Qi frowned slightly. However, locating Ninetales was relatively easy, as the intense heat distorted the air, revealing the illusion. Scanning the area, Bai Qi pinpointed Ninetales' position, and Nidoqueen targeted the Ninetales to its left front with Earth Power. Although Nidoqueen was struck by Psychic, causing some loss of stamina, the impact was negligible. Ninetales, despite its level disadvantage, was struck by Earth Power and was sent flying, losing its ability to battle. Sha Bo recalled Ninetales, gazing at Bai Qi with astonishment. He had not anticipated Bai Qi to so swiftly uncover Ninetales' true form. It was time to get serious. Now, prepare for the hottest flames in the world. What is that searing fire moving through the lava? Bai Qi shook his head, unable to suppress a smile. Is it the Charizard? Haha, you guessed it. Sha Bo exclaimed, surprised that Bai Qi had deduced it so quickly. Bai Qi shook his head. "Mr. Sha Bo, the signature Pokemon of your Red Lotus Gym is indeed the Charizard." Sha Bo's smile remained undiminished. Regardless of how Bai Qi arrived at that conclusion, it was inconsequential. "Come forth, Charizard." Boom. A plume of lava erupted from the magma pool below, and Charizard landed on the battlefield with a sizzle, the sound of the ground being scorched by the intense heat. Charizard, with the ability Flame Body, was of elite caliber, having honed its strength in the magma, making it a formidable adversary. With Charizard's arrival, Sha Bo's battle fervor surged as he shouted, "Charizard, use Flame Punch." Bai Qi thought swiftly and commanded Nidoqueen to meet it head-on. "Nidoqueen, use Poison Jab." Charizard charged forward, its fists enveloped in flames. Roar. Nidoqueen gathered poison energy to confront the attack. Bang. The sounds of their fists colliding echoed rapidly, but moments later, Charizard began to falter. In direct combat, Charizard was no match for Nidoqueen. Seeing this, Xiaobo realized that close combat was no longer viable after so many exchanges. Charizard's Flame Body ability had yet to activate. Charizard, use Fire Blast. Nidoqueen, deploy Mud Wave. Charizard's Fire Blast was significantly amplified over the lava pool, and Nidoqueen's Mud Wave, despite its power being forcibly augmented, was gradually overwhelmed by Fire Blast. Bai Qi frowned. If that was the case, there was no other choice. Nidoqueen, use Charge Beam. After Nidoking unleashed his explosive move, he immediately began to gather energy, ignoring the dazzling flame unleashed by the Duckbill Fire Dragon as if it were inconsequential. Bang! Nidoking was struck squarely by the dazzling flame, but thanks to his double resistance to fire-type attacks and the boost in special defense from his dominant trait, the damage sustained was minimal. A faint smile graced Bai Qi's lips. It was time to determine the victor. Continuing the battle posed a significant risk of Nidoking getting burned. Go, Nidoking! With a fierce roar, Nidoking unleashed a sound wave that momentarily pushed back the surrounding heat waves. As Nidoking charged forward, Xiaobo's expression turned grave. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shouted, Duckbill Fire Dragon, use Destruction Ray. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled, realizing Xiaobo had chosen Destruction Ray to signify his resolve for a decisive battle. After all, Fire-type moves were less effective against Nidoking, and the General-type ultimate moves were only ineffective against Rock and Steel types, making this attack particularly suitable. However, Bai Qi was unprepared to allow Nidoking to withstand the Destruction Ray. He was confident that Nidoking could endure this strike. Nidoking, use Earth Power. The Duckbill Fire Dragon gathered its strength, releasing a brilliant beam of white light directly at Nidoking's torso. With a powerful roar, Nidoking responded with Earth Power, skillfully controlling it to prevent premature detonation, ensuring it clashed directly with the Destruction Ray. Boom! The two Pokémon were struck by each other's ultimate moves, resulting in two resounding explosions. Nidoking staggered backward, ultimately dropping to one knee to stabilize himself, while the Duckbill Fire Dragon was sent flying backward, crashing into a pool of lava. Bai Qi and Xiaobo exchanged glances at their respective Pokémon. Bai Qi awaited Nidoking's resurgence, while Xiaobo anticipated the Duckbill Fire Dragon's reappearance, fully aware that it might not be able to continue fighting even if it emerged. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Nidoking regained his composure and stood upright. In contrast, the Duckbill Fire Dragon did not leap from the lava pool, but instead floated up from beneath the molten surface. Xiaobo shook his head, pondering whether it had been critically hit. I concede. This is proof of my defeat, he declared, presenting Bai Qi with the deep crimson badge and the dazzling flame move disc. Bai Qi accepted the badge and disc, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Xiaobo. I shall take my leave now. I will be at the Red Lotus Research Institute in 3 days. Observing Bai Qi drenched in sweat, Xiaobo chuckled. Off you go. Bai Qi promptly exited the underground battle arena, feeling the oppressive heat weighing down on him. After only a short while, he was parched and sensed his body signaling dehydration. Upon leaving Xiaobo's inn, Bai Qi headed towards the hotel, purchasing 2 bottles of water from a nearby shop and downing them in quick succession, which alleviated his discomfort considerably. Engaging in a protracted battle near the lava pool would indeed test a trainer's resolve. Reflecting on this, Bai Qi felt fortunate that he had not considered sending the Flying Mantis, which would likely have resulted in prolonged confinement in that infernal heat. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Qi took another refreshing shower. As for the hot spring, he had sufficiently endured the intense temperatures. The following morning, Bai Qi awoke and ventured to the seaside to commence Pokémon training. However, by noon, Changpu arrived with her 2 sisters, compelling Bai Qi to pause his training and join them on the beach for some leisure. Nidoking, along with other Pokémon like Chansey, was granted a rare respite. The vacation spot on Red Lotus Island's sandy beach was bustling with people. Although there were many swimsuit-clad beauties, the Hualan trio stole the spotlight, attracting both admiration and some trouble due to their substantial popularity in the Kanto region. Chapter 63. Utter Madness Under the Scorching Afternoon Sun. Bai Qi found himself beneath a sunshade, applying sunscreen to the 3 sisters. Surrounding him were countless envious male gazes, filled with jealousy and resentment, wishing to take his place. Initially indifferent to the attention, Bai Qi's patience began to wane under the weight of so many piercing stares. Well then, I shall take my time with this. Applying several generous coats to ensure even coverage, the Hualan trio noticed his deliberate antics and did not resist. In fact, they cooperated wholeheartedly. Changpu even turned around, requesting Bai Qi to apply sunscreen all over her body. The sight drove the nearby men to the brink of insanity, especially when Bai Qi's fingers brushed against Chang Pu's sensitive areas, causing her to giggle in delight, shattering their composure. At that moment, a young man approached, holding a pokeball, and declared, "I challenge you." Bai Qi paused, bemused, and stood up, glancing at the beach shorts the young man wore. "Do you think my pokeballs are hidden in there?" The young man, green with envy, could hardly contain himself. It was unforgivable that one person monopolized the Hualan sisters. "No way, you must battle me." The surrounding men nodded in agreement, with two of them stepping forward to support the challenger. "That's right. If you're too scared to fight, you might as well hide away. Even though this is a resort, there are plenty of water-type Pokemon around, so beware of a sudden Gyarados showing up." Bai Qi's expression slowly darkened. He had little patience for those who dared to disturb him rather than approach the Hualan trio directly. If they had simply approached the sisters, he might have just watched the ensuing drama unfold, indifferent to their acceptance or rejection. But now, they had set their sights on him, treating him like a mere soft target. Although he lacked a Pokeball, the Pokemon were enjoying their rare day off and were currently engaged in playful antics. Bai Qi shouted, "Nidoking." With a fearsome roar, Nidoking's fierce cry echoed from a distance, and his colossal form swiftly approached. The young man, intent on challenging Bai Qi, opened his mouth in shock as he beheld the rampaging Nidoking, only to find himself rendered speechless. As Nidoking drew near, the gravity of the situation became apparent. This Nidoking was enormous, towering even more than a Tyranitar. Impossible. Tyranitar is a quasi-divine Pokemon that can rival Dragonite. How could Nidoking compare? Bai Qi chuckled softly at the remark. While most Nidokings could hardly match Tyranitar, his own Nidoking could face off against even a Mega Tyranitar. While it might not dominate, it could certainly hold its ground. Size means little. Ground types are all vulnerable to water. Watch closely. The young man tightened his grip on the Pokeball, feeling emboldened as he hurled it, exclaiming, "Come forth, Kingler." A crimson light enveloped the beach as Kingler materialized before him, brandishing its massive claws while eyeing the approaching Nidoking. Kingler, with the ability Hypercutter, was classified as an elite-level Pokemon. As Nidoking closed the distance, his presence became undeniably imposing, and Kingler took notice. Upon reaching the battlefield, Bai Qi gestured to the trainer of Kingler. "Come, let me see the prowess of your Kingler." The young man's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly replaced by feelings of humiliation at being perceived as beneath Bai Qi. "How dare you underestimate me?" the Kingler declared, brandishing its massive claws as it prepared to unleash Shell Blade upon Nidoking. The onlookers were filled with anticipation, eagerly hoping to witness Kingler swiftly overpowering its opponent. Kingler was indeed formidable. However, it fell short in comparison to Nidoking. "It's quite slow," said Bai Qi nonchalantly, as Nidoking effortlessly caught the Shell Blade and countered with Thunderbolt. The youth chuckled, incredulous that Nidoking could withstand Kingler's might. After all, in terms of raw strength, Kingler was hardly inferior to Tyranitar. The surrounding spectators shared the sentiment that Nidoking could not possibly endure the Shell Blade, considering that ground types were vulnerable to water types. Yet, as Kingler's attack crashed down, Nidoking raised its hands to absorb the blow, only taking a half step back. The crowd was left in astonishment, with the immense force behind Kingler's claws, and the type advantage of its water-type move. How could Nidoking so easily withstand it? Nidoking's level wasn't significantly higher than Kingler's. How could it possess such overwhelming power? After catching the Shell Blade, Nidoking flashed a cruel smile at Kingler. Then, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from Nidoking, coursing through its hands and striking Kingler with devastating force. In a single blow, Kingler lost its ability to continue fighting, revealing its soft, white underbelly. Victory in battle. Earned 1,300 battle coins. Kingler, the youth exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly accept that his strongest Pokemon, Kingler, had been unable to withstand even one hit from Nidoking. Most significantly, this had occurred after Nidoking had absorbed Kingler's own water-type Shell Blade. The disparity between Kingler and Nidoking was glaring. The youth simply could not accept that his ace was so feeble. This was not how events were meant to unfold. Iris threw her arms around Bai Qi, exclaiming, "Aki, you are amazing." "Fool, it is Aki's Nidoking that is impressive," Yinghua retorted, realizing too late how easily her words could be misconstrued. Iris, unconcerned about her potential slip of the tongue, insisted, "Nidoking is Aki's Pokemon, so if Nidoking is strong, that means Aki is strong." Mutant nodded in agreement. "Sister, I believe second sister has a point. After all, Nidoking is trained by Aki." Yinghua shook her head in exasperation. "While Aki may be young and accomplished, there is no need for the two of you to fawn over him like this." Baichi turned his gaze to the trainers behind Kingler, addressing them. Is anyone else eager to challenge me? Why not take turns? Baichi's words ignited a wave of anger among the gathered men. Although they feared Nidoking's power, they hesitated. It wasn't until Baichi wrapped his arms around Iris and Muden that they completely lost their composure. Damn it, I will challenge you. One shouted. How dare you touch them? Get lost. Another yelled. I will too. Chapter 64. Cheating. Those who could afford to travel for leisure, even if not trainers, generally had a Pokemon for protection. Although the beach was staffed with safety personnel, having one's own Pokemon provided a greater sense of security, especially since the safety officers were typically only of professional level strength. The cost of hiring elite trainers long-term was considerably high, and they were also responsible for providing food for the Pokemon. Despite everyone having a Pokemon and training just one, none could rival Kingler. For Baichi, the reasons for their challenges were inconsequential. They were simply cash cows. Nidoking easily dispatched these Pokemon until an elite-level Skarmory appeared, introducing a slight challenge. Yet, it was just a minor one. Skarmory's type combination was quite unfavorable for Nidoking. Steel types were immune to poison-type moves, while flying types resisted ground-type attacks. This effectively sealed off Nidoking's primary moveset. Baichi furrowed his brow at the sight of Skarmory. Fortunately, electric-type moves remained highly effective against it. Skarmory used Swift. Its trainer opted for a war of attrition, knowing Nidoking had already been through numerous battles and would be fatigued. Swift was a guaranteed hit, but dealt relatively low damage. Lacking the benefit of a same-type attack bonus, Nidoking unleashed Thunderbolt, targeting Skarmory. The trainer, a young lad from Goldenrod City, appeared to be around 15 or 16. It seemed he wasn't challenging Baichi solely because of the Hualan sisters. He had merely been drawn in after watching a few of Nidoking's battles. Skarmory executed Agility to dodge, then followed up with Metal Sound. Agility typically increased the user's speed by 2 levels, but it could also be used in a more strategic manner. By sacrificing the speed boost, the user could quickly attain the enhanced speed for evasion, making it exceptionally useful against incoming attacks. Now, Skarmory, with its doubled speed, deftly evaded the Thunderbolt. Swift struck Nidoking, interrupting its attack, but Nidoking quickly regained composure. Skarmory flapped its wings, emitting a piercing metal sound, which lowered Nidoking's defense by 2 levels. Baichi glanced at Skarmory's trainer, contemplating. Not bad. He seems to be a genuine trainer. The reduced defense presented an opportunity. Nidoking's stamina was running low. It could not afford to waste energy carelessly and had to proceed cautiously. Nidoking unleashed Flamethrower. Though Flamethrower was somewhat slower, it provided continuous damage, unlike Thunderbolt's individual strikes. If Skarmory continued to rely on agility to evade attacks, its energy expenditure would not be any less taxing than Nidoking's. Skarmory, avoid it, Baichi urged, hoping the trainer would make the right choice. Indeed, the trainer opted not to use agility, as the slower shooting speed of Flamethrower made it easier to evade. This was precisely the outcome Baichi desired. Skarmory's speed was not particularly high. By not using agility, the challenge of evading all attacks would steadily increase. The trainer recognized this, but instead of retreating, commanded Skarmory to initiate an attack. Skarmory used Peck. It elegantly spiraled away from the attack, then dove swiftly towards Nidoking. Baichi had been waiting for this moment. Ranged attacks were difficult to land on an opponent who deliberately maintained distance, and Metal Sound was weaker against physical defense. This was a deliberate ploy to draw Skarmory in for a direct strike, as few steel types excelled in special attacks. As Skarmory neared Nidoking, the latter ceased its Flamethrower, showcasing the unspoken synergy between Nidoking and Baichi. Baichi seized the moment, shouting, Nidoking, grab Skarmory. Oh no, he's going to use the same trick again. The spectators, many of whom had previously fallen to Baichi, had been present from the beginning, witnessing Nidoking's battles. More often than not, when Nidoking was unable to defeat an opponent from a distance, it would allow them to close the gap for a final decisive strike. Now, it seemed Skarmory was about to fall into that very trap. The surrounding onlookers hurriedly urged, do not act impulsively. His Nidoking possesses immense strength. Your Aerodactyl is surely no match. Indeed, recall your Aerodactyl at once. Hurry, before it's too late. Alas, it seems defeat is imminent. Despite the continuous pleas, the trainer of Aerodactyl found his rebellious spirit ignited. He could not accept the situation. Nidoking's physical defense had already dwindled to half. And even with a slight edge in power, it could not possibly withstand a Peck attack. After all, Nidoking had participated in over a dozen battles, and the damage inflicted by each Pokemon was minimal. Cumulatively, those 20 matches had already exhausted half of Nidoking's stamina. Go, Aerodactyl! With a fierce cry, Aerodactyl surged forward. determined to shatter Nidoking's undefeated record. Unfortunately, the aspirations of both Aerodactyl and its trainer were shattered when Nidoking effortlessly grasped the beak of the bird, revealing the staggering disparity in their strengths. Nidoking merely slid back 2 meters, leaving 2 deep gouges in the sand, while Aerodactyl's momentum dissipated entirely. Now caught by Nidoking in a vulnerable position, Baichi smiled faintly and commanded, "Nidoking, unleash Thunderbolt." Whether it was Thunderbolt or Flamethrower, both moves would yield devastating results against Aerodactyl, but Thunderbolt was more convenient at this moment. Flamethrower required expulsion from the mouth, while Thunderbolt could be discharged directly, seamlessly coursing into Aerodactyl. A golden flash of lightning struck, eliciting a pained cry from Aerodactyl. After Nidoking released its grip, Aerodactyl surprisingly retained some fighting spirit, quickly flapping its wings in an attempt to distance itself. Yet, Nidoking unleashed a flamethrower, striking Aerodactyl squarely on the back, delivering a crippling blow that rendered it completely incapable of battle. Aerodactyl's trainer gazed at his Pokémon, engulfed in a deep crisis of self-doubt. How could this be? In such circumstances, how could Nidoking possibly catch Aerodactyl in its rapid dive? Nidoking's level cannot be that high. Why is it that speed can enhance impact force to such an extent? The defeat of Aerodactyl awarded Baichi 150 battle coins, slightly surpassing the strength of Kingler. Indeed, Nidoking could now be deemed an elite-level powerhouse, and in peak condition, even a legendary Pokémon would stand no chance against it. Suddenly, Aerodactyl's trainer pointed accusingly at Baichi, exclaiming, "You cheated. Nidoking has endured so many battles. It cannot possibly possess such formidable strength and stamina." Chapter 65, The Saint. Although the onlookers were displeased with Baichi's close interaction with the Hualan trio, they found it even more disgraceful to accuse others of cheating simply due to their own inability to triumph. Disdainful glances were cast at Aerodactyl's trainer from the crowd, who felt utterly humiliated to have participated in such a battle. As he sensed the judgment of those around him, Aerodactyl's trainer's face began to flush, for he knew deep down that he was merely seeking to deny the outcome of Aerodactyl's defeat. Do not tarnish the reputation of Johto trainers. Defeat is defeat. What pitiful excuse are you conjuring? A man emerged from the back of the crowd, prompting Muden to exclaim, "Shuai's Yeji?" The master of water-type moves from Aokusa City. Upon hearing the name Shuai's Yeji, Aerodactyl's trainer immediately withdrew his Pokémon, hastily retreating from the throng. "Get lost. You've truly embarrassed us. Yes, this is mortifying. We're utterly humiliated. Indeed, after all, he is nothing but a blemish on our group." Meanwhile, Baichi, taken aback by Muden's words, turned to observe the man who had just stepped forward. A master of water-type moves. Surely he can teach the ultimate move of the water starters, the Hydro Cannon. Yet, this was irrelevant to him, as he did not currently possess a Blastoise. Baichi surveyed the area, noting that no one else dared to challenge him. Shuai's Yeji showed no intention of engaging either, simply addressing Nidoking, "Nidoking, let us depart." Nidoking lifted its leg, returning in the direction they had come, as the crowd hastily parted to create a passage. Though no battle had transpired, the mere approach of Nidoking exuded a formidable pressure. The Hualan trio, who had observed for quite some time, followed Baichi and Nidoking, understanding the underlying reasons for the skirmish. Sakura gazed at Baichi's back, unable to suppress her admiration. Has it only been a few days since Aki embarked on his journey? He has already become an elite trainer, and Nidoking wields such overwhelming dominance among Pokémon of the same level. Pokémon like Kingler and Aerodactyl are also elite class, yet they were incapacitated by just 2 hits from Nidoking. This is no longer Nidoking. It is clearly the Nidoking Emperor. If Baichi could become the son-in-law of the Hualan Gym, it would indeed be quite splendid. Sakura trailed behind Baichi, her gaze gradually shifting as she contemplated. After witnessing Nidoking's prowess, Changpu and Muden looked at Baichi with newfound admiration. After all, the Hualan trio had abandoned their aspirations of inheriting the gym due to a lack of talent, rather than because of Kasumi's dream of becoming a water-type Pokémon master. Baichi remained oblivious, unaware that Nidoking's overwhelming display of strength had sparked thoughts of genuine affection in Changpu and Muden. Initially, it stemmed from their resentment over Baichi's resolute rejection at the Hualan Gym, but now his performance had unequivocally established him as a prime candidate with immense potential. Perhaps he was no longer merely a potential candidate. After all, Nidoking's encounters with elite Pokémon were akin to child's play. Baichi led the Hualan trio alongside Nidoking to the edge of the resort beach, where Chansey, Shellder, and Scyther were frolicking. To be precise, Shellder and Chansey were engaged in playful antics, while Scyther lay quietly at the side, observing them. Upon noticing the approach of Nidoking and Baichi, Scyther quickly sprang to its feet and flew over. Oh no, has Nidoking fought for so long that it is now my turn? Meanwhile, Chansey abandoned shelter and dashed over, offering the egg from its pocket to Nidoking in an effort to restore its vitality. Baichi understood Scyther's intentions and nodded, saying, Yes, I understand. I will definitely deploy you in the next battle. Satisfied with Baichi's promise, Scyther nodded contentedly and moved aside to practice its slicing techniques. Baichi shook his head, marveling at Scyther's innate warrior spirit, even taking time off to train. Chansey use. Baichi was preparing to have Chansey employ Heal Pulse to restore Nidoking's stamina when he was momentarily taken aback. Chansey's potential had officially surged from deep blue to light purple. Chansey's potential restored. Scyther gains the Saint trait. Saint, when using healing moves, recovery amount is increased by 20. Excess recovery temporarily boosts maximum stamina, restoring post-battle. Baichi's lips twitched. Saint, that doesn't seem like a particularly favorable term. However, the 20 recovery effect was quite formidable. Furthermore, the temporary increase in maximum capacity by 20 would significantly enhance Chansey's stats. Chansey looked over in confusion as Baichi reiterated. Chansey, use Heal Pulse. Nidoking's stamina has yet to return to its peak. With luck, Chansey directed Heal Pulse towards Nidoking, and the energy flowed into the mighty Pokemon. In a mere moment, King Nido unleashed a fierce roar, and a sudden glow enveloped him. He felt his strength rapidly returning, invigorated with an overwhelming sense of vitality, prompting him to emit another triumphant roar. This thunderous cry startled the surrounding Pidgeys and other small birds, sending them flapping away in a flurry of panic. The healing wave from Chansey invigorated King Nido even further, leaving him with a restless energy that sought an outlet. As he scanned his surroundings, his gaze met that of Scyther. In that instant, both Pokemon froze, and the next moment, they charged at each other. Scyther unleashed a flurry of strikes, while King Nido retaliated with a venomous jab. The clash between the two Pokemon was intense, with Scyther giving its all. Although Scyther's power was slightly inferior, the cumulative force of its strikes quickly escalated. In terms of offensive capability, Scyther's flurry surpassed King Nido's venomous attack. However, King Nido's robust physique ensured that neither side gained a definitive advantage in their direct confrontation. Ultimately, the flurry was less effective against King Nido, while the venomous strike had only a standard impact on Scyther. Nonetheless, King Nido's innate ability nullified the additional effects of the venomous attack, meaning Scyther had no fear of being poisoned during their exchange. Sakura, Ayum, and Peony watched in astonishment, realizing that Aki's Scyther could actually hold its ground against King Nido. If it weren't for bug types generally being less effective against many attributes, perhaps Scyther could indeed achieve feats akin to King Nido's, effortlessly overpowering other elite-level Pokemon. With another roar, King Nido summoned all its strength for a venomous strike. Scyther, undeterred, retaliated with its most powerful flurry, the collision of claws and blade arms resounding with a resounding bang. Both Pokemon were propelled backward, their eyes locked onto each other, breaths becoming increasingly ragged. Chapter 66, A Battle Unfolds. Scyther, eager to press on, sought to launch another attack. But King Nido had already spent its surplus energy. Thus, Baichi intervened, calling for a halt. All right, Scyther and King Nido, let us take a break. Scyther, gazing into King Nido's eyes, noted the lack of fighting spirit emanating from it, and could only look back at Baichi with a resigned expression of protest. All right. I've promised you'll have your chance next time. Baichi replied, exasperated, but now is vacation time. Since we're here, let us enjoy ourselves. Go play. Do whatever you want today, just don't wander too far. Chansey swiftly turned to Scyther, sending forth a healing wave, then scampered over to whisper some advice. Scyther, appearing impatient, simply darted away. King Nido, however, did not stray far, choosing to remain close to Baichi, having witnessed the earlier situation where Baichi was surrounded. King Nido was not about to leave his side. Shelter dove into the depths of the sea, reveling in its liberation. Only Chansey, having acquired a nurturing disposition, seemed more inclined to meddle, rushing over to assist anyone who appeared injured. Baichi shook his head in resignation. While the nurturing trait was indeed beneficial, it came with its own set of complications. Aki, shall we go for a swim? Peony tugged on Baichi's arm, leading him toward the shore. Aki, you can swim, right? If not, we can teach you. Ayum chimed in, assisting her sister in pulling Baichi along, while Sakura shook her head, yet refrained from stopping them. Not far off, two individuals aboard a yacht were observing the scene through binoculars. More accurately, they were fixated on King Nido. This King Nido is impressive. Possessing formidable strength and an excellent soundtrack, Lance remarked, admiring the Pokemon. What's this? Have you taken a liking to it already? Apollo scoffed lightly. Although Team Rocket had a reputation for deceitfully acquiring others' Pokemon, he would not resort to such tactics for his own. The consequences of a Pokemon rebelling at a critical moment could be life-threatening. Too great a risk. Just keep an eye on that brat. And don't forget why we're here. If you delay our plans, I won't let you off lightly. Apollo's tone shifted to one of seriousness. After all, among the 4 generals of Team Rocket, competition was fierce and mistakes were intolerable. If their operation went awry, they would be ridiculed by the beasts and that woman. True bird. Lance suppressed his cruel smile, lowering the binoculars and nodding. Rest assured, that King Nido is merely an elite-level Pokemon. I won't be in a rush for it. However, I do wish to inquire about the whereabouts of Articuno. Is its next destination truly Twin Island? Apollo nodded, explaining that this was the conclusion drawn by Dr. Solano after researching the recent sightings of Articuno, and he had no doubts about its accuracy. Moreover, the previous location of Articuno's appearance, the Icefall Cave on Seven Island, had also been correctly predicted. Lance recalled the events at Icefall Cave, a flicker of anger crossing his gaze. If it weren't for that wretched woman, Kona, we would have already captured Articuno. Apollo chuckled. Thus, we merely need to trust Dr. Solano. Furthermore, this time, Kona is unlikely to have the energy to interfere with our capture of Articuno on Twin Island. Lance conceded, recognizing that Ramda was currently preoccupying Kona on Seven Island, ensuring she would not be able to reach Twin Island. Very well. Let this brat raise King Nido for a few more days. Let's depart. We need to make preparations to capture Articuno. Apollo smiled faintly, his gaze lingering on King Nido by the shore. This King Nido may not necessarily belong to you. I will not grant you the opportunity to compete with me for the top position among the generals, Lance. Once Baichi and the 3 sisters entered the water, Shellder appeared beside Baichi. Ayum and Peony exchanged glances, feeling somewhat miffed, as they genuinely wished for Baichi to become the son-in-law of the Hualan Gym. After frolicking in the water for a while, the 4 returned to the beach, only to have Mizudazawa Yoshizi approach them. However, he did not seek Baichi or the 3 sisters, but instead approached Shellder. After a meticulous inspection, Mizudazawa turned to Baichi and said, Your Shellder has been raised exceptionally well. Would you like it to learn Ice Beam ahead of schedule? Baichi was taken aback. Ice Beam? You must be thinking, am I not a master of water-type moves? How could I teach an ice-type move? Mizudazawa burst into laughter before explaining. You may not know, but many ice-type Pokemon also possess water attributes. So there are many overlaps between ice and water moves. Baichi could comprehend this point, yet he felt that Mizudazawa had no need to extend such goodwill. Typically, it was Pokemon trainers who sought out move masters for guidance. Instead of giving a direct affirmation, Baichi inquired, But I wonder, Mr. Mizudazawa, what is it that you wish to gain from me? Mizudazawa shook his head. I merely had a fleeting thought. This Shellder ought to possess the ability for consecutive attacks. And if it learns Shell Smash and Ice Beam, it would truly become a bane to dragon types. Baichi understood this very well and recognized that Shellder was not merely a bane to dragon types or a dragon-slaying Pokemon. It was an anti-air artillery. Mizudazawa had said much. Yet he had not revealed his true aim, what he truly desired. Seeing Baichi remain silent, Mizudazawa sighed in resignation and stated, I need you to battle me one day in a year, in a duel against the dragon tribe. Believing that by then, your Shellder has evolved into a Cloyster and should have truly become a formidable dragon slayer. Baichi shook his head in refusal, stating that it was unnecessary. Once Shellder's level was sufficiently elevated, it would naturally learn Ice Spike. Learning it prematurely would serve little purpose and could potentially distract Shellder from its focus. Mizusawa Yoshi opened his mouth in surprise, not anticipating Baichi's unhesitating dismissal. After a moment of contemplation, Mizusawa Yoshi spoke again. How about this? I will teach Shellder one of the water type's ultimate moves, Water Gun. Although I cannot guarantee success, this is my utmost sincerity. Water Gun. Baichi regarded Mizusawa Yoshi with skepticism, aware that even Cloyster could not learn such a move. If he truly could teach Cloyster Water Gun, Baichi would be more than willing to assist him in a battle. Baichi decisively nodded in agreement. If you can teach Shellder Water Gun, I shall assist you in a battle, regardless of the opponent. Excellent. Mizusawa Yoshi had no objections. Should he fail to impart Water Gun, he would have no face to ask Baichi for help. Shellder, come with me. Beep. Shellder quickly followed, though unaware of the specifics. It felt that this individual was about to impart a significant move. Chapter 67. The Wild is Hard to Tame. Shellder followed Mizusawa Yoshi to learn Water Gun. Despite the high difficulty, Water Gun, with its power of 150, was indeed an ultimate move of the water type. If successfully learned, its utility would be immense. However, both Fire Blast and Water Gun were not merely teachable moves. Even a master of techniques might struggle to achieve success. Baichi did not harbor high hopes. After all, with moves like Needle Arm, Ice Spike, and Rock Slide, he had already covered 9 different types, leaving the remaining types to be addressed with Ice Spike or Spike's Cannon. The Steel type, however, posed a particular challenge due to its extensive resistances. Among a total of 18 types, Steel resists 10 of them directly, with only 3 weaknesses. Of course, Steel type could easily be dealt with by Nidoking. As the afternoon passed, it was evident that Shellder could not learn Water Gun in such a brief period. After dinner, Shellder resumed its training in Water Gun. Meanwhile, Baichi and the Hualon sisters indulged in a hot spring, and time slipped away swiftly in their leisurely retreat. On the 3rd day of Baichi's arrival at Honglian Island, Sakura entrusted Baichi with a Pokeball containing a Kabuto, asking him to deliver it to Kasumi. Following this, the Hualon sisters departed. The Hualon gym had been closed for a week, and they needed to return to open it again, lest it risk being shut down. On the 3rd day, Shellder still had not learned Water Gun. As Baichi prepared to set off again, Mizusawa Yoshi grew anxious and promptly took Shellder to the seaside that very morning. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that Shellder execute Water Gun today. Even if it could not fully master the move, it must grasp some techniques to enhance its chances of learning it in the future. At the Honglian Research Institute, as Baichi stepped through the entrance, he was swiftly pulled along by an assistant, hurrying deeper inside. "We must hurry. The revival of the fossil pterodactyl is about to commence." Hearing this, Baichi no longer required the assistant's guidance and quickly outpaced him, exclaiming, "Then why aren't you moving faster?" The assistant, observing Baichi's retreating figure, silently pondered whether he should allocate some time for exercise. Baichi entered the Fossil Revival Laboratory, where Dr. Xiaobo was placing an amber fossil into the machine. Upon noticing Baichi, Dr. Xiaobo smiled and said, "Aki, you arrived just in time." "Dr. Xiaobo, can the revival begin?" Baichi could hardly contain his excitement. The fossil pterodactyl was one of the ancient rulers of the skies, capable of flying faster than even Dragonite. As a flying mount, the fossil pterodactyl was indeed a perfect choice. Dr. Xiaobo understood Baichi's eagerness, for each revival of a Pokémon was an event he looked forward to with great anticipation. "Haha, it will commence shortly." As the machine's doors closed, cultivation fluid began to flow, electricity activated, and the device whirred into life. Baichi's eyes were glued to the machine, though there was little to see from the outside. As time elapsed, Baichi's impatience grew. After all, it had already been nearly half an hour. The revival of the fossil pterodactyl still had not concluded, which felt excessive. Noticing Baichi's anxious expression, Dr. Xiaobo chuckled and explained, "Aki, do not fret. The Kabuto from the Hualon gym took half an hour, and the fossil pterodactyl will require at least an hour for a successful revival." An hour? Baichi had to force himself to remain calm, for there was still about half an hour left. After another half hour passed, Baichi was about to inquire when the revival machine finally emitted a sound, followed by a cloud of white mist billowing from the device. A roar erupted. Imbued with a sense of confusion and ferocity, the newly revived fossil pterodactyl was hungry. Fortunately, Baichi had not spent these past few days solely indulging in leisure. He promptly retrieved a can of Pokémon food and tossed it into the mist. The fossil pterodactyl flew out, clamping down on the can, crushing it to consume the food within. Moments later, it turned and spat out a mouthful of scrap metal. Though it had just eaten, the newly revived fossil pterodactyl's aggression far surpassed that of the Kabuto. Upon witnessing the wild, murderous glint in the fossil pterodactyl's eyes, Baichi understood that a battle was inevitable. "Scyther, come forth." Scyther appeared before the fossil pterodactyl, glaring fiercely at it. The fossil pterodactyl was momentarily taken aback, having just awakened. It did not expect a bug to appear and challenge, a provocation it could not tolerate. With a roar, the fossil pterodactyl charged forward, unleashing a bite. Regrettably, even though the fossil pterodactyl was not a rookie, its strength had not yet reached the elite level. Scyther executed a double hit, blocking the fossil pterodactyl's attack before delivering a counterstrike, leaving the fossil pterodactyl in a daze. Baichi chuckled and remarked, "Fossil pterodactyl, you may have just revived, but your former strength is not with you now. It would be wise not to seek your own suffering." The fossil pterodactyl was unyielding to advice, taking flight once more to unleash a rock slide. The rock-type attack had 4 times the effectiveness against Scyther. If it connected, Scyther would not emerge unscathed. Baichi furrowed his brow, realizing he must thoroughly subdue it. "Scyther, use Fury Cutter, give it a proper beating." Eager to engage, Scyther wasted no time. After slashing through the rock slide, It charged at the fossil pterodactyl, delivering a series of powerful strikes. Given that bug-type attacks only had half the effectiveness against the fossil pterodactyl, Scyther's seemingly ferocious assault would not genuinely harm it. It would merely sting a little. Before long, the fossil pterodactyl was rendered unable to continue fighting. Baichi threw a pokeball, successfully capturing the fossil pterodactyl. Pokemon, fossil pterodactyl. Strength, professional. Type, rock, flying. Ability, hard head. Gender, male. Friendship, 50. Potential, blue, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold. Moves, bite, ancient power, crunch, supersonic, wing attack, frightening face, rock slide, roar, bite. Iron head, inherited move, wide defense. Baichi picked up the pokeball, hesitating to release the Aerodactyl, uncertain of its compliance. If he inadvertently damaged the research facility's equipment, it would be disastrous. Baichi certainly did not believe he could afford to compensate for even a single item within the institute. Thank you, Dr. Xiaobo, Baichi expressed. Dr. Xiaobo smiled, replying, no need for thanks. We have acquired the data we sought, which will greatly aid us in enhancing the resurrection device. Baichi nodded in acknowledgement, stating, then I shall take my leave. The Aerodactyl still possesses a wild spirit. Indeed, go ahead. Chapter 68, Flourish and Fanfare. Upon exiting the Red Lotus Research Institute, Baichi took the Aerodactyl to the Pokemon Center. After restoring the Aerodactyl, he proceeded to the training area for the Shelmet, not for leisure, but to thoroughly tame the Aerodactyl. Upon reaching the seaside, he found Mizuke's Nozomu still instructing the Shelmet, now teaching it how to surf. The water gun, it seemed, had a colloquial name, Tsunami. Perhaps Mizuke's aimed to teach the Shelmet water gun through surfing. Baichi observed from a distance before stepping aside to release the Aerodactyl, Nidoking. And Scyther, the Aerodactyl immediately took to the skies, attempting to flee. Baichi smirked coldly, still wishing to escape. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Nidoking, unleash Thunderbolt. Scyther's explosive power was formidable. Before the Aerodactyl could gain altitude, it was struck down by Scyther's Fury Cutter. Nidoking followed up with Thunderbolt, instantly paralyzing the Aerodactyl, causing it to plummet from the sky. Baichi approached the fallen Aerodactyl and said, if you can defeat either of them, I shall grant you your freedom. As he spoke, Baichi opened another Pokeball, adding, or you may choose her. The Aerodactyl's gaze fell upon the newly released Happiny, and without hesitation, it decided to engage in a battle. With a furious roar, the Aerodactyl lunged at Happiny, intending to bite down. Happiny made no effort to resist, enduring the attack and executing a double edge. Unbeknownst to the Aerodactyl, after seizing this seemingly soft target, it was met with a return of double the damage. At that moment, Happiny remained within the Aerodactyl's jaws. With a resounding thud, the Aerodactyl, soaring high, suddenly found itself blinded and fell once more to the ground. Upon landing, Happiny swiftly rose and utilized Heal Pulse, completely restoring its lost vitality. Happiny then turned to the Aerodactyl, ignoring its willingness or lack thereof, and offered a berry, followed by another Heal Pulse. With a roar, the Aerodactyl was revived to full health, but its eyes now sparkled with clarity, devoid of its previous wildness and unruliness. Baichi nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the ancient Pokemon were indeed more suited to the laws of the survival of the fittest. I am stronger than you. You must obey. Once the Aerodactyl complied, Baichi stored his Pokemon and proceeded toward the Pokemon Mart on Red Lotus Island. Baichi purchased TMs for Nidoking, Stone Edge, Earthquake, and Surf, along with Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Aura Sphere. Scyther also acquired TMs for Ultimate Impact, Close Combat, and Vacuum Wave, enhancing its offensive capabilities with 2 physical moves and 1 special priority move. As for Happiny, she had yet to master the 5 moves she had previously learned. Thus no new moves were necessary for her at this time. Shelmet, having no time to spare, was already focused on mastering Water Gun. The newly revived Aerodactyl did not require urgent training. After purchasing a ticket to Shallow Red City, Baichi made his way to the Shelmet training location. At that moment, Shelmet had learned Surf, but had yet to master Water Gun. Baichi waited until the afternoon sun began to set before approaching Mizuke's Nozomu, inquiring, Master Mizuke's, how is the Shelmet progressing with Water Gun? Mizuke sighed, your Shelmet possesses immense potential. Given a bit more time, it would surely master Water Gun. Baichi shook his head, we must return. I have already purchased tickets for the journey back to Shallow Red City. Is that so? Mizuke sighed. I have already shared the techniques. Whether the Shelmet learns Water Gun now depends on fate and its own efforts. Regarding the upcoming battle, Baichi interrupted Mizuke's, saying, I will participate, but my opponent is from the Dragon Clan. I cannot guarantee a victory. Really? Mizuke's expressed surprise. Baichi nodded, prompting Mizuke's to gratefully respond. That would be a tremendous help. Should you capture the water-type starters, do return to find me. I can teach them hydro cannon. Very well. Then we shall take our leave. Baichi nodded to Mizuke's, subsequently recalling Shelmet and heading toward the hotel. Watching Baichi depart, Mizuke's chuckled, the Dragon Clan. I shall prove that true genius comes from humble origins. The so-called geniuses of the Dragon Clan are merely products of privilege. Baichi remained unaware of the complexities between Mizuke's and the Dragon Clan, thinking it was merely a battle to be fought in a year's time, a span of ample opportunity. By this time next year, I shall be an expert-level trainer. The next morning, Baichi boarded a ferry bound for Shallow Red City. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's frequent appearances on Twin Islands had drawn the attention of the League, particularly that of the champion, who held the identity of an investigator and promptly made his way to Twin Islands. What is this? Traps everywhere. Ash lamented. Having fallen victim to the traps in the Shallow Red Gym, encountering them all without exception. In the shadows, Aya rolled her eyes, exclaiming, so foolish. I expected him to discern at least one trap, yet he evaded none. Born in darkness, living in darkness, that is the fate of a ninja. I, female ninja Aya, have arrived. Confirming Ash's inadequacy as a challenger, Aya finally made her entrance, though her ninja attire was rather ostentatious. Misty directly questioned, but don't you think your colors are too flamboyant? Why must you meddle? Aya retorted dismissively. After all, a female ninja is still a woman. What is wrong with dressing beautifully? Subsequently, with a hint of mockery, she inquired, and what of you all? Do you enjoy my greeting? Ash, infuriated, exclaimed. Who throws shurikens like that? It's dangerous. Exactly. Brock, don't you agree? Misty turned, realizing that her inquiry was futile. Brock, meanwhile, transformed into a love-struck fool, inching closer to Aya, only for her to promptly swat him away. By the way, you aren't the gym leader of the Shallow Red Gym, are you? Where's Aoki? Call him out. Baichi emerged from the shadows, adding, your antics with challengers are rather excessive. Aki. Chapter 69, The Elite Four? Ash, Misty, and Brock were taken aback, pondering how she could be ahead of them one moment and lagging behind the next. Aya's expression shifted dramatically. After all, she was not a gym trainer, and these traps had been secretly modified. What if her brother found out? Little did she know. Aju was fully aware and had deliberately turned a blind eye, merely wishing to gauge whether Aya was worthy of inheriting the Shallow Red Gym. It seemed that, at this juncture, she would have to be bypassed, and the gym would be entrusted to his own daughter. Baichi turned and tossed a pokeball to Misty, stating, this is a gift from your sisters, containing a successfully revived Omanite. You must nurture it with great care. Misty caught the pokeball, momentarily stunned by Baichi's words, gazing at the ball in disbelief. Those three seemingly unreliable sisters had actually gifted her a fossil worth 20 million, revived for her training. Furthermore, Misty understood that reviving a fossil also incurred expenses, likely exceeding the cost of the fossil itself. With a resolute tone, Misty declared to Baichi, I understand. And I will take excellent care of Omanite. Baichi scratched his face, bemused. Why are you looking at me when you say that? Ash, however, was unconcerned with the exchange. He had just been thoroughly outsmarted and was determined to exact his revenge. You, woman, let us battle. Aya scoffed disdainfully. A fool who couldn't even evade a single trap dares to challenge me? Go, Furret. The Furret, which had been luring Ash and the others into traps, sprang from the shadows. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, and the tension was palpable. Bulbasaur, you shall be the one. Ash promptly threw out his pokeball. Though Furret's capabilities were merely amateur level, and he could have easily secured victory with Charmeleon. Instead, he had chosen Bulbasaur, which was at a disadvantage. Baichi shook his head. Do you insist on battling against type? While Bulbasaur may not be weak to normal or poison, it enjoys a fourfold resistance to grass-type moves and double resistance to poison-type ones. Not only is your Bulbasaur unevolved, but it also knows only grass-type moves, Tackle and Vine Whip. Bulbasaur used Tackle. Baichi's mouth twitched at the thought of starting with either Tackle or Quick Attack. You might be hard-headed, but does your Pokemon's head need to be equally dense? Despite Aya being occupied with creating traps, Furret's agility was commendable, easily dodging the attack. However, the paralysis powder it unleashed was scattered and slow, swiftly dissipated by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip. Subsequently, Bulbasaur's Seed Bomb struck Furret, continuously draining its energy while restricting its mobility. Furret, Aya urged, desperate to free it from the Seed Bomb, just as two Electrode rolled in from a corner and self-destructed, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, a figure gradually emerged before them. Brother. Aya immediately knelt on one knee before Aju. Her head bowed deeply, unable to lift it. Aju, observing his considerably younger sister, sighed. Aya, you are far too immature. You should return to school for further studies. Aya dared not retort, for her respect and admiration for Aju were absolute. Yes, brother. Ash hurriedly interjected. Are you the gym trainer? Please accept my challenge. Aju glanced at Baichi before turning to Ash and responding. Very well, follow me. Baichi, Ash. And the others trailed behind Aju and Aya to the designated battle arena of the shallow red gym, which was inclined. The gym's assessment would test not only the trainer's strength, but also their Pokemon's balance and adaptability. Who will go first? Aju inquired, eyeing Baichi and Ash. Baichi pointed at Ash, choosing not to contest. Eagerly stepping forward, Ash proclaimed, I'll go first. He then turned to Baichi with a grin. Sorry, Aki. But I'm determined to earn my 6th badge first. Oh, really? Baichi replied with a smirk, revealing a badge case from his pocket. But I already possess 6 badges. This will be for my 7th. Ash's smile faltered as he scrutinized the badges in Baichi's case, confirming the 6 badges. Momentarily crestfallen, he quickly regained his composure, declaring, I will certainly catch up. He tossed out his Pokeball. Go, Pidgeotto, demonstrating some cleverness. He recognized that his Pokemon might struggle on the sloped battlefield, thus opting for the flying-type Pidgeotto. Aju also released his Pokeball, but as Furret emerged, it was enveloped in a white light, beginning to evolve. The evolved form, Mothim, while still at an amateur level, was on the verge of breaking through. Even with the type advantage, Pidgeotto found itself at a disadvantage once the battle commenced. This could also be attributed to Ash's peculiar buff, more often than not. Possessing a type advantage would lead to defeat. Battling against type was the optimal strategy. After Pidgeotto was defeated by Mothim, Ash switched to Charmeleon, who triumphed over Mothim. At that moment, Team Rocket made their entrance, having pilfered numerous Electrode hidden throughout the shallow red gym. Unwilling to relent, they sought to capture Pikachu and Aju's poison-type Pokemon. This was akin to pulling the tiger's whiskers beneath its very nose, inviting disaster. Baichi had little to comment. After all, Aju seemed poised to become one of the Elite Four of the Johto region, merely awaiting his appointment. As Baichi had brought Omanite for himself, Misty cast a curious glance at him, noticing that he appeared to pity Team Rocket. Did Aju not fear they might actually escape? Unable to contain her curiosity, Misty asked, Aju, why don't you go help them? Baichi shook his head. Mr. Aju is a master of Elite Four caliber. A few petty thieves are no match for him. Elite Four caliber? Misty exclaimed, glancing at Aju in disbelief, especially considering his sister Aya appeared rather unreliable. Brock was taken aback by the statement as well, and soon regarded Aju with newfound respect. Perhaps Mr. Aju truly was a top-tier master. Misty was surprised by Brock's sudden solemn confirmation, but she began to believe Baichi's words. Indeed, Aju subsequently sent out Zubat, effortlessly dispatching Team Rocket. After driving them away, Aju turned to Ash, stating, It seems we need to change venues, Ash. No problem. Ash quickly nodded, as long as it was a suitable battleground. Aju smiled, stepping out through the breach in the gym. Although Team Rocket had been dealt with, repairs were still necessary. Perhaps I should consider a different material, Aju mused, glancing at the breach before ultimately deciding against it. Since the gym would be handed over to Aki, how to handle it should be left to her discretion. Chapter 70. I'm also tempted. Yay, Charmeleon, we won. After defeating Aju's Zubat, Ash excitedly rushed over to embrace Charmeleon in celebration. Baichi, however, inwardly scoffed. Ash, savor Charmeleon's final moments of tenderness, for soon you will only be enveloped by its flames. Here is the pink badge and the toxic move disc. Aju smiled as he handed the badge and disc to Ash, then looked at Baichi. Now it's your turn, but be warned. The difficulty of your gym battle will increase. Baichi nodded. I understand. Can we begin? Aju chuckled, then produced another Pokeball, exclaiming, Go, Weezing! Weezing! With its vacant gaze, imparted an unsettling sense of danger to Baichi. It was only upon noticing the dark fumes emanating from Weezing's chimneys that Baichi comprehended the severity of the situation. This Weezing possessed a considerable level of toxicity. Contemplating his next move, Baichi retrieved his own Pokeball and tossed it forth, declaring, Arise, Aerodactyl. Roaring, Aerodactyl had become obedient. Although its affection level remained at a respectable 85, shy of the perfect 100. Oh, Aju remarked, casting a surprised glance at Aerodactyl. Such a successfully revived Aerodactyl was indeed a rarity, and he had not anticipated that Baichi would possess one. The Aerodactyl that Du had acquired evidently required a significant investment as well. What is this? Ash queried, directing his Pokédex at Aerodactyl, which began to flicker and relay information. Aerodactyl, classified as a carnivorous Pokemon due to its sharp fangs, is believed to utilize its vicious claws to capture prey. Ah, a carnivorous Pokemon, Misty exclaimed, taken aback. The explicit designation of Aerodactyl's predatory nature in the Pokédex was indeed uncommon. Even the predation of Pidgeot on Spearow and Fearow on Pidgey was merely summarized under the term natural enemies. Another Pokemon that came to mind was the Arbok, known for swallowing bird eggs. Haha, what a rare opponent we have. Let the battle commence, Eiju declared with a smile, yet he refrained from commanding Weezing to attack, evidently awaiting Baichi to make the first move. Baichi, adhering to the unspoken custom that challengers initiate the assault, was unreserved. Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide. It roared, summoning several boulders to coalesce above Weezing before crashing down with great speed. Eiju remained unperturbed and instructed, Weezing, use Rapid Spin. Weezing's body began to whirl rapidly, deflecting the falling rocks, which landed harmlessly around it. Aside from a few scrapes, Weezing remained largely unscathed. Eiju quickly followed up, Weezing, use Smog. Weezing's chimneys expelled a cloud of grayish-purple toxic gas that swiftly spread in all directions. Baichi furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before calling out to Aerodactyl. Fly around Weezing at high speed. Though Aerodactyl was momentarily perplexed, it complied. Its remarkable speed generated a powerful gust of wind that contained the smog, preventing it from dispersing further. Baichi nodded approvingly and commanded, now, Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide. With the smog confined, Weezing, while unaffected, faced difficulty escaping the area. After all, it merely had the ability levitate, not true flight, and was thus subject to the winds. The boulders fell once more. Weezing could only rely on Rapid Spin to mitigate the damage, but damage was still inevitable. Crucially, Weezing found itself encircled by rocks, severely limiting its mobility. This was precisely the outcome Baichi desired. He then instructed Aerodactyl to utilize a different move. Aerodactyl, use Supersonic. Eiju's eyes widened as he recognized Baichi's strategy. The rocks around Weezing formed a circle, and although there were gaps, they were sufficient to refract the supersonic waves. Weezing, use Euroball. The Euroball attack, which inflicts greater damage the slower the target is, would hit Aerodactyl with a force of at least 75 or more, proving highly effective. However, the supersonic struck Weezing, ricocheting off the surrounding rocks, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Now afflicted by confusion, Weezing ceased its Euroball attack. Eiju shook his head. He did not believe Baichi would let this opportunity slip away. Sure enough, Aerodactyl's Rock Slide came crashing down once more, burying Weezing beneath the rubble. Eiju raised his hand to recall Weezing. Continuing the battle was futile. Go, Mook, and unleash Toxic. Upon entering the fray, Mook spewed forth several globs of deep purple venom towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl soared higher, but moments later, it found itself poisoned and in a state of severe toxicity. Baichi was perplexed by how Aerodactyl had been ensnared. Was this the prowess of the poison-type master? The poisoning was executed with such subtlety. Aerodactyl, return, Baichi commanded, recognizing that the toxicity would significantly deplete its stamina. Now go, Nidoking. With a resounding thud, Nidoking landed, letting out a fierce roar directed at Mook. Eiju stood momentarily stunned. Not from fear, but from admiration. This Nidoking was truly magnificent. Its stature, its aura, and its elite-level prowess at such a young age stirred a desire within him to return to his former exploits. Baichi's expression darkened momentarily. He wondered if this version of Eiju had ever been part of Team Rocket. Curious, Misty inquired, how does Mr. Eiju know Nidoking is still young? Is that discernible? Brock stroked his chin, affirming, of course. After all, Mr. Eiju is a poison-type master. Poison-type master? Ash blinked in surprise. Mr. Eiju is one of the Elite Four? Haha. Not yet. Eiju chuckled heartily. But this Nidoking has been nurtured splendidly, and its level is impressive. I must admit, I am tempted. Eiju recalled Mook, recognizing that Nidoking, possessing both poison and ground types, was a natural adversary for Mook. After all, evading ground-type moves would be a significant challenge for Mook. Mook, use Minimize. Baichi frowned. Mook's size shrank to a mere third of its original form, and its movements became markedly more agile. Truly, Eiju was exceptional. Nidoking, use Earth Power. With a powerful stomp, Nidoking unleashed ground-type energy rapidly spreading towards Mook. Mook leaped forward, executing Ice Punch. Baichi's expression turned to one of shock. Eiju had evidently taught Mook the farmer's 3 punches. It was no wonder Baichi had overlooked the details. In the heat of battle, there was little time to scrutinize the opponent's moves. Nidoking's Earth Power erupted but was fractionally delayed, allowing Mook to strike with a punch akin to a hand. The ice punch landed squarely on Nidoking's head, stunning even Aju momentarily. Nidoking merely tilted its head slightly, then turned to glare at Mook with a ferocious glint in its eyes. Mook instinctively recoiled, but in the next instant, Nidoking spun around and delivered a powerful tail whip, sending Mook flying. Following this, it unleashed earth power again, and Mook crashed into a tree behind Aju, coming to a slow halt. Aju felt a pang of envy. This Nidoking was so feral, so domineering, that he found himself utterly enamored. However, the battle was far from over. Quickly pivoting, Aju shouted to Mook, "Mook, get out of the way." Yet, Mook was still regaining its composure, and earth power was already upon them, too late to evade. With a resounding boom, the stinky mud was once again sent flying, and the great tree was directly severed by the power of the earth, splintering into two. Aju shook his head, knowing without a doubt that the Iron Tail, being a non-type move, possessed such strength that the power of the earth would surely be even more formidable. The stinky mud could not possibly withstand it. As the smoke dissipated, it was evident that the stinky mud was rendered unable to continue fighting. With its defeat, the victor was Baichi. Aya gazed enviously at Nidoking, though she realized that Nidoking's style did not quite align with that of a ninja. Of course, this was more of a self-consolation for Aya. Aju stepped forward, presenting a badge and a disc of the toxic move, conceding, "I lost. Your Nidoking is impressive, must be due to its forced ability." Indeed, Nidoking boasted of forced ability. Baichi chuckled, saying, "Thank you, Aju. But I have a question that I am uncertain whether to voice." Aju smiled. "I did indeed once join Team Rocket." "What, Mr. Aju was once a member of Team Rocket?" exclaimed Ash and his companions, their mouths agape. Baichi rolled his eyes, remarking, "What is so surprising about that? Team Rocket is a publicly listed corporation, at least on the surface, a legitimate business. Even if some individuals engage in illegal activities and are apprehended, that is merely their personal conduct, unrelated to Team Rocket. What on earth? I also know that Nagi once was a member of Team Rocket." "What?" Ash and his companions gasped again, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. "Let us move on. This is not our concern. It's time to embark on our journey. There is a vast expanse of grassland near Qianhong City. Perhaps we might encounter some rare Pokemon." "Oh, all right." Ash nodded, but after taking 2 steps, he felt something was amiss and suddenly looked up to ask, "Hey, Achi, are you coming with us on this journey?" Baichi grinned. "What, am I not welcome?" "Of course you are welcome." Misty quickly interjected, pushing Ash aside. For her, having a partner like Achi would ensure that the Kabuto was well cared for, and Brock would surely learn how to look after it. This arrangement would be splendid. It was not that Misty looked down on Brock. Rather, Kabuto was a fossil Pokemon, and Brock lacked the experience and knowledge necessary for its care. Meanwhile, Achi possessed a fossil pterodactyl and had certainly gained experience during this time. Most importantly, Brock believed that Achi's nurturing capabilities far surpassed his own. Brock ultimately concluded, "I also believe that Achi traveling with us would be entirely beneficial." Ash nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. Perhaps this way we won't get lost." Traveling alongside Ash and the others, Baichi finally understood why they were perpetually lost. They were utterly directionless, and the map they were using was an outdated one brought by Brock from a decade ago. It was a marvel they managed to find their way at all. However, Baichi refrained from correcting them, as he merely wished to see the mini dragon and Haxorus. If he could capture them, that would be ideal. If not, it was of little consequence. After all, he already had a fossil pterodactyl, and there was also a gigantic onyx waiting for him at Miacham Mountain to be captured. This was certainly not because the nurturing cost of the fossil pterodactyl was exorbitantly high. Days later, Baichi and Ash's group arrived at the vast grasslands of the Lalame tribe, where Ash and his friends participated in a racing competition. Baichi, on the other hand, took his Pokemon to the side and began training. Simultaneously, Baichi could not resist exchanging for a water stone, deducting 10,000 battle coins, leaving him with 54,800. In the clearing at the foot of the mountain, Baichi said to his fossil pterodactyl, "I'll equip you with a mandatory training device. First, train with the moves you've already learned. After some time, I will purchase some new move discs for you." The fossil pterodactyl nodded, having accepted Baichi, as the training made it acutely aware of its growing strength. Most importantly, it felt its body gradually awakening. Baichi observed all of this keenly. Kabuto's potential had reached purple after adapting to the modern environment. The fossil pterodactyl was the same, though its color was still enhancing, likely reaching deep purple, with little chance of breaking into orange. It must be said, the resources required for such a leap were immense, and Baichi's remaining 15 million could hardly sustain it. Of that 5 million, half was allocated for crafting food for the fossil pterodactyl, with the other substantial portion devoted to the elite Pokemon, Nidoking and Scyther. At present, Baichi lacked confidence in his ability to last a year, as long as he could hold out until the court's conference commenced. Securing the championship would grant him a prize of several million, alleviating any financial concerns for the following year. Big Tongue Shell, continue learning Water Gun. Jigglypuff, you still haven't fully mastered those 5 moves. Your progress is too slow. You must perfect them in the next couple of days. Baichi's gaze was fixed on Jigglypuff, causing it to feel somewhat anxious under his intense scrutiny. Jigglypuff hurriedly nodded and scampered off to train. Meanwhile, Nidoking and Scyther were engaged in practical combat training. Ever since their skirmish on Red Lotus Island, Nidoking and Scyther had developed a fondness for this training method. Although Scyther's endurance was somewhat lacking, its attack power was not inferior to that of Nidoking, allowing the two Pokemon to engage in an evenly matched close-quarters battle. As long as it wasn't a prolonged struggle, Scyther felt no intimidation from Nidoking. One utilized Poison Jab, while the other employed Fury Cutter, with both Pokemon having a thorough understanding of each other, drawing the attention of the fossil pterodactyl soaring overhead. The power they wielded was something the fossil pterodactyl yearned to possess. With a growing desire to strengthen itself, the fossil pterodactyl's motivation for training intensified. Chapter 72, A Glimmer of Hope. Baichi observed for a while before he approached Big Tongue Shell, noting that the water gun move seemed to be learnable only by final forms. It appeared that it was time for Big Tongue Shell to evolve. Just a moment. Big Tongue Shell. Beep. Big Tongue Shell halted its training, turning its head in confusion to look at Baichi. Without further ado, Baichi tossed the water stone toward it. Big Tongue Shell's eyes sparkled with excitement as it leaped up and bit down on the water stone. The next moment, a dazzling light of evolution enveloped Big Tongue Shell, and its body began to grow rapidly. Big Tongue Shell evolved into Cloyster, its power elevated to the professional level, and it learned several new moves, albeit its potential had significantly diminished. Clearly, the evolution had enhanced its strength, unlocking much of its latent potential. Pokemon, Cloyster. Strength, Professional. Entry, Critical Hit. Type, Water. Ability, Multi-Hit. Gender, Male. Friendship, 195. Potential, Orange, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Shellblade, Water Gun, Ice Shard, Glare, Whirlpool, Supersonic. Aurora Beam, Surf, Shell Smash, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Toxic Spikes, Iron Defense, Protect, Spikes, Ice Spike, Water Spray. Inherited moves, Rock Slide, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam. Critical Hit, 1. 5x critical hit rate. Shellblade, Toxic Spikes, Spikes, Iron Defense, Ice Beam, Protect, Ice Spike, a total of 7 new moves. Most importantly, it had truly learned Water Gun. Baichi shook his head, realizing that if it weren't for the accumulation of experience Big Tongue Shell had amassed over this period, it might have fallen to the purple potential level. Fortunately, as long as its potential remained at orange, it could be nurtured back to health. Ironclad Shell was brimming with excitement, acutely aware of his significant enhancement in strength. At this moment, Baichi spoke up. All right, let us commence the practice of Water Gun anew. This time, success is imperative. A brief cry escaped from Ironclad Shell as he summoned forth a tremendous volume of water, conjuring a tsunami that surged toward the open ground. With a resounding crash, once the torrent subsided, the terrain bore witness to a vast expanse of moisture and a sizable, deep puddle. Excellent. Truly marvelous, Ironclad Shell. You have succeeded. Baichi couldn't help but exclaim, for this was a formidable water-type move, boasting a power level of 150. Pokemon of Fire, Rock, and Ground types would likely tremble in the face of such a deluge. Ironclad Shell, thrilled by his successful execution of Water Gun, rejoiced, having diligently practiced this technique for a full 10 days. Lucky, the Chansey, paused her training upon witnessing Ironclad Shell's impressive display. However, the very next moment, Baichi cast a stern glance her way, prompting Chansey to hurriedly resume her exercises. Compared to training, which bolstered strength through combat, Chansey evidently preferred to care for others. Baichi also noted that this type of Pokemon seemed ill-suited for battle, as they possessed an innate nurturing spirit, showing little enthusiasm for self-improvement. Even after Shellder evolved into Ironclad Shell, surpassing Chansey's capabilities seemed possible, yet she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. As the afternoon sun began its descent, Ironclad Shell finally ceased his training, leaving the surrounding area in disarray. Ash and his companions, along with Pikachu, arrived on the scene, astonished by the damp ground. Isn't this a bit excessive? Can training really cause such destruction? Baichi chuckled lightly. It's not too bad. Today was indeed a bit much. But after Shelder's evolution into Ironclad Shell, excitement was to be expected. Shelder evolved? Misty exclaimed, quickly searching for Ironclad Shell, and indeed, she found him behind Nidoqueen, her face lighting up with admiration. Ironclad Shell is so handsome, just as magnificent as Master Kinnis. Baichi smiled gently, aware that Misty's affection for water-type Pokemon was unparalleled. After all, she found all water types adorable, even the perilous Tentacruel. It's worth noting that in the Kanto region, there existed venomous snakes like Arbok on land and Tentacruel in the sea, posing significant threats to humans. Well, my Ironclad Shell still has a long way to go. But one day, he will undoubtedly surpass Kinna's Ironclad Shell. Misty expressed her envy towards Baichi's confidence, in stark contrast to her own aspirations. As novice trainers embarking on their journeys, Ash had already left her and Ash behind, or rather, their cohort of newcomers. I will catch up. Ash, hearing her words, found them baffling, muttering to himself how peculiar it was. Huh, Misty, what are you talking about? Catch up to what? Misty glared at Ash, asserting, you wouldn't understand. You child. Ash pouted, what? You're not even older than me. Baichi interjected, shaking his head. By the way, have you finished your competition? Shouldn't we be setting off? Indeed. We should be on our way, Brock quickly chimed in. If Misty keeps talking, Ash will surely lose his temper. Misty huffed, turning her head away. Humph. What do you mean, I humph? Ash immediately mirrored her actions, turning his head in the opposite direction. Baichi, exasperated, mused, you two are truly two sides of the same coin. Let us go, he urged, recalling several Pokemon and leading the way forward. Misty and Ash followed closely, with Brock bringing up the rear. Observing the two with one turning to the left and the other to the right, utterly disregarding the path ahead, Brock sighed in exasperation. Thankfully, with the addition of Achi, at least Achi's words could be heeded, alleviating some of his burdens. Baichi, seeing their predicament, laughed heartily as a small pit came into view. He did not sidestep it, but rather stepped over it directly. The two, not paying attention to the terrain and merely following Baichi with peripheral vision, stepped right into the pit, causing them to stumble and collide with one another. Baichi turned abruptly, leaning in with a teasing tone. Well, you two seem quite affectionate. Misty's face flushed crimson, leaving Ash utterly perplexed. She hastily pushed Ash away, declaring, who are you being affectionate with? It was entirely because Achi led us astray. Exactly. We didn't do anything of the sort, Ash added. Although he didn't quite grasp the meaning, he had no desire to appear close to Misty. Brock sighed deeply, thinking, Ash truly is a fool. His name couldn't be more fitting. Baichi glanced at the two before turning away with a sigh, inwardly lamenting. You really give no hope to our ship, and time is running short. Only a little over a year left. Opportunities are dwindling. Chapter 73, It's You Again. After departing from the grasslands of the Lalamui tribe, Baichi continued his journey alongside Ash and the others. Once they entered the Pokemon Reserve, Baichi separated from Ash and the group, heading straight for the Wilderness Ecological Zone. Despite the trio's earnest attempts to persuade him to stay, Baichi insisted on training for a few days and would wait for them ahead. Reluctantly, Ash and his companions acquiesced. Baichi quickened his pace, reaching the Wilderness Ecological Zone. Upon arriving outside the cabin, he glanced around, noting that the wooden walls surrounding the area were designed to deter gentlemen, not scoundrels. If he truly wished to enter, Baichi could easily scale the barrier without the aid of a Pokemon. Although he did not possess the physical prowess of Ash, the super rookie, Baichi had significantly improved his physical condition through months of training with his Pokemon. Most importantly, the bond he shared with them was not only growing, but also fortifying his own physique. Entering the cabin, Baichi noticed the elderly man meticulously polishing photographs. Approaching the counter, he placed 10,000 yuan down and said, Hello, please provide me with wilderness balls and a fishing rod. Kaiser glanced up at Baichi before turning to hang the frame back on the wall, then replied, You are aware of the rules of the Wilderness Ecological Zone, right? Only wilderness balls and fishing rods are permitted. Baichi nodded, I understand. Kaiser's already stern visage became even more menacing as he warned. If I catch you using Pokemon or any other Pokeballs, my Thunder Brothers will not spare you. He proceeded to place a basket containing 30 wilderness balls and a fishing rod on the counter. However, feeling somewhat irked by his threat, Baichi smiled slightly and asked, As long as I use wilderness balls and a fishing rod, even if I capture a Dratini, it complies with the rules, and I can take the Dratini with me. Correct? Kaiser's expression changed dramatically as he pulled out his Thunder Brothers, exclaiming, There are no Dratini in the Wilderness Ecological Zone. Baichi rolled his eyes, coldly retorting, If there truly were no Dratini, you wouldn't react so strongly, and your Thunder Brothers hold no real intimidation. Grabbing the basket and fishing rod, Baichi exited the cabin, heading toward the adjacent door. Kaiser's expression shifted rapidly within the cabin, realizing that his excessive response indicated the absence of Dratini. Indeed, my demeanor speaks volumes. It was merely a stroke of fortune that the existence of the mini-dragon went unnoticed until now. As Caesar emerged from the cottage, he felt a lingering disorientation. Upon glancing at Baichi, he found him to be rather bothersome. Nevertheless, he refrained from maintaining a facade of hostility. After opening the door for Baichi, Caesar retreated back into the cottage, releasing the mechanical Bobo to trail behind Baichi. Within the wild ecological zone, Baichi found himself at a loss as to which direction to take, simply proceeding onward in search of a river. Although the mini-dragon and Hakragon are of the dragon type, they thrive in aquatic environments. Thus, it was essential to locate a river before determining whether to drift downstream or navigate upstream. As he ventured forward, Baichi strolled as if perusing a marketplace, passing by Pokemon such as Tauros, Rhydon, and Doduo, barely pausing to glance at them. Most of these Pokemon displayed potential predominantly in the green range, with a few exhibiting blue potential. Baichi understood that this was due to the abundance of food within the wild ecological zone, where conflicts were virtually non-existent. The Pokemon's potential gradually waned as they grew, for mere fruits and grasses could not sustain their innate capabilities. It could be said that they lived without worry. But the prospect of becoming truly formidable seemed almost impossible. The most formidable Pokemon Baichi encountered was indeed a Tauros, as the selection of a leader among them required fierce competition. The leading Tauros was the strongest of its kind, reaching elite status. After traversing the grassland teeming with Tauros, Baichi finally beheld a river. Along the riverbank, Pokemon quenched their thirst, showing little inclination to flee from Baichi unless he ventured within 10 meters of them. Observing this, Baichi shook his head in disbelief. Could a mini-dragon that grew up in such an environment truly achieve greatness? Inside the cottage by the entrance, Caesar watched the footage of Baichi shaking his head and felt a peculiar thought arise within him. Could it be that he looks down upon the Pokemon of my wild, ecological zone? Caesar furrowed his brow, pondering if this impudent boy was truly so self-assured. The wild, ecological zone was home to rare Pokemon, some of which could scarcely be encountered elsewhere. As Caesar ruminated, he noticed Baichi disregarding a Vulpix as he made his way upstream along the river. His irritation grew. It was important to note that Vulpix were not only aloof towards humans, but the majority of Ninetales and Vulpix resided deep within the mountains, making them elusive to trainers lacking sufficient strength. Subsequently, Baichi also overlooked a Heracross, a bug-type Pokemon with a respectable base stat of 500. Though it may not compare to the rarity of a Scyther, it was still a sought-after powerhouse among many trainers, especially since an ordinary Nidoqueen, after evolving with a Moonstone, boasted the same base stat. As Baichi continued upstream along the river, he stumbled upon a lake. Frowning slightly, he realized he had taken a wrong turn. The location of Hakragon and the mini-dragon should be in a valley, not this lake in the grasslands. Regrettably, he could not summon a Pokemon to assist him. Otherwise, he would have sent his Aerodactyl to scout the area. Nevertheless, having prepared some dragon-type food, he decided to try his hand at fishing. Who knows, perhaps the mini-dragon would come out to play. With this thought in mind, Baichi retrieved his provisions and cast them into the river. He then settled down at the lake's outlet, baited his line, and began his fishing endeavor. Although the food was specifically for dragon-type Pokemon, its exceptional quality attracted numerous water-type Pokemon. Before long, he felt a tug on his line. With a vigorous flick of his rod, he landed a Magikarp. Baichi shook his head, allowing the struggling Magikarp to leap back into the river, then rebaited his hook and cast it out again. However, the river was rife with Magikarp and Goldeen, with occasional Kingler biting the bait. But Baichi found it hardly worth exerting himself for. Magikarp, Magikarp, Goldeen, Magikarp. After a tedious cycle of fishing, Baichi felt himself nearing madness. Suddenly, he hooked a Psyduck, and to his surprise, he found it inexplicably adorable. Quack! The Psyduck, once caught, made no attempt to flee, but rather cocked its head curiously at Baichi. Baichi sighed. Would it not hasten its departure? Does it not realize that my provisions require resources to procure? After a moment of contemplation, the Psyduck leaped back into the water, seemingly departing. Baichi rebaited his line and cast it once more. Yet, merely 2 minutes later, he found himself reeling in the same Psyduck again. Chapter 74, Psyduck. Baichi was exasperated and tossed some Pokemon food toward the creature. Off you go. The Psyduck eagerly snatched the food and gulped it down, only to bite the bait once more moments later. Baichi was at a loss. How did this Pokemon become so attached? With a resigned expression, Baichi remarked, Psyduck, if you continue to disturb me like this, I may grow irate. Though lacking any significant combat prowess, the Pokemon Baichi trained had all reached elite or professional levels, and he spoke with an unexpected gravitas. The Psyduck, startled, took a couple of steps back, but after a moment of silence, it cautiously approached again. Baichi could only shake his head in resignation. Psyduck, do you wish to travel with me? Quack, quack, quack. The Psyduck tilted its head at Baichi, then trotted over to his side, watching him fish intently. Baichi sighed, retrieving a wild ball to capture the Psyduck. With a Pokemon of such blue potential and only amateur-level strength, nurturing it to greatness would require considerable time. However, if the Psyduck willingly wished to accompany him, it might be worth the effort. If it had the desire to grow stronger, then perhaps cultivation was indeed possible. Pokemon, Psyduck. Strength, amateur. Type, water. Ability, Cloud 9. Gender, male. Friendship, 150. Potential, blue, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold. Moves, Scratch, Water Gun, Confusion, Water Pulse, Tail Whip. Water Jet, Disable, Psybeam. Inherited move, Hypnosis. Once he released the Psyduck, Baichi gazed at it solemnly and declared, "My goal is to become the strongest trainer in the world. If you, Psyduck, cannot keep pace with me, there will be few opportunities for you to battle in the future." Quack. The Psyduck patted its chest confidently and unleashed a water gun, startling the mini dragon that had tentatively peeked out. Baichi was left astonished. Had a Pokemon he had just captured startled away his intended target? Though it was merely a fleeting glance, the mini dragon's potential was indeed remarkable, akin to that of a Shelder with orange potential. Regardless, the mini dragon's potential for cultivation far surpassed that of Psyduck. Though late bloomers may require more resources, their upper limits and combat power at the same level would undoubtedly outstrip those of Psyduck. With that in mind, Baichi felt a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately resolved to scatter the remaining Pokemon food he had prepared. Startled by Psyduck's jet of water, it seemed reluctant to show itself again. Alternatively, it could be that Dratini had already fled. After a while, Baichi shook his head and returned Psyduck to its Pokeball before rising to head back. Now, there was no opportunity left. Psyduck, alas. I never imagined I would be outsmarted by Psyduck one day. However, given Psyduck's current situation and level, it would require an Everstone to prevent its evolution into Golduck. Otherwise, the resources needed for its evolution would undoubtedly escalate. At this moment, Caesar in the wild ecology zone was bewildered. He failed to capture Vulpix and the rare Karyu, yet managed to catch the relatively mediocre Psyduck. The evolved form of Psyduck, Golduck, possesses no apparent weaknesses, but also lacks any remarkable attributes worthy of praise. All its stats hover around 80, with only its special attacks slightly exceeding 100. Its sole advantage lies in its ability to learn a plethora of psychic-type moves. Upon exiting the wild ecology zone, Baichi returned the remaining wild balls and fishing rod to Caesar, subsequently stating, "I no longer have any use for these wild balls, so I'll return them to you. However, you should have seen Dratini. It doesn't seem to be the one you recognize." Caesar's expression grew serious. Indeed, the Dratini he once knew bore a cross-shaped scar on its horn, while this one did not. Yet, it was highly likely that this Dratini was a descendant of the one he previously encountered. Otherwise, it would be improbable for another Dratini to appear in the wild ecology zone. Baichi was indifferent to these musings, having failed to capture Dratini. He hoped that no one else would succeed either. After Baichi departed, Caesar reviewed the video replay, pondering for a moment before releasing several mechanical Pidgeys to search the wild ecology zone. Remarkably, he did manage to locate both Hakuryu and Dratini in the valley. "So it is you. Could it be that Dratini is your offspring?" Caesar murmured, stroking the Hakuryu on the screen. "This time, I shall ensure that no one disturbs you again." Baichi was unaware of how Caesar planned to handle Dratini and Hakuryu, but it seemed that Ash and his companions might not encounter Dratini again. Hakuryu would undoubtedly remain hidden. It all depended on whether Dratini would reveal itself. Upon exiting the wild ecology zone, Baichi made a beeline for Shallow Red City. Although he had captured his sixth Pokemon, Psyduck, the creature's potential was merely blue. Baichi hoped that his sixth Pokemon with purple or higher potential would be a Colossal Onix. The route from the wild ecology zone to Shallow Red City was not particularly long, and even the location of the Laramie tribe was slightly farther away than the wild ecology zone. Baichi had not anticipated that Ash and his friends reaching the Laramie tribe's meadow was not a necessary path, but rather a result of their getting lost again. Returning to Shallow Red City, Baichi purchased supplies to prepare food for Psyduck at the department store before boarding the luxury cruise ship, the Saint, and heading towards Bainu. This ship, which returned from the Orange Islands and passed through the Seventh Island, was of the same caliber as the ill-fated Saint Tanu. And since the ticket was not complimentary, Baichi felt emboldened to board. Of course, the primary concern was that the notorious Team Rocket St. Tanu had sunk not long ago, making it unlikely that this luxurious vessel would meet the same fate. With such thoughts in mind, Baichi stepped aboard the Saint and, little did he know, several heavyweight figures were aboard this cruise, and surprises would soon unfold. Are you suggesting we hijack Team Rocket's own ship? Have you lost your mind? The St. Tanu sank only 2 months ago. Athena scowled at Ramda. The price of this luxury cruise is something I would have to toil for over half a year to earn. You better not treat my hard-earned money lightly. Ramda, his expression grave, responded, Apollo has informed you, right? The Dragon Master. The Elite Four's due has already gone to Twin Island. How could this luxury cruise possibly compare to Articuno? Athena furrowed her brow. Even if we go to support Apollo and Lance, Kona would also be dispatched to assist. What difference does it make? Ramda smirked mischievously. Oh. There are tourists on this luxury cruise that Kona cannot disregard. Athena shook her head firmly. No, the Saint and cannot encounter any problems. Ramda, wishing for a more straightforward resolution, remarked, after all, I'm a good person. Taking hostages isn't really my style. Yet, with the mission at hand, there was no choice. Then we have no option but to take the tourists hostage, and I will distract Kona while you head to Twin Island to assist Apollo and Lance. That could work. Athena replied, calculating in her mind before smiling. I refuse to believe that Du's strength is so formidable that he can defeat 3 of our 4 generals. Chapter 75, Challenge Kona. Ramda secretly scoffed. He didn't know how strong Du was, but he was certain Athena was no match for Kona. Athena remained oblivious to Ramda's thoughts. Even if she were aware, she would have little to say. After all, Kona was a formidable opponent standing in the way of Du's ascent to the championship. Not even the 4 generals, let alone the 3 beasts or any other high-ranking members of Team Rocket, could hope to defeat an Elite 4-member one-on-one. If they could, Team Rocket would not be operating in the shadows, but rather boldly claiming territory, just like the Uri region, which was covertly controlled by the Shadow Organization due to the League's weakened power. Once the Saint and set sail, Baichi walked to the stern of the ship. Meanwhile, Shelder and Psyduck were trailing behind, with Psyduck looking utterly bewildered. If it weren't for Shelder's presence, he might have thought he was abandoned. Despite their best efforts to keep pace, they were gradually left behind by the cruise ship. Baichi shook his head. Shelder was simply slow. But Psyduck suffered more from a lack of stamina. Although Psyduck's swimming speed was not significantly slower than Shelder's propulsion, he grew fatigued after merely half an hour of effort. Watching Shelder and the cruise ship slowly recede into the distance, Psyduck, though exhausted, could only muster all its strength to pursue. Eventually, the cruise ship docked on a small, lush island. As the ship came to a halt, Shelder managed to catch up, while Psyduck arrived only after Baichi had waited a considerable time on the shore. Upon reaching the land, he was so exhausted that he lacked the strength to climb ashore. Baichi shook his head, bent down to scoop Psyduck up, and then proceeded toward the small town on the island. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Baichi handed over the Pokeballs of Shelder and Psyduck before turning to sit in the lobby for a while. However, he noticed an intelligent-looking woman wearing glasses. Peering through the glass at the battles outside, Baichi's eyes widened in surprise. Kona? What is she doing here? Could it be that there is big trouble aboard the St? And Baichi's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered for a moment before approaching. Champion Kona. Kona turned her head and asked, Who are you? Baichi introduced himself. I am Baichi, a trainer from Shimon City. Is there a Team Rocket villain aboard the Saint Inn? Baichi asked directly. Kona nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am pursuing Team Rocket's cadre. Seeing Baichi frowning in contemplation, Kona understood his concerns. With a gentle smile, she reassured him, Rest assured, with me here, Team Rocket won't stir up much trouble. I am the Ice-type champion. Upon hearing these words, Baichi pondered that indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the Elite Four of Kanto remained the sole force capable of suppressing Team Rocket. Furthermore, many affluent families in both the Kanto and Johto regions maintained collaborations with Team Rocket. Yet, even so, in the absence of Sakaki, Team Rocket was compelled to remain in the shadows. As this thought crossed his mind, Baichi smiled slightly, reassuring himself that with Master Kona present, there was truly nothing to fear. However, he inquired, May I challenge you, Master Kona? Oh, Kona replied, taken aback. Having observed Baichi's earlier apprehensions, she knew he was not one to overestimate his abilities, yet he still wished to challenge her. Was he seeking to measure his own potential or gauge the disparity between them? Very well, let us proceed to the back of the Pokemon Center, she said, not declining his request. Outside of battle, Kona exuded a gentle, nurturing demeanor. Rising, she strode towards the courtyard, and Baichi retrieved 2 Pokeballs. following her and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Kona. He felt fortunate to receive her guidance, and he hoped his Kabuto could learn from her own. Upon reaching the Pokemon Center's backyard, they found it entirely vacant. With the ongoing battles in the front plaza, all trainers had gathered there, some possibly wishing to join the fray. This worked to Baiki's advantage, as he and Kona positioned themselves on opposite sides of the makeshift arena. Baiki produced a Pokeball and asked, "Shall we proceed with a 2-on-2 format, Master Kona?" "Certainly." Kona nodded indifferently. Baiki smiled faintly as he tossed the Pokeball, exclaiming, "Come forth, Nidoking." With a mighty roar, Nidoking emerged, emanating an aura of power that failed to intimidate Kona. "Quite impressive," she remarked, noting not only its size, but also its formidable presence. As she had not heard of Baiki, it was evident he was a newcomer this year. If he were a well-known trainer, I would have surely recognized his name. How regrettable it is to encounter such a prodigy in this year's crop. She mused internally. With a gentle toss, she released her own Pokeball, summoning a Cloyster to face Nidoking. Cloyster, with the ability to unleash multiple attacks, possesses the strength of a champion, she declared. Upon witnessing Cloyster, Baiki took out another Pokeball, releasing his own Cloyster behind him. Kona chuckled softly, recognizing the potential in Baiki's strategy. "You may attack first," she suggested. Baiki did not object, knowing that allowing Cloyster the first strike could result in Nidoking's swift defeat. "Nidoking, use Mud Bomb," he commanded. Understanding the formidable nature of their opponent, Nidoking unleashed the Mud Bomb with full force, the muck hurtling towards Cloyster. Yet, Cloyster remained calm, closing its shell to absorb the impact. The explosion of mud enveloped Cloyster in a cloud of dust, prompting Baiki to internally question the necessity of such theatrics in the absence of damage. Surely the smoke without injury principle must come into play here. Once the dust settled, it became evident that Cloyster had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Kona refrained from launching an attack, while Baiki chose to have Nidoking continue its offensive to at least demonstrate its strength. "Nidoking, unleash Aura Sphere," he commanded. The powerful energy sphere surged forth, prompting a more serious expression from Cloyster. Baiki's Cloyster was astonished by the formidable defense of its predecessor. As Nidoking released the Aura Sphere, Kona finally spoke. "Cloyster, use Ice Shard." The two attacks collided, yet it was the Aura Sphere that shattered. Baiki's Cloyster was left dumbfounded. It too could employ Ice Shard. Yet the thought of shattering an Aura Sphere seemed unfathomable. How is this possible? In the next moment, Cloyster launched another Ice Shard at breakneck speed. Nidoking was unable to react in time, and the icy projectile struck its chest, sending the 2-meter-tall creature hurtling backward. Upon landing, Nidoking was rendered unable to battle. Baiki realized then that while the distinction between elite and champion levels might seem minimal, the disparity in combat prowess was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 76, End of Battle. "Return, Nidoking," Baiki said, recalling his Pokemon and glancing at Kona's Cloyster. He shook his head, returning his own Cloyster as well. Recognizing that the gap in strength rendered any learning impossible, Kona smiled faintly, acknowledging Baiki as a unique newcomer with his own ideas. "Master Kona, I concede," Baiki declared decisively. Given that his Scyther had a reputation as an undefeated champion, he feared sending it into battle would risk tarnishing that record. Even if it wouldn't disappear, resetting a winning streak would be exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, neither Baiki nor Scyther wished to engage in needless slaughter. Kona returned Cloyster and smiled. "Do you now have confidence in my strength?" Baiki nodded. "With you, Master Kona, it seems Team Rocket's plans are doomed to fail. However, they need not resort to violence aboard the Saint, and, would they?" Kona chuckled ruefully. "If not for Athena and Lambda's sudden departure, I would still be stationed at Seven Island, safeguarding my homeland from Team Rocket's interference. Dado is at Twin Island, and the Saint and must pass by Red Lotus Island. Clearly, Team Rocket does not wish for me to assist Dado." As she spoke, Kona's gaze shifted toward Baiki, then shook her head. "Your strength is commendable among the youth, but you lack the qualifications to engage in battles against the Elite Four and Dado. Moreover, I bear no obligation to involve myself in such matters." Baiki understood this. Thus he refrained from suggesting assistance. As they returned to the Pokemon Center's main hall, the battles continued in the plaza, with more and more spectators gathering. Kona furrowed her brow. This situation posed an opportunity for Team Rocket to ensnare all the trainers in one fell swoop. "Aki, may I call you that?" Baiki nodded in agreement. "Very well. Please observe the crowd in the plaza. Their focus is too concentrated. I need you to conclude the battles." Baiki's lips twitched. While he considered himself competent at the elite level, "Master Kona, do you overestimate my abilities? My Nidoking is already unable to battle, and I cannot suppress them." However, since Kona had made the request, Baiki did not decline. His Scyther should be capable of handling the task, viewing it as an opportunity to earn battle coins. I shall proceed at once, Baiki declared, retrieving Scyther's Pokeball and stepping out of the Pokemon Center. Yet, he found himself unable to ascertain the situation beyond the throng. So he would have to push through the crowd first before considering his options. Fortunately, despite his height, Baiki remained slender, and the crowd, while dense, could not deter him from making his way inside. Upon entering, he beheld two Pokemon engaged in battle, a professional-level Machoke and a professional-level Dodrio. In terms of attributes, Dodrio held a distinct advantage, particularly in speed. However, Machoke was capable of utilizing Thunder Punch, which Dodrio regarded with great caution. Or rather, the trainer of Doduali was quite apprehensive, not daring to allow Doduali to engage in close combat. Baichi observed for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief. Despite being doubly weak against the opponent, Doduali had the advantage of a matching type boost. What was there to fear? Moreover, Doduali's speed was remarkably swift. 3 beaks against 2 hands. Could they possibly lose? Doduali used Peck Drill. The trainer of Doduali finally made a resolute decision. In an instant, Doduali dashed forward, racing towards Harui, its 3 beaks glowing with a bright white light, causing Harui's expression to shift slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. Harui's trainer shared this sentiment, opting not to have Harui defend, but instead shouting loudly, "Harui, use Thunder Punch." The fist collided with the beak, but Harui's speed proved insufficient, ultimately succumbing to Doduali's Peck Drill, which struck him squarely in the chest. Harui suffered significant damage and staggered backward. Doduali promptly pursued, eager to capitalize on its advantage. At that moment, Harui's trainer called out again, "Harui, engage in close combat." With a fierce roar, Harui charged at Doduali, launching a ferocious assault that left Doduali in disarray. The close combat attacks struck Doduali in succession, forcing it to retreat. Harui, undeterred, prepared to strike once more. Doduali, however, unleashed a flash of electricity. Bang! Harui attempted to pursue, but was met with Doduali's counterattack, sending him reeling. Harui's stamina was considerably diminished, and the close combat had lowered its defense and special defense. At this juncture, the disparity in both status and stamina became evident. Harui's chances of turning the tide were slim. Harui used Aura Sphere. Doduali countered with Ultimate Impact. The clash of these two formidable moves generated a spectacle. And although the strength of both Pokemon was merely average, the display was truly captivating. Aura Sphere and Ultimate Impact collided with a force that sent gusts of wind cascading over the audience. Both Pokemon were enveloped in smoke, obscuring the final outcome for a time. Baichi understood that Harui had lost the battle. The two trainers anxiously watched as the smoke gradually dissipated, eager to discern the victor. As a gentle breeze swept through, the smoke cleared swiftly. Doduali remained standing, while Harui had succumbed, devoid of any fighting capability. "I've lost." Harui's trainer recalled his Pokemon and squeezed through the crowd, hastening towards the Pokemon Center. Baichi quickly stepped forward, declaring, "I would like to challenge you." The trainer of Doduali regarded Baichi, but ultimately withdrew Doduali, stating, "My Dodu sister is quite fatigued. I shall leave this arena to you." Baichi was momentarily speechless, then threw out a Pokeball, asking, "Let us see if anyone wishes to challenge my Scyther." As he scanned the surrounding audience, it seemed none were inclined to accept his challenge. It appeared they were ready to disperse. After waiting a brief moment, Baichi raised his hand, preparing to recall Scyther. At that moment, a Pokeball soared from the crowd, opening midair to reveal a Trevenant. Trevenant, possessing the ability Harvest, was of professional caliber. "I shall take my turn." The onlookers quickly parted, allowing Trevenant's trainer to step forward. "Let the battle commence," Baichi nodded, though he did not vocalize his thoughts. Trevenant concentrated, preparing to launch a sharp stone attack, greeting Scyther with a powerful strike. Scyther countered with Air Slash. With 2 swift slashes, Scyther cleaved the air, negating the sharp stone assault. How could this be? Trevenant's trainer was incredulous. "Use Sharp Stone again." This time, however, Trevenant's trainer could hardly accept that his sharp stone attack had been thwarted by Air Slash. Chapter 77, The Mightiest? Baichi shook his head. This was simply a matter of level disparity, something he had come to terms with alongside Nidoking. Scyther then executed Leaf Blade, darting forward with remarkable speed, dodging the attack before crashing into Trevenant. With its type advantage, Scyther swiftly depleted Trevenant's stamina. "What?" Trevenant's trainer paused momentarily, then inquired of Trevenant, "Are you all right?" Regrettably, his question went unanswered, yet the outcome was all too apparent. Recalling Trevenant, he pushed through the crowd, making a beeline for the Pokemon Center. Baichi surveyed the area, asking, "Is there anyone else who wishes to battle? Allow my Scyther to be your opponent." No sooner had the words left his lips than another stepped forward. I shall take my turn. Go, Raichu. His Raichu, boasting the ability Lightning Rod, was also of professional caliber, though its potential had severely diminished, now only exhibiting green potential. Baichi gestured, signaling that the battle could commence. The challenger wasted no time, exclaiming, Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Raichu unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, the lightning racing towards Scyther with impressive speed. Yet, Scyther's speed was unmatched. It effortlessly sidestepped the attack and transformed into a streak of lightning, slashing Raichu with a swift strike. Scyther then used Bug Bite. Scyther relentlessly pursued, crossing its blades to form a powerful energy scythe that struck Raichu with ferocity. Raichu, unable to evade, resorted to using Thunder. With a resounding crash, Scyther was sent reeling, while Raichu was hurled into the crowd, losing all fighting capability. Another 500 battle coins were credited to Baichi's account. He relished such rotation battles, as they yielded substantial rewards. I shall take my turn. After Scyther effortlessly dispatched 5 opponents, no further challengers emerged. The battle came to a complete halt, and the audience began to disperse. Baichi then turned to return to the Pokemon Center, where Kona offered him a slight nod before inquiring, would you like me to care for your shelter for a few days? Thank you very much, Champion Kona. Baichi replied eagerly, realizing the rare opportunity presented to him. After all, Kona's Shelder was a champion-level Pokemon, a mere practice for his own professional-level Shelder. Kona chuckled softly. So you wish to honor me with respect for merely training your Shelder for a few days? Well, the SS and will only remain at this island for a day. So you should explore while you can. This island has many unique specialties. Baichi nodded in agreement, retrieving the Pokeball containing Shelder and handing it to Kona. Smiling as he said, I appreciate your assistance. All right, off you go. Kona rose and made his way to the backyard, where the training of Shelder would require no further concern on her part. Baichi exited the Pokemon Center, making his way to the general store. Along the way, he encountered numerous specialty shops, though many offered only handmade goods and various berries, lacking any rare berries. As Baichi strolled leisurely down the street, he suddenly spotted something of great value at a vendor's stall, Vitality Herb. Vitality Herb was a key ingredient in crafting Vitality Crystals, which could, in turn, create Vitality Blocks. The effects of Vitality Blocks were potent, capable of reviving a Pokemon on the brink of death. Baichi approached the vendor, inquiring, how much do you sell this Vitality Herb for? Do you have only these few plants? The vendor warmly welcomed Baichi. Are you interested in this herb? I have a few more at home. Why not take a look at my other goods? These were all foraged from the forest. Baichi raised an eyebrow, then rummaged through his stall to find a few more healing herbs and royal leaves. The creation of Vitality Fragments also required healing herbs, while synthesizing Vitality Blocks necessitated royal leaves to enhance their efficacy. Please include these healing herbs and royal leaves as well, he requested. Moreover, I would like to purchase all the Vitality Buds you have. The small vendor chuckled in response. Of course, that's not an issue. The price for Vitality Buds is 50,000 each. Healing herbs are 1,000 each, and royal leaves are 10,000 each. I have 3 Vitality Buds here and 4 more at home. If you intend to create Vitality Fragments, you will require 14 healing herbs and royal leaves, totaling 350,000, 140,000, and 14,000 respectively. Let's settle at 450,000. Oh, are the healing herbs complimentary? Baichi raised an eyebrow and produced a card to swipe for 450,000. The price of Vitality Buds was not exorbitant, but the cost of Vitality Fragments soared to a staggering 1 million. Even for Pokemon doctors, the success rate of crafting Vitality Fragments was not particularly high. As for Vitality Blocks, they could fetch millions, regarded as life-saving potions, capable of sustaining even human life. The vendor, however, harbored doubts about Baichi's ability to produce Vitality Fragments. As for Vitality Blocks, that seemed even more improbable. Many Pokemon doctors lacked such capabilities. After carefully packaging the 3 Vitality Buds, 14 royal leaves, and 14 healing herbs, the vendor instructed Baichi, follow me. The remaining Vitality Buds are at my home. I shall take you to retrieve them. Baichi nodded in agreement, trailing the vendor as they strolled down a street in the town. However, he was lost in thought about how to create the Vitality Fragments. Although the cultivator had enlightened him on the process, the absence of tools would significantly diminish the success rate by 1/3, a considerable disparity. Even among Pokemon doctors, many, including Nurse Joy, were merely nurses, and not all Pokemon centers possessed the requisite equipment for Pokemon doctors. As they turned left and right, Baichi soon lost his sense of direction. Yet, After a brief span of about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the vendor's home. It was a modest 2-story villa with a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, commanding a tentacle to practice its water gun technique in the yard. Please wait here for a moment. I will fetch the vitality buds for you, the vendor said. Baichi nodded, his gaze fixed on the tentacle, and he couldn't help but frown at its moves. The tentacle primarily executed water-type techniques, with its only poison-type moves being poison, sting, and acid. Approaching, Baichi remarked, although tentacle's poison attribute is its secondary type, it is not to be overlooked. If you continue to neglect its poison-type training, your tentacle's growth will stagnate. The boy turned to Baichi and rolled his eyes. My tentacle is incredibly strong. It can easily defeat the Pokemon of other trainers in this town. Baichi chuckled in disbelief. In this town? So your ambition is to be the strongest among your peers? A mere amateur Pokemon, I presume. The strongest among your age group perhaps. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Are you daring enough to battle my tentacle? You'll be left in tatters. The boy expressed his confidence in both himself and his tentacle. Baichi smiled, finding his arrogance amusing. Very well, allow me to teach you a lesson. He opened the Pokeball in his hand. Let the battle commence. Your opponent is here. Chapter 78, Vitality Block. A beam of red light illuminated the ground, revealing a Aerodactyl. With a fierce roar, the Aerodactyl struck terror into the boy, leaving him pale. The ferocity of the Aerodactyl was overwhelming, steeped in the primal, predatory aura of ancient times. Not only did the boy appear frightened, but Tentacle also recoiled. Shall we continue? Baichi asked, observing the fear etched on the boy's face. With a shaky resolve, the boy stammered, oh of course. Tentacle, use water gun. Tentacle unleashed a column of water, though its power was lacking, being only of amateur level. Despite the type disadvantage, Aerodactyl remained indifferent, effortlessly blocking the water gun with its wings before launching Rock Slide. Several large boulders materialized above Aerodactyl and were hurled towards Tentacle. The boy was taken aback, realizing Tentacle had no chance to evade the Rock Slide. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of impact echoed as Tentacle was pinned beneath the boulders, the outcome unmistakable. It had lost its fighting capability. Baichi shook his head, contemplating whether to use Psyduck. Defeating him with Aerodactyl in one strike would surely shatter his confidence. Incredible, the boy murmured, staring at the boulders that trapped Tentacle. Baichi replied, if you truly wish to be a trainer, you must not neglect any attribute of your Pokemon. Specialization can severely limit a Pokemon's potential. Hey, what are you doing? The vendor emerged from his home, holding the 4 vitality buds. Baichi smiled gently. I merely observed him training his Pokemon and decided to engage in a battle. With that, Baichi handed the boy 2 items. Here are some restorative potions and oran berries. Give them to Tentacle. Thank you. The boy accepted the items. As the rocks summoned by Aerodactyl vanished. I appreciate your guidance, Xiaofeng, the vendor expressed as he handed the vitality buds to Baichi. It was merely a friendly battle. Baichi replied with a smile, collecting the vitality buds before taking his leave. I shall take my leave now. As father and son watched Baichi depart, the vendor turned to his son and asked, that battle seemed to end rather swiftly. Was his Aerodactyl truly that formidable? The boy nodded yes. It defeated my Tentacle in one blow. After being bested by Baichi, he committed Baichi's words to memory, hoping to avoid detours in his training journey. Meanwhile, back on the street, Baichi did not rush to return to the Pokemon Center. Given that the roadside vendor had vitality buds for sale, it indicated that the environment on this island was conducive to their growth. Baichi felt inclined to explore further. 7 vitality buds were still insufficient. He could not guarantee his success rate in creating vitality fragments, and he needed vitality buds for synthesizing vitality blocks as well. With only 7 vitality buds, he might not even produce a single vitality block, as the complexity of crafting medicines far surpassed that of preparing Pokemon food. As he meandered through the streets, Baichi meticulously observed his surroundings, even entering shops to investigate. However, he found no further vitality buds. After 2 hours, as darkness began to fall, Baichi reluctantly shook his head and returned to the Pokemon Center. Upon arriving, he did not see Kona and went directly to have dinner. The next morning, back on the SS, and Baichi finally spotted Kona. However, Kona did not acknowledge him, as many members of Team Rocket were present aboard the ship. Should Team Rocket discover that Arceus and he had crossed paths, Arceus could very well become a target of their scrutiny. Baichi had intended to greet Kona, but upon seeing him turn to check on the training of his Shellder without acknowledging him, Baichi understood Kona's apprehensions. In truth, Baichi also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the Rocket team had him in their sights, it would not take more than 2 mid-level commanders to put him in a precarious position. As for the Rocket team's captain, He was already a low-ranking officer, likely possessing expert-level Pokemon. Nidoking and Scyther certainly could not be deemed invincible adversaries. It was clear that the opposing team had numerous allies at their disposal. The Saint and set sail once more, this time heading directly for the direction of Fiery Island, passing near Twin Islands without making any stops. If the Rocket team intended to detain Kona, they would undoubtedly strike as the Saint and approach Twin Islands. Time passed slowly, and Baichi, as usual, trained his Pokemon, but only had Chansey, Psyduck, and Aerodactyl with him. Nidoking and Scyther needed to conserve their energy. Thus their training was paused for 2 days. Observing the nameless islands receding behind the Saint and on the nautical chart, Baichi felt an increasing tension within him. The battle was imminent. However, despite Baichi's mental preparations, he was ultimately caught off guard by the Rocket team. They unexpectedly launched an attack during mealtime, as countless trainers were dining, directly incapacitated by the smoke screens of coughing and wheezing. Although Baichi was not in the dining hall, he found himself surrounded on the deck by 4 Rocket grunts. Psyduck was rendered unable to fight, and Chansey was ensnared by the Rocket team's capture net. Victory was no longer within reach. Fortunately, Aerodactyl's claws were sharp enough to tear through the capture net, subsequently employing Wide Guard to shield Baichi from the onslaught. Surrender would be wise. The Saint and has already been seized by our Rocket team. The leading grunt, seemingly a squad leader, looked on with a mocking smile and said, "If you surrender now, you might spare yourself some suffering." "Huh, is that so?" Baichi retorted, swiftly throwing a Pokeball. Scyther emerged, utilizing Double Team, followed by Fury Cutter. Aerodactyl unleashed Rock Slide. Startled, Scyther multiplied into a dozen clones, charging toward Coughing, Zubat, and Arbok, swiftly slicing one Arbok cleanly in 2. With a furious roar, Aerodactyl sent several boulders crashing down upon Zubat. Zubat retaliated with Air Slash, while Coughing used Sludge Bomb, and Arbok struck with Thunder Fong. The 4 grunts commanded a total of 9 Pokemon, yet all were of merely professional caliber. With 1 Arbok dispatched, 8 professional-level Pokemon remained, 2 more Arbok, 3 Zubat, and 4 Coughing. Aerodactyl's strength was insufficient to take on 7 foes alone, as 2 Arbok ensnared Scyther, though it was but a fleeting moment. Aerodactyl found itself besieged by 3 Zubat and 4 Coughing. Having already used Wide Guard, the likelihood of success for a repeat was exceedingly low. Baichi sighed in resignation and tossed another Pokeball. "Come forth, Nidoking." With a mighty roar, Nidoking commanded attention from both Zubat and Coughing. It was only because 3 Arbok were occupied by Scyther that they did not turn to look. Seizing the opportunity, Aerodactyl broke free from its encirclement and returned to perch atop Baichi's head, albeit with considerable fatigue from battling 5 Pokemon. Even though Coughing was slow, its Sludge Bomb had still inflicted notable damage on Aerodactyl. Nidoking unleashed Ice Beam. The Rocket grunts, intimidated by Nidoking's massive form, were caught off guard as Baichi initiated his assault. A beam shot from Nidoking's sharp horn struck one Zubat squarely, and with a slight turn, he froze a nearby Coughing into a solid block of ice. Only then did the grunts snap out of their stupor, hastily commanding Zubat and Coughing to attack. Yet, despite Nidoking's toxic attributes, he was, in essence, a nemesis to poison types. The Air Slash and Sludge Bomb merely fueled his rage. Though the damage was minimal, pain was still felt. With a mighty leap, Nidoking delivered an ice punch to Coughing. The impact sent Coughing, even while using Rollout, crashing into the steel plating, embedding itself in the material. Meanwhile, Scyther's Fury Cutter had accumulated power, knocking down the 3 Arbok one by one. Witnessing the dire situation, several Rocket grunts retreated, leaving 2 Zubat to provide cover. However, Nidoking unleashed a Thunderbolt, sending 1 Zubat plummeting to the ground in a cloud of smoke. Baichi refrained from pursuing them, knowing that the ship was teeming with Rocket members, and with the element of surprise lost, most other trainers had already been captured. In the center of the cruise ship, a sudden burst of ice and snow shattered glass, sending forth numerous incapacitated poison-type Pokemon. Kona had also engaged the Rocket team, and Baichi contemplated making his way in that direction. Psyduck, Chansey, return. Aerodactyl, you too, go rest. The red light enveloped Aerodactyl, and before it was recalled into its Pokeball, a look of dissatisfaction filled its eyes, as one of the ancient sky overlords. Aerodactyl certainly did not wish to be reduced to an ornament or a burden. Scyther led the way, with Fury Cutter's power escalating to 160. Any Rocket Pokemon that dared to appear before them was swiftly incapacitated by the onslaught. Even elite-level poison types, resistant to bug types, could not withstand 2 successive cuts. It appeared that the Rocket Team's high-caliber forces were all preoccupied with restraining Kona. Under such circumstances, Baichi did not believe Kona could sweep through the battlefield. Given the overwhelming number of rocket members, with Kona lacking any assistance, Baichi pressed forward, defeating numerous rocket grunts along the way. Occasionally, he encountered a few trainers still resisting. But regrettably, they were few and far between, and their strength was only sufficient for self-defense. There was no hope of counting on them for assistance. Scyther arrived at the bar's entrance, where combat still raged within. Baichi halted Scyther, opting not to have him slice through the door, but instead commanded Nidoking to unleash earth power upon it. The explosive energy shattered the door into fragments, incapacitating several poison-type Pokemon lurking behind it. Who goes there? A rocket member shouted angrily. Yet Baichi offered no response. Scyther surged inside, unleashing Fury Cutter upon the Pokemon nearby. In mere seconds, the Pokemon guarding the door were all felled. Kona glanced over, surprised to see Baichi, as his Pokemon's levels were still relatively low. Participating in such a large-scale battle posed considerable risks. Baichi understood Kona's concerns, yet remaining outside would have been even more perilous. It appeared that the other trainers and passengers on the ship had been captured. Thus, he had no choice but to come here. Champion Kona. Kona's brow furrowed slightly at Baichi's words. Then he tossed another Pokeball. Cloyster emerged, utilizing Ice Shard, while Psyduck unleashed Confusion, and Lickilicky summoned Blizzard. The newly summoned Pokemon was Lickilicky. Cloyster faced off against an elite-level Koffing. Its 5 Ice Shards merely matched Koffing's explosion in intensity. Psyduck seized the opportunity to counter the attacks of other Poison-type Pokemon with Confusion. Ultimately, Lickiliky's Blizzard decimated a throng of enemies. Ramda observed this scene, his heart shaken. Yet he had no solutions to offer. Lambda, the weakest among the 4 generals, excels solely in the art of disguise and transformation, with only a Weezing to his name as a Pokemon of the King tier. Thus, when faced with Kena, Lambda had no choice but to summon numerous squad leaders and captains for assistance. Otherwise, Weezing would not endure for long. After all, both Hippowdon and Lickilicky possess psychic abilities, making a one-on-one confrontation with Weezing utterly futile. Retreat, Lambda commanded, observing Kena's sudden surge of power, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Yet, before departing, he issued a warning to Kena. Kena, if you wish to avoid harm to the passengers aboard the ship, it would be wise not to pursue. Kena halted mid-step, his foot momentarily suspended in the air before he slowly lowered it. Baichi held no belief that Lambda would dare harm the passengers. Yet it was crucial to note that not all travelers aboard the SS and hailed from the Kanto region. The SS is a luxurious cruise ship that circumnavigates the globe, accommodating passengers and trainers from virtually every region. Any irrational actions on Lambda's part would have dire repercussions for Kanto, particularly considering the thousands of lives aboard. What shall we do now, Kena? Baichi inquired, witnessing the complete withdrawal of Team Rocket from the bar. Are we to remain here and allow their nefarious scheme to succeed? Kena shook his head, acknowledging the situation as a blatant threat. He lamented his inability to abandon so many individuals to support the ferry at Twin Island, nor could he rescue the hostages. With thousands of passengers and sailors in peril, it was impossible for him to save them alone. The only option left was to await the arrival of Junsha from Giran Island and its surrounding isles. Unfortunately, Team Rocket possesses far too many hostages. If we can free the sailors aboard the cruise, we might still have a chance. Sailors? Baichi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. We have no idea where they are being held. How can we rescue them? Meanwhile, on the coastal shores of Twin Island, a large Golbat soared swiftly towards them. Its legs clasped around a woman, none other than Athena, the only female among the 4 generals and ranked second among them. Lady Athena, you have finally arrived. Several Team Rocket squad leaders had been anxiously waiting, burdened by the pressure from Datu. Datu, the ostensible strongest in the Kanto region, was their adversary and was even concealed among their ranks. They could not afford to be complacent. Chapter 80. Then I shall give it a try. Take me to Apollo and Lance. Athena spoke coldly as she advanced, being one of the 3rd arrivals among the 4 generals. Her presence brought a collective sigh of relief among the minions on Twin Island. Even if Datu was formidable, he could not possibly defeat 3 King-tier trainers single-handedly. Moreover, the 4 generals ranked just below the boss, each commanding 2 teams of trainers. This meant there were 3 King-tier trainers and 6 expert-tier trainers present. A Team Rocket squad leader quickly rushed ahead to lead Athena. However, the minions trailing behind her silently lamented that with Athena's arrival, it seemed Kena had failed to shake off Lambda's pursuit. Now that Athena is here, the trouble has intensified. I hope the condition of Articuno is not too dire. Indeed, the minion was Datu in disguise. However, the circumstances they were witnessing today were quite unfavorable. Originally, the ice cave on Twin Island could be considered Kena's domain. But now that Kena was unavailable, Datu's dragon despised such an environment. Datu felt quite helpless. Indeed, I dislike it as well. What are you doing following me? Shouldn't you return to your post? The squad leader turned to see Datu's disguised minion and frowned in reprimand. Wait, who are you? Athena furrowed her brow. Ordinary minions would not be unaware of this rule, and a mere minion had no right to approach the core area. As soon as the words left her mouth, Athena instantly regretted them. Oh no, if he is Datu, I stand no chance alone. Realizing this, Athena swiftly retreated to create distance, only to find the minion before her had shed his disguise and thrown a pokeball. Dragonite, use Hurricane. The power of the Hurricane was not significant, but it depended entirely on the user. Dragonite was a champion-level Pokemon. The whirlwind manifested and expanded within mere seconds, catching the Team Rocket minions and squad leader completely off guard as they were swept into the vortex. Athena reacted the fastest, releasing her Jengar to catch herself and avoid being drawn into the hurricane. The three of you gathering is indeed troublesome, so I must trouble you to remain here, Athena. Datu regarded Athena, producing another Pokeball and smiling faintly. Athena responded with a cold smile, though I am not your match. It will not be so simple for you to keep me here. With that, she hurled 3 Pokeballs, commanding her Electrode to use Explosion. Upon the emergence of the 3 Electrode, they quickly emitted a blinding white light before detonating with a thunderous roar. The explosion was powerful, creating an immense cloud of smoke. Although Dragonite swiftly fanned the smoke away with its wings, Athena had already vanished. Datu took a few steps forward, gazing at the cave entrance on Twin Island, which emanated a chill. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to enter. The environment within was disadvantageous, and the adversaries' numbers were overwhelming. After a brief moment of reflection, an epiphany struck Datu. Since Articuno had yet to arrive, he could first assist Kinna. After subduing Lambda, he could return alongside Kinna to confront the remaining 4 generals of Team Rocket. With this thought, Datu leaped onto Dragonite's back and urged, "Let us head north to search." Roar. Dragonite, with its disproportionately large wings, flapped rapidly, and its hefty form swiftly vanished from sight. The seemingly cumbersome Dragonite flew in a straight line even faster than Aerodactyl, which boasted a speed of 130. This was, of course, due to Datu's Dragonite having reached champion level. Kinna, I believe we have but one way to break this impasse. Capture the leader first. Baichi addressed Kinna earnestly, asserting that as long as they captured Lambda, the remaining members of Team Rocket would pose little threat. They would never dare harm the hostages. Upon hearing Baichi's words, Kinna nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed a potential solution, but it lacked certainty. If they could simultaneously rescue the sailors aboard the cruise, it would guarantee success. As he spoke, Kinna's gaze fell upon Baichi's Nidoking. Baichi was taken aback. Kinna, I lack the strength. My Nidoking is merely at the elite level and cannot contend with a Team Rocket captain. Kinna scrutinized Nidoking before shaking his head. Not necessarily. Your Nidoking possesses considerable strength. An expert-level Poison-type Pokemon may not be a match for it. Baichi was left speechless, gazing at Kinna for a moment before asking, "Then shall I give it a try?" Baichi still felt uncertain. After all, Nidoking's proud superiority trait was ineffective against Pokemon of a higher level. In that case, I must trouble you, Kinna, to hold off that Team Rocket officer while I search for the location of the hostages. Rest assured, Lambda would not dare stray too far from me. After all, no one else can impede my progress. Kinna exited the bar, heading in the direction of Lambda's retreat. Meanwhile, Baichi ascended into the ventilation ducts, which connected to nearly every part of the cruise ship. Outside the main dining hall where the Rockets held their hostage, Lambda stood on high alert, scrutinizing Kona, alongside the serene figure of Miss Mismagius. Although Kona exhibited no intent to strike, Lambda remained cautious, especially since that mischievous little boy had vanished without a trace. Yet, Lambda hesitated to permit the 2 commanding officers to depart. After all, elite-level Pokemon posed a significant challenge even to the champions. Furthermore, Miss Mismagius possessed psychic abilities, while the Rockets primarily relied on Poison-type Pokemon. Just one move from her could potentially decimate half the battlefield. Without the support of an expert-level commander, Lambda felt utterly unprepared to withstand any assault from Kona's Pokemon. Moreover, Lambda was reluctant to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary, as harming a human constituted a grave offense. If an accidental death occurred, capture would lead to a life sentence with no hope for reduction. Meanwhile, Baichi moved cautiously through the ventilation ducts, making not a sound. However, this crawling position was exceptionally taxing, and the and was vast, spanning dozens of floors from top to bottom. Thus, locating the sailor's confinement would require considerable time. Fortunately, after an hour, Baichi made a discovery. he stumbled upon an elite-level commander of the rocket team, which confirmed that this was indeed the location where the sailors were held captive. The rocket commander's Pokemon was a Grimer, with the ability to adhere to surfaces. Baichi produced a Pokeball containing Nidoking, grasping it delicately between two fingers as he extended it through a gap and activated it. Nidoking unleashed Earth power. With a mighty roar, Nidoking materialized in midair, and upon landing, executed Earth power, striking Grimer squarely. The overwhelming force sent Grimer flying. Baichi then leaped from the duct and hurled another Pokeball, calling forth, "Go, Scyther! Use Aerial Ace," while Nidoking employs Earthquake. Chapter 81. A Determined Resolve. Scyther shot forth like a bolt of lightning, targeting the Zubat and Golbat hovering above. Meanwhile, Nidoking unleashed an Earthquake. The shockwaves rippled outwards, causing the rockets to be thrown into disarray. Poison-type Pokemon on the ground immediately lost their fighting capabilities, and even Grimer succumbed to the onslaught. The rocket members were left trembling and unable to maintain their stance. In the air, Scyther swiftly knocked down both Zubat and Golbat, for in such confined quarters, evasion was impossible for them. The rocket commander, momentarily stunned, hurled a Pokeball in a fit of anger, shouting, "Go, Weezing! Use self-destruct." Scyther reacted with remarkable speed, darting in with quick attack, while Nidoking prepared Earth power. Baichi shouted urgently, denying the rocket commander any chance of a comeback. Scyther struck Weezing with quick attack, interrupting its self-destruct, and in rapid succession, Nidoking's Earth power followed suit. With a resounding crash, the elite Weezing was rendered unable to battle. Truly, a moment's delay proved disastrous. With Grimer incapacitated, the rocket commander found himself bereft of any means to resist. After all, Nidoking and Scyther were of equivalent level and wielded considerable dominance. "I advise you to refrain from any reckless maneuvers, lest you suffer the consequences," Baichi remarked with a sly smile as he approached. Scyther advanced, keeping the rockets at bay, while Nidoking stood guard behind Baichi. Faced with the menacing sides of Scyther, the rockets dared not make a move, raising their hands in surrender. As Baichi reached the door, Scyther swiftly cleaved it open, revealing the captives within, the sailors of the S, and including the captain and the first mate. The sudden breach startled the hundreds inside, who turned in astonishment upon seeing Scyther and Baichi, their joy palpable. "Scyther, free them." "Nidoking, keep an eye on the rockets," Baichi commanded. He then tossed a Pokeball gently, summoning Chansey to use Heal Bell. The Heal Bell could dispel abnormal conditions and would be effective even on those affected by the drugs, ensuring they awoke from their stupor. Fortunately, there were numerous sailors, and Baichi had ample Pokeballs at his disposal, as the rockets had not confiscated them, merely tossing them into a large bag stored in a small room. Though guards were present, the captains had already been captured, and the two underlings dared not resist, even offering to retrieve the Pokeballs themselves. Once the sailors regained their Pokeballs, they turned their gaze to the captain, who appeared somewhat sheepish, for he was not a Pokemon trainer. "So, this esteemed trainer, what should we do?" Baichi chuckled in resignation. "Well, we must drive away Team Rocket. You five form a team to rescue the captured passengers. With Kona keeping the rockets occupied, you can proceed without worry. If you encounter difficulties, seek assistance." The captain nodded vigorously, turning to his crew. "Did you all hear that?" "Yes." The sailors responded in unison. With renewed vigor, the captain proclaimed, "Then let us act. We must ensure that all the villains of Team Rocket are expelled." "Yes." The sailors swiftly organized themselves into teams and exited the room, gradually fanning out across the entire cruise ship. Sounds of battle erupted throughout the vessel, growing louder and more intense. Both Kona and Lambda, locked in confrontation, were taken aback by the commotion. Kona smiled, while Lambda's expression soured. That fool was defeated by an elite trainer? A flicker of doubt crept in. Lambda immediately threw a Pokeball, releasing Weezing, which unleashed a cloud of toxic gas before attempting to self-destruct. Kona reacted swiftly. Miss Mismagius used Psychic to contain the gas, while Hippo used Water Gun. Just as Weezing released a puff of toxic gas, it was ensnared by Miss Mismagius's Psychic and hurled off the ship. Hippo's Water Gun aimed at Weezing, but was thwarted by the Mud Bomb, causing smoke to still seep out. "Retreat," Lambda commanded, not waiting for the smoke to clear. Miss Mismagius seized all the smoke and expelled it. However, Lambda had already vanished, and the remaining rockets began their flight. The toxic gas from Weezing and the subsequent explosions echoed in succession. Kona could only shake his head, abandoning the pursuit. In this volatile situation, combat was perilous. The risk of triggering a genuine catastrophe loomed, threatening the lives of all passengers aboard the S. And, besides, not long ago, the Saint Anu had suffered a similar fate. Most crucially, Lambda had seamlessly blended in among the ordinary rockets. Capturing him was now an impossibility. As the main body of the rocket team retreated, a Dragonite suddenly appeared in the sky. It unleashed a powerful dragon pulse that overturned several lifeboats. However, more lifeboats sped away into the distance. With their dispersal, Dragonite faced difficulty in cornering the rockets. Never mind, Dragonite. Let us seek out Kona. Datu patted Dragonite, who then dove towards the S, and, upon their arrival, the remaining rockets abandoned all hope, realizing that fleeing was merely a futile exercise in exertion. Having liberated the S, and Kona emerged from the ship and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Datu and Dragonite. Datu, what brings you here? Has Articuno already? Dai shook his head. Of course not. 3 of the 4 generals from Team Rocket have arrived, and I am not overly confident. Since you are not far from Twin Island, I decided to come directly here first to resolve matters on this side. It would be best if we head to Twin Island together afterward. Indeed, Kinna nodded in agreement. In that case, once the Saint arrives at Crimson Island, we shall set off for Twin Island. Dai had no objections to this arrangement, especially since Lambda had not yet been captured and might still return. Who is this young fellow? Dai suddenly noticed the white-haired trainer behind Kinna and inquired. Kinna chuckled. This time, my ability to drive off Team Rocket was greatly aided by him. He is Bai Chi, an elite trainer from Shobun City and a newcomer this year. A newcomer? Dai exclaimed in surprise. I only reached the elite level after a year of travel, followed by a period of training at the Yinma Gym to break through to the expert level. At his pace, he could train a Pokemon to the expert level by the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference. Truly remarkable. Dai extended his hand to Bai Chi with a smile. Hello, Bai Chi. I look forward to witnessing your challenge against the Elite Four. Bai Chi shook Dai's hand with a smile and replied, Hello, Dai. I still have a long way to go before considering myself an elite, but I am determined to succeed in this Quartz Conference. Dai laughed heartily. Excellent. I will definitely be there to watch your finals. Defeated Team Rocket, earned 10,000 battle coins. Bai Chi's expression changed as he realized they had received 10,000 battle coins. If he accompanied Kinna and Dai to Twin Island, could he earn another 10,000? He already had 61,200 battle coins. Adding another 10,000 would bring him to 71,200, bringing him closer to the goal of 100,000. The Shobun Gym should yield around 3,000, leaving him with only 25,800 battle coins. Before the Quartz Conference began, he would surely gather 100,000 to exchange for a metal coat. Dai, Kinna, is Team Rocket also present on Twin Island? Bai Chi asked, having made up his mind to accompany them, knowing that with 2 champions, they would be secure. Dai nodded. Indeed. However, this is our mission, and you should refrain from participating. It could be dangerous. We will discuss it further upon reaching Crimson Island. Kinna did not try to dissuade Bai Chi, knowing that once a trainer sets their mind to something, they are unlikely to be deterred by a few warnings of danger. Very well. Dai understood Kinna's implication and refrained from saying more, recalling that he had been similarly resolute in the past. Once the Saint reached Crimson Island, Dai and Kinna set off for Twin Island. One rode on a Dragonite, the other on a Lapras, both champion-level Pokemon. Bai Chi mused. No wonder Dai could not become the champion of the Kanto region. Even if Dragonite had a slightly higher level than Lapras, Dragonite was 4 times weak against Ice-type moves, a disadvantage that could not be overcome by mere level. After contemplating, Bai Chi released his Aerodactyl and flew after them toward Twin Island. Although Dragonite was fast, Lapras swam at a slower pace. Dai turned to see Bai Chi on his Aerodactyl and felt a mix of surprise and resignation. Lowering Dragonite's flying altitude, Dai spoke to Kinna, who also turned to glance at Bai Chi and waved him over. Bai Chi urged Aerodactyl forward. Kinna, Dai, I wish to assist you in dealing with Team Rocket. After all, that was a reward of 10,000 battle coins. Wait, if all 4 generals gather on Twin Island, the reward might even exceed 10,000. Perhaps it could be 10,000 per general? We won't allow you to join, but you will go on your own, so just follow behind me. Bai Chi leaped down from Aerodactyl and stood on Lapras's back, assuring the 2 champions, I understand, I won't be a burden. Dai and Kinna exchanged glances and shrugged. I will head to Twin Island first. If Articuno has already arrived, I will hold off the 4 generals. All right, we will follow shortly. Kinna nodded, knowing that even under unfavorable conditions, Dai would not be easily defeated by the 4 generals. At most, he would be unable to subdue them. Dragonite flapped its wings and soared swiftly toward Twin Island. Lapras, let us also accelerate. Kinna gently stroked Lapras's neck as she spoke. Ugh! Lapras let out a soft cry. suddenly increasing its speed, nearly tossing Baichi off. "Are you alright, Baichi?" Kina called back. Baichi shook his head. "I was just unprepared for that sudden speed. But I'm fine now." "That's good." As Dai entered the frozen cavern on Twin Island aboard Dragonite, an Articuno simultaneously flew in from the opposite side. While Team Rocket within the cavern began to stir, Apollo had not anticipated that Dai would arrive alongside Articuno. This left them at a crossroads. Should they deal with Dai first or attempt to capture Articuno? Ultimately, Apollo decided to confront Dai first, reasoning that Articuno would not leave so swiftly and was easier to handle than Dai. Legendary Pokemon tend to become enraged and lose their composure when attacked. Moreover, Dai had come alone, implying that if they could drive him back, capturing Articuno would be almost a certainty. "Athena, Lance, come with me. Lambda, since you just returned, go set up the equipment to capture Articuno. Once we repel Dai, commence the capture immediately." As the leader of the four generals, Apollo knew Lambda would not dare to refute him after failing to hold off Kina. Understood. Lambda scampered out, followed closely by Shinji, who accompanied him to prepare. Although Shinji was under Athena's command, he did not foolishly request to engage Dai, the strongest of the four champions. After Articuno entered the frozen cavern, it flew straight to the deepest part, while Team Rocket followed its trail, ultimately pinpointing its hiding place. Then, Lambda and Shinji led a large group of Team Rocket members to begin installing their capturing devices and weapons in preparation for capturing Articuno. A roar echoed faintly within the cavern, prompting Lambda and Shinji to hasten their pace. Apollo, Athena, and Lance had already engaged Dai, and this roar could only belong to a Dragon-type Pokemon, Dai's Dragonite. "Athena, direct your Arbok to attack the Dragonite. Arbok, use Ice Fang." Apollo sent out a Weezing, commanding it to unleash a toxic attack, while Lance's Pokemon, a Golbat, flitted through the cavern with agility. Despite Dragonite's champion-level status, it struggled to catch the nimble Golbat. Golbat executed a quick attack, understanding its task, to entangle Dragonite. Dai assessed the three opponents and their Pokemon, contemplating releasing another, but Apollo's chosen location was a narrow passageway. None of his other Pokemon, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, or Charizard, would fit comfortably. "Dragonite, use Dragon Dive." With a fierce roar, Dragonite's battle cry resonated throughout the frozen cavern. The Dragonite's Dragon Dive surged forth with tremendous force, causing Apollo and his two companions to change their expressions in alarm. However, within the confines of such a narrow passage, their options for evasion were severely limited. Without hesitation, Apollo commanded, "Weezing, use Protect." The noxious venom of Weezing fell upon the Dragon-type energy wave, but failed to permeate its defenses. Meanwhile, Gengar, initially poised to launch an Ice Fang assault, hastily retreated behind Weezing. Zubat employed agility to enhance its speed before flapping its wings to unleash a series of air slashes in an attempt to weaken the Dragon Dive. Though the effect was minimal, with a resounding crash, the Dragon Dive collided with the protective barrier, distorting it to the brink of shattering. Yet, against all odds, Weezing managed to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 82. No more waiting. Dragonite swiftly withdrew as Gengar and Zubat advanced. Gengar lunged with Ice Fang, but was a fraction too slow, allowing Dragonite to evade. Zubat, however, latched onto Dragonite with Ice Fang, inflicting a devastating quadruple damage that drained some of Dragonite's vitality. In the next instant, a fierce and wrathful expression crossed Dragonite's face as it unleashed a thunder punch, sending Zubat flying. Zubat nearly lost consciousness from the sheer strength of the blow. Lance's expression shifted. It was evident that close combat was ill-suited for Zubat. "Zubat, return." Summoning Zubat back, Lance produced a potent healing potion to restore Zubat's strength, enabling it to re-engage Dragonite. However, Zubat maintained its distance, opting to use Sludge Bomb and Air Slash to wear down Dragonite. In the meantime, Weezing, a pinnacle-level Pokemon, was focused on defense, making it challenging for Dragonite to dispatch it quickly. Moreover, Gengar lurked in wait, while Zubat circled above, creating a constant distraction. As Dewey observed the unfolding scenario, his brow furrowed with concern. If the battle continued, the likelihood of Dragonite succumbing to poisoning would only escalate. It was imperative to conclude the fight swiftly, at least to maneuver through the passage into a more spacious arena. Otherwise, with Dragonite facing three opponents, especially poison-type Pokemon, it would be at a significant disadvantage. Dragon Star. Dragonite unleashed its attack, hurling energy spheres towards the trio of poison types. The orbs detonated mid-flight, transforming into a cascade of meteors aimed at the three Pokemon. Zubat and Gengar rushed forward, simultaneously activating Protect to shield against the Dragon Star. while Weezing seized the opportunity to spew forth a cloud of toxic gas. At that moment, Dragonite, accompanied by Dewey, charged forward. This is bad. Apollo's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily threw a pokeball, commanding, Houndoom, use Dark Pulse. Athena promptly followed suit, instructing, Victreebel, use Sweet Scent. Lance, not to be outdone, quickly threw another pokeball, directing, Weezing, use Pursuit. Navigating through the narrow corridor, Dewey leaped off Dragonite and launched 2 pokeballs. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower, while Aerodactyl executed Rock Slide. Houndoom's Dark Pulse struck first, catching Dragonite off guard. Sweet Scent wafted through the air, impairing Dragonite's reflexes significantly, followed closely by Weezing's Pursuit. However, Aerodactyl's Rock Slide had already been unleashed, forcing Weezing to deflect the stones with a Euro Ball. Charizard's Flamethrower was absorbed by Houndoom, benefiting from its Flash Fire ability. Dewey's brows furrowed. Houndoom's presence was decidedly unfavorable for Charizard. Charizard used Dragon Pulse. Dragonite countered with Dragon Claw, while Aerodactyl launched another Rock Slide. Apollo, with no other options, released another Pokemon, knowing that a chaotic melee was inevitable. Go, Golbat, use Thunderbolt. Athena and Lance also summoned their Pokemon in full force. Athena commanded, Honchkrow, Nidoqueen. Attack with all your might. Lance urged Nidoking go. Apollo's Weezing, Houndoom, Golbat, and Electrode, along with Athena's Honchkrow, Nidoqueen, Gengar, and Victreebel, combined with Lance's Zubat, Weezing, and Nidoking, totaled 11 elite Pokemon. Dewey, meanwhile, unleashed Gyarados, Dragonair, and Kingdra, amassing 1 champion-level and 5 elite-level Pokemon. In truth, Dewey found himself in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. Even one-on-one against an elite Pokemon, victory was tenuous, yet 1 against 2 was nearly impossible. After all, any Pokemon that had reached elite status had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training and investment. Dragonite continued to face 3 adversaries, while Zubat, Golbat, and Honchkrow engaged it in aerial combat. Charizard, Aerodactyl, and Dragonair sought to assist, but 8 Pokemon on the ground were poised to counter them. In the air, it was 3 against 1, while on the ground, it became 5 against 8. At such a juncture, the significance of command had dissipated. Only keen observation and timely critical instructions remained. Dewey was but one individual, while his opponents numbered 3. If the battlefield were to be partitioned into 3 segments, only Dewey would suffer the consequences. Dewey's sole aim was to stall for time. At the very least, with Lance, Apollo, and Athena present, the weakest of the 4 commanders, Lambda, would struggle to capture Articuno. Once Kono arrived, Apollo and the others would find it challenging to escape. Capturing a high-ranking member of Team Rocket would indeed be a momentous achievement for the Kanto League. After all, since Team Rocket had shifted to illicit research, both the Kanto League and Interpol had successfully apprehended several of its senior officials. Roars echoed throughout the icy cavern, reverberating with energy. In the sky, only 3 poison-type Pokemon remained, while 1 Electrode darted across the ground. Electrode's speed was remarkable, especially its reaction time, and its electric-type moves could strike without warning. Charizard and Aerodactyl hesitated to engage too deeply in battle, wary of a sudden bolt of lightning. The conflict dragged on, and Dewey found no opportune moment for Dragonite to turn the tide. Instead, his 6 Pokemon gradually succumbed to disadvantage, especially after Dragonair and Kingdra fell victim to poisoning. Swiftly, Dewey tossed 2 antidotes to alleviate the poison afflicting Dragonair and Kingdra, only for Gyarados and Charizard to succumb to it next. Dewey realized this could not continue. Dragonite, Gyarados, Charizard, Dragonair, Kingdra, unleashed Dragon Rage. Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide. Aerodactyl, the swiftest, launched its Rock Slide towards the 3 flying-type Pokemon. The combined Dragon Rage from 5 Pokemon surged forth, and it was only through the collective efforts of 8 elite Pokemon that the attack was finally repelled. Smoke and ice shards clouded the vision of both sides, plunging the battlefield into a momentary tranquility. Deep within the icy cavern, Lambda furrowed his brow at the sound. It appeared Dewey was not easily dealt with. They could wait no longer and must initiate the plan to capture Articuno immediately. Shinji nodded in agreement. Lambda's decision was wise. As the longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainty. Everyone, prepare to extract Ice-type energy. Yes, the Team Rocket grunts responded in unison, activating the equipment to commence the extraction of Ice-type energy. The temperature within the frozen cavern began to rise rapidly, prompting an immediate alert from Articuno. With a resonant cry, the majestic Articuno ascended swiftly, soaring towards the location where the icy energy was rapidly dissipating. Upon encountering Team Rocket, It unleashed a frigid beam of ice as an immediate assault. "Attack!" Lambda exclaimed, having already readied a pokeball, though he refrained from throwing it, instead shouting commands. Suddenly, several devices around them emitted arcs of electricity generated from the extracted ice energy, an effective weapon against Articuno. This strategy not only impeded Articuno's recovery, but also inflicted damage upon it, achieving a dual purpose. Despite Articuno's formidable prowess, Lambda acknowledged he was no match for it. However, the three devices effortlessly countered Articuno's onslaught, causing the creature to be pushed back by the electric strikes. Enraged, Articuno realized that these intruders were not only siphoning its icy energy, but had the audacity to attack it as well. With a piercing cry that echoed throughout the icy cavern, Articuno summoned its ultimate ice move, the Absolute Zero, a guaranteed lethal strike. Team Rocket had anticipated this, unleashing further bolts of electricity while simultaneously accelerating the extraction of ice energy. Kina and Wateki, who had just entered the icy cave, exchanged a glance and hastened their pace. Meanwhile, the confrontation involving Datu and Apollo, along with three other senior executives, abruptly ceased upon hearing Articuno's call. Datu immediately mounted his Aerodactyl, racing deeper into the icy cavern. Although Apollo and his companions were not as swift as Dragonite, their familiarity with the terrain allowed them to reach the scene first. Upon arrival, Datu commanded Dragonite to unleash a Dragon Starfall, utilizing the ample space to maximize the effectiveness of the area attack. Apollo quickly discerned Datu's intention, shouting a directive to protect the devices and prevent Dragonite from damaging them, while activating the capture restraints to ensnare Articuno. Pokemon such as Crobat, Honchkrow, Zubat, and Weezing took to the air, employing defensive maneuvers to shield against the incoming Dragon Starfall. Articuno, originally present to recover its strength, found the surrounding ice energy significantly depleted, causing the ice to begin melting. Furthermore, Team Rocket's devices incessantly bombarded Articuno with electric strikes. It wasn't long before Articuno neared a state of unconsciousness. Datu grew anxious, wondering why Kina had not yet arrived, as Articuno was on the brink of defeat and Team Rocket was preparing to retreat. Suddenly, Datu's expression hardened with resolve. Gyarados, Dragonite. Kingdra, unleash your outrage. Charizard, use your Inferno Blast. Aerodactyl, execute your ultimate impact. Dragonair, deploy Dragon Starfall. Outrage, a powerful Dragon-type move, may have a base power of only 120, but it allows the Pokemon to ignore incoming damage during its execution. After using Outrage, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Kingdra charged directly at Team Rocket's Pokemon, disregarding the number of adversaries and fearlessly enduring the damage. Their ferocious assault wreaked havoc, with Dragonite inflicting the most substantial destruction. In a frenzy, Dragonite unleashed its champion-level combat prowess, catching Lance's Crobat off guard and incapacitating it with relentless bites and scratches before casting it aside. Gyarados, with its considerable mass, charged through, scattering the formations of Team Rocket's Pokemon. Kingdra focused on eliminating the expert-level Pokemon, sending one flying with each pause. Aerodactyl collided with Honchkrow, its speed leaving the latter no chance to evade. Meanwhile, Charizard's explosive flames rained down, causing area damage, while Dragonair's Dragon Starfall also descended, although Dragonite, Gyarados, and Kingdra found themselves within the attack range. Yet, the three Pokemon under the effect of Outrage continued their relentless assault on the enemy, without concern for their safety. A cacophony of explosions ensued as Kingdra succumbed to the impact of Dragon Starfall, while Gyarados fell victim to the device's electric strikes, collapsing in defeat. Despite Dragonite suffering considerable stamina loss and entering a state of confusion, it had positioned itself amid Team Rocket's ranks. Several of the four commanders' Pokemon, including Crobat, Honchkrow, Venusaur, Gengar, and Houndoom, were rendered incapable of battle. Overall, Datu had gained a significant advantage, having destroyed all the devices extracting ice energy. Apollo, Athena, and the other commanders exchanged alarmed glances, prompting Apollo to shout, "Reassess your targets. Focus on Aerodactyl and Charizard." He then turned to Lambda and instructed, "You must lead Articuno to safety." "Understood," Lambda replied, recognizing the critical role he played in ensuring their mission did not end in utter failure. Securing Articuno was paramount. Even if several commanders were captured, it would be of little consequence. "Shinji, accompany me. We must take Articuno and depart." "Yes." Shinji swiftly activated the snowmobile, tossing Articuno into a cage before speeding towards another exit. Unfortunately, an energy beam suddenly shot forth from the ground, overturning the snowmobile. "Lapras, execute Absolute Zero." Lambda's expression shifted dramatically, reminiscent of profound despair. Kina has arrived. How infuriating. We were so close. Wei Xing, unleash flamethrower. Wei Xing valiantly attempted to counter Lapras's absolute zero, but was ultimately overpowered, the blue-white icy energy gradually suppressing the flames until Wei Xing was encased in ice. Qinji emerged from the snowmobile, a pallor of fear washing over him. Escape had become a daunting challenge. Kina has arrived. Everyone retreat. Lambda shouted, go, Wei Xing and Electrode, unleash self-destruct. Kina smirked coldly. You have no chance. Lapras, use Blizzard. With a powerful gust, Lapras unleashed a blizzard, trapping Wei Xing and Electrode in ice before they could execute their self-destruct. However, Apollo, Athena, and Lance's two Wei Xing simultaneously resorted to self-detonation. Data hesitated to let Dragonite endure close-range combat, recalling the confused Pokémon. Aerodactyl and Charizard were struck again by electric strikes, suffering severe damage, leaving only Dragonair to confront Team Rocket's retreat. Seizing the moment, Witeki commanded his Scyther to deliver a decisive blow, rendering the disoriented Lambda unconscious. Qinji seized the opportunity to flee, prioritizing his own escape over Lambda's predicament. After all, he was one of the 4 commanders. The stakes were inherently higher for him, and it was expected that he would bear the brunt of the fallout. Dragonair summoned a whirlwind to disperse the smoke, while Team Rocket personnel abandoned their equipment and fled, leaving behind chaos and the remnants of Team Rocket led by Lambda. Though they had arrived somewhat late, they were still timely enough. Datu pointed at the unconscious Lambda, chuckling. And we even managed to capture Lambda. This trip has proven worthwhile. Achi, you have truly achieved a great feat, Witeki said, smiling and waving his hand dismissively. This is hardly my merit. Without King Datu holding off the 4 commanders of Team Rocket, and without King Kina defeating Lambda's Wei Xing, I would have had no opportunity to incapacitate the unarmed Lambda. Indeed, the system reflected this sentiment, as indicated by the information provided. Participate in thwarting Team Rocket's capture of the legendary birds, the Articuno operation, with a reward of 10,000 battle coins. Arrest Team Rocket's senior officer, Lambda, with a reward of 15,000 battle coins. To his astonishment, a total of 25,000 battle coins was awarded. Baichi felt a jolt in his heart, as he now possessed 86,200 battle coins, with only 13,800 left to accumulate. A few visits to the trainer's house would suffice to reach the coveted 100,000 for the exchange of a metal film. Aki, there's no need for modesty. At least others wouldn't dare to engage in battle with the 4 generals of Team Rocket, Dewey remarked, shaking his head while indicating the frozen Wei Xing, which Lambda had transformed into. After all, even the weakest among the 4 generals, Lambda, commanded Pokémon of elite status. Aki, you shouldn't downplay your contributions. It was because of you that we managed to escape from the Saint and ahead of schedule, Kona softly added. After a moment of contemplation, Baichi chose not to decline any further. Dewey and Kona were not in want of league rewards, but that did not imply he was any less deserving. Then, I express my gratitude to you, King Kona and King Dewey. Due to the destruction of equipment, the temperature within the frozen cave plummeted sharply, allowing Articuno's stamina to recover swiftly. However, just as Articuno was regaining its strength, it turned its gaze toward Baichi, Dewey, and Kona, unleashing absolute zero. Lapras utilized Protect. Kona swiftly commanded Lapras to step forward to shield them, simultaneously urging Dewey, take the Team Rocket personnel, we must depart quickly. Dewey gestured toward the trembling Team Rocket grunts, pointing at Lambda. You lot, carry Lambda and keep pace. If you fall behind, envision the consequences. The grunts exchanged glances with the furious Articuno, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They hurried over, lifting the unconscious Lambda to Dewey's side. Meanwhile, Baichi stowed Lambda's Pokeball and followed Dewey and Dragonite as they hastened toward the cave's exit. After instructing Lapras to fend off Articuno momentarily, Kona commanded it to use Mist. Under the cover of the mist, Kona fled the scene and caught up with the others. Miss Junsha, what shall we do now? An officer queried Junsha at the entrance of the frozen cave, located in the direction of Red Lotus Island, asking if they should assist King Kona and King Dewey. Assist King Kona and King Dewey? Junsha replied incredulously. What gives you the confidence to aid 2 Elite Four members, particularly those with 2 champion-level Pokémon? I wouldn't dare to say such a thing myself. You are truly remarkable. Xiaobo stifled a chuckle. The officer, slightly embarrassed, responded. I didn't mean to speak so hastily. Junsha shook her head. No, we shall wait here. If assistance is required, it shall only be Xiaobo and myself who enter. Facing the 4 generals of Team Rocket, all of whom are elite trainers, Your presence may only exacerbate the chaos. Attention, someone is emerging. Xiaobo noticed his ducklet suddenly springing into action, his expression tightening. Junsha and the surrounding officers quickly formed a formation, ready to confront whoever emerged from the frozen cave, their Pokémon poised for battle. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Should Team Rocket emerge first, they would undoubtedly launch a fierce assault. However, the next moment, Dragonite flew out of the cave entrance first. Halt! That's Douai's Dragonite. Junsha promptly alerted everyone, lest a blunder occur. Ah, Mr. Xiaobo and Miss Junsha, you are all here. Douai exited closely behind Dragonite, observing the on-guard crowd with a light chuckle. Following him were Baichi and the Team Rocket members, with Kona bringing up the rear. Captured Team Rocket, indeed. No wonder you two, as the Dragon Master Douai and the Ice King Kona, could defeat and capture the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Yet, the numbers seemed off. Surely, it couldn't be the entirety of Team Rocket, considering only Douai and Kona were present. Oh, there were only 3 of them in total. The officer who spoke suddenly noticed Baichi standing nearby and quickly amended himself. Baichi didn't mind. He preferred to remain inconspicuous beside Douai and Kona, hoping to glean what rewards the League might bestow. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Douai, Kona, and Junsha led the Team Rocket grunts and Lambda away. However, Kona returned the Pokeball of Shelder, for he would be occupied for some time and had no chance to train it further. Baichi, alongside Xiaobo, set off toward Red Lotus Island. Baichi had suddenly recalled that a small island near Red Lotus Island was home to one of the original 3 starters of Kanto, Squirtle. On their return journey to Red Lotus Island, Xiaobo asked Baichi, Aki, you must have collected 7 badges by now, correct? Baichi nodded yes. I am preparing to challenge the Tokiwa Gym under leader Masaki. Xiaobo's expression shifted, although he had not encountered the leader of Team Rocket. He found Masaki from Tokiwa City highly suspect. Yet, without substantial evidence, Xiaobo had refrained from surrounding the Tokiwa Gym. After all, he had participated in the experiments involving Mutwo and was acutely aware of the formidable powers possessed by the legendary Pokémon. Masaki, you say? Xiaobo pondered for a moment before advising Baichi. If you intend to challenge the Tokiwa Gym, be cautious. Masaki is shrouded in many suspicions. Baichi nodded gently. I understand. Mr. Xiaobo, after all, I am a trainer from Tokiwa City. Xiaobo raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot. So Aki is indeed a trainer under Masaki's scrutiny? Of course, Xiaobo was unaware that Baichi was once considered a failure, having been eliminated by the venomous instructor during the preliminary trials at Team Rocket Academy. Upon reaching Red Lotus Island, Baichi rented a small boat to head toward Binu, the swiftest route back to the mainland, as Junsha, Douai, and Kona had yet to arrive there. Along the way, aided by the fossil pterosaur and Psyduck, Baichi arrived at Binu even more swiftly. Though the 2 Pokémon were thoroughly exhausted, the only regret was not finding the small island where the Squirtless resided. Binu, being one of the renowned vacation spots in the Kanto region, was bustling with tourists, especially with only 4 months remaining until the opening of the Quartz Conference. Most formidable trainers had already gathered 8 badges, utilizing this time for special training or relaxation. Although there were no nautical charts between Red Lotus Island and Binu, and all the small islands were nameless, there was one small island in close proximity to Binu, a gathering place for water-type trainers. It could also be described as a hotspot for anglers and beachgoers, prompting Baichi to head there upon hearing the news. Upon reaching the small island, even before disembarking, he spotted a gathering of over 10 people by the seaside. Baichi hurried over, witnessing a battle between anglers and beachgoers. The angler's Pokémon was a Goldeen, while the beachgoer's Pokémon was a Poliwag. Both Pokémon were evenly matched at a professional level, and the fight unfolding on the water surface was quite thrilling. Upon Baichi's arrival, the battle was intense, but after a while, Poliwag began to tire. Ultimately, Poliwag was struck down by Goldeen's horn attack, losing its fighting capability. Baichi immediately stepped forward. Is anyone else up for battle? I shall take the next match. A gathering of a dozen individuals turned their attention towards Baichi, who appeared unfamiliar to them. One of them inquired, Who are you? Baichi approached an unoccupied rock formation and replied, I am merely a passing trainer. I have heard tales of many adept water-type trainers in this area, so I decided to come and witness it for myself. Without awaiting their response, Baichi retrieved a pokeball and tossed it into the air, the crimson light descending upon the water's surface, transforming into a Shelder. Who will dare to challenge my Shelder? The anglers and a young man in swim trunks exchanged glances. Ultimately, a middle-aged angler stepped forward. If it's a battle you seek, then allow me to be your opponent. Go, Gyarados. Gyarados emerged, its Intimidate ability activating, causing Shelder's attack level to diminish by 1. To be candid, Bai Qi was somewhat taken aback by the angler's prowess. Although Gyarados is also a professional-grade Pokemon, in terms of combat capability at the same level, it is likely that both Poliwag and Magikarp would not stand a chance against Gyarados. Moreover, Gyarados is not easily trained, statistically. It takes thousands of Magikarp to yield just one that evolves into Gyarados. Hence, Bai Qi acknowledged that the angler's strength was indeed impressive. Very well, let us commence. Bai Qi gestured for the angler to take the first move. Humph. The angler, incensed by Bai Qi's presumptuousness, was well aware that Gyarados is a dominant force in water. One of the 5 notorious ruffians of the sea, Gyarados unleashed Iron Tail. Bai Qi shook his head. Despite Ice-type moves being weak against Steel, Water types possess resistance to Steel, rendering Iron Tail merely effective. Shellder, use Rock Blast. Shellder conjured 5 rocks and hurled them towards Gyarados. The Rock-type attack was exceptionally effective against Gyarados, forcing it to preemptively use Iron Tail to shield itself. The rocks struck Gyarados' tail, sending it drifting backward. The angler's expression turned serious. Shellder's level was not trivial, and its defense was formidable, making him hesitant to engage directly. Gyarados unleashed Twister. With a fierce roar, Gyarados exuded a tempestuous aura, and the angler opted for the fixed damage move, Twister. A violent wind materialized, swirling the seawater around Shellder and immobilizing it in place. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a clever tactic. However, after trapping Shellder, how would you defeat it? Bai Qi observed silently, and Shellder remained stoic. As Twister subsided, the seawater cascaded down, momentarily creating a rain-like atmosphere. Gyarados then lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed at Shellder, the dark energy glistening on its fangs indicating the Dark-type move Bite. Just as Gyarados approached, Bai Qi commanded, Shellder, use Shell Blade. Energy blades extended from Shellder's shell, slicing towards Gyarados. The impact erupted, sending a massive splash into the air, obscuring the view of both combatants. Yet, Bai Qi did not falter. He continued to direct, Shellder, use Rock Blast. Before the water could fully descend, the 5 rocks that Shellder had conjured were already soaring forth, catching Gyarados off guard. The Rock Blast struck true, inflicting substantial damage. Additionally, one of the rocks hit a critical point, causing Gyarados to lose a significant portion of its health, at least half of its vitality. Had Shellder's attack level not diminished, Gyarados would have already been rendered unable to battle. What? The angler was taken aback, immediately commanding Gyarados to unleash its flying-type ultimate move. Gyarados, use Hurricane. If the prior attack was a gust, then this was a tempest. Shellder was swept into the air by the swirling waters. As it continued to take damage, Shellder's stamina began to dwindle. Bai Qi smiled subtly. This was precisely advantageous, as Shellder was ideally positioned to strike from above. Shellder, once more, use Rock Blast. Hurricane, being a powerful move, could not be sustained for long. Although Shellder had incurred considerable damage, as the hurricane dissipated, it descended upon Gyarados with a Rock Blast. Gyarados, unprepared for an attack from above, was caught off guard by the sudden strike. Gyarados was sent crashing into the ocean, surfacing after several seconds. But it had already succumbed to its inability to continue the battle. Victory achieved, awarded 500 battle coins. Next, Bai Qi did not recall Shellder, but instead urged the surrounding anglers and young men in swim trunks to continue the battle. After all, Bai Qi welcomed all challengers. In essence, they were merely sources of funds. I shall step forward. My Pokemon is Psyduck, and I choose you. A young man in swim trunks emerged. Yet despite Psyduck's repertoire of psychic-type moves, it remained no match for Shellder. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Qi had triumphed over 10 trainers, securing a 10-win streak. Once he confirmed that no one else was willing to challenge him, Bai Qi made his way back. Soon, his battle coins had amassed to 91,200, and he was on the verge of exchanging them for a metal coat. Unfortunately, many of the visitors here had not brought Pokeballs, as swim trunks and swimsuits offered no place for them. Thus, upon returning to Bennu, Bai Qi set his sights on Route 1. It was time to capture the Colossal Onix. If he waited a few more days, Shiba might arrive at Mount Miecha. We must resume our training. Nidoking, Scyther, Chansey, Shellder, Aerodactyl, and Psyduck, are you all prepared? Bai Qi inquired, gazing at his 6 Pokemon. Nidoking, Scyther, and Shellder were eager to train, while Psyduck and Aerodactyl also wished to grow stronger. Only the kind-hearted Chansey was truly disinterested in training, preferring to care for injured Pokemon instead. Chapter 84, The Colossal Behemoth. Bai Qi absolutely could not condone Chansey restoring the vitality of other Pokemon during training. Furthermore, she could not restrain herself upon noticing the fatigue in other Pokemon. She felt compelled to use Heal Pulse to rejuvenate them. In response, Bai Qi had to supervise Chansey closely, intervening the moment she showed any inclination to heal others. For the other Pokemon, this was of little consequence. At most, it merely extended the training duration. However, for Bai Qi, it was taxing, as he needed to keep pace with the group while monitoring Chansey's every move to prevent her from restoring health to the Pokemon, which left him considerably fatigued. Fortunately, Route 1 was in close proximity to Bennu, and he reached it within a day. Upon arriving at Route 1, Bai Qi spotted Professor Oak's research facility atop a small hill. Though modest in size, the backyard of the facility was expansive, and while the number of trainers emerging from Professor Oak's establishment was few, the sheer number of Pokemon they had captured was impressive. Notably, Professor Oak's grandson, Green, had captured nearly 200 Pokemon, including many duplicates, as Pokemon have genders. After pondering for a moment, Bai Qi ultimately decided against visiting Professor Oak's research facility. Instead, he inquired about the location of Mount Miachan nearby and proceeded directly towards it. After traversing several mountains, Bai Qi finally beheld the rocky mountain within the forest. At last, I've arrived. Bai Qi hastened his footsteps towards Miachan Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he discovered that Miachan was not entirely composed of rock. The mountain was bisected by a forest, with the base cloaked in dense foliage, while ascending revealed increasingly sparse vegetation until the bare rock was exposed. After traversing the forest, Bai Qi had scarcely taken a few steps when he encountered a large onyx. This creature, though sizable, did not reach colossal proportions and was merely of professional caliber. Bai Qi shook his head, preparing to ascend further, when suddenly the onyx launched an assault, hurling a rock in his direction. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Surely the onyx did not possess such a severe territorial instinct? Was something amiss? Nidoking, emerge and use Iron Tail to deflect the rock. With a fierce roar, Nidoking appeared, causing the onyx to momentarily falter, before it retaliated with a sweeping tail that shattered the rock into fragments. Startled, the onyx seemed somewhat embarrassed and charged forward with a powerful tackle. Nidoking, arms outstretched, caught the tackle, but the force of the earth's might sent him tumbling to the ground, leaving the onyx momentarily dazed. What a needless occurrence. Bai Qi observed the fallen onyx with a shake of his head. Nidoking, let us proceed. We must find the colossal onyx today. Nidoking nodded, casting a glance at himself. A colossal onyx? How much larger could it possibly be? Having encountered his own kind, the standard 14-meter Nidoking appeared diminutive in comparison to the already substantial onyx. As they continued, Bai Qi suddenly spotted a broad circular channel. This wide and lengthy path was precisely the route frequented by the colossal onyx, as frequent passage would leave such an indentation on the rocky ground. A clear trail indeed, Bai Qi thought with a smile, following the channel upwards until he entered a rocky valley. Nidoking remained skeptical, doubting that a channel nearly 2 meters wide could belong to a colossal onyx, as it exceeded his own dimensions significantly. However, reality proved Nidoking's doubts unfounded, as a gigantic onyx emerged from the depths of the valley. Hey there! It lowered its head to scrutinize Nidoking, seemingly recognizing a hint of strength in him. Bai Qi's brow furrowed further. The colossal onyx was of elite strength and possessed innate traits, a veritable behemoth. Behemoth increases physical attack, physical defense, special attack, and special defense by 30, while reducing speed and evasion by 20. The overall enhancement totaled 120, with diminutions at a rate of 40, a formidable combination that, alongside the onyx's evolved steel and ground resistances, rendered it a veritable fortress. Pokemon Onyx. Strength, Elite. Traits, Behemoth. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Hard Head. Gender, Male. Affinity, Wild. Potential, Orange, White, Green, Blue, Purple, Orange, Red, Gold. Moves, Rock Slide, Rock Wrecker, Tackle, Rock Polish, Dragon Breath, Curse, Roar, Stealth Rock, Sand Tomb, Body Slam, Sandstorm, Dig. Iron Tail. This enhancement surpassed that of Nidoking, who merely had a 60 boost to all attributes along with a 20 increase in both offensive stats. The colossal onyx seemed to sense Nidoking's presence, its eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. Suddenly, it charged at Nidoking with tremendous force. Given the onyx's size, its head was nearly half the size of Nidoking, and its overall length exceeded 15 meters. Nidoking, undeterred by the onyx's charge, met it head-on with a poison jab. With a resounding thud, Nidoking staggered back 3 steps, while the onyx's head nearly toppled, clearly indicating Nidoking's advantage in strength. Confusion flickered in the onyx's eyes. Could it be that Nidoking was stronger? In the next moment, the onyx's expression hardened as it swung its iron tail down upon Nidoking. Nidoking retracted his right hand to charge up, then unleashed a powerful aura punch to counter the iron tail. The impact resonated, sending the Onyx's tail recoiling, its massive form wobbling as it struggled to maintain balance. Ultimately, the Onyx came crashing down like an avalanche. This blow had dealt significant damage, and as a rock type, it was particularly vulnerable to the fighting type aura punch, which boasted a formidable power of 150. Though the colossal Onyx suffered considerable fatigue, it did not succumb as Baichi anticipated. Observing the Onyx rise once more, Baichi decided against allowing Nidoking to exploit the moment, instead waiting for the Onyx to regain its footing for another direct clash. Come forth, colossal Onyx. This is the final strike. Baichi beckoned. In response, the Onyx unleashed Rock Wrecker, and given its size, each rock fragment was formidable. Baichi smiled lightly. Mere stones were no match for Nidoking's penchant for obliterating hard objects. Nidoking used Poison Jab. With a series of blows, Nidoking shattered the incoming rocks entirely. Then, he charged towards the colossal Onyx, delivering another potent Poison Jab that sent the Onyx sprawling once more. At last, the colossal Onyx succumbed to exhaustion, perhaps acknowledging its inability to prevail against Nidoking. Baichi threw a Pokeball, capturing the colossal Onyx within. The Pokeball shook violently before ultimately securing the Onyx. Capture 6 Pokemon with a minimum of purple potential to receive corresponding attribute items. Baichi picked up the Pokeball and turned his attention to the options provided by the system. Nidoking's choices included Poison Jab and Soft Sand, along with a Life Orb. However, given Nidoking's forced ability and his traits that provided a 10 boost to all attributes and a 20 increase to both offensive stats, the Life Orb's benefits were marginal, potentially compromising his endurance in prolonged battles. After some contemplation, Baichi selected Poison Jab, enhancing Nidoking's poison-type attacks by 20, which would empower him to confront expert-level Pokemon effectively. For Scyther, he considered Sharp Beak and Silver Powder, but the evolved Scizor lacked flying-type attributes, thus requiring no further deliberation. As for Shellder, he had the option of Water Gem and Ice Gem, along with the Focus Sash, which Baichi opted for directly. Coupled with Shellder's Precision Strike trait, every attack had a 50 chance of hitting a critical point. Chansey possessed only normal-type attributes, but offered a choice between Heal Pulse and Silk Scarf, as well as Priority Move. After a moment's thought, Baichi chose Priority Move, as it could also be utilized by the colossal Onyx. After all, Chansey was currently devoid of any combat intent, preferring to care for other Pokemon. The colossal Onyx, being relatively slow, could benefit from the 20 chance of Priority Move, affording it the opportunity to strike first. The fossil pterodactyl boasts a sharp beak and hard stone, additionally accompanied by the insignia of a true monarch. Baichi opted for the insignia, as it possesses a 10 chance of inducing a state of fear. Coupled with the speed of the fossil pterodactyl and other moves that can similarly trigger fear, such as Rock Slide, Iron Head, Thunderfire Ice Fang, and Divine Bird Strike, the probability of triggering fear becomes astonishingly high. Next, the colossal Onyx, comprised of soft sand and hard stone, along with the metallic membrane option, was presented. Without hesitation, Baichi chose the metallic membrane. After acquiring 6 held items, Baichi refrained from hastily equipping them onto his Pokemon. For the Pokeball containing the colossal Onyx was beginning to show faint cracks. Baichi understood that this was due to the immense size of the colossal Onyx, rendering the Pokeball inadequate. Come forth, fossil pterodactyl. With a roar, the fossil pterodactyl emerged, soaring high, relishing the sensation of gliding through the sky. Baichi quickly called it back. After all, the Pokeball of the colossal Onyx was on the verge of bursting. Pterodactyl, swiftly take me to Pallet Town. Huh. The pterodactyl looked perplexed. To Pallet Town? But where is that? Baichi felt a momentary embarrassment, realizing that the pterodactyl was indeed unaware of the direction to Pallet Town, as it had never ventured out on this journey before. Baichi hastily consulted his map, then pointed towards the setting sun, urging, "Let us head in that direction at full speed." With newfound direction, the pterodactyl took flight, swiftly gaining speed. Baichi squinted against the wind, gripping the pterodactyl's neck tightly to avoid being thrown off, though the force of the wind made it difficult to open his eyes, and his hair was tousled. His hairstyle? Suddenly, Baichi recalled that since his arrival in this world, he had neglected his appearance, his hair hastily cut into uneven strands. If time allows, I should indeed take the opportunity to style myself properly. Just then, the Pokeball in Baichi's hand erupted, emitting a flash of red light as the colossal Onyx appeared high above, subsequently plummeting towards the ground. Pterodactyl, quickly pursue. Baichi shouted, retrieving another Pokeball. Realizing that the colossal Onyx's fall would create a tremendous commotion akin to a meteorite crashing down. At such heights, The protective mechanisms afforded to Pokemon might not save the colossal Onix's life. With a powerful spiral, the fossil pterodactyl dove swiftly toward the colossal Onix. Fortunately, the Onix's descent had not yet reached its maximum speed, allowing the pterodactyl to catch up swiftly. Baichi gently tapped the Pokeball against the Onix, successfully returning it to its confines. Pterodactyl, accelerate towards Pallet Town. The pterodactyl then grasped the reason for Baichi's urgency. This Onix was indeed massive, several times larger than its own form. In a distant location, a member of Blue's cheerleading squad gazed at the sky, blinking in disbelief. Did I just see a shooting star? No, it's daytime. What could that have been? Blue furrowed his brow, turning to inquire, what is it? Have you spotted something? The cheerleader hastily replied. It seemed like a large flying Pokemon appeared in the sky over there. I'm curious about its species. It's flying even higher. Blue stood up, heading towards the car, stating, if you're curious, let us go and see for ourselves. At long last, after successfully recapturing the colossal Onix, the fossil pterodactyl finally alighted upon Pallet Town. Baichi commanded the pterodactyl to dive into the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, promptly releasing the Pokeball containing the colossal Onix. Moments later, the Pokeball burst open with a loud bang. The colossal Onix landed heavily on the ground, creating a resonating sound that trembled the earth. Professor Oak, sensing the disturbance from within the laboratory, stepped into the backyard, bewildered. Upon seeing the colossal Onix, he was momentarily speechless. How enormous! Such a size for an Onix. Noticing that Professor Oak seemed oblivious to his presence and that of the fossil pterodactyl, Baichi took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Professor Oak, I am Baichi, a trainer from Viridian City. Upon hearing the name, Professor Oak turned and blinked in surprise. The fossil pterodactyl. Finally, his gaze shifted back to Baichi. Are these all your Pokemon? Baichi nodded. Indeed, the colossal Onix is far too large. It seems a standard Pokeball cannot contain it. I'll provide you with a heavy ball. Please leave the colossal Onix with me for research. Professor Oak began negotiating without hesitation, but then paused. Oh, and let's also conduct research on your fossil pterodactyl. Baichi considered this briefly and decided that allowing Professor Oak to study them would have no adverse effects. Sure, but just for today? Only today? Professor Oak shot Baichi a disapproving glance. How could any meaningful results be achieved in just one day? Research is not merely about restoring energy. A mere scan through the instruments will not suffice. Reflecting on this, Baichi asked, how long would it take? My Pokemon still requires special training before the Quartz Conference. If it takes too long, then perhaps it would be best to forego it. Oh, you are also participating in the Quartz Conference? Professor Oak suddenly recalled hearing about Baichi from Viridian City recently. Oh, you are the trainer who captured one of Team Rocket's 4 commanders, Lambda. By the way, the reward from the League can be claimed here. A reward? Baichi's eyes brightened. What sort of reward? You may choose any of the starter Pokemon from the Kanto or Johto regions. I happen to have 3 starter Pokemon that evolved due to time constraints. Would you like to select one? Professor Oak smiled at Baichi. Now, let me fetch the heavy ball for you. Professor Oak turned and entered the laboratory, returning moments later with 4 Pokeballs in hand. One of which was the heavy ball, while the other 3 bore markings of flame, water droplet, and leaf. Here is the heavy ball. The other 3 contain Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. You may choose one to take with you. Baichi nodded, taking the heavy ball to recapture the colossal Onix before placing the heavy ball and the fossil pterodactyl's Pokeball on the tray. He then picked up the Pokeball marked with flames, declaring, I shall take the fire-type Charmeleon. Excellent. Professor Oak nodded with a smile, then inquired, so, how many days can the colossal Onix and fossil pterodactyl remain with me? Baichi pondered for a moment, gesturing with his hand to indicate 7 days. Just a week should be sufficient, don't you think, Professor Oak? That will be plenty. Professor Oak replied cheerfully, then took the Pokeball of the fossil pterodactyl to return it before turning back towards the laboratory. Go ahead and engage in your special training. I shan't see you off. Baichi stood momentarily stunned, realizing that while he understood Professor Oak's obsession with research, it felt rather abrupt to be dismissed so quickly. Nevertheless, Baichi refrained from voicing any complaints, knowing that such words would likely fall on deaf ears, or worse, lead to a complete dismissal. Upon exiting Professor Oak's laboratory, Baichi promptly released the Pokeball containing Charmeleon. With a roar, Charmeleon's cry resembled a blend of Charmander's and Charizard's voices, neither coarse nor soft, but resonant and powerful. This Charmeleon had been exceptionally well cared for by Professor Oak, exhibiting not only high spirits, but also an impressive fighting spirit. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Strength, professional. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Gender, male. Friendship, 50. Potential, purple, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold. Moves: Flamethrower, Screech, Metal Claw, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fang, Slash. Remarkably, its strength has already reached the professional level. Although just newly inducted, with a modicum of nurturing, Charmeleon may evolve into Charizard before the commencement of the Indigo Conference. However, Baichi has no need for Charmeleon to evolve prematurely. Maintaining a steady pace in its growth without overexerting its potential is the wisest course. Baichi extended his hand towards Charmeleon and stated, "Charmeleon, I shall be your trainer from now on. I look forward to our journey together." With a moment's hesitation, Charmeleon placed its claw upon Baichi's hand. "Since you acknowledge me, let us become acquainted. Today, we shall train together in Viridian City." Charmeleon nodded, oblivious to the arduous days that lay ahead. After all, Baichi was equipped with 6 sets of rigorous training apparatuses. At the outset of training, Charmeleon donned the training gear. This is exhausting. This thought encapsulated Charmeleon's mind after a day of training, upon arriving in Viridian City. Retrieving the training apparatus and his Pokemon, Baichi gazed up at the familiar skyline with a surge of nostalgia. Viridian City, I have finally returned. After a moment of reflection, Baichi strode towards the newly established Pokemon Center. Following the destruction wrought by Ash and Team Rocket several months prior, the center had not merely been repaired but completely rebuilt. The new Pokemon Center retained its original footprint, yet boasted significantly updated interior facilities and a different exterior design. Approaching the center, Baichi observed several trainers engaged in battle in the square. Among them were Xiaokong and Aiton. Baichi paused momentarily before turning to approach them. The battle featured Xiaokong and a boy in shorts. Xiaokong's Pokemon, Zubat, had evolved into Golbat and now possessed amateur-level strength, appearing poised for a breakthrough. The opponent's Pokemon, a Meowth, also exhibited amateur-level prowess. Ultimately, Golbat employed a leeching attack, draining Meowth's last vestiges of strength and clinching victory. Baichi couldn't help but chuckle. After all, those who had battled with Team Rocket were indeed decisive. Next, it is my turn. Who among you dares to face me? Aiton stepped forward to replace Xiaokong, releasing a wheezing before addressing the crowd. However, upon spotting Baichi, Aiton momentarily faltered. Baichi had already positioned himself opposite Aiton. "I shall battle you." Aiton's expression shifted, contemplating surrender. For Baichi's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own, making another defeat unnecessary. "Come forth, Psyduck." Quack. Upon entering the fray, Psyduck tilted its head at Weezing. Psyduck's adorably dazed demeanor was quite misleading. At least for Aiton, it seemed this Psyduck might be rather weak. Perhaps Weezing could prevail. A surge of hope filled Aiton's heart. If he could defeat Baichi even once, he must seize this opportunity. Weezing unleashed a mud bomb. Baichi smiled gently and commanded, "Psyduck, use Psychic to seize Weezing." The mud bomb was effortlessly captured by Psychic, and Psyduck's telekinetic grasp further slammed Weezing into the ground. Aiton was taken aback and quickly regained his composure. "I knew it. I should never have underestimated you. How could Baichi's Pokemon be so easily dealt with?" In mere moments, Weezing was vanquished by Psychic. Baichi recalled Psyduck and turned to exit the crowd, making his way towards the Pokemon Center, with Xiaokong and Aiton squeezing their way through to follow. "Baichi, have you collected all 8 badges?" Baichi shook his head. "Not yet. I plan to challenge the Viridian Gym tomorrow." Viridian Gym? Xiaokong and Aiton exchanged glances, for the gym leader, Brock, was renowned as the Rock of the Earth and was among the top-tier gym trainers. Aiton remarked, "I believe your decision, Baichi, may not be the wisest. Brock's strength is formidable." "I understand, but the gym challenge is not merely a contest of strength," Baichi replied with a gentle smile. "Brock will not utilize his primary Pokemon, nor will he resort to his secondary team. After all, Team Rocket possesses an array of elite evolution Pokemon, merely to fend off a handful of challengers. There is no necessity to deploy his main force." Xiaokong and Aiton came to a realization. Indeed, how could any novice hope to best a gym leader of such expertise? "Nurse Joy, may I trouble you?" Baichi approached the counter and placed his Pokeballs upon it. Upon recognizing Baichi, Joy's eyes widened in surprise. "Baichi, you're back. How was your journey?" Baichi smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, I have acquired 7 badges. This return to Viridian City is not only for pre-conference training, but also to prepare for a challenge against the Viridian Gym." "How confident?" Joy remarked, as the residents of Viridian City were well aware that the gym seldom distributed badges throughout the year. "Please wait here a moment." Joy collected the Pokeballs and entered the treatment room. Although the front desk housed recovery machines, they could only restore a Pokemon's stamina, not much more. After a few minutes, Joy emerged with Baichi's Pokeballs. Her expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated Baichi had ascended to the ranks of an elite trainer in just a few months. Baichi, your Pokemon have been restored. They are in prime condition for a gym match. Baichi collected his Pokeballs, chuckling lightly. Thank you, Nurse Joy, but I plan to challenge tomorrow. Today, I wish to rest. I see, Joy acknowledged. After such an extensive journey, it is indeed time for some relaxation. Farewell then. Goodbye, Nurse Joy. Baichi bid farewell and exited the Pokemon Center. Turning to Shao Kahn and Aiton, he inquired, have you established your breeding facility? The two exchanged awkward glances. For upon returning to Viridian City, they discovered they lacked the necessary funds. After all, a breeding facility required at least a storefront. Otherwise, there would be no place to care for the Pokemon. Pokemon are not mere cats and dogs that can be kept in cages. What's wrong? Noticing their silence, Baichi surmised they had not succeeded in establishing the breeding facility, prompting his question. Is there a dilemma? Shao Kahn sighed and replied, not exactly. It's just that we lack starting capital. For now, we can only accept simple Pokemon care tasks. Baichi then realized that their predicament stemmed from a lack of funds. However, I too have limited resources. Maintaining 8 Pokemon is indeed quite demanding. If finances are a concern, you could start in your own home. As long as you prepare Pokemon food and have a slightly spacious area, it should suffice. By the way, what about Aki? Your homes are adjacent to Aki's. Are they not? Baichi inquired. Aki has the general type Pokemon food I provided. You could collaborate to operate the breeding facility. With Aki handling general types while you focus on breeding poison-type Pokemon. Wouldn't that work splendidly? A general recipe for Pokemon food? Xiao Lung and Atong exchanged glances, pondering the astonishing strength of Aki's feline companion. Realizing it was indeed due to Aki, they subsequently turned their attention to Baichi, who opened his mouth, yet refrained from speaking. The recipe for Pokemon food was exceedingly precious. After all, many breeders specialize in only one attribute, and not everyone possesses the capability of Baichi, who constantly operated on an advantage. You may head back now, Baichi stated as he approached his door, offering no invitation into his home. Very well. We shall see Aki tomorrow, Xiao Lung and Atong replied in unison. As they watched the two depart, Baichi returned home to adorn his Scyther with a metallic coat before stepping outside again. Next, he sought a Pokemon trading establishment to find a new abode for his Scyther. In order to evolve, the Scyther not only needed the metallic coat, but also required a trade. A mere exchange with oneself would suffice, by placing a blank ball. Would you be willing to trade for a Gloom? I can offer a Pidgey in exchange. How does that sound? Is there anyone interested in a Machop? My Machop lifts thousands of bricks daily. Its strength is truly formidable. Is there anyone keen on raising a Staryu? After evolving with a Water Stone, the Starmie boasts an impressive total stat value of 520. Is there any interest in nurturing a Ghastly? I can trade you my Gengar. I just want to experiment with Ghost-type Pokemon. Alright, let us proceed to trade over there. Baichi entered the bustling Pokemon communication shop, which thrived with activity due to the inability to maintain multiple Pokemon. Many trainers, having devoted considerable time to a single Pokemon, sought to trade it, thereby providing their Pokemon with a new home while allowing themselves the opportunity to nurture others. For those with limited financial means yet a desire to cultivate various Pokemon, trading undoubtedly represented the optimal choice. Once Baichi completed the exchange of his Gengar and Ghastly with their respective trainers, he approached directly. He placed a blank ball on the communication device, followed by the Pokeball containing his Scyther. Meanwhile, the trainers of Ghastly and Gengar, upon receiving their Pokeballs, promptly unleashed their Pokemon. 2 beams of crimson light illuminated the ground, transforming into Gengar and Alakazam. In that very moment, both Pokemon were enveloped in the light of evolution, their forms gradually expanding until Gengar and Alakazam materialized within the communication shop. They have evolved. Behold Gengar and Alakazam, both formidable and tenacious Pokemon. However, Gengar appears to be a Pokemon that absorbs human energy. Could nurturing Gengar pose a danger? Ah! Exclaimed the trainer who had just acquired Gengar, taken aback by the revelation. Baichi shook his head, grasped the new Pokeball for Scyther, and declared, "Excuse me, please." Startled, Scyther landed on the ground, its sharp arms forcing Gengar and Alakazam to retreat. Simultaneously, the light of evolution enveloped Scyther. Yet another Pokemon was about to evolve. What form would Scyther take? Given Scyther's rarity and the fact that its evolved form, Scyther, was a newly discovered evolution, many were unaware. The light of evolution reached its zenith as Scyther's arms gradually widened and retracted, its spines lengthening while its body grew slender. Although it appeared significantly lighter, Scyther's weight had doubled. With a flourish, Scyther struck a pose, and it seemed that its demeanor had taken on an air of arrogance post-evolution.